You two are so unfair. Brother Su, you guys go first. Let's see who dares to stop me. As Han Fei spoke, she took out a long sword and held it to her neck, her eyes resolute and filled with a strong threat. Xiu Fei, why are you doing this to yourself? Su Hao cited such a good daughter, yet she has such a bastard father. Brother Su, I'm fine, you can go now, Han Fei said loudly. Forget it, let's go. Su Hao chose a passage and walked over. Huang Niu and Xiao Menyang immediately followed. Daughter, you have really disappointed me. Han Tianzhang sighed, but ultimately did not stop them from leaving. If you're so capable, draw your sword yourself. How could Han Fei not be disappointed? Good. I want to see if there's anyone else who can use this weapon besides him. Han Tianjing turned back and placed his right hand on the long sword again. This time, he didn't use any power at first, as if he was imitating Su Hao. He remembered that the kid just touched it and then got the long sword. But when it came to him, there was absolutely no reaction. It seems that the destined master of the long sword was not him at all. Han Tianzhang was immediately enraged and, once again channeling his inner energy, resorted to brute force. Boom! The cave shook again. Everything seemed to have returned to the beginning, and there was still no result. This is infuriating. Just as Han Tian was sighing and about to withdraw his true energy, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared and sent him flying with a snap. He slammed hard against the wall, looking utterly disheveled. Father, are you all right? Han Fei rushed over in surprise, and suddenly couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that after being disturbed by lightning, Han Tianzhang was sporting an afro, which looked completely out of place with the demeanor of a sect leader. You're still laughing, you traitor? Han Tian was roaring angrily. Su Hao and his two companions entered a new passage and walked down it gradually. They felt something was wrong, and the surroundings grew colder. The further down you go, the closer it seems to get to hell. Ice crystals also appeared on the ground. Young master, have we come to the wrong place? Huang Niu's breath seemed to freeze as she spoke. It seems there are no other traces of anyone else who has been here. Xiao Menyang frowned and said, either there's something extraordinary underground, or we're about to meet our demise. Let's go down and take a look. Su Hao's goal is the 9-turn other shoreflower, so he has to take an unconventional approach and go where no one else has gone before. After walking for about 10 minutes, we gradually came to a spacious area. The environment here is somewhat eerie. There were many treasure chests all around, all of which remained unopened. In addition, there was a golden coffin in the middle, which looked extremely eerie. Ha! Huang Niu saw a jade statue with an excellent figure, as beautiful as a fairy, with a line of words below it. The ancestral precept of Yihua Palace, disciples who seek treasures, please kowtow 80 times. In front of the statue, there is a prayer cushion. 80 kowtows? Su Hao frowned. Was this a prank? If you really drink that much, your head will be cracked open. Young master, would you like to give it a try? Huang Niu gazed at the jade statue and murmured, is she Senior Gu Qingmei? She's so beautiful, but I don't know why she's willing to stay in such a dark and gloomy place. So you didn't know? Su Hao said calmly, Senior Gu Qingmei actually committed suicide for love. Her lover was seriously ill, and she tried to save him with the 9-turn other shoreflower, but failed in the end, so she took all the treasures and created this Tomb of the Living Dead. The Tomb of the Living Dead? Huang Niu stared at the golden coffin, a hint of fear flashing across her face. Could there be a zombie lying in there? You guys chat, I'm going to collect other treasures. Xiao Menyang was interested in these boxes. After opening them, she found many secret manuals, weapons and jewels. She couldn't stop smiling and accepted them all. Sigh, this is also a senior figure in the martial arts world, a legendary figure 100 years ago. If he hadn't died for love, how many people in the Yihua Palace would dare to bully him now? Su Hao sighed. The current Yihua Palace is probably less than 1/10,000th of what it was 100 years ago. The fact that someone like Bai Yuxiu can become the palace master shows how much the talent pool of this sect has declined. Young master, this is just to express our respect. Isn't it okay to kowtow to my seniors? Huang Niu was somewhat moved. She knelt on the prayer mat and respectfully kowtowed to the ground. 1, 2, she counted silently. It was freezing cold here when she kowtowed, the ground froze solid, and it didn't take long for her head to crack open. The blood that had just flowed out froze instantly due to the low temperature. Xiao Meinyang had almost finished collecting the treasures nearby. Seeing Huang Nianniu still respectfully kowtowing, she was somewhat surprised and asked, "Young Master Su, why didn't you stop her? Let her try it, what if it's true?" Su Hao smiled faintly. This is a token of Huang Nianniu's affection. Impossible, right? Could someone really be willing to hand over their treasure to a stranger in this way? Xiao Meinyang refused to believe it. Miss Xiao, you've been feeling grateful lately, otherwise, wouldn't you be afraid that Senior Gu would haunt you even in death after taking so many treasures? Su Hao chuckled. Suddenly a cold wind blew by, and there really were sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling all around. Even the brave Xiao Meinyang was so frightened that she trembled. 563, Chapter 563, Playing the Fool. AD. After taking the last hit, Huang Nianniu stood up and touched her forehead, only to find a frozen column of blood had been torn off. The next moment, a hissing sound came from where she kowtowed, and cracks appeared in the smooth ground. Finally, a sandalwood box slowly rose from the ground. What's this? Huang Nianniu instinctively took it in her hand. When she opened it, a golden light swept over her entire body, instantly warming her and dispelling the cold. It turned out that there was a mysterious golden bead inside the sandalwood, emitting an eerie light. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could this be? Nianniu, pick up the beads, he suddenly said. Yes, young master. Huang Nianniu obediently picked up the golden bead. As she held it in her palm, she felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathering towards her continuously. In that instant, she absorbed more spiritual energy than in the previous hour. Nianniu, you've struck gold. This really is a spirit-gathering pearl. A hint of surprise flashed across Su Hao's face, and he said happily. Huh, what is this? Huang Nianniu found it strange. When she put the item back in the box, she noticed that the speed at which it absorbed spiritual energy had suddenly slowed down, becoming no different from usual. When she took it out again, it absorbed spiritual energy at more than 10 times the normal speed. This means that as long as you carry this bead with you, you can receive a constant replenishment of your true energy. Simply put, it's like having an extra cheat code. The Spirit Gathering Pearl is a valuable item. It's a legendary martial arts artifact from 100 years ago. Su Hao said happily, I just didn't expect to see it here. Senior Gu Qingmei is truly amazing. She has collected so many wonderful things in the past. Miss, you must keep this safe. With it, your cultivation will increase more than tenfold, helping you reach the Grandmaster realm sooner. Xiao Meinyang said excitedly. A hint of greed flashed in her eyes. It would be a lie to say that one would not be tempted by such a sacred object. But after analyzing the pros and cons, she felt she needed to maintain a calm mindset. Her goal was to ride on Huang Nianniu's coattails, not to replace her. If she let greed get the better of her, it would only provoke Su Hao's resentment. Even if we get this thing, so what? If Huang Nianniu is injured or killed, she will inevitably be hunted down by the Poison Gu cult, and her fate will certainly be tragic. Even if the Poison Gu cult hadn't discovered it, Su Hao probably wouldn't have let her go. Young master, how about you take this spirit gathering pearl? I'm too weak, it would be a waste for me to take it. Huang Nianniu felt that this thing was still too valuable, and she was not worthy of it. Silly girl. I'm already a grandmaster or higher, do I need this? Su Hao shook his head and refused. When he opened the sandalwood box, he found a red rope inside with a hollowed-out jade stone below it, which could perfectly inlay the spirit-gathering pearl. Even more miraculously, thanks to the influence of this jade, the strange phenomena brought about by the spirit-gathering pearl actually stabilized. In this way, people who don't recognize the spirit-gathering pearl will only see it as a pendant. Here, let me put it on you. Under Su Hao's arrangement, Huang Nianniu lowered her head and directly obtained this sacred martial arts artifact. At this moment, Xiao Meinyang was somewhat surprised. Su Hao wasn't tempted at all. Who would complain about a faster cultivation speed? It seems this man treats those around him very well. No wonder Huang Nianniu was willing Huang Niu was willing to give her life for him. It turns out that emotional investment is mutual. Young master, you said the 9-turn red spider lily is in this coffin, isn't it? Huang Niu suddenly stared at the golden coffin with a curious look in her eyes. This is the only place we have right now, we haven't investigated it yet. Are you afraid of ghosts? Su Hao rested one hand on the coffin lid and asked calmly. I'm not afraid. Huang Niu said, her voice sharp but her tone weak. He said he wasn't afraid, but his legs were actually trembling. After all, this place is too eerie, with a ghostly atmosphere, and the appearance of this coffin is so illogical. Ghosts are probably the only explanation. I'm not afraid. What Su Hao found strange was that he had only asked casually, but Xiao Meinyang, who was usually fearless, had actually retreated to the doorway. Have you done too many bad things? Su Hao smiled. Don't scare me. Please open the museum soon. Xiao Meinyang's voice was trembling. Sister Meinyang, if we see things go wrong, we'll run away immediately. Young master should be able to protect himself, right? Huang Niu immediately came to her side, and the two held hands tightly, their fingers interlocked. Okay, I'll open the museum right away. Su Hao nodded, his gaze returning to the coffin. He slowly channeled his true energy into his right hand, about to unleash his power, when suddenly a cold wind swept in, and a chilling voice echoed in the air. Stop, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Ah! There's a ghost. Huang Niu was so frightened that her face turned pale. Young Master Su, why don't we go together? Xiao Meinyang also found the sound terrifying. Who's playing tricks here? Su Hao didn't believe it at all, thinking that someone was lying in ambush in the dark. He scanned the area but found nothing unusual. It seemed that apart from the three of them, there were no other fluctuations of true energy here. That's strange. Where did that sound come from? And it seems to be a girl. Is there really a female ghost here? When the thought crossed his mind, he shook his head violently, telling himself to believe in science. How could such an evil thing exist in this world? He continued to press his hand against the coffin, but the cold wind around him blew even more fiercely. Kid! Let go of my hand. Or I'll make sure you bleed on the spot. The threatening voice remained chilling. But at this moment, Su Hao understood that it must have been emitted by a human, carrying strong emotional fluctuations. I don't care if you're a person or not, ghost, I'm definitely opening this coffin today. Su Hao suddenly shouted and exerted force with his right hand, causing the coffin lid to fly several meters away. Instantly, an aura of death swept over us. Upon closer inspection, the man in the coffin still looked lifelike. It turned out that this place was a natural cold storage, which had preserved the body perfectly. Su Hao's gaze shifted, and he saw a mysterious flower floating on the man's chest, emitting a putrid smell. It is the 9-turned red spider lily. Great, it really was here. Su Hao revealed a faint smile. So there were no ghosts after all. Huang Niu breathed a sigh of relief and walked back in. Hee, this place looks so scary, but it's all fake. How could there possibly be ghosts here? You're just scaring yourself. Xiao Meinyang also found it amusing. She wondered who was so cowardly as to run so far away, making them a laughingstock. Su Hao composed himself and reached out with his right hand towards the 9-turn other shoreflower, thinking that if he could get this, he could go back and save Ji Ruo. 564, Chapter 564 Insolence. Presumptuous. How dare you take my things? Suddenly, the mysterious voice from before reappeared, followed by a beam of white light appearing from behind. Su Hao's expression changed drastically, his intuition telling him that the newcomer's strength far exceeded his expectations. In this perilous situation, he had no choice but to use all his inner energy to suddenly exchange a palm strike with the newcomer. But with a loud bang, Su Hao was sent flying backward and crashed hard into the stone wall. In that instant, he felt that his opponent's strength was overwhelming. This was also his first crushing defeat since his debut. Who exactly are you? Su Hao slid weakly off the stone wall and landed with a thud, coughing up a mouthful of blood. You dare ask who I am? Standing before him was a pristine, ethereal fairy, her body immaculate, her face was icy, her aura chilling even more than the surrounding cold. Most astonishing of all was her gaze. Despite her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary strength, her eyes were dull and lifeless, as if her heart had died. Huang Nianniu only saw the back view, but suddenly felt a sense of familiarity when she turned around. She found that the jade statue had cracked, as if something had broken out. "Young master, she is Senior Gu Qingmei," Huang Nianniu loudly reminded her. "Senior Gu, you're still alive?" Su Hao's expression changed drastically. This feeling is no different from seeing a ghost. 100 years ago, Gu Qingmei was already one of the top martial arts masters. After 100 years of cultivation, her strength is probably unimaginable. If she hadn't held back, she could have killed him in a single move. "Who said I'm dead? I am merely cultivating the Tao of forgetfulness, and I do not wish to leave this sorrowful place," Gu Qingmei said coldly. "The way of sitting in oblivion?" Su Hao had seen this in ancient books. It had already transcended the realm of ancient martial arts and was approaching the level of immortal cultivation. Looking at Gu Qingmei again, she indeed possessed an ethereal aura, completely different from ordinary mortals. She stayed inside the jade statue to keep her deceased lover company, neither eating nor drinking. This ability was beyond what ordinary breathing techniques could match. "You can leave now. I had no intention of killing anyone." Gu Qingmei seemed to transcend the three realms, showing no signs of joy or sorrow. "Young Master Su, listen to Senior Gu's words, let's leave quickly," Xiao Menyang immediately advised, as it was almost impossible to obtain the 9-turn other shoreflower from Gu Qingmei. "Young Master, why don't we go to the Poison Gu sect?" Huang Nianniu suddenly said, "As long as I return to the Poison Gu sect, I'm sure I can obtain the Phoenix Gu poison." "Absolutely not." Su Hao shook his head, not wanting to put her in any danger. "What Poison Gu cult?" Gu Qingmei said calmly. "This is a recently emerged evil sect. They are quite powerful and have caused great suffering to the righteous people," Su Hao said respectfully. "TCH, the righteous path is full of people who just want to gain fame and fortune," Gu Qingmei said coldly. "Young man, your strength should be considered among the best of the righteous path. Listen to my advice. The 9-turn other shoreflower is not something you can touch. You should leave as soon as possible." "Senior Gu, I appreciate your kindness, but I am not obtaining this spiritual herb for myself, but for my beloved. When I was poisoned, she risked her life to save me, using the resurrection herb to completely restore my blood. Now she is unconscious. How could I possibly let her down? Today, even if it costs me my life, I will take the 9-turn other shoreflower with me." Su Hao's eyes were firm, and he showed no intention of backing down even when facing the terrifyingly strong Gu Qingmei. In today's martial arts world, grandmasters are already considered top-tier fighters. Su Hao estimated that Gu Qingmei's strength was likely to have reached the Great Ascension stage, or even surpassed that level, reaching the Perfection stage. The two were separated by one or even two major realms, a difference of almost 1,000 or 100 times in strength. "You were also trying to save someone?" A hint of surprise flashed across Gu Qingmei's indifferent face. "Yes. I'd trade my life for yours," Su Hao answered without hesitation. "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Gu Qingmei quickly regained her cold demeanor and said with murderous intent. "I'm not afraid." Su Hao met his gaze directly, showing no fear. "Very good. Then I'll grant your wish. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I'll give you the spider lily today," Gu Qingmei said coldly. "Senior, does that move count?" Huang Nianniu blurted out, asking. "Of course it counts. How could I take advantage of a junior? 2 moves left. Young man, any one of my moves could kill you. Please think carefully," Gu Qingmei said coldly. "It's alright, I'm willing to try." Su Hao showed no sign of backing down. "Very well, I'll grant your wish." Gu Qingmei raised her hand, and instantly a powerful aura swept across the entire area. Just as Su Hao was about to be on guard, he suddenly felt his breathing stop. Gu Qingmei's strength was far beyond his imagination. It seemed that she had already possessed a unique domain, and at this moment, everything around her was under her control, including space and time. "Broken." All that was heard was Gu Qingmei's calm reply. Countless powerful true energies were frantically pressing towards Su Hao. His protective inner energy, which he was so proud of, shattered instantly. Click. All the bones in his body were shattered. Sizzle. Powerful blades of energy slashed wildly, and in the blink of an eye, his skin was torn and bleeding. None of the three people present saw how Gu Qingmei made her move. However, Su Hao, who was invincible outside, became nothing more than a toy in front of this senior master. Wow, that's amazing. Su Hao gritted his teeth and didn't utter a sound. However, his situation is shocking. He was writhing in pain, his entire body convulsing due to his shattered bones. He couldn't stand upright and lay hunched over on the ground. His external injuries were equally severe, with blood gushing out. If the first attack had already seriously injured him, the second attack was almost fatal. He was almost dead. Young master, perhaps we should just call it quits. Miss Bai said that you should cherish this life. Dying here would also make Miss Bai sad. Huang Niu cried. She had never seen him so badly injured. Gu Qingmei is too strong, so strong that it makes people despair. Young Master Su, why don't we really go and try our luck at the Poison Gu sect? Xiao Meinyang couldn't bear to watch any longer. She must be in excruciating pain at that moment. Even the most hard-hearted person would shed tears upon seeing Su Hao's situation. No. There's one more move. I'm sure I can handle it. Senior Gu, please keep your promise. After I unleash the next move, regardless of whether I survive or not, I will give the 9-turn other shoreflower to Niu Niu and the others. As long as they return alive, they can still revive Jiruo. Su Hao was a man of deep affection and loyalty. After saying this, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, coughed violently, and was on the verge of death. Are you really willing to die for a woman? Gu Qingmei was moved once again. 565, Chapter 565. The Final Test. Senior, Jiruo is no ordinary woman. She is the lover I never want to let down in this lifetime. Su Hao finally admitted it. The moment Bai Jiruo gave her life, Su Hao understood that he could never leave her in this lifetime. He would despise himself if he could give up such a profound affection. Are you sure you can withstand this attack? Gu Qingmei made a sword finger gesture, and in an instant, the world changed color, and all the brilliance could not compare to the white sword light that shot out from her fingertip. With a loud bang, it broke through the entire cave. This move is unparalleled in the world, and no one can rival it. Huang Niu looked up in horror and saw that the entire mountain range had been split in two by this move. Countless pebbles are falling towards this place. Destroy the world? She could only think of 4 words to describe Gu Qingmei's terrifying strength. The righteous powerhouses are truly terrifying. Xiao Meinyang was completely stunned. Gu Qingmei, a top-tier righteous force, is capable of truly moving mountains and filling seas, something that evil and crooked paths cannot compare to. It's estimated that this one sword strike could easily kill dozens of grandmasters. We can't stop them. Su Hao's face turned even paler. This was just a normal sword finger technique. If he used a weapon, the power would at least double. He couldn't help but wonder if Gu Qingmei could unify the martial arts world and become the true supreme martial arts master if she were to reappear in the martial arts world. Alright, you've passed the test. Gu Qingmei's eyes softened slightly. Once upon a time, she also wanted to use the 9-turn spider lily to revive her lover, but unfortunately she had no chance, so she could only find this frozen place to preserve his body for 100 years. Now that things have come to this, Gu Qingmei understands that in the end it was all for nothing. Instead of clinging to a dead lover, give young couples a chance. The fact that Su Hao was able to find this place can be considered a testament to the fact that his lover's life was not meant to end. Senior, are you really willing to give me the red spider lily? Su Hao was overjoyed. I have a condition. Gu Qingmei suddenly remembered something and made a request on the spot. Please speak. He would agree to any condition, not just 1, but 100, without hesitation. If the Yihua Palace encounters any trouble in the future, please help us and don't let this sect disappear. Gu Qingmei didn't plan to leave, but she also didn't want to see Yihua Palace fall into ruin. These past 2 days, the people from Yihua Palace have been searching for treasure everywhere, and she feels embarrassed that there are such weak disciples and grand disciples. Don't worry, Senior, as long as I live, the Yihua Palace will not perish. Su Hao was overjoyed. This request was not excessive at all. After he finished speaking, he tried to stand up, only to find it was all in vain. The injuries sustained from the second attack were enough to render him unable to move. Don't move! Gu Qingmei suddenly moved several meters to his side, and with a swift movement of her right hand, she executed a smooth nebula palm technique, which completely restored all of his broken bones. Thank you so much for saving me, Senior. Su Hao was extremely grateful. There's nothing to thank me for. You are still seriously injured. You need to go back and recuperate properly, otherwise it will damage your Dao heart. Gu Qingmei gave a gentle reminder. Clear. Clear. Su Hao stood up again, feeling that he still had 50% of his strength left. That should be enough, right? He turned around and took out the 9-turn other shoreflower from the coffin, placing it in the sandalwood box he had obtained earlier. An unexpected thing happened. When the 9-turn red spider lily left, the corpse, which had been preserved for 100 years, gradually vaporized and eventually turned into a wisp of smoke and disappeared. Senior, I didn't expect this outcome. Su Hao felt a little guilty. No wonder Gu Qingmei was reluctant to part with him now her lover had completely disappeared, leaving not even a handful of yellow earth. You should leave, this place is about to collapse. Gu Qingmei waved her hand, and a powerful force sent the three of them away. Then, several sword energies, scattered haphazardly, surged out, causing the entire mountain to collapse. Oh no, run! Su Hao and his group were at the very bottom, and had no choice but to flee in a sorry state. In an instant, the ground shook violently in Shandong. Before the other treasure hunters could figure out what was happening, they had already scattered in all directions. Finally out. Led by Han Tianzhong, the Huaihua sect members returned home with a full load of spoils. Although they did not obtain the ancient divine sword, they acquired many rare cultivation techniques, elixirs, and weapons elsewhere. Master, after we return this time, the entire sect will definitely improve significantly. Yi Tsong was overjoyed. It seems that the guy surnamed Su didn't come out at all. Heaven is watching what people do. He dared to defy our Huaihua sect and deserves to die. Sooner or later, we will become the #1 sect in Zhengzhou. Several disciples of the Huaihua sect were extremely excited. Their injuries have been fully healed by the elixirs. In fact, they are now even stronger than before they were injured. All of this is thanks to Gu Qingmei's treasure. Brother Han, congratulations, the Huaihua sect has returned with a full harvest, making us all extremely envious. Suddenly, a middle-aged figure walked out from the side, accompanied by several disciples of the Golden Saber sect. This person was none other than Li Ruofeng, the leader of the Golden Saber sect. Why are you here? Han Tianjing's expression changed. With the heavens and earth shattering here, which sect could possibly be absent? Another person stepped forward. It was Zhao Qingfeng, the leader of the Divine Sword sect. Unfortunately, we arrived too late, otherwise the members of the Wulong gang wouldn't have died so tragically. The third person to appear was also someone of considerable importance. He was none other than Tuo Bahao, the leader of the Wulong gang. Three masters at the sect leader level formed a pincer movement, surrounding Han Tianjing and his group. What do you mean? Han Tianjing said angrily. It's simple, take revenge. Tuo Bahao said the vanguard of the Wulong gang has been wiped out, and this debt will definitely be settled with you. It's simple, revenge. Li Ruofeng quoted him, the Golden Saber sect is dead with so many people, how can we let you go? Revenge. Zhao Qingfeng's reasoning was the same, anyone who dares to attack our Divine Sword sect will only face death. Han Tianzhong appeared very angry. They had no idea who their enemy was. The reason they joined forces was entirely because of the treasure. To put it bluntly, they just want something for nothing. Don't get your revenge target wrong. As far as I know, the person who killed the 3 disciples of your sect is surnamed Su, and has nothing to do with our Huaihua sect. Han Tianjing did not want to go to war with the 3 forces unless absolutely necessary. Someone surnamed Su? Where is he? Tuo Bahao said disdainfully. Sect leader Han, do you think we're 3-year-olds? You think you can fool us with such words? Li Ruofling said coldly. Revenge for grudges, grievance for grievances. Today is the day for our Divine Sword sect and your Huaiyue sect to fight to the death. No one can stop us. Zhao Qingfeng said coldly. Han Tianzhong was furious. You actually collude with evil sects? 566, Chapter 566 Spirit Gathering Pearl. Sect Leader Han, don't make false accusations. I am just avenging the Golden Saber sect. Li Ruofling said coldly. Han Tianzhong, when you harmed the disciples of the Divine Sword sect, you should have thought about the day you would face revenge. Today, not a single member of the Huaiyue sect will leave alive. Zhao Qingfeng said angrily. See, everyone is doing this for justice. What evil path? You are the evil path itself. Tuo Bahao said disdainfully. Don't push your luck. Han Tianzhong gritted his teeth, suddenly took out a pill, put it in his mouth and crushed it. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared in his body, and he instantly stepped into the Grandmaster realm. So this is what it feels like to be a Grandmaster. A faint smile played on his lips, gradually fading into arrogance. This was the sacred medicine left behind by Gu Qingmei, called the Breaking Wall pill. Taking this pill would grant one the power of a Grandmaster in a short period. However, the price paid was also very serious, the loss of 10 years of his life. For the sake of the Huaiyue sect, he decided to risk everything. Now that he possesses this boundless power, he feels it's not a loss at all. Experiencing the feeling of being a Grandmaster even once in this lifetime is better than living a life of meekness and subservience. Everyone be careful, this person's aura is a bit off. Li Ruofling suddenly warned. Han Tianzhong, you really are the one with evil ways, actually using forbidden methods. Zhao Qingfeng's face darkened. Let's make our move. We can't let him regain his footing. Tuo Bahao said in a deep voice. The three masters, all at the level of sect leaders, unleashed their strongest moves and charged towards Han Tianzhong. Upon witnessing this scene, many martial arts practitioners felt that the outcome of the battle was imminent. How could the mere head of the Huaiyue sect possibly withstand it? But to everyone's surprise, Han Tianzhong used unprecedented power, and with a sharp swordlight, he successfully shattered the attack of the three. The dazzling swordlight left a deep, bone-revealing wound on each of the three opponents. I have reached the Grandmaster realm. How could the three of you possibly be a match for this sect leader? He grinned arrogantly, his eyes gradually turning crazed and filled with murderous intent. Hold on, I'm going to get reinforcements. Tuo Bahao had no intention of dying with them, so he turned and left. Trying to run? No way. Han Tianzhong's body swayed, his speed unprecedented, almost teleporting, and he appeared in front of Tuo Bahao with a flash of cold light. Everyone saw the head of the Wulong Gang leader roll down. Boss! The Wulong Gang disciples' expressions changed drastically. While they were still marveling at what had happened, Han Tianzhong had already charged in, instantly killing more than a dozen disciples with a single sword strike. 2 or 3 more strikes followed, and the entire Wulong Gang was wiped out in a flash. Han Tianzhong was covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot from the bloodbath. Master, we must finish this quickly and not let anyone who has bullied our sect get away with it. Yi Tsong said excitedly. What Golden Saber sect, what Divine Sword sect, all of you kneel down. Today, our Huaiyue sect is the #1 in Zhengzhou. Finally, we can hold our heads high. The disciples of the Huaiyue sect were furious. For every person who was happy, there is someone who is crying. After the Wulong Gang was destroyed, the Golden Knife sect became the next target of pursuit. Han Tianzhong moved with lightning speed, killing without hesitation. In just 1 minute, he had wiped out the entire sect. The sight of the bloodshed silenced the other martial arts practitioners. Zhao Qingfeng, you're all that's left. Han Tianzhong said angrily. Sect leader Han. It's all a misunderstanding. My goal is to lure the Wulong Gang into making a move, not to deal with you. Don't let your bloodlust get the better of you. The Divine Sword sect isn't so easily bullied. Zhao Qingfeng spoke with a mixture of fear and threat. Zhao Qingfeng, weren't you very arrogant just now? Try being arrogant again and see what I'll do? Han Tianzhong showed no intention of letting him off the hook and slashed at him with his sword. Zhao Qingfeng exerted tremendous effort in an attempt to resist. Unexpectedly, with a snap, the long sword in his hand broke in two, and his right arm was severed by his opponent. So strong. Seeing this, Han Fei was also impressed by the power of such a master. If only I could have it forever. Master went too far in killing me, Yi Yao murmured to herself. Sister, this is the best choice. It's right to press our advantage. If we let them catch their breath and regroup to deal with us, that would be the most terrifying thing. Yi Tsong said dismissively. Brother, it's better to resolve conflicts than to let them fester. If things continue like this, what will we do when the old man from the Divine Sword sect comes out of seclusion? Yi Yao frowned and said worriedly. The Divine Sword sect has a deep foundation. Although Zhao Qingfeng is the sect leader, his master is still alive. He is a true grandmaster who has been in seclusion for many years. If he were to reappear in the martial world, the consequences would be unimaginable. It shouldn't happen today, right? Yi Tsong could only think optimistically. Han Tianzheng, you've severed my arm, and now the feud between our two sects is officially over. Zhao Qingfeng's angry voice reverberated in everyone's ears. Yeah? Since that's the case, why not just eliminate you? Han Tianzheng took a step out of thin air, teleported again, and arrived in front of Zhao Qingfeng in the blink of an eye, slashing down with his sword. Die! He made his final announcement. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. Immediately, a white light appeared on the treetop 100 meters away. This person pointed his fingers like a sword, using no weapon, yet unleashed a move from the Divine Sword sect. A sword light, as sharp as lightning, struck Han Tianzheng's back in the blink of an eye. He had no choice but to swing his sword to save Zhao Qingfeng, thus allowing Zhao Qingfeng to escape unscathed. When the two sword lights collided, Han Tianzheng, who had just been so arrogant, was suddenly sent flying backward, crashing into a pile of rubble and shattering it. Puff! Grandmaster Han Tianzheng coughed up a mouthful of blood. To everyone's horror, the white figure drew ever closer, and upon landing, used a cold emo looked at Han Tianzheng and said, Boy, do you really think the Divine Sword sect has no one left? You are the Divine Sword Master? Han Tianzheng was utterly shocked. The newcomer was of a higher generation than Zhao Qingfeng. He was none other than his master, the Divine Sword Master, one of the 5 great masters of Zhengzhou. Rumor has it that this person abdicated 10 years ago and went into seclusion to attempt to reach the Mahayana realm. I never expected that they would actually show up here today. In fact, his strength is even greater than it was 10 years ago. He has probably reached the pinnacle of a grandmaster. At this moment, though there is no sword in hand, one has already achieved the state of having a sword in one's heart. His martial arts skills far surpass those of Zhao Qingfeng. Master, you've come at the right time, please avenge your disciple. Zhao Qingfeng, now only having his rarely used left arm, appeared extremely angry. Disciple, rest assured, your master knows what he's doing. Master Shenzhen said coldly, then threatened Han Tianzheng, hand over the Spirit Gathering Pearl, or I will wipe out your entire Huayue sect. What is the Spirit Gathering Pearl? Han Tianzheng was sweating profusely. Was his Grandmaster trial card about to expire? Facing the Divine Sword Master, he had almost no chance of winning. 567, Chapter 567 Vicious Ideas. Don't play dumb with me. You are the only one who came out of the ancient tomb. Who else but you can give the Spirit Gathering Pearl, a supreme treasure of the martial arts world? The Divine Sword Master said coldly. It turns out that after 10 years of seclusion, he discovered that his current cultivation progress was far from enough to reach a higher realm, which made him think of the Spirit Gathering Pearl from 100 years ago. The reason Gu Qingmei was able to stand out from the crowd was because of this treasure, which allowed her to advance her cultivation 10 times faster than her peers. Coupled with his exceptional talent, he became incredibly popular and unmatched, and no one could suppress him. Since Gu Qingmei retired, everyone has been searching for the Spirit Gathering Pearl. Recently, Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb was discovered, and the Divine Sword Master also gave up his seclusion, hoping to obtain this treasure to help him break through to a new realm. Senior, I really don't know. Han Tianzheng was sweating profusely. This was bad. He had been targeted by the martial arts legend of Zhengzhou. Could he escape unscathed today? Most importantly, he accused him of obtaining some martial arts treasure. If the truth cannot be cleared today, the principle of possessing possessing a treasure is a crime will be repeated time and again in the Huaihua school. His master-level strength won't last much longer. How will he face the endless rounds of doubts in the future? Divine Swordmaster, since the other party doesn't know, why choose to make things difficult for a child? Suddenly, another powerful figure descended from the sky. This person is another of the 5 grandmasters of Zhengzhou, the demon-subduing true man from the demon-subduing sect. That's right. If you all trust me, hand this man over and take him back to the Black Dragon Gang for proper interrogation. Another one of the former appeared, and it turned out to be Tuoba Zhenyu, the old leader of the Wulong Gang, another grandmaster known as the Wulong Master. The 3 masters gathered together, all with Han Tianjing as their target. Normally, Han Tianjing wouldn't even be worthy of carrying these people's shoes. Today, they barely managed to put up a fight, only to be shocked to find themselves completely surrounded by grandmasters. Seniors, I truly have no idea what a spirit gathering pearl is. Han Tianjing reiterated this point. However, his words were completely ignored by the 3 powerful figures. Master Divine Sword, your sect has suffered no losses. I think it would be better to hand over the people of the Huaihua sect to me to take back. Master Subduing Demons said directly. I object. The Wulong Gang has suffered heavy losses. I should take Han Tianjing back with me. I am furious, said Master Wulong. Alright, you can discuss this slowly. I need to avenge my disciple. The Divine Sword Master frowned. With these 2 old fellows out, things wouldn't be so easy to handle. He pointed at Han Tianjing in the air, and immediately several sword shadows fell from the sky, slashing towards him as if in pursuit. Han Tianjing gripped his long sword tightly and attacked with all his might. He blocked several attacks, but his long sword shattered in the end, and he was seriously injured. Han Tianjing. You're still a fake grandmaster. Compared to true powerhouses, they are still utterly vulnerable. Zhao Qingfeng said happily, with Master's intervention, this person's arrogance is indeed suppressed. At least I'm better than you. Zhao Qingfeng, you've already lost an arm. You'll never be able to break through to the Grandmaster realm in this lifetime. Han Tianjing sneered. The opponent is a swordsman, and he can't even wield a sword with both hands now, let alone break through the limitations. Enough with the nonsense. Please leave your right arm behind too. The Divine Sword Master said indifferently. With a flick of his right hand, a sharp sword strike descended from the sky once more. Don't hurt my father. Han Fei stood in front of him, ready to die. Daughter, move aside. Han Tianjing's expression changed drastically. How could a master of this level be stopped by a mere physical body? The other members of the Huaihua sect were frantic, stamping their feet in despair. This was terrible. Even their young lady was going to die a violent death. Their fate would probably be similar. Just as several sword beams were about to shatter Han Fei, a handsome figure suddenly emerged from the direction of the rubble behind her, raising his hand to crush all the sword beams. Old man, how dare you bully a weak woman? Upon hearing this voice, Han Fei was overjoyed. It was Su Hao who had arrived. Not only was he unharmed, but he also returned safely with Huang Niuniu and Xiao Meinyang. But his smile vanished immediately. Su Hao had injuries on his body, and it was unclear whether he had encountered trouble during his escape or had been attacked by others inside the cave. Who exactly are you? So young, yet he possesses the strength of a grandmaster? The expression on the face of the Divine Sword Master changed. The attack just now was at least 70% of their strength. Without the strength of a grandmaster, it's impossible to stop them. I am Su Hao. The handsome young man said proudly. What, you're Su Hao? Yi Tsong looked embarrassed. He had always looked down on this man, thinking his previous victory was just a fluke. Only now did he realize that he was actually the most famous and youngest grandmaster in the eastern province. Brother Su, I didn't know you were this strong. Han Fei was overjoyed. She was already deeply infatuated, and now she was even more smitten. Who wouldn't like such a young and righteous grandmaster? Su Hao, no wonder you call yourself Su, you were just being modest. Yi Yao exclaimed. Other martial arts practitioners were also deeply moved. People have only heard of Su Hao's name, but few know what Su Hao is really like. Upon meeting him today, I can see that he is indeed composed, has sharp eyes, and is incredibly handsome. He truly deserves to be the youngest Grandmaster. Young Master Su, you will always be my idol. He's so handsome. If I didn't have a girlfriend, I would definitely have your babies. What do you mean by not having a girlfriend? So what, are you going to try and steal her away? I didn't expect 4 Grandmasters to gather here all at once. If we include Han Tianzheng from a few minutes ago, that makes 5 Grandmasters. Which is more powerful, the older generation of Grandmasters or the new generation? Will we find out today? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Young Master Su, he must be injured, not at his peak, otherwise these old guys wouldn't be able to compete with him. There was a lot of discussion around. Most of the young people were optimistic about Su Hao, while only a few people thought that the old guys like the Divine Sword Master, who had been famous for a long time, were not weak at all and were not so easy to deal with. Young man, are you really going to protect the Huaiyue sect? The Divine Sword Master's expression became much more serious. Su Hao is no match for the half-baked Han Tianzheng. If it really comes down to a fight, he might not stand a chance. You're wrong. I only want to protect Han Fei and Yi Yao. The fate of everyone else is up to fate. Su Hao has a clear sense of right and wrong, and he never cares about those who are not good to him. He doesn't want to play the saint. Ever since I helped Ji Wanxiao once, I've been disgusted by her. Han Fei and Yi Yao are both good, we should try our best to keep them. Very good. The Divine Sword Master was very satisfied when he looked at Han Tianzheng. His expression was one of annihilation. He said coldly, let's see who can save you this time. Wait a minute, didn't you want to know who has the Spirit Gathering Pearl? Han Tianzheng's eyes darted around, and a wicked idea came to him. 568, Chapter 568. Hurry up and get on it. If you tell me the whereabouts of the Spirit Gathering Pearl, I'll spare your life. The Divine Sword Master said with absolute certainty. Listen up, everyone. The Spirit Gathering Pearl is on this person. Han Tianzheng's words drew everyone's attention, and then he pointed at Su Hao and shouted loudly. Is this really true? The gaze of the Divine Sword Master towards Su Hao was already filled with intense killing intent. Certainly. Guess why he appeared last? It's because obtaining the Spirit Gathering Pearl delayed his escape time considerably. Han Tianzheng continued in a confident tone. Han Tianzheng, we have no grudge against each other, why are you ignoring me? Su Hao's face darkened. I just don't want to be your scapegoat. I've said my piece. What happens next is up to you seniors. As Han Tianzheng spoke, he led the Huaiyue sect members to stand aside and become spectators. A flash of anger crossed his eyes. Brat, this is what happens when you refuse to hand over the ancient divine sword. Everyone, wait. I don't have a Spirit Gathering Pearl on me at all. This is just a frame-up on his part. I believe that you seniors are all discerning and will be able to see through his lies. Su Hao faced the 3 Grandmasters and said coldly. You think you can just say you don't have it? If you're willing to stand still and let us search you, we'll naturally make our own judgment based on the results. The Divine Sword Master said with great disdain. That's right. You're a young man from out of town. Do people even know you? What makes you think they should trust you? The Demon Subduer Master had a stern face and showed no respect. Hand over the Spirit Gathering Pearl, or we'll take you back to the Black Dragon Gang for severe interrogation. When Master Wulong looked at Su Hao, he revealed a sinister gaze. The situation suddenly took a dramatic turn, and Su Hao never expected that he would become the target of everyone's criticism. Is he able to undergo the examination? Cannot. First of all, this is an insult. As fellow Grandmasters, they had no right to search him. Secondly, he has the 9-turn other Shoreflower on him. If someone accidentally damages it, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? In the end, the Spirit Gathering Pearl really is with Huang Niu. Once they turn their attention to her, things will become very complicated. Did everyone see that? This person has nothing more to say, tacitly admitting that he possesses the Spirit Gathering Pearl. If we don't act now, this treasure will fall into the hands of someone else. Han Tianzheng is still fanning the flames. Father, how could you be so shameless? Han Fei couldn't stand it anymore and said angrily. Fei Fei, you can't blame me for this. If I don't divert everyone's attention, they will target the Huaiyue sect. Are you willing to protect this pretty boy rather than sacrifice the Huaiyue sect? Han Tianjing said sternly. Han Fei was stunned. This was indeed a very difficult decision. The best solution, of course, is for both sides to weather the crisis. However, in the martial arts world, simply relying on reasoning is completely ineffective. There are too many treacherous people, and traps are everywhere. People without strength often cannot even protect those around them. Everyone knows that Master Shenjian and his group are openly robbing others, but so what? Will anyone stand up for them? No one dares to stand up and punish them. It's because of the difference in strength. Su Hao, you are the youngest grandmaster, you don't need the spirit gathering pearl at all. Why not hand it over and let someone of my high moral standing keep it safe for you? The Divine Sword Master suddenly changed his tone, shifting from coercion to persuasion. Young man, don't listen to his nonsense. Who doesn't know that the Divine Sword Master is morally corrupt? He's only after your treasure. Only by handing over to the demon subduing sect can we guarantee your safe departure from this place. The demon subduing master continued his threats. Their word doesn't count. Everyone says I'm a heretic, so hand over the spirit gathering pearl to me. I'll take those dangers for you. Master Wulong was going all out. Since he wasn't on the same side as these people, he decided to take all the risks. A cold smile hung on Su Hao's face. These people really have a brilliant idea, they're treating him like a fool. Everyone is eyeing the spirit gathering pearl, it's just that some are willing to admit it, while others are not. Fine, I hereby solemnly declare, if you want the spirit gathering pearl, bring it on. He stood proudly in place, like a long sword drawn from its sheath, unyielding and unbreakable. Young Master, why don't we just give up and hand over the spirit gathering pearl? Let's not get involved in this mess. Huang Niu was a little worried. Su Hao was already injured, and now he was fighting against 3 experts. He might not be able to gain the upper hand. There are many people all around eyeing the spirit gathering pearl covetously. Whoever gets the spirit gathering pearl today will become the target of everyone's ire. Yes, a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Taking this thing might not guarantee our safe escape. Xiao Meinyang was also a little worried. Do you think they'll let us go if we keep giving in? You've oversimplified the martial arts world. Su Hao shook his head and said. This Huang Niu scratched her head. It seemed that it really was true. She recalled the day her family's house was demolished. Her father had been humbled and apologized to them in every way, but in the end, their house was still completely destroyed. Tolerance never solves problems. Only by fighting to the very end can we have a glimmer of hope. What you said makes some sense. Xiao Meinyang glanced at Huang Niu, but she was actually more worried about her. This young lady's status may be in jeopardy today. Everyone, listen carefully. The spirit gathering pearl is on this person. What are you all standing around for? Let's go. Han Tianjing continued to fan the flames from the sidelines. Fei Fei. Su Hao suddenly said coldly. Young Master Su, what do you want to do? Han Fei's heart skipped a beat, and she felt that his eyes were a little scary at this moment. Your dad is too noisy. If he dares to say another word, don't blame me for taking action. A hint of killing intent flashed in Su Hao's eyes. Upon seeing this, Han Tianjing trembled with fear. The wrath of a grandmaster was truly terrifying. Who do you think you are, surnamed Su? With so many seniors present today, how can we tolerate your insolence? Yi Tsong continued to provoke them. Shut up. Su Hao darted forward, arriving directly behind the man, and delivered a powerful punch that sent the man flying more than 10 meters away. Thump! After landing, Yi Tsong was seriously injured and coughed up blood, unable to say anything for the time being. He made a forceful move, while everyone else watched coldly. How dare a mere ant challenge a grandmaster? Good lesson learned. Below the level of a grandmaster, all are mere insects. Some people even loudly condemned it. The other members of the Huaiyue sect were even more apprehensive, not daring to even meet Su Hao's gaze. Yi Yao felt a little embarrassed, thinking to herself that her brother, that idiot, had run into the line of fire. Even she felt that Su Hao's actions were perfectly justified. 569, Chapter 569 Arrogance. Wonderful! Su Hao, you truly deserve to be called a young grandmaster in the Southern Martial Alliance. Next, let me give you some pointers. As the Divine Sword Master spoke, he still held his fingers together as a sword, without using any weapon. However, 100-meter-long sword beam quickly condensed and, before the words were even finished, it had already slashed down towards Su Hao. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The power of a grandmaster at the peak was unleashed instantly, inspiring awe in all who beheld it. Good timing! Su Hao's heart stirred, and his true energy surged, unleashing a golden fist-shaped beam from the sky. Boom! Fist and sword clashed, and true energy surged. The ground where Su Hao was standing instantly caved in several meters. Surprisingly, he did not fall into a disadvantageous position when facing the Divine Sword Master. No wonder he's so powerful, he actually has some strength. Unfortunately, you're still too green. 8 Forms of Divine Sword. The Divine Sword Master finally roused himself, his aura drawing ever closer as the surrounding gales appeared. His disciples quickly retreated. The other martial arts figures who were watching the spectacle also kept their distance. In his hand appeared a 3-foot-long sword, and he actually used his famous weapon, the Sky-Breaking Blade. This is a top-tier weapon. His strength suddenly doubled compared to when he was unarmed. I'd like to see how many blows you can withstand. First move. His self-created sword technique appeared, and the weather suddenly changed. The sword energy was like a storm, with a destructive force, and crashed down. Then came the second move, the third move. Each move is more powerful than the last. Su Hao barely managed to parry the first move, but then came the second and the third. He kept retreating, his face growing paler with each move. It wasn't until the 8th move that a trickle of blood finally escaped from the corner of his mouth. Here's a joke, the youngest grandmaster. Ha 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 ha. What does he have to fight against the founder of the Divine Sword Sect? The arrogant disciple of the Divine Sword Sect said. Hey, you guys are going too far. If our young master hadn't been injured by Senior Gu Qingmei, how could he have lost to your grandmaster? Compared to Senior Gu, he's utterly inferior. Huang Niu, young and impetuous, said disdainfully. What, Gu Qingmei isn't dead? The Divine Sword Master's expression changed drastically. Impossible, this person's ancient tomb has existed for hundreds of years. How could she still be alive? Even the Demon Subduer Master refused to believe it. If you two don't believe me, why don't you go to the ruins of the cave and ask her for her guidance? Su Hao said coldly. You brat, this is your trick to lure me away from the mountain. How could I fall for it? The Divine Sword Master retorted. Should we challenge Gu Qingmei? What's the difference between that and courting death? Before she retired, she was already the #1 grandmaster. If she lived another 100 years, she would definitely be a witch, and no one would dare to mess with her. How could I, a dignified grandmaster, bully the old, weak, women, and children? The Demon Subduing Immortal said arrogantly. The Demon Subduing Immortal, is that right? Gu Qingmei has incredibly sharp hearing, she definitely heard what you said. Be careful, or she might cause you trouble. Su Hao deliberately scared him. Cough cough, so what if I heard it? She's a senior and highly respected figure, how could she possibly stoop to the level of a junior like me? Master Fumo's expression immediately changed. Don't be a coward if you dare. Huang Niu said dismissively. You shameless woman, you've always been disrespectful, a bastard born without any manners. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Enraged, the Demon Subduer struck out with his palm. The overwhelming force instantly swept over Huang Niu. Careful! Just as Su Hao was about to help, he discovered that the Divine Sword Master's moves had also been unleashed, so he had to temporarily retreat to defense. Oops! Xiao Mengyang was stunned. Her opponent was a grandmaster, and her strength was simply not enough. Presumptuous! Just at the critical moment, a tall figure suddenly flew over from a distance, struck out with a palm in mid-air, and instantly gained the upper hand when facing the demon-subduing master. Boom! The demon-subduer was sent flying dozens of meters backward, and even after landing, he was still unsteady on his feet and kept retreating. After finally managing to steady himself, he was still shaken so badly that blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The newcomer's single move caused him great harm. "Who are you, and why did you attack me?" The demon-subduer shouted unwillingly. "My name is Huang Shihu." The newcomer had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding the air of a grandmaster. Dad, you're finally back." Huang Nyo was overjoyed and immediately threw herself into his arms. "Nyo, I'm so sorry you've suffered." Huang Shihu looked at his beloved daughter with a loving smile. "No, Nyo is fine. Young master has always taken good care of me." Huang Nyo said, then immediately added, "Oh no, Dad, hurry and help young Master Su. It's alright, you won't die for now." But then, from the side, came Su Hao's tenacious voice. He exchanged a few blows with the Divine Sword Master, but only suffered minor injuries and was otherwise unharmed. "Brother Su, thank you for taking care of my daughter. Leave the rest to me." After Huang Shihu finished speaking, his eyes turned cold, and he looked first at the demon-subduer. "Huang Shihu, we are of the same generation. Do we really have to tear off our mask?" It looks terrible to the demon-subduer. Although he tried to glorify himself by saying such shameless things, everyone knows that Huang Shihu became famous 10 years earlier than him. Huang Shihu was now hailed as the foremost of the 5 grandmasters, even surpassing Lei Wanyan, the leader of the martial arts alliance. Furthermore, the two are close friends, making their status far superior to that of ordinary sect leaders. His palm strike just now already demonstrated his strength. The demon-subduer knew he was no match for him. "Master Fumo, you just said that Nyo was born but didn't have anyone to teach her?" Huang Shihu's face turned ashen. No, you misheard." The demon-subduer was pale and drenched in sweat. "Dad, it was him who said it. And there's also Divine Sword Master and Black Dragon Master. They're no good either. It'd be best to teach them a lesson together." Huang Nyo was unforgiving once she gained power. "Little girl, you treat him as immortal. How could we be afraid of you when you are fighting 3 against 1? Master Fumo immediately saw a glimmer of hope for survival. His own strength was no match for Huang Shihu, but with 3 grandmasters working together, there should be some chance. "Master Fumo, don't worry. As long as he makes a move, it will be a declaration of war against our Divine Sword sect." Master Shinjian was also afraid of being defeated one by one, so he first formed an alliance. "That's right, one day our Wulong gang will be able to join forces with the righteous sects," Master Wulong said with a shared sense of righteous indignation. Huang Shihu was as cold as ice. He looked at Fu Mo Jinren, Shinjian Jinren, and Wulong Jinren one by one and said disdainfully, "There isn't a single one of the grandmasters of this generation who can actually fight. If you're willing to lower your guard, why don't you all come at me together? What do I have to fear?" Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Is Huang Shihu really going to challenge 3 grandmasters at the same time? Arrogant. Presumptuous. Arrogant and disrespectful. Master Fumo, Master Shinjian, and Master Wulong roared, "Enough is enough." They exchanged a glance and decided to unite and challenge this martial arts legend. 570, Chapter 570. Say something. Let's do it. With a roar from the Divine Sword Master, the 3 grandmasters joined forces completely. They all unleashed their most powerful moves, instantly creating a fierce wind to the weak. It was like a battle of gods. Every move felt like the end of the world was about to come. "Excuse me." Huang Shihu said calmly. Golden light surrounded him, and a phantom image suddenly appeared behind him, similar to the laws of heaven and earth, merging with his main body, instantly doubling his aura. With a single punch, the Divine Sword Master was on high alert. He switched from offense to defense and used all his strength, but he still couldn't block it. He was sent flying backward, his face pale when he landed, and many of his meridians were shattered. Huang Shihu was quite satisfied with this move, and struck Wulong Jinren with another palm, which also knocked him away and injured him. When facing the demon subduer, he was not so polite. With a lightning-fast strike of his left hand, he caused the demon-subduing master to cough up half a liter of blood. Not content with that, he then slapped the man several more times. Clap clap clap. Even if the demon subduer is a grandmaster, so what? He was still beaten to a pulp by Huang Shihu, spitting out blood and losing several teeth. Everyone's expression changed drastically. I thought that the grandmaster level was probably the limit of strength in the martial arts world right now, but I never expected the gap in strength to be so huge. Huang Shihu truly lives up to his reputation as a legend in the martial arts world. Even when facing 3 opponents alone, he still maintains the upper hand. I wonder if Elder Huang accepts disciples. If I could become his apprentice, I would be willing to marry his daughter. Wow, you're taking both food and money. Master Huang is invincible below the great perfection level. Are you all qualified to become his disciples? Invincible, can he beat Lei Wanyan or Su Jinyuan? It's impossible for them to fight. Elder Huang and alliance leader Lei have been friends for many years. Some people sighed. Seeing Huang Shihu actually made everyone feel much more at ease. If the Divine Sword Master and others had the upper hand, they dared not get too close, fearing that those people would suddenly go berserk and implicate innocent people. Huang Shihu, on the other hand, left behind a reputation for chivalry in the martial arts world. Miss, your father is so powerful. Xiao Meinyang exclaimed. Even now, Huang Shihu was still very charming. When he was young, he was probably just as charming as Su Hao, with countless beauties falling for him. Yes. Huang Niu proudly raised her head and looked around, as if she wanted to find some worthy opponents for him. While they were fighting, Su Hao took another healing pill and secretly regulated his breathing. However, he was still shocked to witness Huang Shihu unleashing his full power. This person first made a move at the Bai family, where his opponent was the Poison Goo Master, and he still managed to overwhelm him. At that time, I felt that his strength was just so, and I couldn't appreciate the strength of a martial arts legend. Without comparison, there is no harm. Even grandmasters have differences. Old Huang, you're still too kind. Seeing that he had no intention of pursuing them and was merely teaching them a lesson, Su Hao somewhat disapproved of this approach. Practicing martial arts is about cultivating the mind. If one is too bloodthirsty, it may not be a good thing. Their mistakes are their sins, and I have no right to reward good or punish evil. Huang Shihu has an old-fashioned style and always maintains a benevolent and righteous heart. He wasn't saying this to Su Hao, but rather to Huang Niu, seemingly wanting to set a good example and instill correct values in her. My principles are different. Revenge for every grudge, settle every score for every grievance. Su Hao smiled faintly. If we follow Lao Huang's logic, then it's considered a lower-level approach. You can't say that my cultivation path is only suitable for myself, not for others. Young Master Su, with your strength, you definitely made the right choice. No matter what, stay true to your own path and don't let others sway you. Huang Shihu encouraged him. Thank you for your guidance, Su Hao said with a smile. Just then, the other 3 grandmasters quietly got up and tried to escape. Upon seeing this, Huang Shihu coldly said, "Stop." The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, and they all stopped in their tracks. Brother Huang, do you really intend to exterminate them all? The Divine Sword Master asked tremblingly. Huang Shihu, you've gone too far. I've already been injured by you today. Master Fuimo, having lost all face, said unhappily. What you up to? Master Wulong said with a grim expression. Were you just disrespectful to Brother Su Hao? No apology, and you think you can just slip away? Yellow Lion Tiger received the cold. Huang Shihu is a junior. Even if we speak bluntly, we have to tolerate him. Otherwise, do we think we can get away with anything? The Divine Sword Master was very unhappy. That's right, we're not wrong. It's extremely dangerous for him to be carrying the Spirit Gathering Pearl, and he's not guaranteed to escape unscathed. The demon-subduing master felt that his previous words made some sense and that he shouldn't apologize. Huang Shihu, you wouldn't happen to be here for the Spirit Gathering Pearl too, would you? Well, I thought you were some kind of moral saint, but it turns out you were hiding some evil intentions. Young man, you'd better be careful when it comes to interests. You can't trust anyone, whether they're your own brothers or just casual acquaintances. Master Wulong sowed discord. Some martial arts practitioners looked at him with a hint of suspicion. Yes, no one gets up early without a reason. Huang Shihu must have his own purpose, otherwise why would he be so kind? Most people don't believe that anyone can resist the temptation of the spirit gathering pearl. Young Master Su, do you really have a spirit gathering pearl? Huang Shihu asked in surprise. This thing disappeared for a century, and now it's back in the world. It's sure to cause a bloodbath. To be honest, it's not on me right now. Su Hao shook his head calmly. Where is it? Huang Shihu blurted out. Dad, are you really here for the spirit gathering pearl? Huang Yono's expression was also a little unnatural. Of course not. My strength is just like this for the rest of my life. I'm still a long way from reaching the Mahayana realm. Even if I get the spirit gathering pearl, I will still give it to you. Huang Shihu shook his head. The spirit gathering bead is very effective for young people. However, for experts who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation, this thing can only be an added bonus and cannot bring about significant changes. Dad! The spirit gathering pearl is really on me. Given by the young master. Huang Yonyo lowered her voice so that outsiders wouldn't hear. What? Huang Shihu trembled all over. He couldn't believe that Su Hao wouldn't even be interested in a sacred artifact of the martial arts world. This young man was truly unfathomable. However, after the initial surprise, Huang Shihu's expression changed. If what happened before was justice, then what happened now is evil. He wanted to kill someone. The three grandmasters present posed a significant threat to the spirit gathering pearl. Even if he let them go today, they would surely come back to haunt him in the future. He was unwilling to kill for himself, but to clear obstacles for his daughter, he was willing to fall into the demonic path. Huang Shihu, say something, what are you planning? Master Fu Mo was a little worried, feeling that something was not right. 571, Chapter 571. Man will conquer nature. Either admit your mistake, or I'll kill you all. Huang Shihu suddenly said coldly. You, surnamed Huang, are simply too arrogant. Openly threatening a grandmaster, we have no grudge against each other. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the Martial Alliance for such reckless behavior? The Divine Sword Master was extremely displeased. He didn't know what his daughter had said, but she seemed like a completely different person. Martial Alliance? To put it bluntly, the Martial Alliance is just a figurehead. They can't even find out who killed the former Alliance leader. Do you think they can care about your lives? Huang Shihu wasn't targeting his friend Lei Wanyan, but rather saying that this was simply the cruel reality. Relying on outsiders cannot protect you completely. Dad, you're right, they're too arrogant, they should pay the price. Huang Yonyo was very supportive. You're crazy, I'm not going to waste my time on you. If I want to leave, can you stop me? The demon subduer had a sudden thought and leaped up. In the blink of an eye, it had already flown dozens of meters away. Trying to leave? Huang Shihu's expression changed, and he vanished from the spot in a flash. To everyone's surprise, he caught up quickly like an eagle and punched his enemy through the chest. Boom! Even a powerful grandmaster would be instantly pulverized by this punch. Everyone was horrified. The demon subduer was actually dead? The members of the demon subduing sect, in particular, looked at each other in dismay, feeling as if the sky had fallen. When a sect doesn't even have a grandmaster, it's nothing short of a pipe dream to try and maintain its top 2 position. Pretty. Huang Yonyo clapped her hands, looking very satisfied. Su Hao was slightly taken aback. Was this still Huang Shihu? Because of Nyonyo's words, he had become a completely different person at this moment. His expression was serious, as if he had become the king of hell. Sharp. Xiao Mainyang was extremely envious among the masters she had seen so far. Only Huang Shihu and Gu Qingmei could defeat a grandmaster with a single punch. The surviving Divine Sword Master and Black Dragon Master both had drastic changes in expression. They finally felt the threat of death. Since becoming famous, they had become complacent and gained status in the martial arts world. It wasn't until they offended Huang Shihu that they began to feel resentful. It seems we can't win, and we can't escape either. Huang Shihu, do you really want to make an enemy of the entire righteous path? The Divine Sword Master was still putting up a fight, trying to create pressure from public opinion. The entire righteous path? Come on, give the order, and I'd like to see who responds. Huang Shihu said coldly. The Divine Sword Master's face was grim. If he said such a thing, would anyone really stand up for him? When he bullied Han Tianzhang, no one stood up for him. When he was dealing with Su Hao, no one stood up for him. Now it's his turn. Will there be a master-level expert who would be willing to break ties with Huang Shihu? Let's get down to business. What's the difference between everyone being selfish and resorting to evil and crooked paths? Master Wulong said disdainfully. You talk too much. Huang Shihu's face darkened, and he suddenly struck out with his palm at the man. The two were hundreds of meters apart when one of them struck out with his palm, but the force of the blow was astonishing, startling Master Wulong into hastily preparing to fight back. What happened next left him with a sense of unease, even in death. Huang Shihu's second palm strike followed immediately, the double true energy piercing through his chest with overwhelming force, killing him instantly. If it took one punch to defeat the demon subduer, then it took two palm strikes to defeat this person. Was it a bit of an overkill to do so? The stench of blood wafted around and soon disappeared. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. The influence of these two grandmasters completely vanished from that point on. The lone Divine Sword Master was drenched in cold sweat. Everyone looked at him and noticed that his legs were trembling. He was constantly wiping away sweat, and his fear of death was written all over his face. Huang Shihu, I will never dare to bully the weak again. I will go back to seclusion and never concern myself with the affairs of the martial world again. Please, have mercy, and spare my life. As he spoke, he actually knelt down on both knees and kowtowed. Isn't it too late to admit your mistake now? Huang Shihu was momentarily moved with pity, but he immediately hardened his heart. This man had to die, or there would surely be fierce retaliation. People in the martial arts world value their reputation above all else, and when they start to disregard shame, that's when they become the most terrifying. Young Master Su Hao, please, I'll give you anything you want. Money, women, or status in the martial arts world. I'm willing to give you the entire Divine Sword sect, all its wealth, all its female disciples. They're all yours. If you prefer male disciples, there are thousands of them too. The Divine Sword Immortal crawled forward, tears streaming down his face. Everyone was stunned by these words. Is this something a Grandmaster could say? They are no different from animals. Roll. Su Hao just felt disgusted and truly felt sorry for the disciples of the Divine Sword sect. The others thought the same thing and all looked in the direction of the Divine Sword sect. The usually proud disciples all lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact with anyone. Oh no, there's miasma! Suddenly someone shouted loudly. 100 meters away, a black miasma, like a dark cloud, blotted out the sun and was rushing towards them. Several disciples who were close by were immediately engulfed by the miasma. They let out a scream, then quickly fell silent and died. Is the miasma that powerful? Su Hao frowned, sensing something was amiss. This is no ordinary miasma. It's the desolate miasma of the ancient forest. Anyone below the Grandmaster level who gets even a little bit involved is basically sentenced to death. As a local, the Divine Sword Master was immediately shocked and muttered to himself, there's too much miasma here. It doesn't seem to be naturally formed. Could someone be controlling it? He couldn't bring himself to say anything without evidence. Taking advantage of the chaos, he began to flee frantically. At first, after escaping for 100 meters, seeing that Huang Shihu did not make a move, he ran 1,000 meters in a flash. Dad, someone has slipped away. Huang Nyo said regretfully. We can't handle it for now. I'm thinking about how to deal with this miasma. At this moment, many more people were unable to escape and perished in the miasma. There were simply too many people searching for treasure today. They all ended up gathering in this area, with a crowd of at least 50,000 people surrounding it. Huang Shihu felt that his earlier massacre had already committed a grave crime. Only by doing something to dilute this sin can we stabilize our resolve. He wanted to atone for his sins. Old Huang, don't do anything reckless. You are merely a Grandmaster, not a god. You have no obligation to save them. Su Hao's strength had recovered to about 70 to 80%, and if he wanted to leave, the miasma couldn't catch up with him at all. Young Master Su, human will can conquer nature, please allow me to give it a try. After saying that, Huang Shihu flew into the air, shouted, and threw a punch at the miasma in front of him. The powerful shockwave instantly dispersed much of the miasma, giving the surrounding martial arts practitioners time to escape. 572, Chapter 572 Fatal Fate. Huang Shihu is saving us. Someone noticed this scene and said with admiration, "Run!" Huang Shihu felt something was wrong. It was really strange that the miasma had dispersed and then gathered again. As if it couldn't be dispersed at all, he threw 2 more punches, but all he could do was slow down the speed of the miasma, not dispel it. "I'll help you." Su Hao's heart stirred, and he couldn't help but fly up as well. The 2 grandmasters joined forces for the first time, and with 2 palm strikes, half of the miasma was instantly dispersed. More and more martial arts practitioners escaped, and many of them began to cheer once they reached safety. "Senior Huang, young Master Su, you are truly our saviors. In the martial arts world, it would be great to see more chivalrous masters like these." Words of admiration came from all directions. Su Hao and his companion were not happy at all. They exchanged a glance and both realized the same problem: the miasma could not be dispelled at all. Whether it's 1 grandmaster or 2 grandmasters, the effect is the same. These are all invisible poisonous gases, and even the most potent internal energy is useless against them. "Old Huang, let's retreat." Su Hao returned to the ground and suddenly started coughing violently. Just now, he had accidentally inhaled 2 breaths of miasma, which made him feel unwell, and his internal energy also became disordered. He had a familiar feeling, as if the ingredients in this were similar to those in the life-taking pill, and that it contained some kind of dissolving power powder. This also explains why poisoned people cannot leave. If you inhale enough miasma, you will lose all your martial arts skills and become just like an ordinary person. How can you then resist the poison in it? Could this be the work of the martial arts world in the north? Su Hao's mind flashed to Su Jinyuan. Perhaps this matter was closely related to this person. "No! I can't leave. If we allow these miasmas to spread, it will be a catastrophe for the entire martial arts world. Its harm is enough to kill tens of thousands of people." As Huang Shihu was speaking, he couldn't catch his breath and landed directly on the ground. His face was pale, indicating that he had absorbed a lot of miasma earlier and was far from being at his peak condition. "Senior Huang, let's escape together. Everyone has their own destiny. Whoever dies under the miasma is ordained by heaven. Please don't blame yourself. Senior is alone and not a member of the Martial Alliance, so he has no obligation to save everyone. Some kind-hearted people are still trying to persuade them. He's gone, what do we do now? With great power comes great responsibility. Doesn't he pride himself on being righteous? The legendary martial arts master can't even deal with miasma. How shameful." Some people who were not strong enough, seeing that they were about to be swallowed by the miasma, suddenly started to complain. They didn't blame heaven or earth, but only Huang Shihu for not coming to their aid. "Holy crap! You bunch of good-for-nothings, what does your poor martial arts skills have to do with my father? Even if we rescue you, it will only be a waste of food." Huang Nyo said angrily. "Nyo, don't be rude." Huang Shihu regained his usual composure and said solemnly, "Young Master Su, Nyo is impulsive by nature. I hope you will try your best to keep an eye on her in the future." "Old Huang, what do you mean by that?" Su Hao had a feeling of apprehension, as if he were entrusting his son to someone on his deathbed. "I can only trust you now. Everyone else is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Only young Master Su is loyal and righteous." After Huang Shihu finished speaking, he looked at Huang Nyo and said, "Daughter, you must listen to young Master Su from now on. He would never harm you, understand?" "I understand, I've always been obedient." Huang Nyo nodded, then said, "Dad, you can't do anything reckless." "Alright. Mere obstacles, this is a natural disaster, watch how I destroy it." With a powerful kick, Huang Shihu transformed into a golden dragon and soared back into the air. He suddenly unleashed all his true energy, and in an instant, a giant vortex formed around him. The so-called miasma was just a toxic gas. After being strongly absorbed, it could no longer be stabilized and quickly entered Huang Shihu's body. The scene that had just been so dark and gloomy immediately changed. The miasma around them gradually decreased and eventually disappeared completely. No! Huang Niuniu was completely stunned when she saw this scene. With a loud bang, Huang Shihu crashed heavily to the ground, looking like an old man who knew no martial arts at all, and finally spat out a mouthful of black blood. Old Huang, you're really messing things up. Su Hao guessed he would do this, but unfortunately there was nothing he could do to stop him. When he arrived, he found that Huang Shihu's hair had turned white in an instant, and his face was covered with countless purple bubbles. When he tried to touch him, he found that every part of his body was covered in these poisonous gases. His life was slowly slipping away, and he was in the most dangerous situation. I'm atoning for my sins. Huang Shihu forced a final smile, but unfortunately his face was covered in pustules, so no one could tell. Young master, please save my father. Huang Niuniu cried, tears streaming down her face. Niuniu, don't worry. Su Hao noticed the pendant dangling around her neck and a thought struck him. He said, perhaps there's still a glimmer of hope. No, perhaps this is a tremendous opportunity for Lao Huang. Young master, what are you saying? Huang Niuniu was bewildered. Here, borrow your spirit-gathering pearl. Before she could react, Su Hao took off the pendant and took out the golden pearl from the jade. At that moment, the world changed color, and streams of spiritual energy gathered together. So you're talking about the spirit-gathering pearl? Huang Shihu said weakly. Old Huang, I'm giving you the spirit-gathering pearl now. It will become a part of your body, helping you quickly absorb these poisonous gases and transform them into your profound inner strength. Perhaps, it will even help you break through to the Grandmaster realm and enter the Great Ascension realm. Su Hao said seriously. No, these things should be given to Niu. No, I am too old, these are useless to me. Huang Shihu glanced around. This implies that many people are eyeing it covetously. Eighth brother, if the spirit-gathering pearl can save your life, what use would I have for it? Didn't you say that you have regrets and can't stabilize your Dao heart? This will become my obsession. Huang Niuniu advised. Let's not delay, Lao Huang, excuse me. Su Hao swiftly shoved the spirit-gathering pearl directly into his mouth. When he came into contact with the toxic skin, he immediately felt a burning sensation, as if he had come into contact with a strong acid. With Su Hao's help, the spirit-gathering pearl was successfully transferred to the dantian after entering the mouth. Instantly, all the poisonous gas, guided by the spirit-gathering pearl, transformed into pure true energy, gradually becoming part of the yellow lion tiger. His complexion is improving. Great, there's hope. Huang Niuniu laughed happily. Yes, the spirit-gathering pearl worked. Huang Shihu sighed, not particularly happy, and continued, at this rate of conversion, it won't reach its peak in less than 3 days. That's better than sitting here and waiting to die, Huang Niuniu immediately said. It's no use, this will only bring about your death. Huang Shihu's gaze shifted. 573, Chapter 573. The conflict begins. Su Hao, you've finally shown your true colors, haven't you? The spirit-gathering pearl is a supreme treasure of the martial arts world. You actually gave it to a cripple. What a waste. The next moment, the divine sword master reappeared. With Huang Shihu down, what else is there to fear? He reverted to his arrogant demeanor, staring at Su Hao with a chilling murderous aura. You want to pick up the scraps? Su Hao frowned. If it were just him alone, he was confident he could kill him, but now the situation had become complicated. Divine Swordmaster, you really have a thick skin. You were just kneeling and begging for mercy, and now you actually dare to show yourself? Huang Shihu, you are already exhausted and your life is nearing its end. Even if you were given the spirit-gathering pearl, it wouldn't be enough to save you. You might as well give it to this old monk. Suddenly, a figure landed on the ground. This man, with a shaved head and carrying a Zen staff, was actually Zen Master Fa Xiang, a patriarch from the Wuxiang school. Wild monks, this isn't a Buddhist temple. Aren't you meddling too much? Huang Shihu, you were quite a handsome man in your youth. If you don't mind, why not marry me? Let's spend our old age together, fighting for justice. Another red figure flew out. It was none other than the Amei sect master, Absolute Extinction. It is said that this person is over 50 years old, but has a beautiful face and looks like a young woman. She is very elegant and can even use her beauty to seduce Huang Shihu. Extinction, you are disrespectful to your elders, you're almost in the ground, yet you still dare to seduce people. Divine Sword Master was very dissatisfied. These two must have just arrived, yet they actually wanted to covet the spirit gathering pearl. A honey trap, sending a few young girls might have a chance, but what use are you? You haven't forgotten that Huang Shihu's wife was once a saintess of the Poison Gu cult, have you? Master Fa Xiang announced loudly. What? You actually married a witch? Niju Jinlen's expression changed drastically. She really didn't know. That's right. Huang Shihu knew he couldn't hide it anymore and nodded. You're the witch, your whole faction are witches. Huang Niao was furious. Why should her mother be called a witch? As righteous people, they all know that the word witch represents evil. Well, you even have a daughter. Doesn't this mean she's the future holy maiden of the Poison Gu cult? The announcement of the extinction of the real person was cold and indifferent. These words immediately caused a stir among everyone. Holy crap, she's actually a descendant of a witch? Don't let her go. If she returns to the Poison Gu cult, the consequences will be unimaginable. Kill her, you must kill her. Other martial arts practitioners were filled with righteous indignation, their eyes blazing with boundless anger as they looked at Huang Niao. Over the years, the Poison Gu cult and the righteous path have had countless disputes, and the hatred between the two sides has grown stronger. Neither side wants the Poison Gu cult to have a new holy maiden. Hello? Have you all forgotten? It was my dad who saved everyone just now. With this kind of attitude, how dare you call yourself the righteous path? Huang Niao was furious. These people had no sense of morality. Yellow Lion Tiger, do you see that? Your daughter is already an enemy of the martial arts world. The only way to save her life is to cooperate with the Divine Sword sect. As long as you hand over the spirit gathering pearl, I guarantee I'll take her away safely. A crazy plan appeared in the mind of the Divine Sword Master. Once he obtains the spirit gathering pearl, he will one day be able to reach the Mahayana realm. At that time, he can then possess Huang Niao and simultaneously control both the Divine Sword sect and the Poison Gu sect. Why would he have to worry about not becoming the leader of the martial arts world? Huang Shihu, do you believe the despicable Divine Sword sect, or are you willing to believe the formless sect? No matter what, our sect's reputation is still better than these people's. Master Fa Xiang said proudly. Wild monk, your sect doesn't have a single woman. How will you protect her daughter? Huang Shihu, if you give us the spirit gathering pearl, the Amei sect, aside from anything else, can guarantee her safety for 100 years. The way of the extinction master with confidence. Hey, don't talk nonsense. My father is currently relying on the spirit gathering pearl to prolong his life. Without this treasure, he would be dead. How can he trust you? Huang Niao thought these people were utterly despicable. They were like people who would eat you alive. That's his own problem. Who would be stupid enough to inhale miasma? Do you think the people he saved will be grateful to him forever? Before long, they won't even remember his name. The Divine Sword Master scoffed. Such a stupid person is rare these days. Enough with the nonsense. Huang Shihu, you're not handing over the spirit gathering pearl, are you? Then I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Master Fa Xiang's eyes darted around, and he suddenly swung his staff, aiming for Huang Shihu's head. This time, she went all out, and by the time Su Hao reacted, it was already a little too late. Damn it! Divine Sword Master and Extinction Master were also surprised. This bald man was too despicable, and his attack came without warning. Stop! Just then, a tall figure descended from the sky and struck Master Fa Xiang in the back, forcing him to return to defend him. The two then exchanged blows from a distance. Boom! The Zen Master Fa Xiang was so shocked that he was forced back several meters, and finally managed to block the attack by plunging his staff into the ground. Who dares to protect Huang Shihu? He said angrily. Dharma-faced bald monk, are you taking advantage of the Southern Martial Alliance because there are no experts? The newcomer said in a deep voice. You are Lei Wanyan. Master Fa Xiang recognized the person and his expression changed. Gentlemen, I advise you not to move. The next moment, several elders of the Southern Martial Alliance arrived and issued a faint warning. Seeing that Lei Wanyan was well prepared, the three of them, including the Divine Sword Master, had no choice but to stay put. Lei Wanyan, you're here for the Spirit Gathering Pearl too, aren't you? Extinction Master said angrily. Extinction, this is not your territory, you have no right to make false accusations. Brother Huang and I are close friends. I couldn't stand seeing you bully the weak with your numbers, so I had no choice but to take action to uphold justice. Lei Wanyan said with righteous indignation. Following then he turned to Huang Shihu and said, Brother, I'm late, you should have come to see me first when you came back. This time you came alone and were outnumbered. Now you've been bullied, haven't you? Brother Lei, you are the alliance leader and you are usually very busy. How could I dare to disturb you? Huang Shihu smiled helplessly. He was a seasoned veteran, knowing that favors were the hardest to repay. Although Enlai had been around for a long time, it would be disrespectful to the martial arts alliance leader if he were to come to him for such a trivial matter. He originally only came to take Huang Niao back. If it weren't for the miasma, he would have succeeded long ago. Was it necessary to call Lei Wanyan along? Leader Lei, how did you get here? Su Hao suddenly asked. I just arrived too. When we discovered that Boss Huang had publicized the matter of Senior Gu Qingmei's treasure, we had to issue a warning to all the martial arts sects, telling them to act within their capabilities. Look, we've already lost several grandmasters, a tragedy for the entire martial arts world. Lei Wanyan said sadly. 574, Chapter 574 A Grand Strategy. Lei Mengzhu is compassionate and merciful. Having such a leader is the luckiest thing for our southern martial arts world. One of the Martial Arts Alliance elders sighed. Yeah? I have a feeling there's something wrong with this old guy. He only came out at full strength now, he must have come for the Spirit Gathering Pearl. Do you really believe that anyone can maintain their Dao heart when facing the Spirit Gathering Pearl? The way that Zen Master Fa Xiang questioned. You bald bastard, don't you ever learn your lesson? I thought you were quite arrogant before, but now you dare to slander me? Lei Wanyan spoke with a stern face, and then acted with lightning speed. He threw a punch with unparalleled force. Master Fa Xiang's expression changed. He hadn't expected this person to disregard his status as the alliance leader and launch a sneak attack. He tried to resist, but it was a little too late, and he was instantly sent flying. He landed with blood on the corner of his mouth, clearly injured. Brother Huang, how much of your peak strength do you think my punch represents? Lei Wanyan did not pursue them, but returned to Huang Shihu's side and asked with a smile. Brother Lei, you are too modest. You are exceptionally talented and cultivate diligently, unlike me who is attached to my daughter and cannot let go of her. Our strength has unknowingly narrowed the gap infinitely, and now you are the number one person below the Great Ascension stage. Huang Shihu said politely. Oh? Brother Huang, you think too highly of me. There are countless martial arts masters in the entire world. Someone as insignificant as me is nothing. Lei Wanyan feigned modesty. Alliance leader Lei, I have a question for you. Su Hao suddenly said. Young man, what's the matter? Please speak freely. Lei Wanyan smiled. Was there any dissolving power powder in the miasma just now? Su Hao asked coldly. How would I know? Lei Wanyan shook his head, his expression unchanged. You really don't know? When I took the life-snatching pill, I was thinking about a question: where did the dissolving power powder inside come from? At first, when you said that Su Jinyuan poisoned the poisoner, I thought there was some truth to it. It wasn't until today, when the miasma appeared, that I suddenly realized what was going on. So it turns out that everything was orchestrated by you, Lei Wanyan. You're just a hypocrite, you definitely have some shady plans behind the scenes. As Su Hao spoke, he grabbed Huang Niao and Xiao Mengyang's hands and suddenly retreated dozens of meters. Lei Wanyan's face turned extremely ugly. He stared at Su Hao and said murderously, Su, I have tolerated you time and time again. I never thought that you would dare to question this leader of the alliance. Even now, I think you have been bewitched by the witch of the Poison Gu sect and have completely fallen. If I'm really wrong, that would be a blessing for the martial arts world. Otherwise, having an alliance leader like you would be detrimental to everyone. Old Huang, let's go. Su Hao gave Huang Shihu a wink. Brother Lei, Su Hao is a young man who acts impulsively. I'll have him come to apologize in person another day. Farewell for today, until we meet again. Huang Shihu cupped his hands in greeting and walked towards Su Hao, preparing to join them. Stop! Lei Wannian suddenly shouted. Brother Lei, is there anything else you need? Huang Shihu turned around and asked with a smile. Giving orders is useless, but, a second ago, Lei Wanxian had a faint smile on his face, and the next second he rushed to Huang Shihu's side and used the black tiger heart-piercing move, instantly piercing through his dantian and pulling out a bloody golden spirit-gathering bead. Lei Wannian, I've done you a favor, and you actually resort to sneak attacks? Huang Shihu's expression changed drastically. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Su Hao hadn't expected Lei Wannian to be so shameless with tens of thousands of eyes watching. He completely disregarded his image as the alliance leader. How was his behavior any different from that of a villain from the demonic path? In the martial arts world, the most important thing, ingratitude, was displayed to the fullest extent in his actions. I knew it, this man's eyes were wrong. He's not a gentleman at all. Zen Master Fa Shan put his hands together and chanted Umatba, seemingly mourning for Huang Shihu. Thump! After losing the spirit-gathering pearl, Huang Shihu's internal poison erupted again, and he collapsed instantly. Dad! Huang Nyo cried out in terror and rushed over. Miss, it's dangerous. If you go there now, what difference is there between you and going to your death? Xiao Mainyang hugged him tightly. Lei Wannian, why did you do this? You already have power and influence, and are the #1 martial arts master in the south. How can you lay a hand on old Huang? Su Hao said angrily. The #1 martial arts master in the south? As long as Huang Shihu lives, he'll always be able to step on my head. Now that he has obtained the spirit-gathering pearl, what do I have to surpass him? Lei Wannian's face gradually contorted, completely influenced by jealousy. His demonic thoughts took hold, and he lost all the demeanor of a grandmaster, instead becoming a detestable demon. Brother Lei, I never thought of surpassing you. Huang Shihu said weakly. You don't want to surpass it. But you're more talented than me. You'll always be the one overshadowing me. If you hadn't married the witch, the position of martial arts alliance leader would never have fallen to me. Even Ouyang Ke spoke highly of you. That old man truly deserved to die. He praised you years ago, but recently he's started praising Su Hao. Do you think he's out of his mind? Who exactly is his last disciple? On what basis does he imply that the position of the future leader of the Martial Arts Alliance will be handed over to Su Hao? Lei Wannian poured out his grievances frantically. However, his words shattered everyone's worldview. This person's jealousy is terrifying. First, he was jealous of his friend Huang Shihu, and then he was jealous of his junior, Su Hao. Lei Wannian, according to you, you're saying that you took care of Senior Ouyang? You're a bastard who betrays his master and ancestors. Su Hao roared angrily. That's right. I killed him. You really think I kindly gave you a dagger? That was just a tool to frame you. Sure enough, the Ouyang family immediately, I think you're the murderer. But I can't kill you immediately, you have other uses. Finding Du Qingmei's whereabouts and obtaining the spirit-gathering pearl is your ultimate mission. And incidentally, we can also lure out Yellow Lion Tiger. Lei Wannian became more and more excited as he spoke. This was the grandest game he had ever played in his life. Everyone else was just a pawn, and he was the one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The Shadow Gate, Miyamoto Goro, the Flower Palace, the Divine Sword Gate, and so on, were all being toyed with by him. Now that he has successfully obtained the spirit-gathering pearl, Huang Shihu was seriously injured and on the verge of death, and Su Hao is slightly injured and has two burdens to carry as long as he gets rid of these two nemesis once and for all. Who in the southern martial arts world can suppress him from now on? How cruel you are! Su Hao sighed, realizing that he was even more vicious than the Poison Gu Master. As expected, when righteous people become ruthless, evil and crooked ways have no place to exist. Once the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance becomes a villain, who can notice it beforehand? It's too late now, everyone's already in the game, and he's become the biggest winner. 575, Chapter 575. Make way. Vicious? No, I have a legitimate reason. Listen up, everyone. I now suspect that Huang Shihu is colluding with the demonic cult, and his daughter is the best evidence. Does anyone have a question? Although Lei Wanyan held the blood-soaked spirit-gathering pearl in his hand, he still maintained a righteous and indignant tone when he spoke these words. Having served as the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance for so many years, he was extremely adept at managing his expressions. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a vicious traitor who betrayed his master and ancestors into a guardian of righteousness. The alliance leader is right. Huang Shihu was a traitor to the righteous path. We should have attacked him when he married the previous holy maiden. Letting him roam freely for so many years is already an act of mercy from our martial alliance. An elder immediately stood up and firmly supported Lei Wanyan. That's right, Huang Shihu has fallen, and we should settle accounts with him properly. The Poison Gu cult is a sect that everyone should kill. The alliance leader has been planning this for so long for the greater good. What's wrong with that? He's doing it for the entire martial arts world. Leader, give the order, kill Huang Shihu. We absolutely cannot let this tiger return to the mountains today. Many people were filled with righteous indignation. You've gone mad, you've all gone completely mad. No one wants to hurt my father today. Huang Niu rushed over, trying to stand in front of Huang Shihu to protect his safety. Which, if you don't want to die, please get out of my way. Lei Wanyan shouted suddenly. He had no intention of killing Huang Niu, feeling it wasn't a big deal. Yet Huang Niu wasn't strong enough to pose much of a threat. Keeping her alive might allow him to unite other forces later, or it might be more useful than killing her. Lei Wanyan, one day I will kill you, she said angrily. Really, that day will never come. With the spirit-gathering pearl in hand, who will be able to surpass my cultivation speed in the future? And I am the next Gu Qingmei, the strongest martial artist of the future. Lei Wanyan said coldly, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before fixing on Shinjian Jinren. You are a representative figure of the southern martial world. Although you did some shady things today, I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. Kill Huang Shihu, and you will become a martial alliance elder. Is this really true? The Divine Sword Master was overjoyed. With so many people listening, would I, the leader of this alliance, break my promise to you? Lei Wanyan said proudly. Good. Good. The Divine Sword Master then looked at the injured martial arts legend and said coldly, you surnamed Huang, you never imagined that you would die by my hand in the end. Divine Sword Master, do not aid and abet evil. Huang Shihu said angrily, then spat out another mouthful of blood. Even on the verge of death, he still maintains a lecturing posture? Go to hell. The man, armed, charged forward. All eyes were on the battle. The Divine Sword Master launched a surprise attack, perfectly showcasing the strength of a grandmaster, appearing incredibly powerful. However, as he approached, Huang Shihu took a breath, suddenly stood up, his tall figure radiating an almost invincible aura, and threw a punch in anger. Boom! The Divine Sword Master was directly blown away by the fierce shockwave, and upon landing, he was severely injured. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Although Huang Shihu was seriously injured, he was still far superior to such a petty person. As expected, he still has the strength to fight. Lei Wanyan was secretly delighted. It wasn't that he didn't want to take action, but he felt that Huang Shihu was a bit scary before he died. If he were bitten, it would be terrible. Father, you can't keep pushing yourself. Huang Niu was heartbroken. It's alright, I can fight again. Huang Shihu smiled forlornly. Today was truly the twilight of a hero. His physical condition was worse than ever. That punch he had just thrown had triggered the resurgence of the miasma within him, which was gradually invading his internal organs. He has no way to cure the poison now, so he can only release all his power and try to create a way out for Huang Niu in the last moment. Anyone who isn't afraid of death, come on over. Huang Shihu suddenly stood up. Blood was still flowing from his body, but he still looked like a grandmaster. Anyone who met his gaze, whether a grandmaster or anyone else, bowed their head. Huang Shihu, you are already at your last gasp. Do you still want to make enemies of the whole world? Lei Wanyan said coldly. No, I don't want to hurt anyone, I just want to leave with Niu. Huang Shihu said helplessly. Don't worry, as long as you're dead, no one can touch my precious niece today. At this moment, Lei Wanyan is still able to cultivate connections. It has to be said that his composure is admirable and not something that ordinary people can do. Is this really true? Huang Shihu's heart skipped a beat. That's right, all I want is for you to die. Lei Wanyan said decisively. These words immediately silenced Huang Shihu. Suddenly, the others thought they had a chance and rushed out, launching an attack on him from all directions. A bunch of small fry. Huang Shihu was furious. It was truly a case of a tiger fallen into the plains being bullied by dogs. Surprisingly, many of those who attacked him were innate martial artists. Normally, these people wouldn't even dare to glance at us, but today they've actually dared to mess with us. He grabbed a handful of blood from his wound and flung it out in all directions. This poisonous blood became the most effective weapon. With a hissing sound, all the enemies who attacked instantly died. Oh no, he still has energy left. What an old codger, even injured like that, he's still so strong. Grandmasters are too strong, aren't they? Many people sighed loudly. Dad! Please stop. Huang Niu felt extremely distressed, and every time she made a move, she was burning her life force. He was in terrible condition. He looked like he was about to collapse at any moment. Niu, no matter what, you must live. Remember, today is not your fault, nor is it anyone else's fault, it's just that I not enough strength. Even in his final moments, Huang Shihu was still trying to persuade Huang Niu to do good. No. It's all these people's fault today. What did Dad do wrong? Huang Niu didn't understand, nor did she want to understand. Her eyes were filled with anger. If these people hadn't betrayed us, and if Lei Wanyan hadn't launched the sneak attack, things would never have turned out this way. Brother Huang, you need to make a decision. Either commit suicide in public, or I will lead the Martial Alliance's experts to rid the people of this scourge. Lei Wanyan didn't want to drag it out any longer, fearing something unexpected might happen. I only have one question, are you really willing to let Niu go? Huang Shihu asked in grief and indignation. Don't worry, she's still useful to me. Lei Wanyan smiled coldly. It works? Huang Shihu didn't have time to speculate about what other malicious plans this person might have, but based on his understanding, Niu would be fine today. That's enough. From now on, she'll have to rely on herself. Everyone, get out of the way. Huang Shihu suddenly roared, and his aura grew stronger and stronger, scaring everyone into scattering in all directions. 576, Chapter 576 Phoenix Power. Dad! No! Huang Niu let out a heart-wrenching roar. Young Master Su, please pull Niu away from me a little. Huang Shihu's poison gas was out of control, and more pustules appeared on his face, but his eyes were deep and he still possessed an invincible personal charm. Niu, come with me. Su Hao nodded, then pulled the distraught Niu back 100 meters. Lei Wanyan, I hope you keep your word, otherwise I'll haunt you even as a ghost. Huang Shihu shouted sternly. Brother Huang, don't worry, I will absolutely not touch her today. Lei Wanyan nodded. Very good. Very good. Very good. Huang Shihu took one last look at everyone, filled with deep reluctance to leave this world. He suddenly activated his true energy, and a golden flame blazed within his body, eventually sweeping across his entire being. It burned to ashes in no time. He actually used the elixir fire refined by a grandmaster to burn himself to death. Everyone was stunned. He was eventually poisoned and didn't want to leave this body behind, choosing instead to leave his innocence in the world. Brother Huang, may you rest in peace. Lei Wanyan looked grief-stricken, squeezed out 2 tears, and finally even announced, from now on, Huang Shihu is still a representative of the righteous path. No one is allowed to mention any connection between him and the demonic sect, otherwise, it will be considered disrespecting a senior master and will be despised by the righteous path. Seeing his indignant expression, Huang Niu was so angry she laughed at the same time. She looked at the other martial arts masters, her face filled with intense hatred, and said sharply, you are all my enemies. Which, if it weren't for the alliance leader's sake, we would have killed you long ago. Do you even have the right to speak here? You're so weak, you're a disgrace to your father. Did you inherit your mother's inferior genes? Otherwise, how come Huang Shihu's descendants only have this much strength? People are afraid of grandmasters, not Huang Niuniu. After Huang Shihu died, everyone looked at Huang Niuniu with a hint of contempt. Many people called her a witch, which made Huang Niuniu tremble with anger. She stood there, her breathing gradually becoming strange. What happened? Su Hao walked over to check on her, but suddenly a powerful force blasted him away. He felt a jolt in his heart and suddenly woke up. Witnessing Huang Shihu's death had brought Huang Niuniu endless shock, and now the restrictions on her body had loosened. The suppressed bloodline is now awakening wildly. You all deserve to die. I will seek revenge on everyone who wronged my father. Huang Niuniu's eyes were bloodshot. A bizarre scene unfolded. She suddenly floated into the air on her own. You must understand, she's only at the initial stage of the innate realm and has no ability to levitate at all. This is definitely due to the influence of her bloodline power. That's interesting. Lei Wanyan didn't stop them, he just watched coldly. Huang Niuniu's aura grew stronger and stronger, and a minute later she suddenly burst out with a crimson heat wave, her body radiating a sun-like light, and a huge phantom appeared behind her. Blood Phoenix? Some people recognized the phantom's appearance and said, isn't that the ancient goddess Phoenix? Phoenix goo? Su Hao recalled the medicine king's words, if one could cultivate this goo poison, there was a chance to bring the dead back to life. Now it seemed that it was impossible for outsiders to cultivate it, one needed the bloodline of a phoenix. The only person with phoenix blood is Huang Niuniu. After her bloodline awakened, her aura suddenly increased, and within a short period of time, she actually stepped into the Grandmaster realm. Their strength has increased 100-fold. Prepare to die. She then slapped out a palm towards the direction of the Divine Sword sect. The Divine Sword Master was on high alert and mobilized all his forces. The palm and sword clashed, and the result was immediately apparent. The Divine Sword Master was sent flying backwards for the third time. He had been defeated by Huang Shihu twice before, and by Huang Niuniu for the third time. The Phoenix bloodline is actually this powerful? Xiao Mingyang was dumbfounded. It's no use, this power is too strong, Niuniu can't control it, it'll probably be exhausted soon. Su Hao shook his head inside. However, the sudden surge of power still terrified everyone in the Divine Sword sect, leaving them pale and trembling with fear, thinking that the sect was in danger of being wiped out today. Leader, do we need to uphold justice? One of the elders spoke directly. Need not. I promised to let Huang Niuniu go today. Little did he know, Huang Niuniu's behavior was exactly what he wanted. Only by having this woman join the evil cult could he gain more power in the name of fighting against the evil cult. Establishing a hypothetical enemy is undoubtedly crucial. Leader, aren't you afraid of raising a tiger that will eventually turn on you? Another elder was filled with worry. The Phoenix bloodline seemed very strong. What do you think? Lei Wanyan was wiping the spirit-gathering pearl and said nonchalantly. Everyone, don't forget that the alliance leader now possesses a martial arts treasure. Given time, it's only a matter of time before he surpasses the leader of the Poison Goo sect. Another elder laughed heartily. May heaven bless the alliance leader, may heaven bless the righteous path. Others expressed their feelings. Yes, a grandmaster with a spirit-gathering pearl has a promising future. Huang Niuniu was launching a frenzied attack, her moves were incredibly powerful, and the Divine Sword sect was being routed. However, she simply had far too many enemies. The tens of thousands of people present were all more or less contributing to the chaos. Huang Niuniu was a bit bloodthirsty, throwing out 2 moves here and 2 moves there, and soon her phoenix power was exhausted. Thump! She fell heavily to the ground and immediately lost consciousness. This is utter chaos. Su Hao glanced at it and a helpless look appeared on his face. When everyone looked over, they found that Huang Niuniu's condition was even more strange. Her once jet black, shiny hair had turned completely white, turning her into a white-haired witch. What a witch! All thunder and no rain. I thought they were really strong, but it turns out they didn't kill a single person. My own strength is too weak. I am still only at the innate realm, completely lacking the method unleashes the power of the phoenix. Some people seemed disdainful, saying that Huang Niu's awakening was at the wrong time. This power was originally meant to save her life, but it was unleashed now, which was equivalent to missing her ultimate move and achieving no effect whatsoever. If she were to reach the Grandmaster realm and suddenly acquire this powerful force, and be able to display it perfectly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Hao. Next, it's your turn. Lei Wanyan's words brought everyone back to reality. What do you mean? Su Hao frowned. This person wasn't even willing to let him go. Everyone can see it clearly. You have a close relationship with the witch. She's weak, we can let her go. But you can't. Once you join the demonic sect, they will have another Grandmaster Demon Lord, which will be a fatal blow to the righteous path. I believe that none of the righteous people present would want to let a tiger return to the mountain, would they? Lei Wanyan said in a very serious tone. Nonsense, how could I have joined the demonic cult? Su Hao's expression changed drastically. 577, Chapter 577 surrounded on all sides. Gentlemen, does anyone believe that this person is an enemy of the demonic path? Lei Wanyan revealed a faint smile. I don't believe it. This man is ruthless and shows no mercy. What's more, he has a good relationship with the witch. If they get married and raise the next witch, what would happen then? That's right, he is the youngest Grandmaster, and his talent is even greater than Huang Shihuas. We absolutely cannot let him fall into the evil sect. Alliance leader, please give the order, we must act on behalf of heaven. Everyone shouted loudly. Su Hao laughed in anger. In the blink of an eye, he had become the public enemy of the righteous path. Lei Wanyan, that troublemaker, is absolutely the worst thing for the righteous path of the martial arts world. Very good. Let us all work together to vanquish the demons and uphold justice today. May all the Grandmasters join forces. He's all alone, we absolutely cannot let him live. Everyone, listen up, anyone who assists in assisting or killing this person will be admitted to the martial alliance. Lei Wanyan once again rallied the heroes. Exterminate demons and defend the righteous path. The young disciples were the first to shout loudly. Exterminate demons and defend the righteous path. Divine Sword Master hardened his heart and charged forward again. He refused to believe that he could lose to the Huang family father and daughter, let alone defeat them from a distance. He directly manipulated his sword energy and launched a fierce slash. Boom! Su Hao didn't take the hit head-on, but instead dodged it. The next moment, he discovered that others had joined the attack. Some second and third-rate sect leaders excitedly made their moves, all preparing to join the martial alliance. In that instant, Su Hao felt thousands of attacks coming towards him. He was quite calm, having seen many big events before. Boom, boom, boom. All around him, dust appeared. The battle was extremely fierce. Those who got close were caught in the chaos, and some even died at the hands of their own comrades. After all, the scene was too chaotic, and some of the moves used would also cause harm to people nearby. Oh no, Su Hao has disappeared. Someone shouted. The enemy who was surrounded actually managed to slip away in the chaos? Where did he go? Lei Wanyan frowned. He wasn't afraid of Huang Niu, but he was a little afraid of Su Hao. They felt this person's talent was too amazing, and once he reached the Mahayana realm, he would be even more invincible. Just then, a powerful gust of wind swept from behind. It turned out that Su Hao, taking advantage of the chaos and with the idea of capturing the leader first, had actually gone straight for the heart of the enemy. You, surnamed Su, have some nerve. Lei Wanyan smiled disdainfully, and the two exchanged a palm strike from a distance. Two powerful streams of true energy exploded instantly. The aftershock spread, and dozens of vulnerable people were instantly killed, turning into a bloody mist. We have no way of interfering in a battle between Grandmasters. Everyone step back. A young man realized what was happening and shouted. Although Su Hao is young, he is quite strong, a true Grandmaster. Pity. Su Hao sighed. That was the best opportunity just now, but he didn't succeed in one move. It would be a bit difficult from now on. Around him, the three Grandmasters reunited once again. They were none other than Divine Sword Master, Extinction Master, and Dharma Image Zen Master, all of whom were eyeing the situation covetously. In addition, several elders of the Martial Alliance would also approach the Grandmaster and stand guard on the perimeter to prevent him from escaping. Su Hao, you're trapped like a turtle in a barrel, you have no chance of escaping. Lei Wanyan took a step forward, surrounding him from 4 directions. Young man, surrender. With your strength, you can't even beat me, so there's no way you can beat anyone else. The Divine Sword Master smiled confidently. It seemed that joining the Martial Alliance today would be no problem at all. He has 3 chances, and he must seize them. Young man, I am not from the southern martial arts world, but I absolutely do not want to see the demonic sect gain another Grandmaster. The true man of extinction said coldly. Yes, all righteous people have a duty to deal with evil spirits. Zen Master Fa Xiong solemnly declared. Stop making excuses, you lot. When did I join the demonic cult? If simply knowing Huang Nyonyo is enough to be categorized as part of a demonic sect, then shouldn't Lei Wanyan's efforts to protect her be considered even more worthy of being called the holy goddess's godfather? Su Hao said coldly. Don't try to argue, your words have no weight. I think the righteous path should be glad that your foundation is too shallow and you have no one else to support you. Otherwise, once you become a demon, the damage you cause will be irreparable. Lei Wanyan said dismissively. In the end, he was merely the leader of the Kunpeng gang, which was insignificant compared to other sects. No one considered the Kunpeng gang a prestigious sect, everyone regarded them as an insignificant minor force. When you're out in the world, you can't stand alone, you need to find an organization. Young man, aren't you very strong? Let me test just how strong this young Grandmaster really is. As he spoke, the Extinction Master suddenly unleashed a heart-shattering palm strike, vicious and ruthless, aimed at the opponent's heart. Once struck, the opponent would die instantly from shattered organs. Even a minor ripple effect can be fatal. That's a truly fitting nickname. The cruelty and bloodthirstiness of the Extinction Master would be astonishing even if he were placed in the righteous path. An elder stood at the back, gloating. Yes, she has dealt with more villains than any expert of her level. In dealing with the demonic cult, Master Miju was the most proactive. Others also admired her greatly. Su Hao was quite wary of this palm strike. He was already injured when he came out of the cave. Subsequently, affected by miasma, their strength decreased further. Now, facing a Grandmaster, he couldn't unleash his full power, putting him in a precarious situation. He exchanged a palm strike with the Extinction Master, both using their full strength, creating a massive wave that sent sand and stones flying and the ground cracking. Extinction Master's expression changed. She sensed that Su Hao's strength seemed no weaker than hers, only that he was injured and unable to perform at his normal level after this palm strike. Master Miju's expression became even more solemn. This child must not be allowed to live. Okay, it's my turn. Young Master Su, I am merely acting on behalf of heaven. I hope that when you reach the 18th level of hell, you will not speak ill of the great monk before King Yama. Master Fa Xiong may seem kind, but when he strikes, he unleashes his full power. The staff was struck out, accompanied by bursts of Buddhist chants that could disrupt the enemy's mind. When Su Hao made his move, he was unable to gather all his true energy. A portion of it was directly dispersed by the Buddhist chants. Boom! After this round, Su Hao flew dozens of meters backward and crashed heavily into the rubble of the collapsed ancient tomb. Wild monk, I didn't expect you to be so strong. Divine Sword Master was somewhat unconvinced. All 3 of them had made their moves, but only Dharma Aspect Zen Master's record was the best. He just got lucky. This kid's body is a mess. If his strength hadn't been reduced, even the big monk wouldn't be a match for him. The Extinction Master was unwilling to admit that any expert of the same level was more powerful than herself. 578, Chapter 578. This is the Jianghu. Young Master Su, are you alright? Xiao Meinyang hid in the crowd, took out a veil, and disguised herself. Her identity is too awkward. She is a legitimate successor of the Poison Gu sect, but only a branch, and for the time being, she has no way to return to the main body. Senior sister, what do we do now? Han Fei was so anxious she was about to cry. At that moment, it felt like her heart was broken. What can we do? In this situation, even if the entire Huayue sect came together, it wouldn't be enough to defeat everyone. Yi Yao had also taken a liking to Su Hao, feeling that he was the most suitable partner for ancient martial arts, but so what? The gap in their strength was too great. He was already a grandmaster, and if he survived today, his future achievements would be even greater. They met too late to develop feelings for each other. Did you see that? This shows the consequences of going against the righteous path. No one cares about someone like Su Hao. This is what happens when everyone wants to kill him. Some people said dismissively. Master Fa Xiang, if we kill Su Hao today, you will also be a benefactor of the righteous path. If you wish, you can also join the Southern Martial Alliance. Lei Wanyan extended an olive branch. This person is quite capable. It would be good if we could win him over. Yeah. Thank you for your appreciation, Alliance leader. Please allow me to consider it. Master Fa Xiang made a polite remark, but inwardly he was very disdainful. Lei Wanyan is jealous of talent and ability. Following him is just asking for trouble. If he ever gets disliked, his fate might not be any better than Su Hao's. Stop pretending. There's no way we'll join the Martial Alliance. You're a bad person. The true man of extinction spoke very directly, with disdain. The Alliance leader didn't invite you either. You're simply not qualified. Unconsciously, Divine Sword Master still chose to defend Lei Wanyan. After all, he wanted to join the Martial Alliance. Enough, we're all on the same side. Why are we arguing? Su Hao is not dead yet. Don't be too happy. Lei Wanyan suddenly said. So what if he's not dead? Master Fa Xiang said dismissively. Everyone looked at Su Hao, who stood up unsteadily, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath appearing much weaker. He glanced coldly at the other experts and said, I originally had a sliver of mercy, but you were all too wicked. What do you mean? Is there still a chance to turn things around now? Lei Wanyan's expression changed. Can't you? Did you know that there is a second treasure in Senior Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb? Su Hao smiled coldly. Lei Wanyan and the others looked at each other in bewilderment. How come they didn't know? He's talking about the ancient divine sword. Han Tianjing suddenly remembered, but immediately realized something was wrong. Hey, Su, the ancient divine sword is buried underground. You can't possibly get it now. Ancient divine sword? Everyone was incredibly surprised to hear this name. Indeed, among the three great treasures of the martial arts world back then, there was the ancient divine sword, the most powerful offensive weapon, and the spirit-gathering pearl, the fastest cultivation weapon. It's unexpected that Gu Qingmei actually obtained two of them. No wonder her strength is unmatched. Lei Wanyan suddenly gave a cold laugh. Now that Su Hao had revealed this news, he would definitely try to get his hands on the ancient divine sword. Then, he would be the next Gu Qingmei, becoming a new legend in the martial arts world. Stop being so mysterious. Let this old monk take your move and send you to your grave. Master Fa Xiang revealed a cold smile, waved his staff again, and instantly Buddhist chants resounded. Some of the weaker individuals, upon hearing this, let out painful howls, as if their entire heads were about to split open. Everyone, plug your ears. Lei Wanyan suddenly exclaimed. The next moment, Zen Master Fa Xiang rushed in front of Su Hao, raising his staff high, ready to kill the young master. Die. He gave a cold smile. Great monk, your staff is a bit of a nuisance. All that could be seen was a cold smile appearing on Su Hao's face. Suddenly, the ground cracked open, and a black light descended from the sky. Everyone looked closely and was horrified to see a long sword fly out automatically and land in Su Hao's hand. After gripping it tightly, he gently swung it, and a powerful sword aura instantly shattered the staff into pieces. The seemingly casual attack had such an effect, which greatly surprised everyone. It really is the ancient divine sword. Strange, how did he summon it? Han Tianjing racked his brains but still couldn't figure it out. What he didn't know was that the ancient divine sword had already recognized a master. It seemed that Su Hao had put it back, but that was just a smokescreen. As long as he was within 1,000 meters of the ancient divine sword, he could easily summon it. Although the cave is very deep, it is not more than 1 kilometer away from the ground. With the divine sword in hand, Su Hao's aura suddenly became much stronger. They came just in time. He muttered to himself. Su Hao, hand over the ancient divine sword. This is not something you can handle. Otherwise, you will be the enemy of the entire martial alliance and the entire righteous path. Lei Wanyan's eyes lit up with greed when he saw this priceless weapon. Am I not now an enemy of the martial alliance? Do you think the righteous path is willing to let me go now? Su Hao's question was filled with helplessness. He didn't want to take action at first, but these people kept pressuring him. Zen Master Fa Xiang, do you still have the strength to fight? Lei Wanyan did not continue to persuade him, but instead prepared to seize it by force. Certainly. My staff has been with me for decades, how could I let him destroy it so easily? This revenge must be taken. The cold, aloof words of Zen Master Fa Xiang. Very good. Divine Sword Master, Extinction Master, you have both targeted Su Hao to varying degrees. Only by joining forces and eliminating this man can we bring peace to the martial world. Lei Wanyan said calmly. Bullshit, you just want to steal Tsung ancient god sword. I will not stoop to your level. Extinction Master waved his hand and withdrew from the battlefield. Old woman, you're really stubborn. Lei Wanyan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, then he looked at Divine Sword Master in Dharma Image Zen Master. Fortunately, one of them had his weapon destroyed, and the other wanted to join the martial alliance. They both had the same goal. Alliance leader, the three of us are enough. The Divine Sword Master confidently stated, weapons can only increase combat power to a certain extent, they cannot turn the tide of battle as long as we go all out, he will still be a dead man. That's right. Master Fa Xiang stared at the ancient divine sword and also felt greed. His preferred weapon was destroyed, but if he could obtain a stronger divine sword, perhaps it would be a blessing in disguise. No way, these three people are so shameless. Han Fei sighed, 3 senior masters joined forces to deal with a junior. Is this something a human being could do? This is the world of martial arts. Yi Yao revealed a cold smile, suddenly feeling disgusted. Everyone was only acting in their own self-interest. 579, Chapter 579 Hostages. Is there a chance of 1 against 3? Xiao Mainyang remained hidden in the crowd, lost in thought. There is very little information about the ancient divine sword. Even Lei Wanyan did not know its whereabouts, and almost no one else had heard of the story of this divine sword. With his injured body, Su Hao must be under considerable pressure facing 3 powerful enemies. Make your move. Lei Wanyan coldly gave the order. Good. The Divine Sword Master and the Dharma Image Zen Master both agreed. The next moment, 3 figures launched a powerful attack. Divine Sword Master, eager for merit, charged ahead. Zen Master Fa Xiang, also seeking revenge, followed closely behind. On the contrary, Lei Wanyan, who was the strongest, was slightly behind everyone else, which made him seem like he was just going through the motions. Good timing. Su Hao revealed a cold smile, and suddenly activated the ancient divine sword. In an instant, a powerful burst of true energy cleaved out, directly splitting the Divine Sword Master in 2. This sword strike possessed an awe-inspiring power that shook heaven and earth. Even a master swordsman like Shen Jianjunwen was caught off guard and was cleaved in 2 at the waist. Again. Su Hao swung his second sword, launching a devastating attack that swept over Zen Master Fa Xiang. This man, aiming for the death of the Divine Sword Master, hardened his heart, threw away an arm, and struggled to survive. Now you. Su Hao, unhurried, made his move again, this time targeting Lei Wanyan. The man's expression changed drastically. The ancient divine sword was too powerful. After Su Hao obtained it, his strength seemed to have increased tenfold overnight. Neither of the 2 grandmasters could defeat him. He was left alone. Did he still have a chance? He immediately rolled on the spot, got his face covered in dirt, and kept his distance. At this moment, Su Hao did not continue his attack. He stood there, his face pale. It wasn't that he didn't want to pursue them, but that he couldn't. The ancient divine sword is too powerful. Each strike consumes too much true energy. After only 2 strikes, half of my true energy is depleted. If I continue the pursuit, won't I be exposed immediately? He desperately wished he had a few great rejuvenation pills refined by the Medicine King. He attacked relentlessly while rapidly recovering his strength. Unfortunately, that's impossible. The great rejuvenation pill is so precious that being able to consume even one is considered lucky. Very good. Brother Su survived. Han Fei shed tears of emotion. Strange, why doesn't Brother Su press his advantage? Yi Yao was somewhat puzzled and asked in surprise. It's simple, this person is definitely at his last gasp, just putting on a show, he doesn't actually have much strength left. Yi Tsong said disdainfully. Yes, your senior brother is right, the ancient divine sword is not so easy to control even if he is a grandmaster, he cannot wield it. It will think about why this weapon was not famous during Gu Qingmei's time, it's not that it's not strong, but that it's too strong, no one can use it many times. Han Tianjing's analysis was quite serious. I see. Doesn't this mean that anyone below the grandmaster level would be unable to wield this weapon? The other disciples began to speculate. Han Tianjing thought about it for a moment, then nodded, agreeing that it should be that way. He was now somewhat fearful if Su Hao had given him that divine sword back then, would it have drained him dry right there in the cave? Leader, what should we do? The elders of the Martial Alliance were all sharp-eyed and could see that Su Hao had no way to pursue him, but none of them dared to step forward. Su Hao still has at least 1 or 2 moves left, the person who steps forward first will definitely be eliminated. If it's not a master-level expert, it won't have any effect on him. If they were grandmasters, wouldn't they all value their lives? The best way to deal with him now is Huang Niu. Lei Wannian said calmly. Only by taking Huang Niu hostage can we have a chance to force Su Hao to hand over his weapon and then eliminate him. However, it is inconvenient for him to take action, and he has already broken his promise. If he does it again, his reputation will be ruined. Clear. An elder named Yang Tianyu immediately smiled knowingly. Since the alliance leader couldn't take action himself, his underlings would have to go out and do some shameless things. He gritted his teeth, took 2 steps forward, and said, Su Hao, you just went on a killing spree, first killing one grandmaster and then injuring another. You have absolutely no respect for the law. Now that Huang Shihu is dead, even if the alliance leader is willing to let the witch go, we righteous people will not agree. As he spoke, the man continued walking towards Huang Niu. Lei Wannian, you promised to let Niu go, why are you going back on your word now? Su Hao shouted. I did agree, but the person who made the move was not the leader of this alliance. With so many elders in the Martial Alliance, how can I possibly stop everyone? Even the alliance leader can't control everything. Lei Wannian explained calmly. Shameless. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he grabbed his longsword and strode towards Huang Niu. Just then, a whooshing sound came from the air. It turned out that some sects dared not approach, but they were willing to launch hidden weapons from a distance. Su Hao sheathed his longsword and wielded it to form a wall, blocking the hidden weapons, while continuing to walk forward. However, this greatly reduced his speed, making it impossible for him to reach Huang Niu before Yang Tianyu. Stop! If you dare take another step forward, don't blame me for unleashing a massacre. Su Hao roared and drew the ancient divine sword again. The powerful pressure made the man's breathing difficult. He was astonished to discover that a grandmaster's brow was not so easily offended. Yang Tianyu was sweating profusely. If the other party were to cleave him with a sword, he would surely be split open. The example of the divine sword master was still fresh in his mind, making him somewhat hesitant to act rashly. Su Hao, everyone can see your condition. Every time you use a weapon, you face an increased risk. Do you really want to sacrifice so much for this woman? Yang Tianyu could only say coldly. Do you mean I'd let you get close to Niu and take her hostage? Su Hao said dismissively. The other party's purpose is too clear. It's not a good thing that Huang Niu has fallen into their hands. You brat, Huang Niu is a descendant of the poison Gu cult. Is it worth risking your life for her? Yang Tianyu didn't understand. Of course you don't understand, the most basic concepts of morality have long been eaten by dogs. Su Hao said angrily. Very good. Let's keep this stalemate going. I want to see who has the last laugh. Yang Tianyu stood still, understanding that Su Hao was unlikely to make a move easily. This person is in dire need of protection himself, let alone being able to escape unscathed with Huang Niu by his side. In a sense, Su Hao is somewhat similar to Huang Shihu in the end. He can take down 1 or 2 grandmasters, but he can't save Huang Niu. Perhaps you can leave on your own and abandon Huang Niu here. After all, you're just master and servant, not her father or husband. Is it worth risking your life? Yang Tianyu continued shouting, trying to distract Su Hao. I will absolutely not leave until Niu is safe, Su Hao said firmly. 580, Chapter 580. Absolutely true. Heroes and valiant men, is there anyone willing to volunteer to clean house for us and eliminate a traitor like Su Hao? Lei Wanyan stood at a distance and suddenly shouted, urging everyone on. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Su Hao is so strong, anyone who steps forward will die. Everyone's life is precious, but nobody cares. Where is the Tang clan? Lei Wanyan suddenly shouted. Alliance leader Lei, what are your orders? The next moment, a young man in black walked out. He was Tang San, a disciple of the Tang clan, and he seemed somewhat unwilling. How many people from your sect have come? Lei Wanyan asked in a friendly tone. No more, no less, exactly 18 people including me, Tang San replied respectfully. Very good. It is said that your sect is very skilled in using hidden weapons, especially the Rain of Pear Blossom Needles, which are famous throughout the martial arts world for their wide range and great power. Now I am giving you a task, launch an attack from a distance, targeting the witch, and weaken Su Hao's strength. Lei Wanyan gave the order directly, employing a top-tier open strategy. This Tang San frowned. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If they stood up to oppose Su Hao, wouldn't they be too conspicuous? If it succeeds, that would be good. If they fail, how will their sect withstand Su Hao's wrath? Lei Wanyan, that's not very fair of you. You promised to let Huang Niu go before, but now you're making a move on her. Aren't you just making a fool of yourself in front of everyone? The one speaking was Miju Jinren, who was very displeased with his behavior. Extinction, whose side are you on? Lei Wanyan was furious. I'm on the side of morality. I am irreconcilably opposed to the demonic sect, and I cannot tolerate the actions of such despicable people. Extinction Master said coldly. Tang clan disciples, heed my command, take action immediately, or I, the alliance leader, will treat you as an accomplice of the demonic sect and deal with you as well. Lei Wanyan continued to exert pressure. Snort. The Extinction Realm fully expressed her dissatisfaction, but that was all she could do. She wouldn't actually take action herself. The Tang clan disciples were somewhat helpless under Tang San's command. The 18 people split into 4 directions, stood at a distance, and launched an attack on Huang Niu in the middle. Brilliant! You are all heroes of the Martial Alliance for defeating this witch. Yang Tianyu shouted wildly, expressing his approval of their actions. Attack! Countless hidden weapons swarmed in. Su Hao frowned, picked up his long sword, and just as he deflected the first wave of attacks, other hidden weapons flew over again. For him, these hidden weapons were far too weak. He himself would be fine as long as the wounds weren't fatal, but Huang Niu was different. Her resistance to poison was weak, and if she were to be cut by some unknown poisonous hidden weapon, her life would certainly be in danger. Hateful. There were too many flies, and he could only parry them, finding it difficult to find an opportunity to strike. Han Fei was shocked by what she saw and secretly worried in the long run, Su Hao would eventually run out of true energy, while the Martial Alliance would be almost invincible, preserving all its strength and waiting to reap the rewards in the end. Shameless, shameless, shameless! She muttered. The others watched and burst into laughter. The Alliance leader's plan is perfect, achieving great results with minimal investment. Can Su Hao still make a move now? I've always disliked him, the youngest Grandmaster. It's a disgrace compared to the veteran Grandmasters. He has no foundation whatsoever. The martial arts world isn't just about fighting and killing, it's about human relationships and social interactions. Clearly, he's still lacking in connections. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. Su Hao's appearance changed the landscape of the martial arts world. How many people really admire him? Most people are just jealous and wish he would die soon. Now, under Lei Wanyan's control, all of Su Hao's efforts have been in vain. Su Hao, surrender. Hand over the divine sword and stop causing bloodshed, or you will never be able to recover and will eventually descend into the 18th level of hell. Zen Master Fa Xiang stood at a distance and loudly persuaded him. Slaughter? You were absolutely right, I really am going to go on a killing spree. As Su Hao spoke, his longsword once again blocked another round of hidden weapon attacks. He then grabbed several poison needles from the ground and began to counterattack. The same method was used to attack the Tang clan disciples. All that could be heard was the whooshing sound of poison needles, and as many Tang clan disciples were taken away by them. No! Tang San shouted angrily and turned around to find that everyone around him except for one junior brother had died in battle. Hidden weapons, are they fun? Su Hao revealed a cold smile and mocked. I'm going to kill you. The Tang clan members went berserk, grabbing a handful of hidden weapons and preparing to launch a fierce attack. But who could have imagined that Su Hao would unleash two more hidden weapons, ordinary pebbles, in an instant, killing both men. All Tang clan disciples are dead. To be honest, no one was surprised to see this. They were, after all, only innate martial artists, far inferior to grandmasters. Had they not gained the upper hand, they would have fallen long ago. But after this period of fierce fighting, how much of Su Hao's strength remained? He placed the long sword on the ground as if it were a crutch, barely supporting his body. Did everyone see that? This man is already at his last gasp. All ambitious martial arts masters can prepare to make their move. To avenge my grievances, kill Su Hao, and pave my way to fame. Yang Tianyu shouted loudly, stirring up the crowd. Really? Many people have taken action. It's absolutely true, everyone, follow my lead and take this person down in one fell swoop. As Yang Tianyu spoke, he drew his long sword, raised it high, commanded the world, and charged towards Su Hao. Rush! The rest acted quickly, charging forward in waves, using their sheer numbers to attack Su Hao. What a bunch of lunatics! Su Hao thought for a moment, grabbed a handful of Xin Tian Huayu pills, and threw them all into his mouth. After swallowing them whole, his injuries improved somewhat. The next moment she swung her longsword and spun around violently. In an instant, the spot transformed into a tornado, and the incomparably sharp divine sword emitted a murderous aura. All enemies that get close are plunged into a world-ending crisis. Countless severed limbs and vast seas of blood appeared out of nowhere. In an instant, hundreds of people rushed over, but none of them survived. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. This was the true resistance against all martial arts masters. Su Hao, you're really ruthless. How is this any different from the demonic path? Master Fa Xiang said angrily. No difference? You make it sound so easy. What's wrong with protecting yourself? How dare these ants offend a grandmaster? Su Hao gave a disdainful sneer. However, everyone noticed that although he was the final victor, he wasn't in much better shape, with dozens of wounds all over his body, covered in blood. He was injured while fighting the enemy. Very well, this is truly the last gasp of your strength. Even with the divine sword, you, surnamed Su, cannot survive. Lei Wanyan laughed heartily. Finally the perfect time to make his move had arrived. 581, Chapter 581. The Demonic Cult Leader. Lei Wanyan, do you dare to step forward? Even though I'm injured, I'm not afraid to fight you one-on-one. As Su Hao spoke, he coughed and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His injuries do not look promising. As soon as the challenge was uttered, all eyes turned to Lei Wanyan. The Martial Arts Alliance leader coughed lightly and said, "What a joke, how could I possibly bully the weak? With so many martial arts practitioners watching, I have to give others a chance, don't I? Listen up, everyone, this might be our last hope. Any expert above the level of sect elder who kills Su Hao can become an elder of the Martial Alliance. Any young disciple who kills Su Hao will receive a cash reward of 1 billion. Upon hearing this, everyone was pleasantly surprised. As the saying goes, a great reward will surely bring forth brave men, and faced with such a huge temptation, everyone's eyes gleamed with excitement. For 1 billion, let's take a gamble, and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. This is the closest I'll ever get to becoming a billionaire. Disciples, for the sake of the sect, I have decided to risk everything. I might as well give up my old life. Kill Su Hao, kill Su Hao, kill Su Hao. The overwhelming sound was so exciting. Only Su Hao's expression looked extremely unpleasant. Everyone was coming for him, their eyes filled with chilling killing intent. He hadn't offended anyone here, he had gone mad entirely because of profit. You, surnamed Su, have no chance of surviving. So what if we have a divine sword? I'd like to see who can rescue you today. You are not a demon, but you are worse than a demon. As long as the Poison Gu cult exists, you will be the enemy of the entire martial arts world. Lei Wannian said coldly. Seeing this, Li Yao, Han Fei, and Xiao Meinyang were worried about Su Hao. However, the three weak women could only worry anxiously, and there was nothing they could do. Lei Wannian. I can't help but ask, are you really going to push Su Hao to the side of the Poison Gu cult? Suddenly, a cold, aged voice rang out. Who are you? Stop pretending to be a ghost. Get out here right now. Lei Wannian shouted coldly. Look! Suddenly someone pointed to the sky, and everyone instinctively looked up. Suddenly, a long, blood-red cloth appeared in the previously calm sky, and two beautiful women dressed as maids carried a black sedan chair, flying out rapidly. To everyone's astonishment, the maid who raised her foot possessed extraordinary strength. She was actually one of the two grandmasters. When the black sedan chair descended from the sky and landed on the ground, it was right next to Su Hao. The others instinctively avoided them, not daring to approach at all. Lei Wannian, how dare you lay a hand on my beloved granddaughter? An elderly woman with white hair and a cold expression stepped out of the black sedan chair. This person was dressed in a phoenix robe, and every move she made exuded a chilling aura. At anyone who met her gaze felt a cold sweat run down their spine, as if she were the king of hell. You are Ren Hentian, the leader of the Poison Gu cult? Lei Wannian trembled. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the righteous people changed drastically. She is a thorn in the side of the righteous path, the leader of the Poison Gu cult? When some people hear the word leader, they subconsciously assume it's a man, perhaps because the Poison Gu cult only teaches women and not men, and the leader and Holy Maiden are both women. Ren Hentian's Poison Gu sect, though not as powerful as the previous generation, is still one of the strongest forces. The sect is full of talented people, and her two maids have already reached the Grandmaster level. The strength of Master Ren himself is mysterious and unpredictable. It is said that he has reached the Great Ascension realm, but no one can confirm it because no opponent of equal strength can be found. That's right. Ren Hentian nodded, glanced around, and gave a cold smile. I'm going to take Huang Niuniu with me now. Who objects? Her cold demeanor made countless people very unhappy. The leaders of more than a dozen sects recalled their past grudges. Many of their relatives and friends had died at the hands of the Poison Gu sect. How could they let her get away unscathed today? You old hag, since you're here today, you might as well be buried here. You'd better take your granddaughter with you to hell. The leader of the demonic sect deserves to be killed by everyone. These sect leaders joined forces and trapped them in the middle. Presumptuous! How dare you ants slander our leader? The two maids were furious and stepped aside, as if to block all attacks. Let's do it! As one of them coldly uttered a word, more than a dozen sect leaders, filled with boundless hatred, suddenly rushed forward. They wanted revenge. No matter who stood in their way, they would kill them all to quell their hatred. Many people are holding their breath, fearing that these people's rash attack might have bad consequences. Just as their attack was about to be launched, two maids waved their hands, and countless streams of poisonous gas drifted towards them. Ah! One sect leader was shocked to find that his entire body felt as if countless poisonous insects were tearing at him, and he collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically. The other sect leaders were in a similar situation. They were instantly poisoned and kept tearing at their clothes until their skin was completely torn apart, leaving black, poisonous blood all over the ground, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. What a vicious move! Lei Wannian said angrily. We're in the same boat. Your wickedness is something we can't even begin to describe. A maid said coldly. Is anyone else going to make a move? Or is it that Alliance leader Lei will personally take action? Another maid stared at Lei Wannian with disdain. These two men were around 50 years old, but they possessed superb martial arts skills, excellent demeanor, and the air of grandmasters, making them formidable opponents. Two bullies who rely on their power. Lei Wannian said angrily. Oh? You mean, you want to challenge us both at the same time? The two maids exchanged a smile and then asked with great interest. Lei Wanyan's face was very ugly. He was not afraid of these two people although they looked strong. They actually used despicable methods and their strength was not necessarily much stronger than that of the Divine Sword Master and others. But Ren Hentian, who didn't make a move, was a different story. No one knows her background, and the most terrifying thing is that she is fighting against an unknown master. Not interested. This leader of the alliance never bullies women. Leader Ren, we're giving you face today, but if you come causing trouble again, don't blame us for being impolite. Let's go back. Lei Wanyan uttered a harsh remark and left with the martial alliance members. He walked faster and faster, as if afraid someone would catch up in the end. He almost ran away, leaving the others behind, got into the car, and drove off. What a despicable person. Ren Hentian's maids all said disdainfully. 582, Chapter 582 The Hatred of Killing One's Father. The other righteous people looked at each other in bewilderment. Without the support of the martial alliance, even though they hated the Poison Gu sect to the bone, they dared not make a move rashly and left with a lot of regret. Fei, Yao Yao, we're going back too. Han Tianzhan left with a single sentence and the Huaiyue sect. Han Fei gazed at Su Hao, her eyes filled with reluctance. She hadn't known him long, but it was practically love at first sight. She wondered if this parting would ever bring them together again. Junior sister, let's go. We're not a good match for each other. Yi Yao sighed silently. She felt that there were definitely many people who liked Su Hao today, but there was really no chance for them. Su Hao is too outstanding. He survived the attack from the righteous path. His strength is beyond what they can compare to. Brother Su, until we meet again. Han Fei called out. Okay. Su Hao nodded at her. In the end, tens of thousands of people scattered like birds and beasts, and only 6 people remained. The leader of the Poison Gu cult, his 2 maids, Su Hao, the unconscious Huang Niuniu, and the bewildered Xiao Meinyang. Everyone's attention was basically focused on Ren Hentian. Su Hao, you did a great job. Without you, Niuniu would have had a hard time surviving. The leader of the demonic sect, Ren Hentian, was quite impressed with him and said, you must be the young master of the Su family in Yanjing, right? Yes and no, I have no connection with them now. Su Hao felt a headache coming on just thinking about that family. Forget it, these are all your family matters, and outsiders shouldn't say anything. I only have one question now, and that is whether you are willing to join the Poison Gu cult. You are the man chosen by the Holy Maiden. If you are willing, I can bestow her upon you. After you get married, you will surely be able to give birth to the next super expert. Ren Hentian said with a smile. Not interested. Su Hao shook his head. How dare you, don't be ungrateful. A maid said angrily. This is a saintess, the perfect woman that countless people dream of. How dare you refuse? Another maid was somewhat incredulous. Miss Huang Niuniu was beautiful, and even if Zhong Qizi's identity was unusual, they could still be considered a good match, right? You don't like Niuniu? Ren Hentian was somewhat surprised. She is my maid, and there is no love between us. Su Hao shook his head, then said coldly, since you were so strong, why didn't you show up sooner? That way, you could have saved Huang Shihu. Strange, why would I save him? His death is actually a good thing for our Poison Gu sect. As long as he lives, Huang Niuniu will never come back to me. That brat can't even come up with a name. He named our holy maiden Niuniu, which is just too ordinary. Ren Hentian revealed his true feelings, tinged with resentment. Su Hao was a little confused. It turns out they've always disliked each other. Ren Hentian definitely had the ability to deal with Huang Shihu personally, but he didn't act directly, probably because he was worried about offending Huang Niuniu. Lei Wanyan's actions, ironically, helped her achieve her goal. As for Huang Niuniu's name, Su Hao understood it easily. Huang Shihu initially wanted to live an ordinary life. This name was too unassuming and wouldn't attract anyone's attention. In the martial arts world, who would have thought that Ren Hentian's granddaughter, a member of the Poison Gu sect, would be named Huang Niuniu? Keeping a low profile isn't a bad thing. Su Hao said calmly. Wrong. Status determines everything. As long as Niuniu has the blood of the Poison Gu cult flowing in her veins, she is destined to be anything but an ordinary person. No matter where she hides, the grudges in the martial arts world will eventually affect her. Her only option is to return to the Poison Gu cult. Ran Hentian retorted directly. Yeah? As far as I know, Huang Niu is afraid of poisonous insects, so she shouldn't be interested in the Poison Gu cult. Su Hao argued his case based on reason. Young man, things are different now than they used to be. Niu's feelings must be very different now. If you don't believe me, wake her up and let's hear her wishes. Ran Hentian smiled confidently. Good. Su Hao took out silver needles and quickly started sticking them into Huang Niu's body. Not long after, she slowly woke up. Father, you died such a terrible death. She still remembered the hatred, opened her eyes, and roared. When she angrily looked around and found that everyone else had left, she became somewhat distraught, suddenly losing her target for revenge. Then, seeing Su Hao covered in injuries, she immediately said with concern, Young master, were you hurt by those hypocrites? My injury is nothing. Niu, let me introduce you. This is Ran Hentian, the leader of the Poison Gu sect. Su Hao shook his head, took her hand, and pointed to Ran Hentian as he introduced him. Niu, my sweet child, come to grandma's. Even someone as powerful as Ran Hentian showed a gentle light when facing his juniors, appearing incredibly kind. Are you my grandmother? Huang Niu's eyes filled with fear when she thought of the words Poison Gu cult. She also viewed this sect as a monstrous threat and had heard about some of their actions. Niu, you've been through so much, don't you understand that the world is full of deceit and treachery? Only strength matters. As long as you return to the Poison Gu sect, with your talent, I will train you into a grandmaster in the shortest possible time. I will even do my utmost to help you enter the Mahayana realm. Then you can take your revenge however you like. Kill everyone who attacked you and your father today. Ran Hentian directly encouraged them. Grandma, do you have this ability? Huang Niu was tempted. She wants revenge. I will never forget the faces of those people today. The hatred for the murderer of one's father is irreconcilable. As a member of the Huang family, she had to personally take revenge on these enemies. With our current strength, it's clearly not enough. However, joining the Poison Gu cult offers a glimmer of hope for revenge. Niu, calm down, Lao Huang's life is at stake even at his last moments, he was still teaching you not to be blinded by hatred. You should belong to the righteous path, not the demonic path. Su Hao advised. Young master, you are both right and wrong. I think your usual principle in dealing with things is to take revenge for every wrong done to you. Can you really let go of the hatred that killed your father? Huang Niu said angrily. Su Hao remained silent. He himself couldn't let go of his hatred for his mother, so he had even less reason to persuade her. However, Huang Shihu and the Poison Gu cult had completely different ideologies. If she fell on the other side, her father would be the most disappointed. Young master, would you like to come with me to the Poison Gu sect? The righteous path has treated you so badly, you shouldn't continue to collude with them. Huang Niu, on the other hand, tried to persuade Su Hao. Niu, if you've thought it through, I respect your decision. But I love freedom. Unless the Poison Gu cult allows me to become its leader, I will not join. Su Hao shook his head. Arrogant. The two maids scolded them. 583, Chapter 583, Saving Lives and Healing the Wounded. What does this kid mean? He hasn't even joined the Poison Gu cult yet, but he's already eyeing the position of cult leader? This was something the two maids would absolutely never agree to. Niu, as long as you are willing to come with your grandmother, you will be the new holy maiden, and no one in the martial world will dare to bully you anymore. Ran Hentian solemnly promised. Okay, Grandma. Huang Niu gave in. So what if she's the leader of a demonic sect? In terms of blood relations, she is currently my closest relative. On the other hand, she was also worried that following Su Hao would bring him unnecessary trouble. Now that Su Hao is free of the witch, he is safe, and no one else has an excuse to attack. Young master, will we ever meet again? Huang Niu looked at Su Hao with deep reluctance in her eyes. It definitely will. Su Hao nodded. I hope that next time we meet, it will be Nyo-Nyo's turn to protect you, she said, standing on tiptoe and giving him a quick kiss. The two maids stared wide-eyed what was going on. It turns out that the relationship between the two was not so simple. The saintess loved him deeply. Ren Hentian frowned. She had long suspected that her granddaughter liked this man. Of course you'd like it. Su Hao is capable, young, and handsome. Any young girl would be attracted to such a charming man. She herself had no objection, and even thought it would be better if Huang Nyo-Nyo had been with him and gotten pregnant. Once a daughter is born, the next holy maiden will be secured. This time, she personally trained them, and it is believed that, given their bloodline, the Poison Gu sect will welcome its most talented holy maiden. Unfortunately, Huang Nyo-Nyo's belly doesn't seem to be showing any signs of pregnancy, so the two probably haven't been spending much time together. Young Master Su, if you change your mind, you can come to the Poison Gu sect anytime. Ren Hentian was looking forward to this. Su Hao said calmly. This was just a polite gesture. There was no real intention to go there, but having another way out is not bad. Young master, I'm leaving. With Ren Hentian's help, Huang Nyo-Nyo sat in the black sedan chair of the Poison Gu sect. Instead, Ren Hentian stood there alone, accompanied by two maids, walking further and further away until he disappeared from sight. In the clinic of Fengyun Manor, Baianan looked at Bai Jiruo, who was like a vegetable, and tears streamed down her face. Sister, when will you wake up? She hadn't slept for the past 2 days, staying by Bai Jiruo's side the whole time. The most desperate thing is being unable to do anything. If Baiji is conscious, she can respond to some of what you say, but she cannot get up, open her eyes, speak, or eat. Both of them rely on the nutritional fluids provided by the Medicine King to maintain their vital signs. If this continues, they will probably become useless even if they lie down. Second miss, you can't put too much pressure on her. We should be more optimistic. Elder Su has gone to search for the 9-turn other shoreflower, and I believe he will return soon. Medicine King Xiao Goen did not leave either. He walked in at this moment and persuaded Baianan. Oh. I see. Baianan immediately wiped away her tears, cleared her throat, and said, Sister, don't worry, brother-in-law has already gone out to find a way to save you. As long as my brother-in-law is here, this little illness is no problem at all. She changed her demeanor and spoke to Bai Jiruo in an optimistic tone, telling her some happy things. Xiao Goen, Zheng Dewang, and others remained worried, as they received only a few scattered pieces of information. Su Hao's situation over there is terrible. It seems he has broken ties with Lei Wanyan, suffered a serious attack from the righteous path, and was severely injured. They were worried that Su Hao wouldn't be able to come back alive, but they couldn't discuss this topic in front of Bai Jiruo, and it was quite painful to keep it to themselves. Just then, heavy footsteps came from outside. Is the Medicine King here? Su Hao, covered in injuries, walked in, supported by Xiao Mainyang. Elder Su, what's wrong with you? Upon seeing this, Xiao Goen's expression changed drastically. He had no fewer than 100 injuries on his body, which showed how intense the fight had been. Just some minor cuts, nothing serious. Most importantly, I found the 9-turn red spider lily. Su Hao carefully took out the sandalwood box. After opening it, a strange light emanated from it, exuding an aura of destruction. That's right, it's the 9-turn red spider lily. How did you obtain it? Xiao Goen couldn't stop smiling. It's a long story, but to put it simply, it was given to me by Senior Gu Qingmei. Su Hao said with emotion. Alright, now that we've got it back, can we revive Jiruo now? Yes, basically no problem. I need one more thing, and only you can provide it. Xiao Goen said seriously. What do you need? Su Hao asked with a determined look. Blood. Xiao Goen said immediately, your blood contains Miss Bai's life force and antibodies against the poison. Only by using it as a culture medium can we create an antidote to revive her. Anan, bring a basin, draw as much blood as you need. It's just some blood, it won't kill you. Su Hao said, his lips pale. Everyone could see that he had rushed back, probably losing a lot of blood along the way, and must be extremely weak now. Even so, he still disregarded his own life for the chance to save Bai Jiruo. Brother-in-law, you're so kind. At the Medicine King's signal, Bayanan brought over a vessel. Without needing anyone else to do anything, Su Hao simply patted the wound on his shoulder, and the scabbed area immediately started bleeding profusely, filling the container in just a few seconds. Medicine King, I'm begging you. As soon as Su Hao finished speaking, everything went black and he fainted. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Bayanan was stunned. Was it due to excessive blood loss, or a recurrence of an old injury? If his sister wakes up and he becomes seriously ill, then it won't make any difference. Old Zhang, could you help Elder Su with the bazaar? Wound. Second Miss, remember my words, never put pressure on eldest Miss. Elder Su is not in mortal danger, I will save eldest Miss's life soon, try to stay optimistic. The Medicine King was very experienced, he was one of the best doctors in the martial arts world, and he handled this kind of emergency with great ease. He placed the 9-turn red spider lily into the blood, and the herb dissolved upon contact with the blood, gradually radiating vibrant life. This process was nothing short of miraculous. The deathly aura of the red spider lily vanished, replaced by boundless vitality. He slowly fed the medicinal juice into Bai Jiruo's mouth, and everyone was pleasantly surprised to find that the patient's complexion gradually became rosy and her skin became supple, like that of a newborn baby. Sister, you're getting better, don't feel any pressure. Brother-in-law is fine too, he's just tired and needs to rest. Bayanan whispered the good news from the side. After all the medicine had been ingested, Bai Jiruo suddenly opened her eyes, woke up, and said, I think I had a dream. 584, Chapter 584. After hardship comes happiness. Sis, that's great, you're finally awake. Bayanan rushed over happily, hugged her tightly, and tears streamed down her face. An? Bai Jiruo looked at her younger sister and noticed that her eyes were sunken and her dark circles were heavy. As if she hadn't rested in a long time, she said with some emotion, You've really worked hard these past few days. When have you ever looked so haggard? Sister, it's alright as long as you survive, this little bit of hardship is nothing. Overjoyed, Bayanan suddenly remembered something and immediately said, Sister, this time it's all thanks to the Medicine King. Without him, she wouldn't have been able to survive at all. Medicine King, thank you so much for saving our lives. We will definitely do our best to repay you if we ever need anything in the future. Bai Jiruo stood up, preparing to bow and express her gratitude. However, after lying down for 2 days without much activity or food, I was still very weak and unable to stand up. Miss Bai, this is what I should do. There is only one person you should be grateful to, and that is Elder Su Hao. Xiao Guoan smiled faintly. He didn't save the person because of her. If we're talking about debts of gratitude, then it's Su Hao who owes them. Yes, where is my husband? I hope he doesn't end up in a life-threatening situation again. Bai Jiruo was terrified. Miss Bai, Mr. Su is in the next room. You can rest first and go see him tomorrow morning. Zhang Duwang smiled and said. All right. Bai Jiruo felt much relieved upon hearing this. Old Zhang, there's nothing more for us to do now, so let's not disturb their rest. Xiao Guoan led everyone away. With Bayanan's help, Bai Jiruo returned to her hospital bed, pulled up the covers, and prepared to rest. Suddenly, she blushed and said, Anan, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry. Yes, I'll go get it now. Bayanan laughed heartily. Her older sister was just too adorable at this moment. She went out and brought back a bowl of nutritious soup and a bowl of white rice porridge, which she then fed to her personally. The next morning, Bai Jiruo had almost fully recovered and hurriedly got up and went to the next room. They found Su Hao lying on the bed, his body covered in bandages, looking like he had many wounds. Honey, you're really messing around. Bai Jiruo looked at his handsome face and smiled happily. They both went through life and death ordeals, but in the end they were together. Sister, won't you rest for a bit? When Bayanan came in, she was carrying a bowl of healing medicine, which she tactfully handed to her. I've been lying here for so long, how can I possibly fall asleep? Bai Jiruo smiled faintly, then blew on the medicine and fed it to Su Hao. After finishing the bowl of medicine, his eyelids twitched, and then he opened his eyes and saw a beautiful woman sitting next to him. Who else could it be but Bai Jiruo? Jiruo, are you awake? He struggled to his feet and exclaimed in surprise. Honey, I've missed you so much. Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Jiruo threw herself into his arms and gave him a kiss. Su Hao frowned, seemingly in some pain, but still did not refuse. After this crisis, he has completely accepted Bai Jiruo. Hearing husband like that fills me with happiness. Cough cough. Have you two forgotten that there's a younger sister-in-law here? Baianan coughed and said awkwardly. Anan, don't you know you should go out on your own? Bai Jiruo blushed slightly and said awkwardly. How can you blame me for this? My brother-in-law's injuries haven't healed yet, and you almost crushed him to death. Baianan immediately pointed it out. Bai Jiruo then realized that Su Hao's pale face was all her doing. She had no choice but to let go and said apologetically, Honey, are you alright? I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. It's alright, I'm willing to die by your hand. Su Hao smiled faintly. That won't do, I don't have a second life to save you. Bai Jiruo also made a joke. Looking back, the last blood transfusion was indeed a bit impulsive. Luckily it was successful, otherwise we would have been a pair of star-crossed lovers destined for hell. Help me up. Su Hao frowned as he spoke. Finally, with Bai Jiruo's help, he managed to get up. After moving his hands and feet around, the first thing he did was remove the bandages. Zhang Duwang's technique was absolutely terrible. This wasn't applying a medical bandage, it was practically tying up a rice dumpling. It was at this moment that Bai Jiruo and her sister saw the shocking wounds on his body. Wait a minute, let me count. Baianan was quite interested, circling around Su Hao and counting the wounds. There were as many as 188 visible ones. Hopefully, surviving such a calamity will bring good fortune. Su Hao chuckled self-deprecatingly. He then prepared some healing pills, crushed them, and said, Jiruo, Anan, please help me apply the medicine to the wound. Alright. The two agreed. They all knew that Su Hao was a renowned doctor, and treating these external injuries shouldn't be a problem for him. After applying the medicine, the two noticed that the wounds had begun to scab over, and estimated that they would be mostly healed by tomorrow. Young Master Su, may I come in? Zhang Duwang knocked on the door from the outside and said. Please come in. Su Hao nodded. When Zhang Duwang came in, he saw bandages all over the floor and felt a little embarrassed. He said, Young Master Su, I was in a hurry and just bandaged it up quickly. If I had another chance, I would definitely have done better. I think we should forget it. You're not suited for this kind of work. Su Hao shook his head and said, Alright, let's get down to business. Is there anything important you need to report while I'm away? Yes. Zhang Duwang said seriously, the Bai family has been in turmoil lately since Bai Jinyu took power. They have been carrying out a purge, and many of the Bai family's elders they've all been kicked out. And he suddenly glanced at Bai Jiruo and the other person, unsure whether to speak. Speak freely. Su Hao said calmly. That's right, there have been several assassination attempts targeting Bai Ziyuan in the past few days. Although our Kuanping gang has managed to thwart them all without serious consequences, we still need to be careful. Zhang Duwang had been handling this secretly, and only now has he issued a report. What, someone is trying to harm my father? Bai Jiruo was extremely nervous. Old Zhang, do you know whose idea this was? Baianan also became nervous. The investigation hasn't yielded any results yet. I think it's related to Bai Jinyu, but there's no concrete evidence. Zhang Duwang said bluntly. The Bai sisters looked grim. They hadn't expected the Bai family to end up like this. Even though they had left the family, they were still being targeted. Don't worry, both of you, this matter will definitely be investigated thoroughly. Now that I'm back, everyone's safety is guaranteed. Su Hao said calmly. 585, Chapter 585. Is there still any justice? Young Master Su, there is one more thing. Is there some friction between you and Alliance leader Lei? Zhang Duwang seemed somewhat troubled. Looking across the entire martial arts world in the south, Su Hao was probably the only one who dared to offend Lei Wanyan. Friction? I will find an opportunity to challenge him directly. Su Hao said coldly that he had to avenge the last attack, but he just didn't have the time right now. Young Master Su, if I may be so blunt, Lei Wanyan possesses the spirit-gathering pearl, and the gap between you and him will only widen. Rashly provoking him is not a wise thing to do. Lei Wanyan is currently in seclusion and won't be out for a while. As long as you don't provoke him, you won't have any trouble. Zhang Dewang suggested. Husband, can you beat alliance leader Lei? Although Bai Jirua didn't know what had happened, since Su Hao had made such a suggestion, he must have some confidence. It's fair to say there's a chance, we might not necessarily lose. Su Hao revealed a faint smile. Then let's challenge him and pull him down from his position as leader. Bai Yanan said excitedly. Lei Wanyan was unpopular, and it was definitely a good thing that someone was willing to step forward and deal with him. The two young ladies truly have great confidence in young Master Su. Zhang Dewang frowned. This is something I have to do. Su Hao emphasized that there are fewer and fewer people upholding justice in the martial arts world these days, so he was avenging Huang Shihu. However, revenge is one thing, but there's no rush. He wouldn't act rashly while his injuries were still healing. He spent the next 2 days recovering from his injuries. With the help of his self-prepared medicine, his injuries finally healed successfully. That noon, Su Hao took Bai Jirua for a walk in the manor, and both of them were in top condition. Bai Jirua looks stunning today, wearing a red, belted tang suit. She's radiant and captivating. Honey, we've both survived this ordeal, isn't it time to talk about getting married? Bai Jirua suddenly stopped, a faint smile on her face. Isn't this a bit premature? We still have a lot to deal with. The Bai family is not stable, and my battle with Lei Wanyan hasn't even begun yet. Su Hao instinctively chose to avoid the situation. All right. Bai Jirua knew when to stop. She only needed to bring up the matter from time to time to keep him in his heart. Suddenly at that moment, the phone rang, displaying Lu Wan's number. Why would she call you? Su Hao frowned, a bad feeling creeping over him. Lu Wan is Yi Long's wife since he became the deputy leader of the gang. Her widow and daughter have been cared for by Su Hao and his wife. However, he is usually busy, and Baiyu Manor is not suitable for the two of them to live in, so Bai Jirua basically takes care of the mother and daughter. If you're getting a call now, something must have happened over there. Sister Wan, has something happened to Guagua? Bai Jirua asked hurriedly. She liked the cute Guagua very much and had taken her in as her goddaughter. Yes, Miss Bai, we are at the kindergarten now. Could you please come over here? Lu Wan sounded very nervous. Okay, I'll be right there. Bai Jirua hung up the phone and rushed out. Jirua, wait for me. Su Hao thought for a moment and decided to follow. Yes. Bai Jirua nodded. That would be even better. Better. At Jinhua Kindergarten, Lu Wan held Guagua, her face looking very unwell. Teacher Shayan, was someone bullying Guagua just now? Lu Wan noticed a handprint on her face, which seemed incredibly striking. Ms. Lu, it's just the kids playing around. As a parent, you shouldn't get involved. The kindergarten teacher frowned and said unhappily. Is this how you act as a teacher? Didn't you see Guagua is injured? Lu Wan was very unhappy and said angrily, now pull up the surveillance footage, I want to investigate it myself. This parent has no right to access the surveillance footage. Just communicate with our teachers if you have any questions. Teacher Shayan wears glasses and has a knack for dealing with troublesome parents. Guagua, who bullied you just now? Lu Wan looked at her daughter and asked softly. It's him. Guagua pointed at a chubby boy and said angrily, Mom, it's him. He said my dad was a bad guy and that Ultraman killed him. Teacher Shayan, is this true? Lu Wan frowned and asked unhappily. So what if it is? Lu Zishuan was just joking. What's wrong with kids joking? Teacher Shayan clearly defended the other side, and looked at Lu Wan with a hint of disdain. Everyone knows that Lu Wan is a widow without a husband to support her, who would respect her and her daughter. Lu Zishuan is different. His family has a powerful background in comparison. It's obvious which child he'd side with. Smack! As he spoke, the chubby Lu Zishuan walked up to Guagua and slapped her hard again, saying, kids without fathers deserve to be bullied. Wow! Guagua burst into tears on the spot. The claw marks on her young face were heartbreaking to see. Teacher Shayan, how are you going to handle this? Lu Wan asked angrily. Lu Zishuan, quickly apologized to Guagua. Teacher Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed and could only say it in a lukewarm way. No. My mother said that you should never apologize to the lowest class. She said that in this small class, I am the most honored one. Even teachers are considered lowly. The chubby boy shook his head and said with great disdain. Teacher Xiaoyan's face immediately turned ugly. She hadn't expected to be despised as well. Little fatty, where are your parents? Luan came to pick someone up at noon, but she didn't expect to encounter this situation, and she was completely upset. Who's looking for me? Sudden then a woman walked in from outside. She was wearing a cheongsam, carrying a designer handbag, with a diamond necklace around her neck and gold rings on all 5 fingers of her right hand. She was dressed like a rich lady and spoke arrogantly. Mrs. Lu, right? You've come at the right time. Your son, Lu Zixuan, slapped my daughter. Please apologize on his behalf. Lu Wan said neither humbly nor arrogantly. What? You're such a jerk, you actually made Jia Zixuan take action? Let me see if Zixuan's hand is hurt. She looked distressed and began to examine Lu Zixuan. When she noticed the red mark on her palm, she became furious and said, Guagua's mom, what's wrong with you two lowly people? How can you be so shameless? You've injured my Zixuan's hand. How are you going to compensate me? What did you say? Lu Wan was stunned. She had seen scoundrels before, but never one this scoundrel. Lu Zixuan assaulted them first, yet they're demanding compensation? Is there no justice in this world? 586, Chapter 586. I got slapped. What kind of look is that? You're not convinced? My Zixuan is the most precious person in the world. How could your orphan compare? I see you look poor and shabby, so I won't make things difficult for you. You pay me 100,000 today, and this matter will be over. Mrs. Lu said, feigning generosity. Upon hearing this, the other parents picking up their children were stunned. Is this something a human being could say? The person who assaulted the other is demanding compensation from the victim? Mrs. Lu, you must be mistaken. This is Lu Zixuan's fault. Why should we pay compensation? Lu Wan argued her case based on reason. Whose fault is it for you to decide? If I say it's your child's fault, then it's her fault. It's only 100,000 yuan. You poor bastards can't possibly not even have that much money. If you don't pay, then I'm sorry, I'm calling the police and having her arrested. Mrs. Lu threatened. My daughter is so young, and you actually want to call the police? Lu Wan was so angry she almost cried. What's the big deal? Protecting a child's rights is a mother's responsibility. Don't worry, I won't let Guagua suffer. At most, I'll throw you in jail. Mrs. Lu laughed arrogantly. I don't believe the police will listen to you. Lu Wan was so angry that she was trembling all over. You don't believe me? Let me tell you the truth, compared to our family, you are nothing but lowly commoners. In the face of power, nothing else matters. Mrs. Lu's words became increasingly arrogant. She had powerful people in her family, so dealing with these two would be too easy for her. Mrs. Lu, the two children are classmates. Let's not make a big deal out of this. It won't be good for your reputation, Teacher Xiaoyan advised cautiously. Okay, I'll give the teacher face. Guagua's mom, kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistakes, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, I might have someone arrest you, lock you up, and play with you for a few days. Since you don't have a husband anyway, this can be considered helping you solve your personal problem, right? Mrs. Lu said arrogantly. Lu Wan was trembling with anger. How could she accept such conditions? You bad woman, you're not allowed to bully mommy. Guagua bravely stood up, wiped away her tears, rushed towards Mrs. Lu, opened her mouth, and bit down hard on her stomach. Guagua, don't do anything reckless. Lu Wan's expression changed drastically. Mrs. Lu never expected that a little boy would actually defend someone, and she was bitten so badly that his stomach bled. She was furious and slapped Guagua away, and was about to stomp on Guagua. No! Lu Wan immediately rushed over and hugged Guagua tightly. However, Mrs. Lu's high heels still stepped down, and in just a few steps, several bloody marks appeared on Lu Wan's back. You two lowly commoners, I think you're courting death. She became increasingly angry as she hit him. Stop. Stop hitting. High heels can be used as weapons, they can kill people. Other parents couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up to stop it. Who is trying to persuade them? Are you qualified? Mrs. Lu glared angrily at these people, her eyes filled with disdain. The parents looked angry, but dared not actually stand up. Everyone felt aggrieved at that moment. Having such an unreasonable and domineering parent in the kindergarten was a bad thing for everyone. Nobody knows if their own child will be the next one bullied by Lu Zixuan. If the same situation were to occur, would there be no one who could punish her? Afraid to speak? Are they all mute? Wasn't it very loud just now? Mrs. Lu looked around disdainfully, then looked away, suddenly took off her high heels, and was about to smash them down on Lu Wan's head. Stop! Suddenly, at that moment, a handsome figure appeared. It was Su Hao who arrived. Bai Jirua followed behind, furious seeing Guogui and her daughter injured. She felt heartbroken. Who do you think you are, and by what right do you stop me? Mrs. Lu glanced at Su Hao, saw that he was dressed in an inconspicuous manner and didn't care at all. She continued to swing her high heels, about to hit Lu Wan. Can't you understand human language? Su Hao suddenly walked over and slapped Mrs. Lu away. Well done. In the crowd, some people shouted loudly and even clapped. That slap was incredibly satisfying, earning it admiring glances from several people. Su Hao. When Lu Wan saw him, her expression was somewhat unnatural. She still feels that Ji Long's death is somewhat related to Su Hao, and she has not completely forgiven him. Bad guy. Guogui was even more direct, rolling her eyes. Guogui, come to your godmother. Bai Jirua said gently. Godmother, someone is bullying Guogui. The little guy really liked the pretty Bai Jirua. He ran over excitedly, threw himself into her arms, and cried his heart out. Don't cry, Guogui, your godmother and godfather are here to support you. Bai Jirua saw the slap mark on her face and stepped out in 7 steps, demanding, who did this? It's me. Little fatty Lu Zixuan stepped forward and said disdainfully, Guogui, you don't have a father, you deserve to be beaten. Bai Jirua trembled with anger, but seeing that the other party was a child, she couldn't bring herself to hit him. Leave it to me. Su Hao didn't care about anything else and slapped him across the face. Snap. After a crisp slap, the chubby boy flew out and crashed right into Mrs. Lu. Both mother and son had slap marks on their faces, with Mrs. Lu's injuries being more severe. Her teeth even loosened. Lu Zixuan's condition was slightly better, but his face was still swollen like a pig's head. You lowly commoner, what right do you have to hit us? Mrs. Lu's speech was already somewhat slurred, but her arrogant attitude did not diminish at all. Untouchables? Su Hao sneered, walked over, and slapped her again. Are you very noble? Mrs. Lu again was struck and said angrily, of course, how could your family compare to ours? No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Hao slapped him again. You still dare to make a move? Mrs. Lu said angrily again. After he finished speaking, he received another slap. I'll fucking get someone to kill you later. Mrs. Lu spoke up angrily again. Unfortunately, he was slapped by Su Hao again as soon as he finished speaking. The force was just right this time. After the blow, Mrs. Lu opened her mouth and spat out 6 teeth. Now she's starting to slur her words. Untouchables. Kneel down. Immediately afterwards, Lu Zixuan stepped forward arrogantly, putting on an adult-like demeanor and looking down on people. Smack. Su Hao didn't bother with politeness and slapped him across the face. The chubby boy finally couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears, rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum, saying, help, he hit me so hard, someone help me teach him a lesson. Puff. Seeing her enemy get a lesson, Guogui's mood instantly improved. She stared at Su Hao with her innocent big eyes and asked, is he really my godfather? 587, Chapter 587. Shocking. Yes, Guogui, Su Hao isn't a bad person. You must believe that he will protect you. Bai Jirua advised. Guogui, your godmother is right. After thinking about it, Luan realized that Su Hao was the only one who cared about her and her daughter right now. In contrast, Yu Wanxiao was also an incompetent aunt, leaving the Kuanping gang for her own benefit and refusing to take care of them at all. "Godfather, give me a hug." Guogua finally put aside her past grievances and said in her childish voice. "Good girl, Guogua." Su Hao held her in his arms, looking at the injuries on her face with great heartache. He gently rubbed them and used some of his inner energy to dispel the bruises. "Godfather, it itches." Guogua couldn't quite describe her feelings, but she felt comfortable and smiled sweetly. "Guogua, go to your godmother's side first." Su Hao frowned and saw a bald middle-aged man walking aggressively towards him, realizing that this matter was far from over. "Okay." Guogua walked over there, not forgetting to bring Luan with her. Soon, the bald man approached and saw the Lu mother and son lying on the ground. He looked terrified and immediately went over to help them up, saying with trepidation, "Mrs. Lu, I'm late, I'm so sorry you had to suffer." "Director Li, you've come at the perfect time. This is the man causing trouble, please handle this carefully." Mrs. Lu pointed angrily at Su Hao and said coldly. "Sir, do you know you're in big trouble today?" Director Li answered without asking any questions. "Are you the principal of this kindergarten?" Su Hao asked coldly. "That's right." Director Li said proudly. "Did you take bribes from the Lu family and agree to be their dog?" Su Hao's next words were quite impolite. "Nonsense. This principal has always handled matters impartially, helping those in the right and not those in the wrong. You assaulted Mrs. Lu today, and this matter will not end so easily. I can tell you with absolute certainty that you're in deep trouble, a trouble you'll never be able to get out of." Principal Li said angrily. "Look, isn't this just being a dog for the Lu family?" Su Hao said dismissively. "Young Master Su, how could you offend Director Li?" Luan suddenly asked with some concern. "If you want to stay at this kindergarten, the person you absolutely cannot offend is Principal Li. Now that he has been called a dog twice, things have reached a point of no return. Yigua's parents, you are challenging the authority of this principal. This is a very serious matter, you will definitely regret it." Principal Li said angrily. "Oh, are you going to hit me?" Su Hao looked disdainful. "Are you kidding me? I am an intellectual who graduated from a prestigious university, and I certainly won't resort to violence like you reckless commoners. We use connections. Do you believe that with just one order, no kindergarten in the entire province will accept Yigua anymore?" Principal Li revealed a haughty smile. "That's his power with his connections in the Education Bureau over the years. He's more than capable of completely shutting down Guogua's education." "You have that ability?" Su Hao frowned. He didn't have children and really didn't know that Director Li had this ability. "Nonsense. Dealing with this kind of fatherless bastard is so easy." Principal Li said proudly. "What did you say?" Su Hao's face turned ashen. "I'm talking about that bastard, are you deaf?" Principal Li said proudly. Smack. Su Hao was in a frenzy. So what if it was Principal Li? He slapped her away with one blow. After being slapped, the person clutched their wound, a look of horror on their face, and said, "How could you hit me, parent? Believe me, I really will blacklist Yigua from all educational resources. You dare. If you do anything like this, I will make sure your whole family suffers." Su Hao disliked threatening people, but this person's actions crossed the line, so he said coldly. These words left Director Li speechless. He only bullies parents who are more civilized. When facing someone like Su Hao, he feels like a scholar encountering a soldier. He is no match for him at all. Even if you get beaten, you can only endure it yourself. Director Li, how come you can't even handle an ordinary person? Mrs. Lu said unhappily, then looked coldly at Su Hao. You just wait, you'll get what's coming to you soon. She immediately took out her phone and started calling someone. That's interesting. I'll slap you 2 more times because you called people in. Su Hao looked disdainful. This kind of person deserved a severe lesson, otherwise he would only remain arrogant forever. True to his word, he rushed over and slapped him twice more. The usually arrogant Mrs. Lu was now beaten to a pulp. Her face was swollen, and she could barely open her eyes. Director Li was shocked by what he saw, but he was no better off himself, so he could only push the cart aside and remain silent. They only breathed a sigh of relief when they heard footsteps outside. Mrs. Lu then said arrogantly again, "It's too late for you to leave now. My husband is coming to teach you a lesson right away." As soon as he finished speaking, a tall and burly man walked in through the door. His gaze swept over the injured wife and son, and he was immediately filled with anger. He turned around and shouted, "Who the hell has the guts to hit Lu Hao's woman?" "Lu Hao, what do you do?" Su Hao's direct stepping forward indicates that he will take responsibility for this matter. "You don't even know him? I'm the head of the security department at Fuguei Group. Are you scared now?" The man announced this with pride. "Ah." Su Hao was a little confused. He thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be just this person. But others still felt some fear when they heard this name. The Fuguei Group was owned by Sun Fuguei, the god of wealth, and possessed immense wealth that ordinary people couldn't match. Since this person is from the security department, he must have close ties with some detectives and is capable of persecuting ordinary people. "Honey, what are you standing there for? Teach him a lesson quickly." Mrs. Lu continued to urge him on. You are young Master Su Hao?" Lu Hao felt that Su Hao's face looked familiar, and then he realized that this was the benefactor mentioned in the document that Sun Fuguei had given to the various managers. After a manager offended Su Hao last time, Sun Fuguei took remedial measures, which was to directly instruct his subordinates not to disrespect Su Hao again. "Otherwise, you'll lose your job." "Oh, you know me?" Su Hao nodded and said calmly. "Hurry up and do it, he's just a lowly commoner, what are you afraid of?" Mrs. Lu was still urging, but as soon as she finished speaking, she was slapped by her husband again. 588, Chapter 588. Yin and Yang. "Honey, are you confused? Go ahead and hit him, why are you hitting me instead?" Mrs. Lu was stunned by the blow and said angrily. "That's exactly what I'm going to do. You didn't discipline your son properly and he often bullied others. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? I warned you long ago, our family is nothing in Dong province, and you're the only one who thinks you're so great. Now that we've hit a brick wall, don't ruin our whole family." Lu Hao became angrier and angrier as he spoke. "That blind, smelly woman, she thinks she can teach Su Hao a lesson. Does her family have the right to do so?" Slaps rained down on Mrs. Lu. Her face wasn't enough to be beaten, the rest of her body was also brutally assaulted. "Enough!" Mrs. Lu suddenly shouted, "You, surnamed Lu, are a disgrace. Your wife and children were beaten, and you actually turned around and joined in lecturing your own people. You live such a pathetic life, you might as well be dead. You're all talk and no action. I am just trying to protect my whole family. What do you know?" Lu Hao sneered. Only in this way could he appease Su Hao, otherwise, things would only escalate and he wouldn't be able to handle the situation. "Very well, since you don't dare to make a move, I'll have my brother do it. I refuse to believe that a mere thug from the eastern province can suppress the son-in-law of a wealthy family in Yanjing." Mrs. Lu muttered to herself. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao frowned. It seemed things were really escalating. He couldn't tell whether Su Haomeng or his brother-in-law was more formidable. In any case, it's best for him not to interfere and let them deal with it themselves. Mrs. Lu made a phone call, then said coldly, "Just you wait, someone will deal with you soon." "Good." Su Hao nodded indifferently this time. He wanted to solve the problem once and for all to avoid any future troubles. He borrowed the infirmary and helped Lu Wan treat some of her wounds. After the medicine was applied, her recovery speed was visibly faster. "Young Master Su, thank you. Without you, Guagua and I would have been in trouble today." Lu Wan said with lingering fear. A family still needs a man to support it. Think about how they were treated before Su Hao came. After Su Hao appeared, no one dared to make things difficult for them anymore, but they were met with a strong counterattack. "This isn't your fault, these people are just too arrogant." Su Hao shook his head slightly, a helpless expression on his face. "Young Master Su, what should we do if they invite a noble young master from Yanjing?" Lu Wan said tremblingly. "Mom, don't be afraid, Godfather will beat them up," Guagua said in her childish voice. "You're right, Godfather will teach them a lesson for you, okay? No matter how many come, I'll knock them all out for you, Guagua. Su Hao squatted down and teased Guagua. Yes, my godfather is Sun Wukong, who made havoc in the heavenly palaces. Guagua's superhero. The little guy was very clever, and his childlike praise made Su Hao beam with joy. He subconsciously glanced at Bai Zhihua, and a thought he had never had before flashed through his mind. If he really married Zhihua and had a child, would the child be even cuter than Guagua? Honey, what are you looking at? Bai Zhihua blinked and said with a half smile. You look beautiful today, Su Hao chuckled. I know. Bai Zhihua smiled, knowing that he definitely wasn't thinking about this just now, but there was no other evidence. Godfather, godmother, give us a kiss, give us a kiss. Guagua cheered from the side. These words made Bai Zhihua burst into laughter. She hadn't spoiled Guagua for nothing. Guagua was the best catalyst for their relationship. Su Hao might ignore everyone else, but he couldn't possibly ignore Guagua's innocent words. Honey, what are you waiting for? Bai Zhihua opened her arms, making a gesture as if she wanted a hug. You're not a child anymore, why are you joining in the commotion? Su Hao was still somewhat reserved. Godfather, be good, be a good boy. Guagua provided another assist. Guagua, I'll treat you to ice cream when I'm done with this. Bai Zhihua laughed non-stop. She really hadn't spoiled her for nothing. Okay, Guagua is the best, godmother is the best. The little one waved her chubby hands and started patting. Watching this scene, Su Hao felt inexplicably happy. If anyone wanted to hurt Guagua, then he wouldn't be polite. Tiangxiangju. Several young men and women were talking about something. President Lin, we're all a bit curious. How did you meet Uncle Jean? How did you suddenly become his goddaughter? The beautiful woman in white sitting opposite Lin Yao, named Feng Chengchun, came from the Feng family of Yanjing and asked in an envious tone. It's all fate. Yesterday, my cousin and I went out to eat and suddenly saw someone lying on the side of the road in pain, so I called an ambulance for him and took him to the hospital. It wasn't until after he recovered that I learned he was the head of the Jin family, a wealthy family from Yanjing, and he even took me in as his goddaughter. Lin Yao sighed, realizing that all of this was something she had never expected. You're really lucky. Right now, countless people in the entire Yanjing and the entire eastern province envy you. Feng Chengcheng said with a smile. She had also found out about this news, so she took the initiative to come and do business with Lin Yao, trying to build up this relationship. Mr. Lin, with your current status, even without going back to the Lin family, not many people would dare to touch you. The man who spoke had a somewhat effeminate handsome appearance. He was none other than Hu Yufa, Feng Qingqing's son-in-law, and he spoke with an envious tone. I hope so. Lin Yao sighed silently. All she wanted was a stable environment so she could focus on making money. She had no desire to get involved in any family feuds, but these messy things kept swirling around her, and she couldn't get rid of them. Mr. Lin, we're here today mainly to discuss cooperation with you. Look, this is what we provide. Please make sure you approve this order. Feng Chengcheng took out a contract and placed it in front of Lin Yao. The latter picked it up out of curiosity, glanced at the numbers on the contract, and was immediately stunned. This is actually a business worth $1 billion. The cooperation between the two parties is very easy. It's basically a pledge of allegiance from the Feng family. Miss Feng, is this appropriate? Lin Yao asked in disbelief. President Lin, please trust the Feng family's judgment. We won't do a losing deal as long as you sign. It will be a win-win situation for both of us. Feng Chengcheng said confidently. Good. Lin Yao agreed. Money delivered to her doorstep was simply too tempting. The two parties quickly established a cooperative relationship and signed the contract. Hu Yufa stood to the side, watching with a smile, until his phone rang. His smile completely disappeared after he answered the call, and he said to Feng Chengcheng with a serious face, Honey, I need to go there to make sure my sister is alright. 589, Chapter 589 Waste. Who is so bold as to lay a hand on my aunt? Feng Chengcheng was very unhappy. Her family was among the top 10 in Yanjing. Was coming to Dong province a form of escalation? To deal with Hu Yufa's sister is to slap her in the face. He looks like some kind of thug. No problem. I'll take a few guards with me. We should be able to handle him easily. Hu Yufa said confidently. Go and come back quickly, we still have to celebrate with President Lin tonight. Feng Changcheng said unhappily. No problem, you guys chat first, I'll be right back. Hu Yufa and his men left arrogantly. Mr. Lin, if I may be so bold as to ask, do you have a boyfriend or fiancé? Feng Changcheng suddenly asked. Not yet, I'm focused on making money and have no interest in that kind of thing. Lin Yao said this subconsciously, but when she said it, she felt that something was wrong, as if some memories were sealed away, but she couldn't quite put her finger on what was wrong. Actually, having a simp isn't so bad. My husband is very centered around me, he'll do whatever I ask, and he'll even run errands for me. If I'm lonely, I can find him to amuse myself at night. Feng Changcheng laughed heartily. Miss Feng, I really envy you. Lin Yao Saichi sometimes felt lonely, but she really couldn't find a sycophant like Hu Yufa. Actually, there was something she was too embarrassed to say. She felt that this man lacked masculinity and was clearly not someone who could achieve great things. He was only suitable as a toy and not her type. Good things come to those who wait. I believe that with President Lin's status and overall qualities, there will definitely be the most suitable person to fall at your feet. Feng Changcheng said with a flattering smile. Thank you for your kind words. Lin Yao smiled gently. This smile stunned Feng Changcheng. The female CEO in front of him was so beautiful that she could become the focus of everyone's attention anywhere she appeared. Suddenly her phone rang, and Hu Yufa's pig-like screams came from the other end. Honey, come to Jinhua Kindergarten quickly, there's a man here who's not easy to deal with. Who dares to lay a hand on the Feng family? Feng Changcheng said unhappily. Even when beating a dog, one should consider its owner. Now that the other party has targeted her man, how can she swallow such politeness? I told him about the Feng family's background, and he said he'd never heard of them. As Hu Yufa was speaking, he was hit twice more and started howling again. Hold on, I'm coming right away. Feng Changcheng hung up the phone, his face dark and gloomy, with an urge to devour someone. Miss Feng, would you like me to come along? Lin Yao suddenly said. President Lin, you can just go and watch the show. Our Feng family doesn't need any outside help. Feng Changcheng said confidently. Okay. Lin Yao nodded. After all, this was a business partner, and he didn't want her to be in a crisis. If there was an opportunity, he would still do his best to be a good host. At Jinhua Kindergarten, while Su Hao and Bai Zhihua were playing with the children in the infirmary, they heard a loud commotion outside and opened the door to come out. At that moment, Hu Yufa, accompanied by several guards, entered arrogantly and was comforting Mrs. Liu. When Su Hao appeared, Mrs. Liu squinted and pointed at him angrily, saying, Brother, this is the man, please help me get revenge. Men, beat them to death. He's really gone too far. How dare he lecture my sister? Does he not know what the King of Hell's surname is? Hu Yufa said fiercely. The several tall and burly guards exchanged glances, all showing disdain, believing that they had the advantage of outnumbering the enemy. Prepare to die. Several people then made their moves. However, a surprising scene unfolded. Su Hao stood still, and as these people approached, he raised his hand and, with a speed invisible to the naked eye, instantly knocked them unconscious. Did you bring these people? Su Hao's gaze shifted and landed on Hu Yufa, filled with boundless hatred. So what if it is? Do you know that I am the husband of the Feng family in Yinjing? How can you compare to me? Hu Yufa said arrogantly. The Feng family's son-in-law? Isn't he just a gigolo? Su Hao said dismissively. He had a strange feeling he had always been called a gigolo, but the man in front of him was the epitome of that. He had absolutely no talent, he was just good-looking enough to meet certain women's expectations. You're fucking swearing, aren't you? Hu Yufa trembled with anger. That's right, a gigolo. Su Hao said dismissively. I'll fight you to the death. As Hu Yufa spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing his thin arms, and charged forward aggressively. Just as he approached Su Hao, a slap came flying at him, leaving 5 handprints on his face. If it were any other man, he would have tried to retaliate. Hu Yufa's reaction exceeded everyone's expectations. He covered his face, tears streaming down his face, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and shouted, You just wait, I'll get my wife over here to deal with you right now. Gold digger. Su Hao said dismissively. Say that again, you son of a bitch? He asked instinctively, a hint of anger in his voice. However, after saying that, Su Hao gave him 2 more tough moves, so Hu Yufa squatted in the corner and cried, and took the opportunity to call Feng Chengcheng for help. Waste. Su Hao said dismissively. You stinky man, this is the only time you can be arrogant. Wait until my sister-in-law comes over, then you'll have your day. What makes you think you can compete with the Feng family of Yanjing? Mrs. Liu, covered in injuries, swaggered around and said arrogantly. The reason she dares to be so arrogant is mainly because of the Feng family. In the past, when others heard this news, their legs would go weak with fear. She believed Su Hao wasn't much better off, at most, he was just putting on a brave front now, but once Feng Chengcheng appeared, it would be time for him to kneel down and beg for mercy. What's so great about the mere Feng family, of? Su Hao said dismissively. You brat, you're not allowed to look down on the Feng family. Hu Yufa suddenly said angrily. What, you want to get beaten up again? Su Hao only glared at him, and the man was so frightened that his legs trembled and he hid in a corner, looking even more timid than Lu Zixuan. Handsome, you should know when to quit while you're ahead. You've already gained the upper hand today, there's no need to fight the Feng family to the bitter end. That's the Feng family, a powerful family from Yanjing. We people from the eastern province can't compete with them. Leave as soon as possible, perhaps the other party won't hold it against you. Other parents kindly offered their advice. Su Hao simply shook his head, showing no intention of leaving. He just wanted to resolve things here quickly so he could take Guigua to buy ice cream. It has to be said that the Feng family members are really too slow. They send them off one after another. Don't they know that they can save time by coming at them all at once? Get out of the way. Just then, several tall guards rudely pushed through the crowd and walked in. 590, Chapter 590. The sky is high and the earth is high. Feng Chengcheng walked in triumphantly. Her gaze swept across the room and she saw Hu Yufa's miserable state, as well as the injuries to Mrs. Liu and Lu Zixuan. Her face immediately turned ugly, and she roared angrily, who on earth dares to hit my family? It's me. Su Hao took a step forward and said seriously. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to mess with the Feng family of Yanjing? Feng Chengcheng said proudly. The Feng family of Yanjing? When Hu Yufa mentioned this title, everyone assumed he was just a gigolo and wasn't worried, but Feng Chengcheng was different. He was clearly from the main branch of the Feng family and had a much higher status than her husband. I never expected the Feng family to appear in Dong province. This has complicated things. Young Master Su is too arrogant. He should have known when to quit while he was ahead and left as soon as possible. Now, he can only face her anger head on. Does he still have a chance of winning against the Feng family? Everyone was talking about it, hoping nothing would happen to Su Hao, but no one could help him. Young man, you've really crossed the line this time. Even if you kneel down and beg for mercy now, I won't let you off the hook. Hu Yufa was furious. He never expected that he could act with impunity in Yanjing, but he would actually get beaten up in Dong province. This is intolerable. We must take revenge today. Miss Feng, teach him a lesson he won't forget, Mrs. Liu urged. Auntie, he hit me, you have to stand up for me. Lu Zixuan cried. You, surnamed Su, are finished. Your only chance to live now is to admit your mistakes and try to get Miss Feng's forgiveness, otherwise, you won't survive today. Director Li became happy as well. Really, I don't believe it. Su Hao said coldly, with a hint of sarcasm. He thought it was some extraordinary mission, but it turned out to be just a woman. Even in this situation, he remained calm and composed. Hey, I'm giving you a chance now. Kneel on the ground. You can beat Hu Yufa the same way I beat you. Is that fair? An eye for an eye, no one loses out. Feng Chengcheng said, feigning generosity. Are you out of your mind? Su Hao laughed. This was because she had angered him. Having no advantages whatsoever, yet demanding an apology upon entering, isn't that relying on one's superior position? He'd seen plenty of people like that and had never been afraid of them. Men, give him a good beating. Feng Chengcheng seemed very unhappy and started yelling. Immediately, all her guards were mobilized, and several of them rushed past Su Hao. Seeing this, some of the others were secretly pleased. You brat, you can't fight four hands with two fists. You're surrounded now and have lost the right to beg for mercy. Now I'll show you what a real bodyguard from a wealthy family looks like compared to my bodyguards. You're nothing. Hu Yufa was delighted. He was about to see this guy get beaten up like crazy, a scene that would definitely make him happy. Going against the Feng family, you're really asking for trouble, Mrs. Lu said, somewhat arrogantly. Sigh, looks like you're going to suffer. Why bother? Apologizing and letting Miss Feng hit you a few times wouldn't have been a big deal now that the professional guards have intervened. You're in for a rough time. Principal Li laughed out loud, thinking that this person was truly getting his just desserts. So noisy. Su Hao frowned, finding these people's faces truly unsightly. He simply raised his hand and, to everyone's astonishment, instantly sent all the guards flying to the ground. Godfather, you're awesome. Guogui clapped her little hands happily, looking at him with admiration. If movies portray one person's bravery as taking on 10, then Su Hao could definitely do it easily. These guards are too weak. Even Lu Wan could see that there were no experts among the Feng family's guards. Although there seemed to be many of them, they were all just there to be killed and were not enough to be of any use. Guogui, are you happy now? Bai Jiruo was still teasing her. Upon seeing this, Feng Qingqing's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected his guards to be so useless, despite their high salaries. She didn't think Su Hao was too strong, she simply thought the nurses weren't skilled enough. Looking Su Hao in the eyes, she reverted to her authority and said, You brat, you have one last chance. Apologize and admit your mistake now, and I'll forgive you. Get out of my way. I don't like hitting women, but I won't be soft-hearted when I encounter a shrew. Su Hao said with great disdain. Who do you think you are? How dare a mere lowly person order me around like that? Believe it or not, I'll immediately gather experts from Yinjing and cripple you myself? Feng Qingqing said angrily. A good dog doesn't block the way. Su Hao took a step forward, which was already giving her a way out. What, you're actually going to hit me? Feng Qingqing didn't care at all, raised an eyebrow, and said aggressively. No sooner had she finished speaking than Su Hao walked over and slapped her so hard she spun around on the spot. The mere Feng family dares to flaunt their wealth in front of me. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll really never know your place. As Su Hao spoke, he slapped the same spot twice more. Feng Qingqing immediately felt uncomfortable, half of his face swollen like a pig's head. Tears streamed down her face as she opened her mouth and spat out a shocking amount of blood, instantly turning the half of her face pale with fright. She stammered, You filthy man, I'll never forgive you. What's wrong? You don't like it? Bite me. Su Hao said coldly. Hey, who exactly are you? How dare you lay a hand on Miss Feng? Hu Yufa was stunned. Was this just a lowly commoner? What gave him the right to make a move? Kid, don't be too arrogant. The Feng family's expert masseur will be here soon, and he'll definitely break your arms and legs so he can experience what it's like to get beaten up. Mrs. Lu also said angrily. Su Hao frowned. How could these two siblings still have so much talk? Her gaze darkened, and she looked at them with murderous intent. The two of them were immediately frozen in place, as if they had just seen the Grim Reaper. Principal Li originally wanted to say something more, but seeing this scene, she was so frightened that her voice became much softer. I'll bite you if I want. Feng Qingqing has never been one to back down since he was a child, so when he saw Su Hao make such an idea, he rushed over directly. She actually opened her mouth, and with a tragic thought in her mind, she rushed straight over. He opened his mouth and bit. Su Hao couldn't help but laugh. What kind of helpless way of dealing with this was? Did they really think it was a fight between women? They actually used their mouths. He decided to give her a little shock and immediately put his hand in front of him to block. Feng Qingqing was overjoyed and bit down with her sharp teeth unexpectedly. The other person's hand was like a block of iron. The moment she bit down, she was immediately jolted and felt a sharp pain, making her feel terrible. Get out of my way. Su Hao slapped her again, sending her flying more than 10 meters away. 591, Chapter 591. Let's go back. Stop. Just then, a stunningly beautiful figure walked in, and everyone's eyes instinctively fell on her. If Feng Qingqing was somewhat attractive, then the newcomer was absolutely gorgeous. Why is Lin Yao here? Su Hao frowned. It was still a bit awkward to run into her in this kind of situation. Bai Jiruo was somewhat displeased when she saw who it was. She wouldn't have felt any pressure if it were any other woman, but Lin Yao was different. she was practically the woman with the highest status in Su Hao's heart. Bai Zhihua is still unclear about whose status is more important between the two of them now. Godmother, this aunt is so pretty. Guogua said innocently. What auntie, call me sister. Lu Wan was a little unhappy in today's society, everyone likes to call someone sister. It's alright according to her age, she should indeed call me auntie. Seeing how cute Guogua was, Lin Yao felt a sudden impulse. If she got married, would she also have a beautiful daughter? Wait, what marriage? She doesn't even have a boyfriend or any foundation, how can she have a child? Hello, auntie. Guogua said happily. Bai Zhihua frowned. Children don't lie, Guogua simply likes pretty women. This put even more pressure on her, meaning that using Guogua to pressure Su Hao might not work. Lin Yao, we're very busy here, don't join in the fun. Bai Zhihua walked forward, looked at Lin Yao, and said sharply. Who are you? Why are you talking to me like that? Lin Yao tilted her head, looking at the person with a puzzled expression, but still couldn't recall knowing them. Bai Zhihua frowned. What did she mean by that? Does he not recognize himself at all? Judging from her expression, it didn't seem like she was faking it. She has amnesia, she doesn't even recognize me. Su Hao couldn't help but sigh and said. Amnesia? Bai Zhihua was somewhat amused and exasperated, sensing that something must have happened to Lin Yao. She had felt threatened earlier, but now she could accept it immediately. While Lin Yao didn't know Su Hao, she would use some tricks to win him over. Perhaps by having a child with him, she could directly tie his heart to her. No, I know you. Lin Yao said very seriously. Su Hao found it strange, he couldn't see any emotion in her expression, as if the two were just ordinary strangers. You're a food delivery person, I've seen you at the hospital. Lin Yao emphasized this earnestly. Upon hearing this, Su Hao frowned deeply, indicating that her memory had not been restored at all. Mr. Lin, as long as you and him aren't friends, then it's easy to talk. Feng Chengcheng suddenly said something. She was still somewhat wary of Master Jin. If Lin Yao and Su Hao had a close relationship, she would have no choice but to suffer in silence. Today now it seemed there was still a chance to get revenge. Don't worry, we're not friends. But as a partner, I still have to say something for you. Mr. Su, it's wrong of you to hit people like that. You hit your younger brother and sister-in-law, and now you're hitting Ms. Feng. This behavior is extremely bad, especially since it happened in a kindergarten. I think you should apologize and say sorry to Ms. Feng and the others. Lin Yao emphasized this very seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless, unsure whether to laugh or cry. What kind of mediation method is this from a kindergarten teacher? After things have escalated to this point, can an apology really resolve the situation? President Lin, you can step back now. I can handle this. Feng Chengcheng said awkwardly. Can you handle this? Are you going to call for backup now? It's definitely too late, they're about to leave, Lin Yao said, walking up to Su Hao, hands on his hips, ready to continue arguing. But looking at Su Hao's handsome face, she felt a sense of familiarity. She thought about it carefully, when suddenly her body's protective mechanism was triggered, and she felt a splitting headache. She then squatted on the ground, clutching her head and rolling around in agony. Lin Yao, don't overthink it. Su Hao immediately squatted down and pressed 2 acupoints on her body, which immediately relieved her pain. She continued to look at him with a questioning gaze. Seeing this, Bai Zhihua felt a pang of sadness. Even though the two were rivals in love, she still felt a little sorry for Su Hao. She thought to herself, if she were ever in a similar situation, Su Hao would probably be heartbroken. They were once deeply in love, but now they are strangers. Can't you just admit your mistake? Lin Yao continued to persuade him. I'm sorry. Su Hao looked at her, feeling a pang of emotion, and pulled her into his arms. However, the next moment, he found that Lin Yao was struggling very violently, as if she had been molested. She immediately got up and slapped him to teach him a lesson. Fortunately, Su Hao didn't stand still this time, he dodged to the side to avoid the slap. Turns out he's a scoundrel. You brat, do you think you can have Mr. Lin just because he's good looking? I'm warning you, offending me is your doom. If you offend President Lin, your whole family will suffer. Feng Chengcheng arrived happily, then looked at Lin Yao and said, President Lin, should we ask your godfather for help? No need, I believe he didn't mean it. Lin Yao shook her head for some reason. Although she was very angry, she subconsciously chose to forgive him. Lin Yao, how did you become friends with someone like that? Su Hao frowned. Lin Yao always seemed to have bad luck with men. We have a business relationship, and Miss Foam has brought me a lot of money. Lin Yao emphasized. Alright, Su Hao said helplessly. Since she still had strong resistance, there was no way to change anything today, so he said to Feng Chengcheng, for the sake of President Lin, I'll spare your life today. If you have any complaints, come find me at the Kuanping Gang. My name is Su Hao, and you're welcome to visit me anytime. After saying that, he walked out. None of the Feng family members dared to stop them. Guoguo's little buddy followed along, asking, Godfather, are you really not going to bring this pretty aunt home? The innocent words made everyone a little embarrassed. Guoguo, this is wrong of you. You can't just bring any pretty auntie back to your godfather. Bai Zhihua scolded her, hugging her. You only need to understand one thing, your godfather only has one godmother, and that's me. Oh. Guoguo was a little confused. She clearly felt her godfather's love, so why wouldn't the adults acknowledge it? If they were really strangers, she wouldn't have made such a request. Luan followed beside her, only showing a faint, bitter smile. Today's outcome is hard to say whether it's good or bad for her. She's safe now, but the incident has blown up. Will she ever be able to come back to this kindergarten? She's offended the principal. There's no way she'll have a good outcome if she tries again. Let's go back. Su Hao was a little tired every time Lin Yao appeared. It always made him irritable. 592, Chapter 592. Water Admiration. On the way back, Su Hao decided to try to cheer up. Since he was with Bai Zhihua and the others, he didn't need to look gloomy, otherwise it would make everyone feel awkward. Guoguo, if you need anything in the future, just ask your godmother, understand? When we get back later, I'll buy you a children's watch so you can call your godmother directly. Bai Zhihua said gently to the back seat from the passenger seat. Great, Guoguo will have a watch now, just like the other kids in her class. She waved her little hands and clapped them happily. Bai Zhihua felt slightly embarrassed. It seemed she had overlooked this. She had never taught children before and had forgotten this point. Guoguo, next time your godmother will choose a better kindergarten for you, and we won't come to school here anymore, okay? Bai Zhihua said. Okay. Guoguo nodded obediently. Luan finally felt relieved. As long as she heard those words, there was no problem. She realized that both Bai Zhihua and Su Hao genuinely loved Guoguo. Although this child has lost his biological father, he is fortunate to receive their attention. One is rich, the other is strong, they are a perfect match. Guoguo, when we get back, your godfather will test you if you're suitable. We'll treat you as a martial arts student. Once you become a martial arts master, no one will be able to bully you anymore. Su Hao said seriously. Hey, how can this be allowed? Once you enter the martial arts world, it's like entering a deep sea. She'll only face more trouble in the future. Wouldn't it be better for her to be an ordinary person, go to school, and learn how to survive than to become a martial artist? Bai Zhihua was somewhat displeased. Guoguo's father, Yi Long, wasn't very talented, and her mother, Luan, was just an ordinary person. How good could her martial arts talent be? Especially if you only learn half-baked martial arts skills, it's better to live a peaceful life. After all, practicing martial arts is very hard work from a young age. You have to practice stances and put in a lot of sweat. If you don't have the talent or the strength, you will only have more headaches if you offend martial arts people in the future. Godfather, Guoguo doesn't practice martial arts. The little guy was also afraid of hard work and immediately rejected the idea. Okay, I respect your choice. How about we go get some ice cream? Su Hao smiled. This was something he had promised. However, the next moment, the smile vanished. They had just crossed the intersection when they saw a large truck rushing towards them like it had no regard for its life. Su Hao was startled. He reacted quickly, frantically turning the steering wheel to narrowly avoid a fatal impact. As a result, the vehicle crashed directly into the green belt and overturned. Glass and other debris were scattered all over the floor. The truck then crashed into a nearby building, making the situation even worse. Zhihua, are you alright? Su Hao hurriedly looked towards the passenger seat. It's alright. Bai Zhihua only had a scratch on her arm and bled a little. It didn't seem like a big problem. She immediately remembered something, turned around, and her expression changed drastically. Guagua pretended to faint. Luan seemed to be trying to protect Guagua, but it was too late. Her entire right arm was dislocated by the impact, and she was grimacing in pain. Bang! Su Hao violently kicked the car door open, first carrying Bai Jirua out and settling her in before turning back to safely rescue Guagua and Luan. "Sister-in-law, are you hurt?" Su Hao looked at her eyes. The situation wasn't good. She had some internal bleeding. "I'm fine, but Guagua seems to have fainted." Despite the pain, Luan looked at Guagua and said with a pained expression, "Her injuries are actually less severe than yours." Su Hao took out silver needles and inserted 2 into the needles. Guagua slowly woke up and burst into tears. "Godfather, godmother, am I dead?" "Guagua, don't be afraid, we're all here for you. Even if we die, you won't be alone," Bai Jirua comforted her with a smile. "Okay, then I'll stay alive. I want ice cream." Guagua immediately replied. Huan, let me reattach your hand first, just bear with it." As Su Hao spoke, he immediately began setting the bones. Luan was about to speak, wondering if it would hurt a lot. Unexpectedly, at that moment, her arm was reattached. The whole process was incredibly smooth, and she didn't feel any pain at all. "Young Master Su, you are truly a miraculous doctor," she said earnestly. "Don't be too happy yet. You still need to go to the hospital. You also need to give Guagua a full checkup to make sure she's okay." After comforting them, Su Hao stood up, but his expression was no longer the same. It became incredibly cold as he shouted, "Bring them up." Several disciples of the Kunping gang immediately came out and dragged the driver who caused the accident over. The man was fat, and his chubby face showed some dissatisfaction. He said, "Pa, you actually dodged it." "Speak, who ordered you to do this?" Su Hao scolded. "Ordered? You're overthinking it. It was just a brake failure. We have no grudge against each other," the fat driver said dismissively. "You really won't tell?" Su Hao gave a wink to the disciples of the Kunping gang. These people, who were originally responsible for the safety of Guagua and Luan, received orders and clenched their fists, ready to take action. "You want to make a move? Don't you even know where you are? In broad daylight, can you really cover up the sky with one hand?" The fat driver wasn't afraid at all and arrogantly said. Su Hao frowned. It turned out that more and more people were gathering to watch the spectacle. Everyone found it amazing that no one died in such a serious traffic accident. "Take Guagua and the other girl to the hospital first." Su Hao had already decided to kill them. After the Kunping gang disciples left with Guagua and her daughter, he looked at the driver with the eyes of someone who was already dead. "What do you want to do?" The fat driver had a bad feeling. "You fatso, you're so heartless, charging right at us like that." Bai Jirua didn't care about anything else and slapped him across the face, venting her anger. "Let's talk about it later." "You bitch, do you want to die?" The fat driver slapped the woman, looking very unhappy. His eyes flashed with malice, and he was about to retaliate. The next moment, he saw Zhang Duwang leading the Kunping gang disciples, charging towards him menacingly, and he was so frightened that he dared not move. The other side had a large number of people, while he was alone. "Boss, there are too many people here, it's not easy to handle," Zhang Duwang said with difficulty. This is probably the result he wanted. Thinking that no one would dare to touch him in public, Su Hao smiled coldly, then looked at the fat driver and said, "Fatty, you're in mortal danger eating so much." With that, he turned and left. "You're the one in danger. What danger is there for your whole family?" the fat driver said angrily. However, the next moment, he felt his heart stop, his vision went black, and he collapsed to the ground, dying instantly. "Well done." Zhang Duwang was incredibly impressed. This move of killing someone from a distance was truly impressive. 593, Chapter 593 Acknowledgement. At the People's Hospital of Dong Province, Su Hao and Bai Jirua stayed by Guagua's bedside. Guagua's situation is actually quite good. She had a full checkup, and nothing was found wrong after eating an ice cream. She fell soundly asleep. Children are carefree. She eats and sleeps as usual, seemingly not taking the car accident to heart. I wonder how Luan is doing. Bai Jirua sighed. These two people were really having a tough time, encountering so many troubles. Don't worry, I will find out the truth about this, Su Hao said coldly. Bai Bai Jiruo still trusted Su Hao, she was certain he could do it. Just then, two people walked into the ward, they were Bai Ziyuan and Baianan. "Daughter, are you alright?" Bai Ziyuan asked with a puzzled look after her as he entered. "Sis, didn't they say you were in a car accident? It looks like you only have a few scrapes." Baianan was terrified when she received the call, but when she came over, she was perfectly fine. "I just applied some medicine to my arm, and my energy and spirit are perfectly fine." "You're actually a little disappointed? Would I be happier if I died?" Bai Jiruo knew she was joking, but she was just being silly. The two sisters are very close. Last time, when she was in a coma for several days, Baianan stayed by her side and took care of her the whole time. "By the way, what exactly happened?" Baianan changed the subject and asked with great seriousness. "Someone might be up to no good, but we don't know who they're after." Bai Jiruo briefly recounted what had happened that day. "The question now is the other party's target Su Hao, or Bai Jiruo, or perhaps Lu Wan and her daughter? How can there be such a bad person? Brother-in-law, you must investigate this thoroughly and then teach him a good lesson." Baianan said with a fierce look in his eyes. "Don't call me brother-in-law." Su Hao smiled helplessly. "Hey, do you want to be a jerk? My sister died for you once, you have to marry her no matter what," Baianan said defiantly. Anyway, don't shout anything now, I'll definitely take responsibility and won't let Jiruo down," Su Hao promised. Hearing this, the three members of the Bai family were very happy. "Why don't we get married soon?" Bai Jiruo urged him to get married again. "Ahem, look who's here." Su Hao suddenly looked towards the door and said. "Don't try to change the subject," Bai Jiruo said subconsciously, but immediately realized that someone had actually walked in. The person who arrived was someone everyone recognized, it was Bai Yilong. The man was carrying a fruit basket. He put it down, took an apple for himself, and started eating it, saying, "Cousin, I'm glad you're alright." "Why are you here?" Bai Jiruo asked, puzzled. "I'm here to deliver a message to my uncle. He wants you to hand over the treasure map," Bai Yilong said very seriously. "There's no such thing as a treasure map, these are all rumors," Bai Ziyuan said, very displeased. "Rumors? We're not outsiders. This thing has always been kept by the family head. You're no longer the family head. If you don't hand it over, are you going to give it to outsiders?" Bai Yilong said calmly. "When did you become your uncle's lackey?" Bai Jiruo was very unhappy. "That's a different story. I'll side with whoever wins. My uncle is the head of the family now, so what's wrong with me relaying his message? Fourth uncle, you'd better be sensible and hand over the treasure map as soon as possible, otherwise no one can guarantee that what happened today won't happen again," Bai Yilong said coldly. "What did you say? Did you orchestrate today's car accident?" Baianan was stunned. They were all from the Bai family and shared the same bloodline, yet they had turned against each other. "Car accident? I don't know about that, I was just responsible for relaying messages." Bai Yilong denied it at all, saying nonchalantly, "Remember, Sister Yufan will marry young Master Nangong in 5 days. That will be your final deadline. Fourth uncle, you won't make things difficult for your eldest uncle, right?" "I'll say it again, there's no treasure map," Bai Ziyuan emphasized. "Say whatever you want. I'm leaving now, remember to come to the wedding." After Bai Yilong finished speaking, he left immediately. Bai Jiruo and Baianan were both furious. These people had gone too far. If Su Hao hadn't reacted quickly, everyone would have died on the roadside. "Sister, they've gone too far," Baianan said. "How about we just fight our way back?" Su Hao made the suggestion. "An eye for an eye, and the other party has already decided to kill, which complicates matters." "That's not a good idea." Bai Ziyuan was somewhat undecided. After all, it was a matter of blood ties, and no one wanted to break ties with their brother. "Honey, let's think about it some more." Bai Jiruo was also in a dilemma. If it were an outsider, she would definitely not hesitate, but when facing the Bai family, she still couldn't bring herself to be ruthless. "Don't be merciful, they won't let this go. The treasure map is also very important. If we hand it over to them, it's hard to say who it will end up in." Su Hao reminded him. Sai, that's why I'm unwilling to hand over the treasure map. I always feel that my brother's condition is not right, and he may have been deceived. Bai Ziyuan had some suspicions, but he couldn't get any evidence. Just as the group was racking their brains, a nurse walked in, her face filled with sorrow, and asked, "Who is Luan's family member?" "That's me." Su Hao stood up and nodded in acknowledgement. "What did you do? Why didn't you protect the patient?" The nurse immediately questioned, clearly displeased. It's my fault. Someone was driving recklessly, and I didn't react in time." Su Hao found it strange. What did she mean by those words? Ordinary nurses shouldn't swear. "Perhaps you shouldn't have driven at all, but left the patient at home," said the nurse. He continued his lecture. "What's wrong with you? Why are you constantly scolding my brother-in-law?" Baiyan asked directly, somewhat displeased. "Don't you know the patient was pregnant? Because of this car accident, she can't save the baby," the nurse said unhappily. "Pregnant?" Su Hao scratched his head and looked at Bai Zhirua. Bai Zhirua also shook her head. She knew nothing about this matter. However, the two immediately realized that this was Bai Long's last child, as the child had already died in the car accident. Su Hao's face immediately turned extremely ugly, and he became murderous. Bai Jirua's face was also grim. These people had gone too far. What was originally just a car accident had now escalated into murder. "Brother-in-law, you look a little scary right now," Baiyan said in a trembling voice. "Scary? I want to kill someone." His anger was becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Sai, I didn't expect my brother and the others to act so recklessly. Things have gotten really bad." Bai Ziyuan sighed. Now that Su Hao has been dragged into this matter can no longer be easily resolved. 594, Chapter 594. Cheers. Luan was transferred to a VIP ward when Su Hao and Bai Zhirua arrived. She looked pale. She only glanced at Su Hao before bursting into tears. "Young Master Su, Miss Bai, I am so unlucky. Why do all the bad things happen to me? First brother Long died, and now the baby in her womb is gone too. God, please stop torturing me." Hearing her cry made everyone very sad. "Sister-in-law, this isn't your fault. It's my fault for not protecting you properly." Su Hao immediately admitted his mistake. "No. I've figured it out. This has nothing to do with you. Even if it weren't for today's car accident, but something that happened at the kindergarten, it could still have caused me to miscarry. On the contrary, without young Master Su's protection, Guogui and I would only be worse off." Luan no longer dared to complain about Su Hao, deeply understanding that he was their last lifeline. Without this powerful man, their lives would only get worse. This understanding, however, made Bai Zhirua somewhat angry. "Dad, you see, the Bai family has fallen to this state. No matter what, I will avenge them," she said in a deep voice. Fine, do as you please. This is the mess they made, and they deserve to be punished." Bai Ziyuan didn't know what else to say. "By the way, where's Guogua?" Luan suddenly exclaimed in alarm. Could it be that something happened to Guogua too? "She's asleep. This child is tough. She'll be fine. She can come and keep you company when she wakes up," Su Hao said. "Yes, my husband and I will be staying tonight," Bai Zhirua said with a sense of guilt. "Oh." Hearing that Guogua was alright, Luan felt much relieved and drifted off to sleep. The next day, the Bai family was decorated with lanterns and colorful streamers, a joyous occasion. Today is definitely the most glorious day of Bai Zhenyu's life, because this is the day he takes over as the head of the Bai family. Although the Bai family is not as powerful as before, there are still a lot of guests here today. Congratulations, uncle, the day has finally come when you take power," Bai Ilong said happily. "Ilong, you've been doing well lately. Your uncle has no son either. As long as you're obedient, the position of family head will definitely be yours in the future," Bai Zhenyu said with some emotion, thinking of the deceased Bai Wuji. "Now we can only train Bai Ilong. Fortunately, he is also my brother's child, so he's not an outsider." "Thank you so much for your trust, uncle." Bai Ilong was overjoyed. Such a promise was extremely important. "Master, you look great today." Today I'm assuming the position of head of the family, and in a few days my daughter will be getting married. It's truly a double celebration. Nobody understands why Bai Ziyuan would refuse a marriage alliance. He must be out of his mind. Everyone surrounded by Jinyu, saying flattering things. Then I saw guests from other families coming over to greet me. Bai Jinyu's vanity surged. He used to be just the eldest uncle in the Bai family, but now he was the head of the family. Sure enough, his status was different, and so was his treatment. Who could look down on him now? Isn't the point of being a person to fight for one's pride? He felt that he had taken over the position a little late, but he was certain that he would do a better job than Bai Ziyuan and lead the Bai family to prosperity. Yilong, how's the matter I asked you going? Bai Jinyu led him to a secluded place and asked in a low voice. I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Fourth uncle won't listen to reason, so I've already started to deal with them. Bai Yilong said directly. Remember, time waits for no one. You must get the treasure map before Yufeng gets married. Bai Jinyu was somewhat worried. This was something Nangang Yu had entrusted to him, and if he messed it up, the consequences would be unimaginable. No problem, I've got it covered. Bai Yilong confidently assured him, believing that by using Bai Jirua's safety as a threat, Bai Ziyuan would have no choice but to comply. Nobody wants their daughter to be threatened, right? Patriarch, would you like to say a few words? An elder of the family said politely. Good. Bai Jinyu composed himself, a confident smile on his face, and walked up to all the guests. He cleared his throat and said, Distinguished guests, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to attend today's banquet. This is a great day for me as the head of the Bai family. I solemnly promise here that from now on, I will take it upon myself to revitalize the family, and my lifelong goal is to lead the Bai family to become the strongest family in the eastern province. His words resonated deeply, and the Bai family members applauded enthusiastically after hearing them. But the other families were secretly laughing. Just because he wants to become the strongest family in the eastern province? Let's save our breath. Everyone knows that Bai Jinyu has been eliminating dissidents, and the Bai family's strength is now weaker than when the previous patriarch was in charge. This isn't a sign of prosperity, it's a sign of decline. Bai Jinyu observed these people's behavior and harbored resentment. He felt they simply didn't understand that once he and Nangang Yu successfully joined forces, the old Bai Ziyuan would no longer be able to pull off such a scheme. Revitalizing the family is not just talk, it requires concrete actions. Come, let us raise our glasses and toast our beloved patriarch. Bai Yilong quickly expressed his loyalty. Cheers! Cheers! Thousands of guests raised their glasses together. Cheers! Baek Jinwoo sipped his champagne with great relish, clearly very happy. His gaze swept across the room and he saw several beautiful young women. Suddenly, he felt a surge of appetite and couldn't help but wonder if he could find another wife and have a child so that he wouldn't have to rely on Yilong anymore. Anyway, his nephew was definitely not as good as his son, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Just then, his butler walked in, carrying a box. Sir, this is a gift from a mysterious guest. The butler said respectfully. When did you receive this? Bai Jinyu found it strange. Everyone else's gifts were all placed together, but this one was different. Just now, a delivery man breathed a sigh of relief. The sender left a message hoping to give everyone a surprise at the party. The butler said. Nonsense, today is a joyous occasion. It's best not to open something of dubious origin. Bai Jinyu was somewhat cautious. Uncle, everyone's watching, we can't spoil the fun, Bai Yilong said with a smile. Yes, if there's any surprise, let everyone witness it. Don't keep it to yourself. Patriarch Bai, one shouldn't be so petty. The others eagerly awaited the answer. Upon hearing the title head of the family, Bai Jinyu immediately became arrogant. Yeah, it's just a gift. What's there to be afraid of? He nodded to the butler, signaling him to open the gift box. 595, Chapter 595 Good Kung Fu. To everyone's surprise, what was inside the wooden box was completely unexpected. It wasn't a gift, but a bloody head. Butler, what's going on? Why would such a gift appear? Bai Jinyu's face was extremely ugly. Today is a joyous day, and this thing is being delivered out of the blue. It's either causing trouble or a provocation. Master, Master, I don't know either. Someone must be harboring resentment and is deliberately retaliating. Sweat began to appear on the butler's forehead. This was his mistake. He had intended to give a surprise, but it turned out to be a shock instead. Dad, did fourth uncle do it? Bai Yufeng seemed very unhappy, subconsciously feeling that the culprit was the previous head of the family. Now that his position has been replaced, he must be very unhappy. It can't be that bad, fourth brother isn't that kind of person. Bai Zhantong frowned. Uncle, Dad, I know this person. Bai Yilong's expression was a little off. Who is he? Bai Zhenyu said in a deep voice. Yilong, could it be that this person is after you? Bai Zhantong frowned. Is that so? If that's the case, then let him never leave alive. Our Bai family fears no one now, and we're sure to be the strongest family in the future. Bai Yilong said with a smile. Actually, this was just a facade. The dead man was his lackey, the one who contacted that crazy driver yesterday. The situation is clearer now. Someone must have followed the trail and found his people. Could it be a certain amount of Angelica de Hurica? You should know that this woman has always been very ruthless, and if she really goes berserk, she won't be easy to deal with. Butler, investigate immediately and find out who sent the package. If you can't even do this simple thing right, get the hell out of here tomorrow. Bai Zhenyu coldly gave the orders. Good. The butler felt a headache coming on and had no choice but to leave quickly. In a corner of the hall, Su Hao chose a less crowded table and was slowly enjoying the wine in his glass. Yes, he has already infiltrated. Despite the Bai family's large size and influence, their security is worse than it was on New Year's Eve last year. Basically, anyone can get in. He was dressed casually, and no one stopped him. This seems all right. He tasted it, then smiled and said. All this knowledge about drinking came from the Sword Immortal. I used to think it was useless knowledge, and I still think so now. After all, when you drink alone, you don't have the opportunity to show off to others. Just then, a voice came from behind, saying, Handsome, are there any other people at your table? Su Hao turned his head slightly and saw 3 young men dressed in formal attire standing behind him. He said calmly, There's no one else here. Do whatever you like. Good. The speaker was a beautiful woman wearing a long blue dress. She smiled and introduced herself. My name is Lan Yu, and these 2 are my friends, Li Chen and Zhao Hao. Miss Lan, is it really necessary to introduce him? We're not here to make friends with him. Zhao Hao said, dressed in a sharp suit and striking what he considered a very handsome pose. That's right, look at how poorly dressed this kid is. He must be a distant relative of the Bai family. There's no need for him to curry favor. Li Chen said in a vicious tone. Don't say that you can't judge a book by its cover. Maybe he has an important background. Lan Yu smiled and said. Su Hao's expression remained unchanged no matter where he went. He was never short of these people who judged by appearances. He sized up Zhao Hao and Li Chen with a cold gaze. The man and woman looked well dressed, but he estimated their net worth to be only tens of millions. Looking at the entire Bai family gathering, there were far too many people like them. Why did you choose to sit here? They just want to find a poor person to contrast with, so that they can appear to be successful. Cut. Having figured this out, Su Hao snorted dismissively. Who are you? State your name. Zhao Hao was very unhappy. How could he be looked down upon by a poor wretch? Wasn't this going against the natural order? You are not worthy to know my name. After drinking that glass of wine, Su Hao switched to another type, this time a white liquor, which had a somewhat intoxicating aroma after being opened. Drink. Drink, all you ever do is drink. Is it that your family can't afford this kind of wine, so you come here to have a few drinks to make up for it? Li Chen's words were filled with contempt. Miss Lan, how come you have such a snobbish dog by your side? Su Hao frowned, looking very unhappy. Handsome, they are my friends, Lan Yu emphasized. Does this mean birds of a feather flock together? Are you one of those people too? Su Hao said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. Lan Yu was slightly angry, but she still held back. You brat, don't be so arrogant. Someone like you isn't even worthy of carrying our shoes. Zhao Hao said arrogantly. That's right, we came here out of pity for you. We saw you were all alone, so we sat down here. Don't be ungrateful, Li Chen said coldly. Su Hao frowned. If their target today was them, it would be too simple. 2 slaps would be enough to make them behave. However, at this moment, everyone's attention was quickly drawn to Bai Ilong. All that could be seen was this person dressed very smartly, standing next to Bai Jinyu, accepting toasts from everyone. See that? The young master of the Bai family is truly refined. You simply can't learn this. When Li Chen looked over, his eyes were full of admiration. Bai Ilong's status is rising higher and higher. He was originally an outer disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, which puts him in a much better position than others. Recently, after others were suppressed one after another, he gradually became one of the top 10 outstanding talents in Dong province. Although he can't compare to Nangongyu, he is still able to make the list and become the ideal man in the hearts of countless girls. If I had the chance, it would be great to become friends with young Master Long. Zhao Hao said with immense envy. I've heard that young Master Long is good at Kung Fu. I don't know if it's true or not, Lan Yu said expectantly. Is he good at Kung Fu? Su Hao smiled faintly. What's wrong, is there something you're unhappy about? Li Chen asked, turning around. You brat, don't wear your jealousy on your sleeve. Young Master Long and you are from completely different worlds. You don't even have the right to talk to him. Zhao Hao said proudly. Handsome guy, you'd better say less. Words can cause trouble, so don't get yourself into trouble. Lan Yu advised. Yeah. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one who caused the trouble, it was Bai Ilong. Su Hao said calmly. Who exactly are you? How dare you call young Master Long by his full name? Lan Yu found it strange. He must be a madman, Zhao Hao said dismissively. I understand he wants to establish a connection with young Master Long and then take advantage of the situation, Li Chen suddenly said. You will soon witness that Bai Ilong is nothing special, because he is about to become a corpse. Su Hao stood up with a cold smile. 596, Chapter 596. This kid is finished. Are you crazy? Young Master Long is alive and well. Who in Dong province can deal with him now? Zhao Hao thought this was a huge joke. You brat, anyone can brag. He could say I'm the best in the world. Li Chen said dismissively, picking up a lipstick to touch up his makeup. Unexpectedly, the next moment her hand was empty, the lipstick had vanished. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was in Su Hao's hand. Hey, why are you stealing my things? Lan Yu was somewhat surprised. What was wrong with this kid? We're just eating at the same table, why would anyone be eyeing someone else's lipstick? Hey, you're not thinking of using this lipstick to woo a girl, are you? Don't blame me for not telling you, this thing isn't worth much, and it's used. Girls won't like it. Li Chen said with some disgust. Shut up. To everyone's surprise, Su Hao's next sentence took them by surprise. Just as Li Chen was about to say something, she met Su Hao's icy gaze and immediately fell silent. As she had just said, the lipstick wasn't worth much, and at that moment, she instinctively didn't want to cause trouble. Watch closely. At this moment, Su Hao suddenly stood up and shouted into the distance, Bai Ilong, get out here. Who the hell is making a racket? Bai Ilong was far away and couldn't find anyone immediately, which surprised him. Are you crazy? You're really going to cause trouble for young Master Long? Zhao Hao was so frightened that he stood up immediately, clearly wanting to stay away from him and not wanting to get into trouble. You're hopeless. Even if the King of Heaven himself came today, there's no way you'd leave safely. Li Chen was so frightened that he ran out in a flash. Ugh, how can someone be so reckless? Lan Yu also left with her 2 friends. Without their cover, Bai Ilong immediately saw Su Hao. So it was you. Without Jirua here, how dare you cause trouble at the Bai family? Bai Ilong said angrily. This person called his name in public, which was clearly disrespectful. I've got something good for you. Su Hao said calmly. After saying that, he suddenly flung the object in his hand away. Bai Ilong was a martial artist after all, and he reacted quickly by throwing a punch. He didn't expect that what flew over was not a hidden weapon, but just a lipstick. After it was broken, countless pink things stuck to my body. His hair, forehead, and clothes all turned pink. He looked incredibly disheveled. Bai Ilong prides himself on being a tough guy, but now he's all pink and chubby, which is quite amusing. Puff. A young girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. The laughter immediately spread to others, and more people started laughing. In the end, it almost turned into a burst of laughter. So this is how lipstick is used. Lan Yu muttered to herself. It seemed that Su Hao was after Bai Yilong. He's courting death. Zhao Hao waited quietly for Su Hao to die, adopting a spectator's attitude. Everyone, he snatched the lipstick from me, I don't even know him. Li Chen nervously explained to everyone. However, she was an insignificant person, and no one cared about what she said. All eyes were on Su Hao. Hey Su, what exactly is your purpose? Bai Zhenyu said in a deep voice. Listen carefully. I'm here for Bai Yilong today. Anyone who doesn't want to die, don't come and join the fun. Su Hao said coldly. Presumptuous. The other members of the Bai family angrily denounced it. Su Hao, you don't really think you're invincible, do you? Bai Yilong said disdainfully. You only relied on a woman before. Your real strength is nothing compared to the Bai family. Bai Zhenyu rebuked angrily. Patriarch, Yilong, don't waste time with him. Let everyone attack together. Only by dealing with him can the banquet continue. Bai Zhantang said angrily. As they spoke, the Bai family guards moved out together and surrounded Su Hao. There were also several bodyguards among them, holding submachine guns and pointing them at his head. The scene immediately descended into chaos. Many families watched with great interest, finding it more interesting than a simple succession ceremony. Is he Su Hao? I heard he's a young expert. It seems to be the leader of the Kunping gang, who is very powerful. There are many rumors about him, some true and some false, but he must be very strong. I don't think young Master Long is a match for him. Some people were talking in hushed tones. Bai Yilong was immediately displeased by Bai's words that Long Shao was no match for him. Hey Su, don't be so arrogant. You don't need anyone else to deal with you. I can make you beg for mercy on your knees. Bai Yilong tried to wipe off his lipstick with his hand, but ended up with a messy face, making him look even more ridiculous. You? Su Hao replied with 3 words, his contempt evident in his tone. Very well, you're arrogant enough to be my opponent. Everyone step back, I'll fight him one-on-one. Bai Yilong said angrily. Yilong, don't be impulsive. This person is very strong and you can't handle him. Bai Zhantang advised, worried about his son's safety. Cousin, be careful, don't give them any opportunity. Bai Yufan was also worried for him. But when these words came out, some people were a little confused. These people only knew Bai Yilong, but had never heard of Su Hao. Mistake? With Long Shao's strength, how could he possibly lose to this young man in front of him? Come on, I'll let you make the first move. Su Hao stood still, motionless. You, surnamed Su, are too arrogant. Bai Yilong could no longer tolerate it. Since joining the Shu Mountain sect, he had never been looked down upon like this. Young and arrogant, who could swallow this insult? He roared, and his Pekinate realm strength suddenly surged forth. They came out suddenly, a gust of wind blew, causing the seats next to them to sway and tilt. This kid's finished. Zhao Hao exclaimed in surprise. How could he possibly handle such strength? Li Chen laughed heartily. What on earth is this guy doing? Several guesses flashed through Lan Yu's mind. Was he unhappy with his life and preparing to commit suicide, or did his girlfriend run off with someone else and he wanted to get beaten up? Bai Yilong suddenly charged forward with great momentum, his clenched fists accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, as he decided to unleash his full power. This punch definitely had the force of 1,000 pounds. I believe the opponent will find it difficult to deal with. That's it? Su Hao shook his head. Bai Yilong hadn't made any progress recently. This move looks rather funny. He clenched his fist and charged straight at them. Boom! The 2 streams of true energy collided, resulting in a completely unequal situation. Bai Yilong's entire right arm exploded instantly, gushing out a spray of blood. Under Su Hao's control, this powerful force sent him flying backward, smashing several tables before he instantly lost consciousness. 597, Chapter 597 Humans and Gods Together. Everyone was thrilled to see this. Is young Master Long really a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect? He's a disgrace to the sect. Who said he was one of the 10 outstanding youths? He's nowhere near as good as young Master Su. Young Master Su is, after all, the leader of the Kunpeng gang. Dealing with this person is no different from crushing an ant. I have a feeling that young Master Su went easy on him. The gap between the two is simply too great. How dare Bai Yilong provoke Su Hao? Isn't that like throwing an egg against a rock? The guests present were surprised, but also somewhat disdainful. Bai Yilong's arrogant attitude today aroused everyone's dissatisfaction, but after the fight, they realized that he was nothing special. Holy crap, he really is a master. I thought he was just showing off. Chen Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Don't worry, it's just that young Master Long has fallen. There are still so many people in the Bai family who haven't made a move yet. It's impossible for him to leave safely. Li Chen calmed down and felt that the Bai family still had the upper hand. I have to say, the way he made that move just now was kind of cool. Lan Yu's eyes were a little strange. The Bai family members all looked grim. Bai Yilong had lost, and it was the Bai family who had lost face. This young man, hailed as the Bai family's #1 genius, now lies on the ground like a dead dog, a sight that makes one's face sting. You surnamed Su, do you really want to go against the Bai family? Bai Zhenyu was quite dissatisfied and snorted coldly. You're wrong, my target today is Bai Yilong. Anyone who stands in my way will become my enemy. As Su Hao spoke, he rushed to Bai Yilong, took off the man's coat, tore it into pieces, twisted it into a rope, tied it around Bai's leg, and dragged him along the ground. If Bai Yilong looked like a dead dog when he fell, he undoubtedly looked even more like one now. Completely unable to move, they were at the mercy of others. Su Hao, for Bai Jiruo's sake, I'll give you one last chance. Release Yilong and admit your mistake in public, and I may let it go. Otherwise, your actions will be considered a provocation against the Bai family, and you will be subject to our most severe retaliation. Baek Jinwoo issued his final threat. How dare you mention Jiruo? Su Hao sneered. His statement was completely reversed. If it weren't for Bai Jiruo's sake, he would have chosen to implicate the entire Bai family and massacre them. He's only focusing on Bai Yilong's mistake now, without including the others, which is already considered lenient. Unexpectedly, Bai Zhenyu turned the tables and said such shameless things. Okay, I misspoke. Bai Jiruo is an abandoned child of the Bai family and has no connection with us whatsoever. I'll give you one last chance because you helped the Bai family in the past. I advise you to hold on tight, otherwise weapons will have no eyes. After Bai Zhenyu finished speaking, all the guards and bodyguards drew their weapons. For ordinary people, the dark mass of gun barrels is the most terrifying thing. Are martial arts masters afraid of guns? One of them suddenly asked in surprise. I'm afraid of guns, but I don't know about others. Of course I'm scared. Those are bullets at such close range. How many people can dodge them? Don't you know anything about weapons? The bodyguards are carrying submachine guns, they can fire in bursts, they're very powerful. Some young people started discussing it seriously. There were also some martial arts practitioners present, who felt a headache at the sight of firearms. They felt that the Bai family lacked martial ethics and, if they weren't strong enough, they would make up for it with weapons. Things are becoming clearer. Su Hao is all alone and has no chance against the Bai family. This guy is too arrogant. It's said that the Kunpeng gang has thousands of members, yet he didn't bring a single person. I assent that. Looking down on the Bai family? Chen Hao smiled coldly. He's not a Nine Lives cat demon. If he doesn't cherish his own life, who can help him? Li Chen said with a cold smile. Sigh, he's still a bit too arrogant. If he had launched a sneak attack, dealing with young Master Long would have been quite easy, Lan Yu said with regret. When everyone's eyes fell on Su Hao again, he said lightly, I'm taking this person away today. No one's threats will work. Very well, you've asked for your own death, so you can't blame me, the head of the family. Bai Zhenyu gave the order directly, shouting, everyone, take action, don't hold back. The next moment, all the guards grabbed their weapons and rushed over. The attack by dozens of people was quite imposing. In any case, they had the advantage in terms of numbers. Su Hao looked at these people with extreme disdain. He shouted and suddenly swung the unconscious Bai Yilong, using him as a weapon like a wooden stick. After a series of loud bangs, all the guards were sent flying. Upon closer inspection, everyone noticed that Bai Jinyu had several wounds on his body. His head was split open during the fight. Su Hao didn't care whether he lived or died. The man's head either hit weapons or the guards. Ah! Bai Yilong was jolted awake from his coma by the pain, and seeing his current state, he felt incredibly humiliated. This person was dragged along. It was absolutely awful. Su Hao, don't let me get away, or I'll tear you to pieces. He shouted angrily. Shut up! Su Hao frowned, too lazy to argue with him, and kicked Bai Yilong in front of everyone, knocking him unconscious again. Su Hao, let's talk this out. My son and I have no grudge against you. Can you please release Yilong? Bai Zhantine was heartbroken. No enmity or grudge? Your son is worse than an animal. Yesterday he sent men to ambush us in a truck and killed the unborn child of our former gang leader's widow. Today I will make him pay with his life. Su Hao said coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Bai Yilong with a hint of disdain. Regardless of the circumstances, it is unforgivable for a pregnant woman to be implicated in a feud within the martial arts world. He doesn't even deserve to call me that, young Master Long? This is absolutely horrific. It seems there's no one more shameless than him in the Eastern Province. TSK, not long ago there was someone who betrayed his master and ancestors. If we're talking about who's the worst, that person is no less so. Are you fucking crazy? The Alliance leader's affairs are none of your business. Indeed, Bai Yilong's actions have aroused the wrath of both gods and men. Apart from the Bai family, no one present could possibly be on his side. Such a thing actually happened? Bai Zhantong's face was grim, recalling the head in the wooden box. Everything seemed to make sense now that subordinate was the one who contacted the driver, and now he had paid the price with his life. Su Hao, don't be unreasonable. That widow you're talking about is just a lowly commoner. How could she possibly compare to my cousin? She'd rather die than risk her life for his. Bai Yufang said angrily. In her view, people are of different social classes, and some people, even if they are injured or dead, cannot get away with framing the young master of the Bai family. 598, Chapter 598. The situation is serious. Woman, are you provoking me? Su Hao stared coldly at Bai Yufang and said disdainfully. Provoking you? Who do you think you are? I'm about to hand this over to Nangon. It's about to take off. You're no match for a nobody like me. Bai Yufang said proudly that ever since the marriage was arranged, she had become a bit arrogant and looked down on everyone else. She was not intimidated at all by Su Hao, the man who had killed her brother. Do you think that marrying into the Nangon family will make me afraid of you? Su Hao sneered. Aren't you afraid? If the elders of the Shu Mountain sect hadn't gone out last time, you would already be dead. Compared to young Master Nangong, you are far inferior. You filthy man, I command you to kneel down and beg for mercy. You'd better be sincere, or I will never forgive you. Bai Yufang said with a cold laugh. Did you hear that? The person speaking to you is Madame Nangong. You'd better think twice. How can the mere Kuanping gang compare to the esteemed Nangong family? The so-called Kuanping gang is just a rabble. There are very few real experts among them. It must be difficult to support so many people. The Bai family members appeared disdainful. Su Hao, just give up. You can't defeat the Bai family no matter what. Baek Jinwoo was very happy. Sigh, it seems that's it for today. This guy surnamed Su is just a joke. He has got some strength, but so what? In the underworld, connections are still everything. The Kuanping gang doesn't have a single ally right now. Do you really think you can challenge established powers with just a surge of passion? Zhao Hao revealed a cold smile, feeling that this behavior was extremely foolish and completely thankless. This man has commendable courage, but unfortunately he's misplaced it. I think if he were to lower himself and beg on the street, he could live a good life. That would be better than him trying to scam the Bai family, wouldn't it? Li Chen said with a cold smile. Aren't you underestimating young Master Su a bit? Perhaps he still has a chance to turn things around? Lan Yu didn't know Su Hao very well, but she simply felt that this young man seemed calm and confident. Until the very last moment, who knows what the outcome will be? Hey, you surnamed Su, speak up, are you going to kneel or not? Bai Yufang stood with her hands on her hips, speaking arrogantly. Smack! Before she could finish speaking, Su Hao slapped her to the ground and spat at her disdainfully, saying, "Remember, your Nangongyu is someone Jiruo looks down. Oni was able to challenge him the first time, and I won't take him seriously this time either." "Nonsense, do you really want to go against the Nangong family?" Bai Yufan was stunned. He had barely finished speaking when he received another solid slap, which left him completely dazed. First of all, whether Nangongyu can help you is still a question. Secondly, you're incredibly noisy. If you dare say another word, believe me, I'll kill you myself. Su Hao said angrily. What are the Bai family's bodyguards doing? Hurry up and shoot this man dead. Bai Yufang was furious and immediately gave the order to kill. All the bodyguards immediately pulled the trigger. The bullet appeared at lightning speed and flew towards Su Hao. His reaction was incredibly fast. He disappeared from his spot and reappeared with a shield in front of him. Puff! 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 The 3 bullets exploded rapidly, successfully hitting Bai Yilong's left shoulder, right leg, and back. Stop! Upon seeing this, Bai Zhantong cried out in grief. This can't go on. If a few more shots come, my son's life will be in danger. He glared angrily at the bodyguards and said, How did you fire those shots? Are you a mole? You missed Su Hao with 1 shot, but you were so accurate when you hit my son. He keeps fidgeting. The bodyguard felt somewhat aggrieved. Moving targets are inherently difficult to hit, and Su Hao was far more agile than Bai Yilong, who was merely a shield. Ah! Bai Yilong was woken up by the pain once again, his face turning blue. Every time I wake up, I find more wounds on my body. Last time it was a sword wound, but now it's a gunshot wound. He thought to himself that the Bai family couldn't be happier to see him dead. Whoever fired the shot is fired immediately. Bai Yilong said angrily, looking at the bodyguards. Young Master Long, we are innocent. The security captain was bewildered. They were simply following orders. Get out, I don't want to see you again. Bai Yilong said angrily. Snap, snap, snap. The bodyguards had no choice but to drop their weapons and leave, one by one, unwilling to accept defeat. The guests burst into laughter at the sight. Young Master Long is really something. He can't handle the enemy, so he can only take it out on his bodyguards. If you're really that capable, why didn't you dodge when the bodyguard fired? Oh, you were unconscious. Never mind then. That arrogant young master is nothing but a coward. The victor is king, the loser is villain. Rumors are a terrible thing. Upon hearing these words, Bai Yilong was so angry that he vomited blood. When he looked at Su Hao, his eyes were filled with anger. His lifelong reputation was about to be ruined. The source of all this was this young man in front of him. You beast, what are you looking at? Su Hao said coldly. I will never let you go in this lifetime. Bai Yilong shouted. This life, better the next life, you're going to die today. Su Hao sneered. I refuse to believe you can defeat the Shadow Dancer. Bai Yilong shouted. Right, why aren't the Shadow Dancers moving? Bai Zhantong was stunned and suddenly shouted. On the Shadow Dancer's side, the group led by Mosa was reluctant to take action. Su Hao had done her a favor. Besides saving her life, he had also given her the Wu family's secret manual. I couldn't bring myself to lay a hand on him. Bai Yilong, you have committed numerous evils, and you still dare to drag the Shadow Dancers into this mess? Su Hao said coldly. They're the Bai family's dogs, they should risk their lives for them. Bai Yilong angrily declared. He said angrily. Very well, I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Su Hao's gaze darkened, and he stopped being polite to him. Suddenly, he used the dislocating bone technique. In just a moment, Bai Yilong's arm dislocated. He tried again, and this time both his legs were broken. Bai Yilong's screams echoed throughout the banquet hall. Seeing this, some people had no choice but to close their eyes, feeling that the scene was rather tragic. Move, everyone who can still move, move, we must take this man down. I hereby declare once again that I am willing to offer 1 billion to any non-Bai family member who can capture Su Hao. Bai Zhenyu has become somewhat ruthless. They directly offered money as a lure. In an instant, some of the martial artists who had been watching the spectacle revealed fierce glints in their eyes. Tens of thousands of guests had already arrived, and suddenly thousands of martial artists surged forth from all directions, each targeting Su Hao. Su Hao, today I'll make sure you can't escape. Bai Yilong said angrily. Shut up. Su Hao kicked out, dislocating his jaw. 599, Chapter 599 Offended. Do you really want to be my enemy? Su Hao said coldly. Su Hao, you're far too arrogant. Even a passerby couldn't stand it. There's no end to suffering, but there's always a way back. We don't want to be your enemy. Stop with the hypocrisy. $1 billion in front of you, who wouldn't be tempted? You, surnamed Su, just accept your fate. You have no chance against the Bai family. That's right. The strength the Bai family has shown so far is just the tip of the iceberg. Dealing with you is far too easy. Those who were blinded by greed revealed a cold smile. Everyone had already regarded Su Hao as a dead man. Competing on numbers, you're still lacking something. Su Hao sneered and clapped his hands abruptly. Suddenly, all that could be heard was the surging of the crowd outside. The next moment, the Bai family's gate collapsed, and Zhang Duwang led the Kunpeng gang members in. It turned out that Su Hao was not alone, but had made ample preparations. The number of people who rushed in this time exceeded 1,000. Was it you who just said you were going to attack the gang leader? Zhang Duwang quickly identified a leader and said with a fierce look in his eyes. It wasn't me. I was just joining in the fun. The man immediately gave an awkward smile. The sudden intrusion of the Kunpeng gang terrified many people. You think it's a joke just because you say so? Is the leader of the Kunpeng gang just a figurehead? Zhang Duwang said menacingly. So what do you want? Do you really want to fight us, thousands of people, to the death? The man spoke with a fierce but weak tone. Zhang Duwang sneered, his body flashed, and his fist smashed the other man's head. At that moment, everyone gasped. It turns out that rashly taking sides can really kill you. Almost instantly, everyone stepped back. With past examples before them, no one dared to risk their lives. They thought they had a chance of defeating Su Hao alone. Now that they don't even have a numerical advantage, why do they still dare to make a move? A disorganized mess. Zhang Duwang scoffed, then stood behind Su Hao, instantly falling silent. It was only at this moment that everyone realized that the Kunpeng gang was not a rabble, but a disciplined group. Of those present, none of them were weak. Many members of the Kunpeng gang are ruthless and dangerous, often engaging in dangerous and risky activities. Now that they outnumber us, many people are too scared to even breathe. Today I'm taking Bai Yilong away. Does anyone else object? After saying that, Su Hao grabbed the man by the throat and threatened him. You, surnamed Su, don't push your luck. The Bai family, with all its forces combined, is no less powerful than the Kunpeng gang. Now that you've killed Bai Yilong, there's no going back. Bai Zhenyu said coldly. I have said before that Bai Yilong did something that is outrageous and cannot be forgiven. As for the Bai family, no matter how strong your connections are, I don't care. I am even thinking, if you really go to war, could I take advantage of the chaos to kill the current incompetent family head, Brother Zhe, and seize the position? Su Hao was not only unafraid, but he even voiced his thoughts in public. Bai Zhenyu's face immediately turned extremely ugly. I just became the head of the family today, and someone is trying to forcefully take it back? Where do you put this old face? Shadow warriors, in the name of the family head, I order you all to move out. Capture Su Hao, and you'll be richly rewarded. Bai Zhenyu suddenly said coldly. All the shadow dancers hesitated for a moment, but in the end they took a step forward and walked towards Su Hao. Mosa, who was walking at the front, said helplessly, Young Master Su, I apologize. It's all right. I don't blame you. Disciples of the Kunpeng gang, listen to my command, you do not need to participate in this battle. Su Hao even gave an order. Yes, sir. Zhang Duwang, with over 1,000 men, readily agreed. When they shouted in unison, the whole house shook. At this moment, everyone's expressions turned somewhat grim. After its reorganization, the Kuanping gang has become a formidable force that cannot be ignored. Su Hao's status is now different. He is no longer a lone wolf, but has become the underground emperor. Shadow dancers, heed my command. Today, Su Hao is our enemy. Everyone, go all out, show no mercy, do you understand? Mosa also shouted. Clear. There were quite a few shadow warriors, numbering in the hundreds. Everyone's strength is considerable, and the overall balance is quite good. They are all at the peak of the innate realm. Let's do it. As Mosa spoke, she took out a longsword. Since mastering the new technique, everyone had switched to using longswords. Hundreds of longswords were drawn, their gleaming blades causing many to turn pale with fright. These are the Bai family's most mysterious guards, and at this moment, they have all made their appearance. Isn't Su Hao being a bit too arrogant, trying to take on 100 people by himself? Even in movies, they wouldn't dare to film something like that. You're wrong. Reality is often far more absurd than movies because reality has no logic. To be honest, Mosa is really beautiful. If she hit me, I definitely wouldn't fight back. They seem to know each other. Will they really go all out? Everyone was very much looking forward to the shadow dancer's move. This makes things even more interesting. Mosa showed no mercy, charging to the front lines with shadow dancers following behind, launching a massive attack. Excuse me. Su Hao waved his right hand, unleashing a large number of silver needles. With a series of whooshing sounds, one after another, the shadow dancers fell to the ground. They were truly suicide squads. Even if they were injured, they would not stop and would all charge forward. There were over 100 people when they first attacked, and in the blink of an eye, more than 70% of them fell. In the end, only about 30 people reached Su Hao. That's right, the strength has increased, but unfortunately it's far from enough. As an instructor, he gave his comments, then his right hand flew out, unleashing a flurry of falling petals. Palm strikes. Wherever the palm strike landed, everyone was instantly sent flying. Those watching only saw figures flying out, and fewer shadow dancers remained in the end. In the end, only Mosa remained, her sharp longsword plunging fiercely towards Su Hao's heart. Young Master Su, why didn't you dodge? Mosa's expression changed drastically. If this sword killed him, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Everyone could see that Su Hao showed no mercy to the others, but he took great care of Mo Sha and didn't hit her at all. Is he going to die? Chen Hao's expression changed, then he was overjoyed. So he's such a lecher, he won't even make a move when he sees a beautiful woman. Serves him right. If this sword had pierced his heart, I'd believe he'd survive. Li Chen said gloatingly. Is it really that bad? Is he an idiot? Lan Yu and the other two stood behind him, only to see the long sword thrust out and Su Hao not dodge. What the outcome would be was still uncertain. 600, Chapter 600. Heartbreaking Grief. Mosa's all-out sword strike looks very powerful. When the attack actually came, Su Hao's body emitted a golden protective aura, which narrowly blocked the attack. Everyone heard a clang, but there was no blood or light. Su Hao stood perfectly still in place. Mosa, your strength is still not enough. After Su Hao finished speaking calmly, he gripped her weapon with his right hand and suddenly exerted force, twisting the entire longsword into a pretzel shape. He then swept Mosa away with a palm strike. Everyone watched as Mosa crashed into the ceiling, and upon landing, she lost momentum and slammed into a chair, shattering bowls and chopsticks all over the floor. Is this guy even human? He's been hit in the heart and he's unharmed? As expected of the leader of the Kuanping gang, his strength is truly formidable. After seeing that scene just now, did you think he was definitely dead? Turns out, the one who thought that is the Joker. Everyone was filled with emotion. Mosa slowly stood up and silently stood in the corner. She looked disheveled, but in reality, she had been spared when she hit the ceiling. Although it made a lot of noise, there was actually a gentle force enveloping her and protecting her whole body. Otherwise, upon landing, there would be no chance to escape. Is anyone else willing to step forward? Su Hao stood still and said coldly. You, surnamed Su, need to be more arrogant today. It's just that our Bai family wasn't prepared enough, catching you off guard. Otherwise, with our connections, how could you possibly handle us? When the Bai family faced a crisis last time, all the major sects were willing to help. If you really anger us, we can still issue a kill order against you. Bai Jinyu, unwilling to lose face, continued to emphasize his point. Yeah? Is the Bai family's network really that strong? Su Hao looked disdainful. Certainly. Baek Jinwoo reluctantly admitted it. Just then, a commotion suddenly broke out in the crowd, and many people made way to let in a few stern-looking men. The old man at the head of the group had an arrogant expression and looked around with an overbearing gaze. Upon entering, he saw that Bai Yufang appeared to be injured and immediately flew into a rage. Who dares to lay a hand on the young mistress? I did it. Su Hao said coldly. You brat, state your name. The old man looked at the young man in front of him with a contemptuous gaze. You're the lackey of the Nangong family, aren't you? Su Hao immediately recognized that the people following behind this man were all from the Nangong family. Running dog? Ridiculous, I am a master hired by young Master Nangong to protect the young mistress's safety. Since you dared to lay a hand on the young mistress, don't blame me for using swift and decisive force to teach you a lesson. This person's arrogant and disrespectful attitude. An expert? From which sect or school do you come? Su Hao's expression was indifferent. You'd better listen carefully. I am Zhang Yu, an outer sect elder of the Diansun sect. How could you people of all sorts be compared to me? The old man said proudly. Upon hearing this, many people looked surprised. Some people found it hard to believe that Nangong Yu could actually get an outer sect elder from their sect to come out. Even if the outer sect elders are not as good as the inner sect elders, they are still one of the elders of the 10 major sects, and their strength should not be underestimated. Has his appearance been enough to change the current situation? Doesn't this mean that young Master Nangong is a master of the Diansun school? He is a low-key person and very mysterious. Nobody knows which school or sect he belongs to. Things have suddenly become interesting. The Diansun sect is second only to the Shushan sect and is quite powerful now that they have made their move. The Kuanping gang is really no match for them. Is Elder Zhang Yu bullying the weak? Many people's opinions have changed again. The emergence of experts now gives them a sense of security. Yufang, it seems that young Master Nangong values you very much, as he has actually sent these experts to protect you. Bai Jinyu felt gratified. Yes, he's a good person to begin with, it's just that some people don't know how to appreciate him. Bai Yufang smiled sweetly, feeling certain that she had married the right person. The other members of the Bai family were also smiling, feeling confident and fearless. Su Hao, prepare to die. Zhang Yu suddenly roared. His speed was very fast, and he pounced like a ghost, his right hand forming a claw, with the momentum to tear everything apart. His claw technique is very strong, a single strike can weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. He smiled faintly, feeling confident of victory. Little did they know, Su Hao hadn't made a move at all. A person suddenly appeared from behind, also unleashing the eagle claw technique. After the clash, the opponent's 5 fingers broke, and he flew backward, knocking down a group of Nangong family guards behind him. The person who made the move was Zhang Dewang. He gave a disdainful look and said coldly, "Who do you think you are, a mere outer sect elder, not even as good as an inner sect core disciple, yet you dare to disrespect the sect leader?" Everyone was shocked. Isn't the Diansun sect very strong? Why do the visiting elders seem inferior to disciples with amazing talents like Wu Junbao? The Bai family members were also somewhat stunned. This was not the outcome they had hoped for. The elder stood up, about to say something, but upon seeing the severity of his injuries, he immediately changed his tune and said in a deep voice, "Kuanping gang, don't be arrogant. Once my young master takes action, you will all go to hell." He. Su Hao responded with 2 words. Was he the kind of person who was afraid of Nangong Yu? Just then, he glanced at everyone present and, seeing that they seemed somewhat convinced, reached out with his right hand and lifted Bai Yilong up like a dead dog. It seems I went too easy on him, giving you the impression that there was a chance to save him. Su Hao said in a deep voice. Su Hao, don't do anything rash, I'm willing to pay money to atone for his sins. Bai Zhantan's expression changed drastically, and he immediately offered a solution. Pay up? You really don't value human life at all. Since that's the case, let me show you. Bai Yilong screams. As Su Hao spoke, he suddenly punched the man in the chest in an instant, his true energy circulated, and with a series of loud thuds, all of the man's ribs broke. In excruciating pain, Bai Yilong screamed again. His face was pale, and he was almost unrecognizable from the torture. Su Hao, I advise you to release your cousin, otherwise you'll be going against the Bai family and the Nangong family. Bai Yufang brought up the old matter again, unwilling to see her family members get hurt. Ha ha ha. I've truly witnessed the hypocrisy of the Bai family. You people are not even a fraction as good as Bai Ziyuan. If the Bai family falls into your hands, it will be doomed sooner or later. Su Hao, carrying the blood-soaked Bai Yilong, turned around proudly. At this moment, none of the Bai family members dared to make a move. Everyone felt incredibly frustrated. Were they just supposed to let this person swagger away? Big brother, what should we do? This isn't just about taking Yilong away, it's about giving you a severe slap in the face. Bai Zhantan was heartbroken and questioned loudly. 601, Chapter 601. A swarm of ants. Shut up! I am now the head of the family, how dare you question me? Bai Zhenyu's face was grim. He was already feeling humiliated by outsiders and was extremely unhappy now. Being questioned by his cousin made him even more aggrieved. Today is his big day, and this whole mess has made him extremely embarrassed. Stop! Just then, a loud shout was heard. A new master has made a powerful debut. All eyes turned to the newcomer with curiosity. Surrounded by a group of experts from the Ouyang family, a middle-aged powerhouse stepped forward. His gaze fell on Su Hao, revealing an angry look. You, surnamed Su, actually dare to cause trouble here? You really don't take the southern martial arts world seriously. Who are you? Su Hao found it strange. When did this person from the Ouyang family appear? I am Ouyang Jia, the third brother of the former alliance leader. I heard that you were causing trouble here, so I came back from Yanjing to take charge. The man said arrogantly. Ouyang Jia had already made a name for himself in Yanjing and was doing quite well, with his contact with his family in Dong province dwindling until a few days ago. When he heard the devastating news of his father's murder, he hurriedly reorganized his business and prepared to return to his family. Further bad news followed. Ouyang Tian and Ouyang Cheng both encountered misfortune. He directed all his hatred at Su Hao. Now that he controls the Ouyang family and has become the new head of the family, he is also filled with the will to seek revenge. After his reorganization, the Ouyang family showed some improvement, having brought many experts from Yanjing and expanded their influence. He felt it was time to fight the culprit to the death. Ouyang Jia? It's a good name, but unfortunately, it's a cowardly one. Su Hao said dismissively. How dare you slander the reputation of this patriarch? Ouyang Jia was very unhappy. You brat, are you trying to get yourself killed? Disrespectful to the patriarch, do you think your men can withstand Ouyang Jing's offensive? We, the Nangong family, and the Bai family can form a united front to deal with you alone. Wouldn't that be very simple? His men were also extremely excited. Su Hao sneered and said indifferently, Fool, if Senior Ouyang knew in the afterlife that you three brothers are all worse than the last, he would surely die of anger. The murderer of Senior Ouyang has already been identified as Lei Wanyan. Ouyang Jia, do you have the strength to seek revenge against the leader of the martial alliance? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Ouyang family members changed drastically. You surnamed Su, don't talk nonsense. Alliance leader Lei is my father's beloved disciple. How could he possibly do something like betraying his master and ancestors? Ouyang Jia really didn't know. Although many people witnessed what happened in the Tsangu forest, no one dared to discuss it. Lei Wanyan's evil deeds were tacitly concealed by everyone. Imagine, who would dare to offend him? Since it's none of our business, we'll just let the Ouyang family continue to misunderstand. It has nothing to do with us. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, it has nothing to do with me. Su Hao said coldly. You sharp-tongued villain, today I will avenge the murder of your father. Ouyang Jia took a step forward, and all the other experts followed suit. Nangong family disciples, listen to my command, assist the Nangong family in annihilating this man. Zhang Yu shouted, despite his injuries. Immediately, the disciples of the Nangong family also revealed fierce glints in their eyes, looking at Su Hao with cold killing intent. By family guards, shadow dancers, heed my command, unite all forces that can be mobilized to deal with this man. Bai Jinyu was overjoyed and immediately gave the order. Immediately, all three forces cooperated and surrounded Su Hao. Very good. This is what they mean by those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely perish. Shen Hao was overjoyed now that the three major forces had joined forces to deal with Su Hao alone. The ultimate victory was obvious. Even if he won by chance today, the three families still had backup plans, and their future retaliation would only grow stronger. Perhaps Su Hao has already achieved something to be proud of. He is ultimately too weak, lacking allies and strength, and is simply unable to contend with powerful families. Li Chen still wore a gloating expression. His biggest mistake was making enemies everywhere. With so many rivals, it's going to be incredibly difficult for him to escape. Lan Yu was also becoming increasingly pessimistic. Su Hao felt the questioning looks from everyone and appeared extremely displeased. He sighed, "Why do you ants keep challenging the authority of a grandmaster? You surnamed Su, don't spout nonsense. When did you become a grandmaster?" Ouyang Jie's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Grandmaster, you're really flattering yourself. I've never seen such a young grandmaster." Zhang Yu said disdainfully. He had seen so many young geniuses, none of whom had reached the grandmaster level. He didn't believe that this person had such strength. "Hey Su, if you really are a grandmaster, our Bai family will let you off the hook today," Bai Jinyu said arrogantly. The others looked at each other in bewilderment, asking each other if it was really true. Suddenly someone remembered that a young master did appear at Lao Jun Mountain last time, and many people participated, but not many showed up at the Bai family. People still have questions about this. A bunch of ants. Is the grandmaster a very high level of cultivation? Do I need to impersonate someone? As Su Hao spoke, he gathered a powerful burst of true energy in his right hand and swung it sharply towards the top of his head. But upon hearing a dragon's roar, the entire top of the Bai family's main house rapidly melted away before everyone's eyes. The scorching sun shone down from the sky. Everyone stood still. Is this something that someone at the innate realm could do? You really a grandmaster? Ouyang Jie's face changed drastically with fright, and he stammered. This is bad. This person has already reached the grandmaster level, and there is no hope of revenge. Impossible. Could it be that your strength is even greater than young Master Nangong's? Zhang Yu muttered to himself, unwilling to believe it at all. Su Hao, you're really despicable, hiding your true colors so well. Bai Jinyu's face turned pale. Things had suddenly spiraled out of control. The one who suffered the most was Bai Yilong. The stronger Su Hao became, the lower his chances of survival. He was already no match for this person, but he never expected that the other party would actually reach the grandmaster level, making him more than 100 times stronger than him. Is today the last day of my life? A sense of fear arose spontaneously. Brother Su, I was wrong. I am willing to apologize to that woman in person. Please let me go. Bai Yilong was pale, but he was willing to lower his proud head in order to save his life. Apologize now, why didn't you say so earlier? Su Hao gave a cold laugh, then looked at the several forces present and said in an unyielding voice, I'll ask you one more time, do you want to join forces again? Ouyang Jie and the others trembled with fear and dared not utter a word for a long time. Before a master, they truly became ants, lacking even the resolve to challenge him. 602, Chapter 602. Caught in a dilemma. Does a mere grandmaster dare to act so arrogantly? Even if someone is a grandmaster, so what if they live in a remote place like the Eastern Province? Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from afar. Bai Yilong had been in despair, but when he suddenly recognized the voice, a smile appeared on his face. Who are you? Su Hao said coldly. I am. As they were talking, they heard a man standing on the broken roof descend from the sky. He was dressed in white and looked dashing. After landing, several more young martial artists arrived shortly afterward. Seeing him display this skill, everyone became curious about the identity of the newcomer. It sounds like they're being very assertive. Senior brother Zhao? Bai Yilong became incredibly excited when he saw this person. It really was him. Junior brother Bai, rest assured, no one can harm a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect. The man said arrogantly, then turned to Su Hao with a disdainful smile, and said in a condescending tone, I am Zhao Yoji, an inner disciple of the Shu Mountain sect. This identity should be enough to scare you, right? Upon hearing this, many young people present looked over with awe. The Shu Mountain sect is considered by many to be the most powerful sect. I heard that the requirements for accepting apprentices are extremely strict, and people who are not talented simply cannot join. Bai Yilong, one of the top 10 geniuses in Dong province, was only an outer disciple, while Zhao Yoji was able to become an inner disciple, which shows how talented he was. As a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, which force wouldn't fawn over him when he travels the martial world? Who would be willing to fight against the strongest sect? There's always someone better with a genius disciple like me from our own clan taking action. Even Su Hao can't do anything to young Master Long. Chen Hao immediately felt incredibly proud, as if Zhao Yoji were his elder brother. This is going to be interesting. I sense Su Hao very powerful. Let's see what he does when he faces the experts from the Shu Mountain sect again. Li Chen suddenly found it very interesting. The world of martial arts is truly complex, and human relationships are everywhere. Is Su Hao at a disadvantage because he has no helpers? Lan Yu side Su Hao clearly had the advantage, but it quickly vanished. Not only were these people happy, but even Ouyang Jia held the Shu Mountain sect in high esteem, revealing a faint smile. Young Master Zhao, you are truly a handsome man, attracting countless men and women to fall at your feet. Young Master Zhao, I'm not bragging, but the disciples of the Diansong sect are just as good as you. Zhang Yu said, trying to make amends. With young Master Zhao here, our Yilong can survive. Bai Zhenyu seemed to see a glimmer of hope. Su Hao merely frowned, looking at the man's smug and arrogant demeanor with disdain, and coldly snorted. Su Hao, I now order you to release junior brother Bai. Did you hear me? You wouldn't actually want to oppose our Shu Mountain sect, would you? After Zhao Yoji finished speaking, he gave a wink, and his fellow disciples immediately got into fighting stances, ready to make their move. Are you really going to oppose me? Before you take action, I hope you'll consider whether you have the strength to back it up. Su Hao said calmly. He's not easily intimidated, a mere few disciples from the Shu Mountain sect wouldn't scare him away. Su Hao, what do you mean? Do you really intend to oppose the Shu Mountain sect? Zhao Yoji said angrily. Wrong. You do not represent the Shu Mountain sect, you are merely an insignificant inner disciple. If I attack you after you have revealed your identity, that would truly be considered opposing the Shu Mountain sect. As Su Hao spoke, he tied Bai Yilong up and then walked towards Zhao Yoji. His eyes held a chilling killing intent. Su Hao has experienced countless battles even in the Tsangu forest. He fought against 100 men single-handedly. The killing intent he has cultivated is far beyond what a sheltered inner disciple like Zhao Yoji can compare to. He felt a cold sweat pour down his back, and his face immediately turned pale. Young Master Zhao, you mustn't back down. You represent the Shu Mountain sect. If you back down, it means you are afraid of the Kunpeng gang. If word gets out, won't we become a laughing stock? Is the mighty Shu Mountain sect really inferior to the Kunpeng gang? Bai Zhenyu, fearing he would give up, couldn't help but provoke him. Yes. Now that you've revealed your identity, I believe Su Hao won't dare to make a move. He was just bluffing. Ouyang Jia shared the same thought. If the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect all showed weakness today, then there would truly be no one who could subdue Su Hao. Young Master Zhao, the Shu Mountain sect is far more powerful than our Diansong sect. Their reputation speaks for itself. If they can't even defeat the leader of the Kunpeng gang, how will they establish their authority in the martial world? Isn't your behavior a disgrace to the sect and a loss of face for your fellow disciples? Zhang Yu also flattered him. Zhao Yoji grew increasingly panicked. He hadn't expected Su Hao to be so unmoved by his tactics, unable to use his status to intimidate his opponent. Now he was in a predicament. If he attacked, he couldn't win. If he didn't, he would clearly bring shame to his sect. Su Hao, I'm warning you. Don't act rashly. My senior sister is about to arrive in Dong province, and she definitely won't let you off the hook then. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Yoji brought out another person in an attempt to intimidate Su Hao. First of all, I don't want to know what your senior sister's name is. Secondly, I advise you to leave now, or you will bear the consequences. Su Hao continued walking forward. You, surnamed Su, don't push your luck. Zhao Yoji hardened his heart, then drew his longsword and assumed a fighting stance. Did everyone see that? The masters of the Shu Mountain sect are about to display their martial prowess. Let's all applaud and wait and see. After Bai Jinyu finished speaking, everyone clapped and applauded. Seeing this, the others started to jeer. Su Hao, you should give up. You'd be better off with a disciple from the inner sect of the Shu Mountain sect. Tube, whether you're a grandmaster or not, you're a joke in front of the disciple of the number one sect. It's not too late to kneel down and beg for mercy now. They are a prestigious sect, they don't necessarily want your life. The young guests were filled with anticipation. What kind of scene would it be if the inner disciples of the Shu Mountain sect made a move? Zhao Yoji's face was very ugly. He was already stuck here with no way out. Su Hao, you only have one last chance. I only want junior brother Bei. As long as you call him out, this matter will end here. He offered extremely generous terms, thinking it was a way for both sides to back down. You mean Bai Yilong? As Su Hao spoke, he kicked the man directly. Ah! Bai Yilong's screams were even more agonizing than usual. It seemed that he was also applying pressure in this way. Zhao Yoji was his last lifeline, and he had to put pressure on him. Su Hao, does this mean there's no room for negotiation? Zhao Yoji hardened his heart and prepared to make his move. 603, Chapter 603, a once-in-a-century event. Negotiations are always based on strength. Show us the strength of your Shu Mountain sect, or we're out of the question. Su Hao said with a half-smile. He had a good impression of the Shu Mountain sect, but there was no doubt that Zhao Yoji was the bad apple that brought no help to the sect and only had a negative impact. Let's do it. Zhao Yoji gave the order. He and several junior brothers formed a sword formation, displaying the aura of the Immortal Slayer, and gradually charged towards Su Hao. This is the Immortal Slaughtering formation passed down from their master. It is incredibly powerful, and when used in groups of 3, it can unleash 3 times the strength of an individual. Now that there are 8 of them, it means they can unleash 8 times the strength. The sword energy converged and unleashed a powerful force. The others who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Although Zhao Yoji did not have the strength of a grandmaster, his fighting style still looked very fierce, at least several times stronger than Zhang Yu. With this little strength, you think you can roam the martial world freely? Su Hao was dismissive and in no hurry to make a move. He waited until Zhao Yoji and the others' sword energy reached its peak and rushed over with a whooshing sound before calmly clenching his fist and meeting their attack. The power of the sword formation was revealed, with all forces twisted into one, directly confronting Su Hao. Can we win? A flicker of anticipation crossed Zhao Yoji's face. He felt that he had performed exceptionally well today, even better than during his usual training. However, their sword energy was completely ineffective against Su Hao's fist wind, like the first snow falling under the blazing sun. They felt a giant wave crashing down on them, making it hard for everyone to breathe, and they were thrown back several meters. Everyone was injured to some extent. Zhao Yoji, say it again, can you represent the Shushan sect? Su Hao stood there coldly, looking at his fallen opponent. At that moment, Zhao Yoji had a strange feeling that this person was like a mountain, unapproachable. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great. Beating me is nothing. You are, after all, a grandmaster, with an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. Only if you can defeat my senior sister will you be considered truly powerful. Zhao Yoji said, somewhat unconvinced. I've already said I'm not interested in your senior sister. Su Hao frowned. If this person calls the senior sister over again, wouldn't this never end? If their senior sister loses, wouldn't they have to call over the elders of the Shu Mountain sect? Although Su Hao is arrogant, he is not stupid. Can he take on the entire Shu Mountain sect by himself? Even with the Kunpeng gang, it would be like throwing an egg against a rock, and he wouldn't stand a chance. If the people from the Shu Mountain sect come for this purpose, it would undoubtedly be the best outcome. Are you scared now? It's too late. See the signal arrow in my hand, as soon as I launch it, senior sister will definitely arrive immediately. She's a grandmaster level expert, definitely no less than you. With an extra command token in his hand, Zhao Yoji suddenly became fearless. Su Hao, are you scared to death now? If only I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. Either you kneel down now and let me retaliate tenfold, or we'll wait for our senior sister to arrive and wipe you and the Kuanping gang out. Bai Yilong immediately laughed arrogantly. Sigh, I thought this guy could keep up his stubbornness forever, but it turns out he's scared too. What a disappointment. Zhao Hao said disdainfully. Fear is the right thing to do, after all, it's the Shu Mountain sect. Li Chen smiled coldly. The Shu Mountain sect is truly full of talented people. It turns out that their senior sister is already a grandmaster. You can only imagine how strong the inner sect elders are. Lan Yu let out a gasp of surprise. It was at this moment that everyone suddenly realized something. The strength of inner and outer disciples is completely different. For example, Bai Yilong and Zhang Yu are both outer disciples or elders of major sects, but their strength is really laughable and they are simply not good enough. Zhang Yu, in particular, holds the title of outer sect elder, but his strength is about the same as that of an ordinary disciple. This shows that this person is not skilled in martial arts at all, and is likely just an outer sect manager who holds the title of elder. Fine, let me see just how strong your senior sister really is. Su Hao smiled coldly now. The only way to stop him from sending the command arrow was to kill Zhao Yoji and the others. This is clearly not going to work. Defeating them would be acceptable to the Shu Mountain sect, but killing their disciples in public would truly stir up a hornet's nest. You just wait. Zhao Yoji fired a signal arrow, which, as it rose into the air, transformed into the characters for Shushan, a truly beautiful sight. This was during the day. If it were nighttime, it would likely be several times more spectacular than thousands upon thousands of fireworks. Once the signal arrow is launched, it can be seen within a radius of 10,000 meters. Su Hao, can you release junior brother by now? Zhao Yoji made a serious request. Of course not. Su Hao pulled on the cloth rope and dragged Bai Yilong directly, showing no sign of being persuaded. You surnamed Su, your arrogance won't last long. As soon as senior sister arrives, she'll beat you to a pulp. How you treat me now is how I'll treat you later. Bai Yilong said angrily. So noisy. I need to think about it. Should I just kill you first? Su Hao frowned, looking very displeased. Absolutely not. The Bai family members' expressions changed drastically. Yilong, shut your stinking mouth, acting impulsively won't change anything. Bai Zhantong even scolded his son, afraid that he would anger Su Hao again. Su Hao, if you kill Bai Yilong knowing he is a disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, that would be a provocation against our Shu Mountain sect. Zhao Yoji also threatened. Does this person have committed numerous evils, yet outsiders cannot punish him? Su Hao said coldly. Of course not. He committed. If you've made a mistake, the Shu Mountain sect's rules will handle it. Who do you think you are, setting up your own punishment hall? Zhao Yoji's domineering way of speaking. Su Hao sneered. These rules of the martial arts world only fool cowards. If he really wanted to take action, he wouldn't care about Bai Yilong's identity. Young Master Zhao, who exactly is your senior sister? Zhang Yu suddenly asked curiously. Yes, is she particularly famous in the martial arts world? Ouyang Jia was also very much looking forward to it. You've all heard of senior sister's name. She is the most talented person in the last 100 years, second only to the last martial arts legend, Gu Qingmei. Zhao Yoji said proudly. When the name Gu Qingmei appeared, many people looked at each other blankly, having never heard of this name before. Only a very few, such as Ouyang Jia, knew how high a compliment this was. Su Hao's heart skipped a beat. Could their senior sister be that woman? If he wasn't mistaken, then there was definitely going to be a good show. 604, Chapter 604. Damn it. Suddenly, a beam of red light descended from the sky, shaking the entire Bai family compound as it landed. The newcomer was a stunningly beautiful and spirited woman, carrying a red-tasseled spear, whose beauty surpassed all others. Senior sister, you finally arrived. When Zhao Yoji saw this person, a respectful smile appeared on his face. Junior brother Zhao, you've been beaten up? The newcomer's eyes flickered, and he looked somewhat displeased upon seeing the injuries on Zhao's body. That's right, this person is right here. He's arrogant and doesn't respect senior sister at all, let alone the Shu Mountain sect. Zhao Yoji said, the villain is the one who accuses first. Oh? Who is he? The newcomer said arrogantly. It's him. Zhao Yoji stretched out his right hand and glared fiercely at Su Hao. The newcomer looked over and, when his eyes met Su Hao's, he trembled and a blush appeared on his face. She wasn't wrong, in the entire eastern province, only Brother Hao could teach the immortal slaughtering sword formation such a lesson so easily. Her smile flashed by, then she hardened her expression, waiting to see how these people were going to put on their act. Young Master Zhao, could this talented young woman be Zhao Hongyu? Zhang Yu was quite knowledgeable. Upon seeing the newcomer carrying a red-tasseled spear, he immediately understood the man's origins. Isn't this the stunningly talented woman from the Shu Mountain sect? That's right, she is senior sister Hongyu. Zhao Yoji said proudly. Everyone was startled, it was indeed her. Although Zhao Hongyu rarely appears in Dong province, legends about her persist. It is said that this person is the youngest grandmaster disciple of the Shu Mountain sect, and his strength is unfathomable. Some people even think that she has the potential to become the leader of the Shushan sect in the future. All female martial artists take him as their role model, and all male martial artists desire his favor. Zhao Hongyu possesses both beauty and talent, making her a peerless genius in everyone's eyes. My God, Goddess Zhao is even more beautiful than the legends say, especially her heroic spirit, which is more attractive than those ladies from noble families. This is getting interesting. I sense Su Hao, the youngest grandmaster in the southern martial arts world, if he were to fight the youngest grandmaster of the Shu Mountain sect, it would definitely be earth-shattering. I still think Zhao Hongyu is more capable, because she's beautiful. What are you saying? In terms of looks, how could young Master Su be inferior to her? He is also a handsome young man, as good-looking as Pan, and you are just jealous of his good looks. Seeing these two geniuses at the same time, the young men and women felt blessed and exclaimed in various ways. Su Hao, aren't you going to let me go? My senior sister is here, and you still dare to act so aggressively? Bai Yilong laughed heartily, looking as if he had been rescued. All right. Su Hao waved his hand, and a burst of true energy shattered all the ropes, giving him freedom. Bai Yilong struggled to his feet, covered in wounds, and ran to Zhao Hongyu. He knelt down and cried out, Senior sister, you must do justice for me. Look at these injuries on my body. They were indeed inflicted by this Su Hao. This man bullies others, disregards the Bai family, and threatened to arrest me and torture me to death in secret. Who are you? You call me senior sister? Zhao Hongyu gave a cold snort. She was very familiar with the disciples under her master's tutelage and could tell at a glance that he was not an inner disciple at all. Senior sister, he is an outer disciple, also belonging to the Shu Mountain sect. Zhao Yoji immediately explained. Yes, I'm also from the Shu Mountain sect. Bai Yilong hurriedly replied with a smile. Are outer disciples considered disciples of the Shu Mountain sect? You're nothing but parasites. Unqualified to pass the sex test, having learned only rudimentary skills, yet he goes around using the name of the Shu Mountain sect to swindle and commit evil deeds, causing immense harm to our sect? Zhao Hongyu said coldly. Pfft, so young Master Long isn't Zhao Goddess's junior brother at all, is just trying to ride on her coattails. That's right, the outer disciples are a mixed bag, they're all parasites. I wouldn't be happy either. Goddess Zhao is a grandmaster, and she has to clean up the mess for such a weakling. She must be seething with anger. Won't Goddess Zhao just clean house in the end? Some people found it amusing, thinking that Bai Yilong was truly shameful, completely unqualified to become an inner disciple, yet he was using the Shu Mountain sect's name everywhere. The Bai family members were also somewhat embarrassed. They had originally wanted to use the name of the Shu Mountain sect to enhance their reputation. Now, Zhao Hongyu's attitude was very clear. The Shu Mountain sect did not value outer disciples at all, and was even unwilling to acknowledge them. Senior sister, this person is from the Shu Mountain sect after all. Are we just going to stand by and watch him be bullied by outsiders? Zhao Yoji hurriedly tried to appease him. Hey, tell me, how did Su Hao bully you? Zhao Hongyu's expression was indifferent. Senior sister. On the joyous day of my uncle's succession as the head of the family, this Su Hao caused trouble first. He sent a bloody human head, and then he attacked the Bai family, injuring all our guards, bodyguards, and shadow dancers. Not only that, he also beat up the Nangong family members who came to offer their congratulations without asking any questions. Moreover, this person also murdered the former leader of the alliance, inflicting indelible wounds on the Ouyang family. Bai Yilong said indignantly. That's right, Su Hao deserves to die. Ouyang Jia said angrily. Miss Xiao, have you seen our injuries? These were all inflicted by Su Hao. He has a terrible reputation in the martial arts world of the south and is an utterly wicked person. Zhang Yu felt like he had found his people and poured out his grievances to Zhao Hongyu. People subconsciously regarded her as their savior. Su Hao, I never imagined you could cause so much trouble. Tell me, should I act on behalf of heaven or not? As Zhao Hongyu spoke, she took out a red-tasseled spear and pointed it directly at Su Hao's throat. This scene immediately drew gasps of amazement from many people. Are these two young grandmasters really going to fight? The people around them instinctively stepped back. Even if the disciples of the Kunping gang were in the same boat, it wasn't that they were disloyal, but rather that if experts of this caliber were to fight, they wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder. Zhang Dewang frowned as well. Zhao Hongyu's aura was too strong. She was a genuine grandmaster. He estimated that she couldn't even withstand a single move from her, so helping her was practically impossible. Hey Zhao, bring it on, let's see how I beat you out of here. Su Hao remained calm and retorted sharply. Do you have anything to say in response to these accusations? Zhao Hongyu twirled her spear beautifully, and as the red tassel vibrated, bursts of true energy were released instantly, tornadoes appeared out of thin air all around, and countless chairs were blown away far away along the broken ceiling. I don't need to explain much, 3 words are enough, I am innocent. Su Hao said proudly. After he finished speaking, he stomped his foot, unleashing a powerful force that caused the ground to cave in and the building to sway as if it were about to shatter at any moment. 605, Chapter 605. None of your business. Are these two grandmasters really going to fight? The tense atmosphere seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Senior sister, thank you for standing up for me. Bai Yilong was very happy, thinking that the two of them were really going to fight. Didn't I tell you, you're not worthy to call me senior sister? Zhao Hongyu suddenly stopped her attacking stance, turned to look at the Bai family genius, and said in a mocking tone, tell me honestly, why is Su Hao targeting you? Miss Xiao, he's just the kind of person who likes to make trouble unreasonably. Because he's entangled with Miss Bai and wants to help her father reclaim the position of head of the family, he decided to defeat the Bai family one by one, so he started by targeting me. Bai Yilong said with utmost seriousness. Are you really not at all wrong? Zhao Hongyu's face darkened. Of course not. Absolutely not. Bai Yilong said decisively. Ridiculous, even now, you still show no remorse. Su Hao said coldly. Miss Xiao, don't listen to his side of the story. This man hired someone to kill, murdered a pregnant woman, and committed all sorts of evil deeds, a disgrace to the Shu Mountain sect. Such a thing is true. Zhao Hongyu's gaze darkened, and her face gradually turned cold. Miss Xiao, you must not listen to the one-sided story of outsiders. I swear a solemn oath that if I really did what he said, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Bai Yilong gritted his teeth and did the thing he regretted most in his life. This statement stunned many people present. Isn't this just blatantly lying? Before Zhao Hongyu arrived, Su Hao had already confirmed that this person had done something heinous. Now, he decided to exploit an information gap, attempting to confuse the public and gain Zhao Hongyu's sympathy by posing as a member of the Shu Mountain sect. Oh? Zhao Hongyu snorted coldly. Miss Xiao, I have already sworn an oath, which is enough to prove my innocence, right? Now, take action and get rid of Su Hao. Bai Yilong said with utmost seriousness. I will take action. Zhao Hongyu suddenly drew her red-tasseled spear, and a red dragon shot towards one person with the force of thunder. With a loud bang, Bai Yilong's head exploded. Countless brains splattered onto the Bai family members. This scene was enough to shock everyone. No one expected Zhao Hongyu to act so decisively. Senior sister, how could you turn on your own people? Zhao Yoji's expression changed drastically. The reason is simple, to clean house. Zhao Hongyu said coldly, then looked at her junior brother and questioned, "Are you in cahoots with this person? Why are you condoning such a thing that violates the code of the martial world? He has committed such a serious mistake, and you are actually protecting him. What are your intentions?" "Senior sister, let me explain," Zhao Yoji said in a panic. "Shut up, get back here and reflect on your actions. You are forbidden from roaming the martial world for 6 months, Zhao Hongyu ordered directly. "Alright." Zhao Yoji dared not speak his anger. The senior sister held a high position in the sect, and ordinary disciples dared not disobey her. Zhao Hongyu then looked at the Bai family members and said in a cold tone, "Listen carefully, this time you've done something that damages the reputation of the Shu Mountain sect by using its name, and we won't let you off the hook. Miss Xiao, it's all Elon's fault." Bai Zhenyu was stunned. He could only blame his dead nephew. "Men, take them away and put them in jail. They are not allowed to leave without my order." Zhao Hongyu was extremely domineering and did not listen to any explanation. She ordered the disciples of the Shu Mountain sect to take all the leaders away. The rest of the Bai family dared not make a move, for fear of getting into trouble. "Gentlemen, I believe this move has clearly demonstrated the Shu Mountain sect's stance, hasn't it? Please remember, everyone, the Shushan sect never does anything to harm the martial arts world. If any unfilial disciple commits evil, just contact the people in charge of the Shushan sect, and we will definitely give everyone an explanation," Zhao Hongyu said solemnly. "Well done. So the Shu Mountain sect is so disciplined, no wonder it's the strongest sect. Miss Zhao, you did the right thing. You must not aid and abet evil." Everyone applauded, filled with admiration for this unparalleled genius. "Alright, that's enough about this everyone, please disperse." Zhao Hongyu waved her hand, and all the guests left one by one. The Shangguan family members left the fastest after Zhang Yu returned. He immediately told Nangang Yu what had happened. "Young master, now that Miss Yufang has been arrested, shouldn't we ask Zhao Hongyu to release her?" Zhang Yu asked expectantly. "Go ask her to let him go? Can you beat him?" "We have no choice but to swallow our anger and keep quiet about this." Nangang Yu's expression changed drastically. Zhao Hongyu was not someone he could afford to offend. Bai Zhenyu is truly more trouble than he's worth, actually managing to mess things up by getting involved with this jinx. "Are we going to sever ties with this spendthrift?" Zhang Yu was somewhat unwilling. "Don't rush. The Shu Mountain sect isn't an unreasonable sect. They might not necessarily exterminate the Bai family in any case. We can't get involved in this matter," Nangang Yu said with a great headache. After everyone else left, Ouyang Jia and the others also left helplessly. With Su Hao being so powerful, their revenge will have to be planned in the long run. "Brother Hao, how was it? Was my method pretty good?" Seeing that there were no outsiders, Zhao Hongyu revealed a sweet smile. Her domineering aura disappeared, and she reverted to the demeanor of a little girl from the Lin family as she approached Su Hao. "Indeed, your methods are quite impressive." Su Hao nodded. Zhao Hongyu has matured now and is very decisive in handling matters. The situation was a bit chaotic just now, but she quickly sorted things out. "Brother Hao?" Zhao Yoji didn't leave immediately upon hearing those 3 words. His expression changed drastically. He secretly looked at the maid Fangfang and asked, "Sister Fang, what is the relationship between senior sister and Su Hao?" "None of your business," Fangfang said dismissively. "Sister Shu, can you tell me?" Zhao Yoji asked another maid, shamelessly. "Go back and reflect on your actions. Don't gossip about matters of the martial world." Shu didn't give him a kind look either. "Okay, I'll leave now." Zhao Yoji couldn't understand it. Zhao Hongyu had been cultivating at the Shu Mountain sect, so why did she come to Dong province and actually know an unknown person like Su Hao? Was that reasonable? Filled with resentment, he rushed back to the sect without stopping. On the other side, Su Hao looked at Zhao Hongyu and said, "Are you hungry? Let's go, I'll take you to get something to eat." "I want to eat beef. And it has to be packed up." Zhao Hongyu's eyes lit up. She had been craving the beef from last time for a long time, and she was sure she would eat more this time. "Little foodie, you'll become a big fat man sooner or later," Su Hao said with a chuckle. "That's impossible. I eat a lot and burn a lot of calories. Practicing martial arts is the best way to stay fit," Zhao Hongyu said proudly. 606. Chapter 606 What are you doing here? Panglai Restaurant. Su Hao brought Zhao Hongyu and the other two to eat here again, at the same table as last time, and ordered a large table of dishes as before. The beef here is really delicious. Zhao Hongyu smiled sweetly after tasting the beef she had been longing for. Hongyu, have you finished dealing with things at your family for now? Su Hao asked with a smile. Yes, we caught a few troublemakers and dealt with them all, Zhao Hongyu said nonchalantly. They must have had a lot of nerve to come to my house and cause trouble. We still need to be careful, there might be other forces behind them. Su Hao warned ordinary people certainly wouldn't dare to touch the Zhao family. It's impossible that they're not being instructed by someone else. Understood, we will keep a close eye on this matter. Zhao Hongyu nodded, then asked, Brother Hao, what should we do with the Bai family members? Should we execute them all in secret? Put. Su Hao, who was eating, spat it out and said, why do you like fighting and killing so much? They are just ordinary people and have no connection with the Shu Mountain sect. Just lock them up for a few days and then release them. Alright. Zhao Hongyu smiled helplessly. Her main concern was that these people would cause trouble for Su Hao. Young Master Su, everyone seemed to have heard about Miss Bai just now. What's going on? Are you having an affair behind my young lady's back? The maid Fang Fan was very perceptive and immediately seized on this point, questioning loudly. Ahem, what do you mean by carrying her on my back? I only treat Hongyu like a younger sister. Su Hao felt a little embarrassed. Sister, that won't do. You and Miss are childhood sweethearts. If you say such things, you'll definitely hurt her feelings. The maid, Shu Shu, pressed her. Alright, you don't need to worry about this. I believe Brother Hao will understand who is the most suitable woman for him, right? Zhao Hongyu said, then winked as if hinting at something. If you keep making things difficult for us like this, I'll have the waiter take the beef back. Su Hao threatened. That won't do. Zhao Hongyu immediately became anxious, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat in large mouthfuls. Ha ha. Su Hao laughed. This little foodie is quite cute. Just then, his phone rang. Boss Huang, I hope you have brought me good news. Since Huang Sanxian couldn't get through to Su Hao, he immediately realized that this person must be trying to sell information. Young Master Su, I have two important pieces of news to share today. Would you like to invite me? Huang Sanxian said calmly. Boss Huang, as long as the information you provide is important enough, name your price. Su Hao said with a smile. No need for money. I just want to make friends with young Master Su. If I'm ever in any danger in the future, please lend me a hand. Huang Sanxian thought highly of Su Hao and was willing to provide intelligence for free. Boss Huang, you're making me owe you a favor. Su Hao said helplessly, as favors are the most expensive. No, it's just about making friends. Huang Sanxian didn't want to be too explicit. Alright, I'll consider you a friend. Su Hao thought for a moment and agreed. Huang Sanxian was well informed and would definitely be able to deliver important news this time. Okay. The first piece of news I feel is necessary to remind young Master Su. You're wanted again, with a price tag of up to 5 billion. Huang Sanxian reminded him. Su Hao frowned. Such a thing actually happened? Ma Rulong did the same thing last time, which caused him some trouble. And the other thing? Su Hao continued to ask. The second thing is related to the nine-turn Lingji. Recently, Shangguan Jinghua heard that someone wanted to give him this spiritual herb. Huang Sanxian said directly. Is this news reliable? Su Hao asked nervously. Young Master Su, rest assured, any information I provide is absolutely infallible. However, Shangguan Jinghua holds a very high position, so whether you can obtain the nine-turn spirit mushroom depends on yourself. After Huang Sanxian finished speaking, he hung up the phone immediately. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Hao's eyes. The nine-turn Lingji was extremely important to him. This is the last spiritual herb needed to refine the 100 refinements life-extending pill for the old drunkard. He must obtain it. Brother Hao, is something wrong? Do you need my help? Zhao Hongyu asked expectantly. No need. I can handle this myself. Hongyu, I must take my leave now. See you next time. After finishing his sentence, Su Hao left in a hurry. Back at the Kuanpun gang, after much deliberation, he prepared a precious gift and carried it with him. An hour later, he appeared in front of the Shangwan family's old residence. Stop! As he approached, he heard someone shout. Su Hao snapped out of his daze and saw two guards standing at the door, who had stopped him in a stern tone. My name is Su Hao. I have something to discuss with Elder Shangwan. Please inform him of my presence, he said calmly. A notification? Who do you think you are? No appointments, get out of the way. The guard was cold and ruthless, speaking with an unyielding tone. Su Hao frowned. Could it be that they couldn't even see anyone? Just as they were hesitating whether to rush in and take a look, they heard a car speeding up behind them. After it stopped, the door opened and two women and a man got out. Brother Su? What are you doing here? Did you come looking for me? One of them was Shangwan Shui, whom we hadn't seen for a long time. When she saw Su Hao, her eyes lit up, and she walked over shyly, took his arm, and looked at him expectantly. Xiao Shui, are you alright? Su Hao asked with a faint smile. Yes, I feel much better than before, all thanks to Brother Su. Shangwan Shui said with a smile. Xiao Shui, doesn't your family forbid you from playing with this kind of poor wretch? The other woman was Yang Qingqing, who looked at Su Hao with a hint of resentment. She was furious. Their last meeting had been very unpleasant, and she still held a grudge. That's right. The man next to him was Chu Hua. He looked at Su Hao with disdain and said, look at him, so much time has passed, and he still looks poor. How can someone like him be qualified to be your friend? You two, stop talking. No one can replace Brother Su in my heart. Shangwan Shui gazed at him intently and said, let's go inside and talk. Xiao Shui, how could you go with him? Lu Qingqing said anxiously, don't forget, we came here for a bike ride today. Yeah, this poor wretch probably has never seen a fine horse in his entire life, Chu Hua said coldly. Oh, right, I almost forgot. If you hadn't mentioned it. Shangwan Shui smiled and said, Brother Su, if you don't have anything else to do, why don't you come with us to the horse farm for a bit? Alright. Su Hao ignored the provocations of the two insects. He only wanted to sneak in and find the whereabouts of the nine-turn spirit mushroom. 607, Chapter 607. I don't want to compare. Seeing Shangwan Shui lead Su Hao inside, Lu Qingqing and Chu Hua were both somewhat dissatisfied, thinking that they must find an opportunity to kick this person out later, as he was not worthy of entering the Shangwan family. The Shangwan family has an incredibly deep foundation. Their old residence covers an entire mountain, and the family has spent a huge sum of money to build a horse farm. As Su Hao followed him in, he could see horses galloping through the mountains from time to time, followed by horse trainers. Su Hao, do you have your own horse? Chu Hua asked sarcastically. No. Su Hao shook his head. Horse riding was a form of entertainment that only the super rich could enjoy, and he really didn't have that hobby. You don't even have a horse, how dare you enter the Shangwan family's residence? Lu Qingqing said disdainfully. Su Hao frowned, choosing to ignore them. Arguing with them was pointless. This contemptuous attitude, on the contrary, made the two of them very unhappy, and they were both gnashing their teeth in hatred. Brother Su, look, that's my Akeltech horse over there. Shangwan Shui ignored their words and led Su Hao to a white horse. The horse seemed excited as she approached, its scent making it want to leave the stable. What a magnificent steed! Su Hao exclaimed upon seeing it. Right. Shangwan Shui smiled proudly. This was my 16th birthday present. My father brought it back from abroad for me when I first met it. It was just a little foal. After it grew up, it became the fastest horse in the Shangwan family. Xiao Shui, you are beautiful inside and out. It's only right that you have such a divine steed. Su Hao praised. Hee, I love listening to Brother Su. Shangwan Shui smiled radiantly, patted the horse's back, and said, my white dragon is the best horse in the world. Stop dreaming. Suddenly, a beautiful woman walked out, leading a tall, crimson horse, her eyes filled with disdain. Cousin, are you not convinced? Shangwan Shui wasn't particularly assertive, but when it came to her beloved horse, she dared to stand her ground. Standing before everyone was Shangwan Yunxiao, the daughter of the current head of the Shangwan family, and Shangwan Shui's cousin. Nonsense. Your white dragon is not the strongest at all, it's no match for my red phoenix. Shangguan Yunxiao said angrily. Really, then why has my horse won every time in the last 2 years? The Red Phoenix is big, which is both its advantage and disadvantage. It has a fast starting speed, but lacks endurance after a lap. It can't possibly outrun the White Dragon. Shangguan Shui wrapped her arms around the white horse's neck and said proudly. You're just spouting nonsense. If you hadn't been the eldest daughter of the Shangguan family, who would have given way to you? Now that your father has been stripped of his position as head of the family, as long as I run seriously, I'm sure I can beat you. Shangguan Yunxiao said, very unconvinced. Cousin, if you're not convinced, we can race a lap and see whose horse comes out on top. Shangguan Shui retorted sharply. Fine, let's run, who's afraid of you? Shangguan Yunxiao said unhappily, then emphasized, just running one lap is too boring. How about we make a private agreement, whoever wins the race gets the other's horse. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Cousin, we're family, gambling is strictly forbidden. How about we change the game, whoever wins has to meow 3 times? Shangguan Shui had a playful streak, but she didn't want the situation to become awkward. Xiaoxue, you're so weak-willed, you don't even dare to take a big gamble. Shangguan Yunxiao's eyes flickered as he looked at Su Hao and said, Young master, don't you find Xiaoxue's timid personality the most annoying? Su Hao frowned. He hadn't said a word, yet he had become Shangguan Yunxiao's bargaining chip, used to provoke him. She could tell that Shangguan Shui liked him, so she said those words directly, leaving Shangguan Shui with no other choice. Cousin, since you're going to gamble, I'll fight you to the death. Shangguan Shui didn't want to be looked down upon by Su Hao. Okay, let's run now. Shangguan Yunxiao was very happy. Both sides led their horses to the starting point, mounted their horses, and the competition was about to begin. What are you doing? Suddenly, 3 people, 2 women and a man, came out. The one who spoke was the man. Brother, Xiaoxue and I are having a race, whoever wins gets the other's horse. Shangguan Yunxiao said proudly. Nonsense, we are all direct descendants of the Shangguan family. How can we hold such a competition in private? The newcomer said sternly. Who is he? Lu Qingqing asked softly. Don't you know, he's Shangguan Yunfei, the eldest young master of the Shangguan family and Shangguan Yunxiao's older brother. Xu Hua introduced in a low voice. Su Hao, meanwhile, was looking at the other 2 women and felt a bit of a headache. The woman on the left, dressed in her finest attire, is Feng Chengcheng. The woman on the right was dressed conservatively, but she was stunningly beautiful. It was Lin Yao. Fortunately, Feng Chengcheng's gaze was fixed on Bai Long at that moment, and he didn't look over. Lin Yao was also following his partner's gaze and didn't have time to look at the others. Brother Yunfei, I didn't want to compete either, it was Sister Yunxiao who forced me to. Shangguan Shui said with a smile. Xiaoxue, you're right. Shangguan Yunfei walked up to her, patted the white dragon's neck, and said, Xiaoxue, you've raised the white dragon too well, Hongwan has no chance of escaping. Brother, what do you mean by this? Why are you siding with outsiders? Shangguan Yunxiao was displeased. She said angrily, Xiaoxue, you have to compete today, whether you like it or not. This Shangguan Shui was a little embarrassed since Brother Yunfei had come to dissuade her. She was starting to have second thoughts. Xiaoxue, how about this, you teach Yunxiao a lesson for me. She's gotten a bit cocky lately, and doesn't know any better. Thick. Shangguan Yunfei blinked, encouragingly. Okay. The innocent Shangguan Shui immediately agreed, revealing a sweet smile. Feng Chengcheng smiled, subconsciously assuming the 3 of them had a good relationship. Her gaze shifted, finally landing on Su Hao beside her. Her face immediately darkened, and she coldly said, Su, how did you manage to sneak in? It's you. Lin Yao also looked over and exchanged a glance with Su Hao. She couldn't help but wonder how the Shangguan family could allow a food delivery person to come in. Wasn't this place heavily guarded? You know him? Shangguan Yunfei's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of wariness. Know him, he's just a food delivery guy. Feng Chengcheng used his most humble identity. Someone, kick this delivery man out. Shangguan Yunfei's expression changed drastically. This was the back mountain of their house. How could someone who wasn't a relative or friend come in? 608, Chapter 608 Sophistry. No. Shangguan Shui immediately said nervously, Brother Su is my friend, not some delivery man. He is a miracle doctor and deserves everyone's respect. A miracle doctor? Shangguan Yunfei looked Su Hao up and down, but couldn't see any trace of a miracle doctor in him. Does he really know medicine? Feng Changchang had never seen it before. If you don't believe me, you can ask Lu Qingqing. Shangguan Shui grew anxious and spoke directly. Qingqing, is that so? Shangguan Yunfei asked the woman who hadn't spoken. I guess so. He knows a little medicine, but he's just a quack doctor, is nowhere near a miracle doctor. Although Lu Qingqing didn't want to testify, she couldn't completely deny it since Shangguan Shui had said so. Alright, since that's the case, you can stare. Remember, the Shangguan family has many very valuable things, so don't try anything petty like stealing, or you'll be in big trouble. Shangguan Yunfei snorted coldly, clearly displeased. Su Hao frowned, but ultimately said nothing. Alright, I'll be your witness. Shangguan Shui and Shangguan Yunxiao will have a horse racing competition, running around the horse field. Whoever wins will get the other's horse. The match begins. Shangguan Yunfei called out. The two horses galloped off at breakneck speed, like lightning. Just as Shangguan Shui said, Shangguan Yunxiao's Red Phoenix had a fast acceleration, taking the lead for the first half of the lap. However, in the second half of the lap, it lacked stamina, its speed dropped, and it was gradually overtaken by the White Dragon. Su Hao's gaze darkened as he realized something was amiss. By long steps gradually became unsteady, as if he were suffering from some kind of ailment. Not good. Xiao Xue is going to lose. Su Hao blurted it out. Impossible, right? Isn't the white horse in the lead right now? Feng Chengcheng said in surprise. She had taken a liking to the white horse the moment she saw it and didn't want to see it lose the race, so she asked Lin Yao, Mr. Lin, which horse do you think is better? If you think white horse is better, then go for white horse. Lin Yao came from a wealthy family and knew nothing about horsemanship, so he had no choice but to follow Feng Chengcheng's advice. She was actually there to discuss business. Shangguan Yunfei was a new client, and they had just started talking. The business hadn't been finished yet when they saw the competition taking place, so the three of them came over. Su Hao, you're Xiao Xue's friend. Why don't you favor your own people? Why do you favor Yunxiao instead? Do you have a crush on him? Stop daydreaming, take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror. There's no way he'd even look at a poor wretch like you. Lu Qingqing said disdainfully. You, surnamed Su, have truly wasted Xiao Xue's good intentions towards you. To put it bluntly, you're not even human. Xu Hua rebuked. Su Hao frowned, seemingly ignoring what these people were saying, only sensing that something was wrong with Bai Long. Then, just before reaching the finish line, Bai Long suddenly went berserk, standing upright on all fours, and actually flung Shangguan Shui more than 10 meters away. Minor snow. Su Hao shouted and rushed to her like an arrow. Helping her up, he noticed that she had some scrapes and her right arm was broken and hanging in the air. Brother Su, it hurts. Tears streamed down her face. It's alright, I'm here. Su Hao smiled faintly, reached out and tapped her severed arm a few times to stop the bleeding, and then quickly reattached it. It seems to be fixed. Shangguan Shui shook her hand and found that it no longer hurt, so a sweet smile appeared on her face. Shangguan Shui, you've lost. The White Dragon is mine now. The next moment, Shangguan Yunxiao's voice came. Shangguan Shui turned her head and saw that she had already crossed the finish line, and her face immediately fell. She raised Bai Long herself, yet she lost him? Sister Yunxiao, the match just now doesn't count. Bai Long suddenly fell ill and did not complete the race. Shangguan Shui was somewhat unwilling to accept this and bravely argued back. Xiao Xue, that's not right of you. Losing is losing. There are no excuses even in a formal equestrian competition. Unexpected things can happen. You need to learn to accept defeat, understand? Shangguan Yunxiao said happily. Brother Yunfei, you be the judge. Did I lose this round of the competition? Shangguan Shui said anxiously, immediately looking at the referee. Xiao Xue, Yunxiao is right. This is a race you agreed to yourself. If you don't cross the finish line, you lose according to the rules. If you're reluctant to part with the White Dragon, that's understandable, but even though the White Dragon has a new master, you can still come and visit, right? You and Yunxiao have a good relationship, so you'll still have opportunities to ride the White Dragon in races in the future. Shangguan Yunfei said with a smile. Brother Yunfei, how can you side with Sister Yunxiao? Unwilling to give up, Shangguan Shui threw herself at Bai Long's side, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "Can I pay to buy Bai Long back?" "Shangguan Shui, wake up, the head of the family has changed. Do you think I have less money than you? Let go, the white dragon is mine now. If you keep making trouble like this, I'll never let Bai Long see you again." Shangguan Yunxiao burst into laughter. She had her eye on Bai Long for a long time, but she never expected to win by accident today. "White Dragon, I'm so sorry." Shangguan Shui cried very sadly. "Xiaoshui, how can you cry with so many outsiders here? You're ruining the image of the Shangguan family." Shangguan Yunfei sighed, looking very regretful. 2. Shangguan Shui stood up again and silently wiped away her tears, but when she met Bai Long's gaze and saw the divine steed's reluctance to leave, she turned away in grief, appearing utterly desperate. "Enough! Shangguan Yunfei, stop pretending. This accident in the competition was entirely your doing. You deliberately did evil and harmed Bai Long to satisfy your sister's hobby." Su Hao suddenly said. "You brat, what do you mean?" Shangguan Yunfei shouted, "You'd better think this through. I am the eldest young master of the Shangguan family. If you maliciously smear my reputation, you can't afford to bear that crime." "Malice? You don't really think that no one saw your little trick just now, do you?" Su Hao smiled coldly, walked to Bai Long's side, and took out a black silver needle more than 10 centimeters long from his neck. He showed it to Bai Long and said, "See this? This is the evidence." Bai Long didn't go mad at all, he was poisoned. "You brat, even if you find this poison needle, it won't prove anything," Shangguan Yunfei said coldly. "Still trying to deny it? Besides you, who else touched Bai Long today? When you were greeting Shangguan Shui, you patted Bai Long on the neck, and everyone here saw that," Su Hao said decisively. 609, Chapter 609 Luxury Entertainment. "Yes, I saw it." Su Hao's words are correct. Lu Qingqing immediately agreed, saying that she was more supportive of Shangguan Shui. "That's right, his actions just now were too obvious. Young Master Yunfei's suspicion won't be so easy to clear." Xu Hua also said. "Don't listen to his nonsense. This silver needle only proves that Bai Long's madness had a cause, but it cannot prove who poisoned him. I can declare the previous match invalid, but you must send another person to compete against my sister again. Otherwise, it will be considered that Shangguan Shui has admitted defeat, and she will still have to hand over the white dragon." Shangguan Yunfei glared angrily at Su Hao. His perfectly planned scheme had been foiled by this kid. However, he absolutely refused to admit his mistake, because the other party couldn't find any solid evidence. "Now we can only compete once more to silence everyone's criticism. Brother Yunfei, Bai Long, and I are both injured. How can we compete again?" Shangguan Shui said angrily. "That's your problem. If you can't compete, just admit defeat. It's only a horse you'll lose," Shangguan Yunfei said shamelessly. "Xiaoshui, give up. You didn't have a chance last time, and you have even less chance this time," Shangguan Yunxiao said disdainfully. "Xiaoshui, are you still able to participate in the competition?" Lu Qingqing asked with concern. This Shangguan Shui jumped up and down, realizing that something was wrong. She had fallen and had some physical problems, so she could no longer maintain her best condition. "The most important thing is that Bai Long is poisoned. Can he still run away? Leave the white dragon's wounds to me." Su Hao summoned the zookeeper and ordered him to bring some water. He then took out an antidote pill, crushed it, mixed it into the water, and had the white dragon drink it. After that, black poisonous gas kept emanating from the injured area. A few minutes later, the white dragon was full of energy again, showing no signs of poisoning. "Brother Su, I didn't know you could heal not only people, but also horses," Shangguan Shui said happily. "The principles of treatment are similar. As long as the poison is neutralized, there won't be any problems. I think treating wild animals is even simpler, just increase the dosage," Su Hao said calmly. Hey, how did your discussion go? Send someone out to compete immediately, or you will be declared the loser," Shangguan Yunxiao said arrogantly. She breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, Bai Long was injured, and if he couldn't be healed, there would be no use in bringing him over. Unexpectedly, by sheer chance, Su Hao was cured. In this way, she can win fair and square again, and Shangguan Shui will have no excuse. How about I do it? Shang Wanshui thought for a moment this was her own BMW, and she absolutely couldn't lose. No, you're already injured, you can't do anything reckless. Su Hao said seriously. If Shang Wanshui didn't hold onto the reins while riding and was thrown off again, it would be troublesome. Her body has always been relatively weak. Even though her cold constitution was cured, she hasn't fully recovered and her physical condition is not as good as that of an average person. But besides me, who else can fight? Shang Wanshui was so anxious she was about to cry again. Lu Qingqing shook her head. First, the white dragon was incredibly handsome and not something an ordinary person could tame. She might not even be able to hold the reins. Chu Hua didn't dare to try, afraid of losing and giving Shang Wanshui a bad impression. Feng Chengcheng was somewhat eager to try it out. She really liked the horse. However, she wasn't familiar with Shang Wanshui and didn't dare to take such a big risk. How about I give it a try? Su Hao smiled faintly. You? Lu Qingqing chuckled. This isn't like walking. Riding requires a very professional foundation. Do you own a BMW and have practiced riding before? Don't overestimate him. He just said he simply can't afford to keep such expensive racehorses, Chu Hua said dismissively. If you can't do it, don't show off. Feng Chengcheng said disdainfully. Yes, riding a horse is difficult, don't act impulsively. Lin Yao also advised. When Shangguan Yunxiao heard that Su Hao was going to fight, she smiled excitedly, as if she had seen a clown. She immediately said in a deep voice, Su, I'm not targeting you, but I feel that you can't even afford a horse. How about this? If you fight, we need to increase the bet, it'll be 50 million per game. You lost. In addition to handing over the white dragon, you also have to pay 50 million in compensation. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshui and the others' expressions changed drastically. Sister Yunxiao, aren't you deliberately making things difficult for Brother Su? 50 million is no small sum, ordinary people simply can't come up with that amount. Shang Wanshui said indignantly. Even if he delivers takeout and runs a clinic, he couldn't possibly earn 50 million. Lu Qingqing exclaimed. 50 million, if he can't come up with that, I can understand, Xu Hua said dismissively. Hey Su, now you're experiencing the embarrassment of being broke, aren't you? Feng Chengcheng was gloating. She still remembers how many times she slapped Su Hao last time. Even if she wanted to watch the show, she hoped he would suffer endless humiliation. Su Hao, don't gamble recklessly. If you lose 50 million, you may never be able to recover for the rest of your life. Lin Yao found it strange. Although he was not familiar with Su Hao, for some reason, he would think of Su Hao's feelings as soon as he spoke, as if it was a memory engraved in his blood. Hey Su, horseback riding is a form of entertainment for the wealthy. If you can't even come up with 50 million, of course you're not qualified to touch my white dragon. Shangguan Yunxiao said proudly. Okay, I promise you. If you lose, in addition to handing over the white dragon, you will also receive 50 million. Su Hao said loudly. You brat, I won't let you do business without any investment. I have to test your skills. If you don't have money, trying to get something for nothing is absolutely not allowed. Shangguan Yunfei said in a very neutral manner. Brother Su, I have money, but I don't have my cards on me right now. Shang Wanshui was a little anxious. It's alright, 50 million is just a small amount of money. He said casually, then took out a bank card, handed it over, and said, this card has at least 1 billion. If you don't believe me, you can use your connections to have the bank verify it. 1 billion, you must be joking, you couldn't earn that much money in 10 lifetimes. Lu Qingqing simply didn't believe it. Holy crap, do you even know how many zeros are in 1 billion? Xu Hua looked at him like he was an idiot. With so much money, why would you dress like this? Feng Chengcheng seemed disdainful, believing that clothes make the man and that dressing like this represented a certain social class. Su Hao, have you always been a braggart? Lin Yao blurted out, then paused, somewhat stunned. Why always? Were they that close? Very well, I'll slap you in the face right away. Shangguan Yunfei sneered and summoned one of the managers, instructing him to call and verify the card's balance. 610, Chapter 610 Killing Intent. Young master, the investigation results are in. He's lying, there isn't 1 billion in the card. The man hung up the phone and immediately said in a surprised tone. Guess whether I'm surprised or not, you brat, you've been slapped in the face now, haven't you? Shangguan Yunfei said coldly. With your penniless appearance, you think you can have $1 billion? Are you dreaming? Dreaming? That's right, he was just bragging. Chu Hua laughed heartily. Finally the moment for this man to be embarrassed had arrived. $1 billion, just think about it, it's impossible. Lu Qingqing said dismissively. Su Hao, can't you just honestly admit you're broke? Being poor isn't your fault. It's more likely that your ancestors weren't hardworking enough. Trying to start from scratch is unrealistic. Feng Qingqing's sneer carried a hint of lecturing. Su Hao, do you need money? Do you want me to lend you some? Lin Yao suddenly became impulsive, speaking without thinking, and said generously. Thank you, but no need. Su Hao gave him a reassuring look, then said to the manager, reveal the answer, how much balance is on this card? Young master, distinguished guests, the balance on the card is not 1 billion, but 5 billion. The man finally spoke in one breath. Shangguan Yunfei's expression froze instantly, and he slapped him across the face. You bastard, you can't even speak clearly, you're out of a month's salary, get out of here. Young Master Su, here is your card. The steward respectfully presented the bank card before covering his face and leaving. When the others looked at Su Hao again, they had incredulous expressions on their faces. I never imagined he was so rich. With a net worth of 5 billion, enjoying equestrian activities is absolutely no problem for him. Hey, did you steal your money? Are you some kind of wanted bandit? Feng Chengchan was very unhappy and directly accused him. What's it to you where my money came from? Anyway, I've already surpassed 50 million, so I'm qualified to replace Xiuxua in the competition, right? Su Hao said coldly. Very well, if you want to give me money, I will certainly accept it in good faith. Shangguan Yunxiao laughed arrogantly. Alright, in that case, you will represent Xiaoxuan in the riding competition. The rules are the same as before, 1 lap, and whoever crosses the finish line first wins. Shangguan Yunfei said with a sullen face and displeasure. Brother Su, can you ride a horse? Shangguan Shui asked, leading the white dragon. No. Su Hao answered simply and decisively. This Shangguan Shui was a little embarrassed since things had come to this. There was no way to change the person. All her words could be summed up in one sentence. Be careful. Alright. Su Hao mounted his horse, and the two of them slowly walked to the starting line. Even for such a short distance, Bai Long was uncooperative and took a full 2 minutes to walk. He looked like a toddler who had just learned to walk, wobbling and moving very slowly. That's it? Lu Qingqing laughed in exasperation. Damn, he's not even as good as me. Chu Hua thought this guy must be crazy with this kind of riding skill. There was no way he could beat Shangguan Yunxiao. I should have been more eager to ride the Akeltech horse in the swamp. Feng Chengcheng felt regretful. If he had been braver, he could have had a rare opportunity to ride the Akeltech horse. Su Hao, you really are someone who doesn't consider the consequences of your actions at all. Lin Yao subconsciously worried about him again. Seeing this, Shangguan Yunfei couldn't stop laughing. This was the best outcome. This person can't ride a horse, which is actually advantageous to his sister. Alright, the horse race, begin. Shangguan Yunfei announced loudly. Kid, I'll show you what true elite horsemanship looks like. Shangguan Yunxiao smiled confidently, whipping his horse hard and sending it flying. As for Su Hao, he leisurely rode his white dragon, slowly keeping up, looking no different from taking a stroll before long. The red horse in front was several dozen meters ahead. He seemed completely unhurried, as if he wasn't in a hurry at all. This sight made everyone else burst into laughter. See that, this guy can't ride a horse at all. Looks like he's going to lose the 50 million. Lu Qingqing laughed until tears streamed down her face. She didn't know where Su Hao got his confidence from, that he actually dared to accept Miss Yunxiao's challenge. So it was a bribe. Chu Hua sighed. He regretted not being able to take Shangguan Yunxiao's place, otherwise, receiving 50 million would have been quite a pleasant surprise. This is ridiculous. Feng Chengcheng laughed non-stop. She was happier to see Su Hao make a fool of himself than if she had found money herself. If it's just losing a little money, it's not so bad, Lin Yao muttered to himself. Taking 50 million out of 5 billion was indeed acceptable. However, Shangguan Shui wasn't happy. If she had known this would happen, she would have been better off competing injured. Even so, it would have been much faster. Horse racing is all about speed, and now she couldn't even see Yunxiao's back. She had no idea how to win. Was she hoping the horses in front of her would crash at the end? After running half a lap, Shangguan Yunxiao's speed also decreased a bit. Even so, when he looked back and saw that Su Hao had only run a part of the finish line, he was extremely happy and felt that victory was in his grasp. She actually had no grudge against Su Hao, but she was still very happy to have taken the White Dragon. If she won successfully, she was willing to become Su Hao's best spy. Overjoyed, with the finish line right in front of her, she immediately broke into a victorious smile. Xiaoxue, I'm taking your BMW. She cracked her whip again, trying to speed up the horse. Just then, an accident occurred. Her red horse also became agitated, seemingly in the exact same state as the White Dragon had been, and suddenly threw Shangguan Yunxiao onto its back. Not only that, it also stomped wildly, as if it had lost its mind. Stop! After Shangguan Yunxiao landed, he was completely disoriented. Suddenly, she saw the red horse raise its hind leg and step on her ribs, and she immediately turned pale. Click! While everyone else was still in shock, Shangguan Yunxiao broke several of his ribs. Crimson blood killed the equestrian uniform. Ah! Shangguan Yunxiao let out a painful howl, clearly indicating that he was seriously injured. What happened? Shangguan Yunfei rushed over, chased away the red horse, helped up his injured sister, and his eyes flashed with hatred. While everyone was scrambling to get to the finish line, Su Hao leisurely rode the White Dragon across the finish line. Brother Su won. Shangguan Shui had been following the match closely, and at this moment, she rushed towards Su Hao as if she were flying, smiling and saying, "Thank you for listening to me win back the White Dragon. It was nothing, not worth mentioning." Su Hao smiled faintly, dismounted from his horse, and handed the White Dragon to her. Hey, Su, was it you who did this? Shangguan Yunfei calmed down, looked at him angrily, with a hint of murderous intent. Chapter 611 Arguing with Reason. He astutely noticed that the poison in Yunxiao's horse and Bailong seemed to be the same. In this way, the result is quite obvious. Su Hao must have used the poison on Hongwan when no one was paying attention. What do you mean by that? Su Hao sneered. That's right, he just used the same tactic against him, secretly smearing some poison on a silver needle and shooting it into Shangguan Yunxiao's horse's belly. In this way, he can win easily. This wasn't his fault, he learned Shangguan Yunfei's strategy. In an instant, their brains clicked perfectly, and they both knew what the other had done. You must have done something to Yunxiao's BMW, otherwise why would it suddenly go berserk? Shangguan Yunfei angrily rebuked. What, do you have any evidence? Please don't make baseless accusations. When Bailong had his accident, Shangguan Shui didn't hold it against you as the eldest young master of the Shangguan family. Shouldn't you be more magnanimous? Su Hao smiled faintly. Nonsense. Xiaoxue wasn't injured at all, but my sister is seriously injured. How can the situations be the same? Shangguan Yunfei roared. Brother Yunfei, calm down. The most important thing right now is to get Sister Yunxiao to the hospital. Brother Su didn't even touch Hongwan, so how could he have done something to her? Shangguan Shui offered a serious explanation. Yes, we can all see it clearly. Although Su Hao is a scoundrel, he really didn't touch Hongwan. No matter what, Lu Qingqing still stood on Shangguan Shui's side and spoke up for Su Hao. Young Master Yunfei, everything must be based on evidence. Chu Hua earnestly argued. Evidence? My words are the evidence. Who does he think he is, that I need to provide perfect evidence? Guards, arrest him. I refuse to believe that he can still be stubborn after being tortured. Shangguan Yunfei shouted, and immediately the guards of the Shangguan family rushed out, looking at Su Hao with indifferent eyes, waiting for the young master to give another order. Brother Yunfei! How can you be so unreasonable? Guards, don't join him in this commotion. Brother Su is innocent. Shangguan Shui stepped forward and blocked Su Hao's path. At this moment, some of the guards hesitated to act rashly. Although Shangguan Shui's father is not the head of the family, it does not stop her from being Shangguan Jinghua's most beloved granddaughter. Shangguan Yunfei alone is not enough to contend with Shangguan Shui. Xiaoxue, aren't you just being ridiculous? Didn't you notice how badly Yunxiao was injured? You're protecting this culprit, aren't you making Yun Xiao and me feel disheartened? Shangguan Yunfei said, very displeased. Brother Yunfei, I think this matter is easy to resolve. Brother Su is a miracle doctor. If you ask him to take action, he will definitely set Sister Yunxiao's broken bones immediately. Shangguan Shui said earnestly. Nonsense. How could I possibly believe him? Shangguan Yunfei was trembling with anger. He dared not delay and shouted, someone, quickly take the young lady to see a doctor. Several guards immediately escorted Shangguan Yunxiao away at breakneck speed. Immediately, Shangguan Yunfei's expression towards Su Hao became even more resentful. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could kick Shangguan Shui away and personally attack Su Hao. However, he dared not. Shangguan Shui is the old man's treasure. If he hurts her, he might not even be able to keep his status as the future heir. Xiaoxue, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to move aside or not? Shangguan Yunfei shouted. No way. Shangguan Shui's gaze was firm. She was not about to back down. Someone, pull Xiaoxue away. Shangguan Yunfei had no choice but to give the order loudly. The remaining guards looked at each other, some unsure of what to do. Who dares? Shangguan Shui shouted loudly. The guards had no choice but to step back to show their resolve. Everyone thought that this was an internal conflict within the Shangguan family, and it was best not to get involved. The situation suddenly became very awkward. Shangguan Yunfei was so angry he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. I dare. Just then, a majestic voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked around and saw a middle-aged man with a square face walking towards them. From a distance he exuded an air of authority. Master. Upon seeing this, all the guards couldn't help but bow. Uncle, what brings you here? Shangguan Shui's expression changed. The person who came this time was none other than Shangguan Yunfei's father, the current head of the Shangguan family, Shangguan Shan. Shui, how could you do such a reckless thing? Yunfei was just punishing an outsider, you have no reason to defend him. Shangguan Shan said in a deep voice. Uncle, this matter has not been investigated thoroughly. Hongwan's sudden madness is likely related to other people, and it cannot be proven that it is Brother Su's fault. Shangguan Shui argued her case based on reason. Xiaoxue, don't be so stubborn. This young man is obviously a scoundrel, is definitely not getting close to you with good intentions. You shouldn't be friends with him at all. Shangguan Shan first lectured her, then changed his tone. Xiaoxue, your one-sided story proves nothing. Now let me personally interrogate him and see who really did this. Okay. Shangguan Shui nodded. Shangguan Shan's gaze fell on the group of young people, and he asked calmly, Gentlemen, please tell us what you saw and heard. Who exactly poisoned Hongwan? It's him. Chu Hua was the first to jump out. Hongwan didn't have any problems after the first round. In the second round, Hongwan had an accident. Apart from Su Hao, no one else present had any motive to poison her. Well said, he's just after the game, trying to keep his 50 million. Even if a penniless guy suddenly becomes rich, he can't afford to lose. Lu Qingqing immediately switched sides, firmly stating stand on the side of the Shangguan family head. That's right, everyone's eyes are sharp, this is his fault. Feng Chengcheng said gloatingly. Very good, Xiaoxue, you see, everyone thinks Su Hao is the murderer. Do you have anything else to say? Shangguan Shan was very pleased. These people still knew how to seize the moment. I'm busy. I don't think this has anything to do with Su Hao. They just have a grudge against him. There's absolutely no evidence. Unexpectedly, Lin Yao stepped forward and chose to believe Su Hao. Who do you think you are? Shangguan Shan said, very displeased. Patriarch Shangguan, I advise you to watch your words. President Lin is the goddaughter of Master Jin from Yanjing, and her status is much higher than that of your Shangguan family, Feng Chengcheng immediately reminded him. Ahem, Miss Lin only cast one dissenting vote with a 3-1 result. It's enough to prove that Su Hao is still in the wrong. Shangguan Shan was a little embarrassed and immediately became much more polite to Lin Yao. 612, Chapter 612 Utter Rage. Xiaoxue, have you given up now? Shangguan Yunfei was immediately overjoyed and gave the order, pass on the Patriarch's command. All guards are to be mobilized, arrest Su Hao, lock him in a dark room, and torture him severely. We must find out why he attacked Yun Xiao. Brother Yunfei, aren't you asking for the result while already having the answer? In short, I won't allow you to touch Brother Su. Shang Wanshui spread her arms, blocking Su Hao's way. Xiaoxue, step back, these people can't do anything to me. Su Hao said disdainfully. No, you're the one I brought back, you absolutely can't get hurt. Shang Wanshui insisted. Xiaoxue, get out of the way, or don't blame me for being impolite. Shang Wanshan shouted. He is, after all, the head of the family if he wants to take down Su Hao now, but is stopped by a niece. What authority will he have in the family in the future? No, Brother Su is my benefactor, he has saved me many times. Shang Wanshui insisted. Xiaoxue, don't force me. Shang Wanshan raised his right hand, which was covered with true energy, indicating that he was truly enraged. Xiaoxue, Muvacity is not worth protecting like this. Lu Qingqing immediately became anxious. Was it really worth it for a mere food delivery man? Xiaoxue, who is he? You can't give up a whole forest for one tree. Chu Hua was anxious. He was so outstanding, why couldn't he win Shang Wanshui's favor? Xiaoxue, this is his fault, there's no reason for you to defend him like this. Feng Chengcheng also tried to persuade him. Lin Yao frowned. She couldn't understand why she was still thinking about protecting Su Hao. Were they very close? Why couldn't she recall any other interactions with him? No. I will absolutely not back down today. Shang Wanshui said firmly and forcefully. Sai, you asked for this. Even if your father came, he couldn't say anything. Ignoring the patriarch's orders is a great disrespect. I hope this slap will teach you a lesson. After Shang Wanshan finished speaking, he actually waved his right hand. Snap! The loud slap sent Shang Wanshui flying instantly. She lay on the muddy ground, looking somewhat disheveled, and her injured face suddenly swelled up, looking quite bad. Shang Wan Mountain. How cruel you are to lay a hand on your own niece. Su Hao was furious. He stepped forward, displaying a powerful aura. Suddenly, sand and stones flew everywhere, frightening the few people who didn't know martial arts, who all retreated. Presumptuous. This is the Shangwan family home. How dare you, an outsider, act so arrogantly here? All guards, listen to my command, attack together. Shangwan Shan roared. Who dares to make a move? Anyone who's not afraid of dying, come at me, I'll show you what I'm made of. Su Hao's aura surged wildly, and the fact that he only displayed the strength of the peak of the innate realm was enough to terrify the guards, making them feel that this person's strength was far more than that. You brat, stop playing tricks. Do you really think the Shangwan family is easy to bully? Shangwan Yunfei was displeased. He drew a knife, his eyes flashing with malice, and charged towards Su Hao. They're really courting death. Su Hao scoffed, and as the man swung his long sword, he suddenly lunged forward with a palm strike, snatching the sword away with lightning speed. He then slapped the man horizontally across Shangwan Yunfei's face repeatedly. You dare hit me? Shangwan Yunfei was hit twice, and his injuries were more serious than Shangwan Shui's. Both sides of his face were swollen, and he even vomited blood twice. You defeated opponent, what right do you have to act tough? As Su Hao spoke, he took a step forward, as if he could shrink the distance to an inch, and arrived directly in front of the man. He pressed the man's head down with his broadsword, and with just a little force, he could end his life. Stop! Shangwan Shan's face turned ugly, and he roared, You surname Su, do you intend to commit violence in the Shangwan family? Ridiculous, you're actually turning the tables on me? I have no grudge against you. You two, father and son, have framed me one after the other. Just because I haven't shown my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. I was just teaching this person a lesson. After all, some people give birth but don't raise their children. Su Hao said coldly. Release him, or you will be the Shangwan family's mortal enemy. Shangwan Shan said angrily. Very well, catch your good-for-nothing son. Su Hao kicked Shangwan Yunfei directly. Click. Everyone heard that Shangwan Yunfei's forehead bones were broken in several places. Shangwan Shan's face immediately turned extremely ugly. Su Hao was not afraid of him at all, and his aura was powerful. At this moment, the patriarch weighed the pros and cons and compared Su Hao's strength. If a fight really broke out, the Shangwan family would probably suffer a bloodbath. Hateful. Su Hao's strength made him somewhat wary. At this moment, we are in a difficult situation. They were hesitant to engage in a bloody fight, but letting the person go directly felt like a loss of face. What exactly is going on here? Suddenly, a middle-aged man and woman walked by, and one sentence they uttered caught everyone's attention. Second brother, you finally arrived. Shangguan Shan revealed a hint of joy, finally finding someone who could get him out of this predicament. Shangguan Chang and Zhuge Yufang. Su Hao, is this your doing again? Shangguan Chang smiled disdainfully when he saw who it was. Recalling the previous dispute over the elixir, he had a very bad impression of Su Hao. Now this person is confronting the Shangguan family's guards again, and it seems he has become a problem for the Shangguan family once more. Causing trouble, I was just standing up for your daughter. Su Hao said coldly. It was at this moment that Shangguan Shui stood up, her face swollen on one side, as if she had been slapped. Shui, who hit you? Zhuge Yufang was very unhappy and immediately hugged her daughter, loudly questioning her. It's my uncle. Shangguan Shui said angrily. He framed Brother Su without asking any questions, and even slapped me. Master, this is what exactly happened, could you please explain? Zhuge Yufang's face darkened. Anyone who saw their beloved daughter injured like this would be furious. It's all a misunderstanding. I ordered the attack on Su Hao, but Shangguan Shui openly defied the order, which was a blatant challenge to my authority. I only punished her slightly, that's all. Shangguan Shan said calmly. Was it necessary to beat him so badly? Zhuge Yufang's eyes were red as she kept looking at Shangguan Chang, hoping he would step forward and say something. Xiaoxue, you brought this all on yourself, don't be silly. Shangguan Chang's face was grim. What could he do at this moment? He was no longer the head of the family. Did he really want to challenge his elder brother's authority? He said in a deep voice, Yufang, take Xiaoxue to rest the rest of you. Please leave as well. I will speak with Su Hao personally. Sigh. Zhuge Yufang sighed and left with Shangguan Shui. Shangguan Shan nodded, finally finding a way out, and left with the injured Shangguan Yunfei. 613, Chapter 613 is very simple. Let's go. Chu Hua felt regretful, realizing he wouldn't be able to watch the show anymore. Okay. Lu Qingqing left with him. Lin Yao suddenly walked up to Su Hao and said, I think you're a talented person. Stop delivering food from now on. If you manage to escape safely today, come work for Lin's group. I'll arrange a job for you. As she spoke, she took out the president's business card. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need you to offer me any work. Su Hao politely declined. Are you going to deliver food for the rest of your life? Lin Yao asked anxiously. Who told you you were a food delivery person? Do you really think you can make 5 billion by delivering food? Looking at her stunning beauty, Su Hao felt an urge to embrace her, but he restrained himself. In the end, the two were practically strangers now, and he couldn't cause her any more trouble. All right. Anyway, if you need a job, you can come to me. Lin Yao still handed him her business card. When their skin touched, she felt a jolt, as if she had been electrocuted. President Lin, let's go back first. Feng Chengcheng stepped in at just the right moment, interrupting the budding romance between the two. After calming down, Lin Yao felt that the person in front of her was somewhat unfamiliar. The feeling of familiarity flashed by, and she sighed silently before leaving with Feng Chengcheng. You, surnamed Su, look at yourself, flirting with other women everywhere. Shangguan Chang said angrily. Flirting? She's my ex-wife, she just has amnesia now. Su Hao said coldly. Ever since he shamelessly stole the spiritual herb last time, he had no good impression of this person. If it weren't for the fact that he was Shangguan Shui's father, he wouldn't bother communicating with him at all. You have an ex-wife, yet you still come to provoke Xiaoxue? She's a naive girl. You often appear in front of her. Do you have some ulterior motive? Shangguan Chang said angrily. Attempt? Do you really think the Shangguan family is omnipotent? In my opinion, your family is nothing special, nothing of value. Su Hao said coldly. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Someone as impulsive as you can be easily destroyed by me. Shangguan Chang said coldly. If you have nothing else to say, let's end our conversation here. Su Hao turned to leave as he spoke. Arrogant brat, you'll regret this. Shang Wancheng's expression changed, and he suddenly punched Su Hao in the back. Judging from the sound, Su Hao knew the direction of the attack and couldn't help but throw a punch back. He had only used 20% of his strength and felt there shouldn't be any problem. Unexpectedly, the opponent was incredibly strong. A domineering force sent him flying back several meters. Su Hao looked over in shock, finding it unreasonable. When did Shang Wancheng become so strong? Hey Su, see, your strength is far inferior to mine. Shang Wancheng was overjoyed, thinking he had really gained the upper hand. Su Hao glanced at him and saw that his right hand was glowing with a strange red light, recalling the chilling wind from the punch earlier. Su Hao's expression changed immediately. He asked, Shang Wancheng, have you practiced the Crimson Demon technique? At least you have some sense now. Are you scared now? Shang Wancheng laughed heartily, appearing extremely pleased. He recently acquired the Crimson Demon technique after practicing it for half a month. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Reaching the half-step Grandmaster realm given time, he would step into the true Grandmaster realm. At that time, he will definitely become the number one among the second-generation disciples of the Shangguan family. Once his martial arts skills are fully mastered, reclaiming the position of family head will be just around the corner. This is demonic magic. This is a major taboo in the martial arts world. How could you cultivate in secret? Do you intend to make an enemy of the entire righteous path? Su Hao advised him with great distress. Don't exaggerate. Martial arts have no inherent distinction between good and evil. I only know that this martial art is enough to quickly increase my strength. Therefore, it is the most suitable martial art for me. For the righteous and demonic paths, is the distinction really that clear? Lei Wanyan has done so many heinous things, yet he is still the leader of the righteous path? Shang Wancheng said excitedly. Once he becomes the head of the family, his next target will be to deal with Lei Wanyan, expose his evil deeds to the public, and take his place. At that time, the Shangguan family will only rise to a higher level, and he will become the first family head to become the leader of the martial arts alliance. I will definitely settle accounts with Lei Wanyan for his evil deeds. But the Crimson Demon technique is indeed uncultivable. You are only 3 days away from going mad. Once you do, the consequences will be unimaginable. You will lose your mind, and your family will be in the most danger. Aren't you afraid of your wife and children being killed? Su Hao tried to persuade him loudly. Don't exaggerate. I'm in a better state than ever before. How could I possibly go astray? I think you're just jealous and want to obtain the Crimson Demon technique so you can secretly cultivate it back home. Your little tricks are ridiculous. Do you think I'd fall for them? Shang Wancheng remained unrepentant. Hey, you're so stubborn. Su Hao said dismissively. You brat, I think you're asking for death. Enraged, Shang Wancheng attacked again, his clenched fist radiating a fiery intensity, his eyes turning bloodshot, on the verge of demonic possession. Bump! Their fists clashed once more. To Shang Wancheng's surprise, Su Hao used even more true energy, and even though he unleashed his full power, he was still forced to retreat several steps. My blood and chi surged instantly, and I felt a slight discomfort. Stop, the more you attack, the deeper you'll go astray. Su Hao advised. Impossible, how could you possibly stop my attack? Shang Wancheng not only refused to listen to advice, but also became stubborn. He found the most powerful secret manual, so why is his strength still slightly weaker? It's simple, because my strength is above yours. Su Hao declared proudly. Disaster, have you truly reached the Grandmaster level? Shang Wancheng could hardly believe it. How can someone so young be so strong? Practicing demonic arts will ultimately lead you astray and will bring you no benefit whatsoever, Su Hao earnestly advised once again. Enough with the nonsense. How can I become a Grandmaster if I don't practice demonic arts? Don't be arrogant. Give me a few more days, and I'll definitely surpass you. Shang Wancheng's expression became more and more ferocious as he spoke. His aura gradually intensified, and his cold killing intent became increasingly apparent, showing signs of going berserk. Su Hao frowned. This was not a good thing. If he were to fall into demonic possession now, he would have no choice but to kill him. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Shang Wancheng trembled with fear, and the thought of becoming a demon vanished instantly. The newcomer was none other than the white-haired Shangguan Jingwa, Shangguan Sheng's father, the old man who had deposed him from his position as head of the family. "Father, now that you're here, I'll leave this boy to you," Shangguan Sheng said hastily. 614, Chapter 614. It's so unfair. Chenger, I'm asking you what you meant just now. Were you planning to harm the Shangguan family's benefactor? Shangguan Jingwa said with great displeasure. Father, you don't know what just happened. Shangguan Sheng wasn't afraid of anyone else, but he had always been afraid of the old man like a mouse seeing a cat. He trembled as he recounted the story of Shangguan Yunxiao's injury. Just for this little thing, you're going to take action against young Master Su? In my opinion, Yunxiao brought all of this on himself. I believe young Master Su must have his reasons for taking action, right? When Shangguan Jingwa looked at Su Hao, he put on a kind smile. Old man, you are still very perceptive. Su Hao recounted the story of the horse race between Shangguan Shui and Shangguan Yunxiao. Listen to this, young Master Su only acted to protect Xiushu. I think Yunxiao and Yunfei deserved it for attacking Xiushu. If young Master Su hadn't already taught them a lesson, I would never have let them off the hook. Shangguan Jingwa said angrily. His protectiveness of his own was known to everyone in the Shangguan family. Most importantly, his protectiveness was directed at only one person, Shangguan Shui. Shangguan Jingwa's favoritism was still related to Shangguan Shui's physical condition. This granddaughter was frail and sickly from a young age and suffered so much the old man felt very sorry for her and couldn't help but show her extra love. Father, Su Hao has also offended my elder brother. Shangguan Sheng's eyes lit up, and he decided to shift the blame eastward, dragging Shangguan Shan into the mess as well. Shaner? If he's not satisfied, he can come find me. I'm not dead yet, it's not his place to make the decisions in this family. You juniors are simply outrageous. If we were to hand the family over to you, who knows what kind of mess you would make of it. Chenger, you must remember one thing, young Master Su is not someone you can afford to offend from now on. You must treat him with utmost respect. Do you understand? Shangguan Jingwei rebuked. Understood. Shangguan Sheng agreed with his head down, but he was very dissatisfied inside. He is the former head of the Shangguan family, so he needs to be respectful to the younger generation? Aren't you afraid people will laugh at you if you tell others? Young Master Su, let's go to my study to talk. Shangguan Jingwa smiled and led him away, saying as they walked, You've come at the perfect time today, let's have a few drinks later. A flicker of jealousy crossed Shangguan Sheng's face as he watched their intimate display. Good heavens, he's the old man's son, when has he ever enjoyed this kind of treatment? Shangguan Jingwa's study was elegantly furnished and contained many ancient books. Su Hao entered and immediately took a liking to them, picking up a few books to look at before carefully putting them away. Young Master Su, it seems you are also a book lover. Shangguan Jingwa said with a smile. There are houses of gold and beauties in books. Many people don't understand this principle. I also obtained some lost prescriptions and various secret manuals from various ancient books. Su Hao sighed. He obtained both the Xin Tian Hua Yuan and the Xingyan divine skill from ancient books, so how could he not understand the importance of reading? Young Master Su, you wouldn't come here without a reason. What exactly is your purpose this time? Shangguan Jingwa, as expected of an old fox, immediately realized that Su Hao's purpose in coming was not pure. First of all, I'm here to wish the old man a long and healthy life, and may he have many children and grandchildren. Su Hao took out the gift he had prepared and opened it. Inside was a healing pill that he had obtained from Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb. He had even been reluctant to use it when he was injured. This pill is quite old. Shangguan Jingwa, a man of considerable knowledge, exclaimed in astonishment, Young Master Su, how did you obtain it? Remember when Gu Qingmei's ancient tomb was discovered a while ago? I obtained a small portion of the pills from it, and this one is the best among them. However, I don't know its name, but I'm certain it can heal injuries. Su Hao told him the truth. Something belonging to Senior Gu Qingmei, it must be priceless. Shangguan Jingwa was very pleased and immediately put it away with a smile. Secondly, I heard that the old man obtained the 9-turn Lingji, so I dared to ask for the medicine. Su Hao stated his request. 9 turn Lingji, this thing is also very valuable, no less so than the healing medicine you gave me, Shangwan Jingwa said with a smile. Please grant my request, sir, I have a great use for this. Su Hao stood up and bowed solemnly. Someone, bring the elixir that young Master Su requested. Shangwan Jingwa gave the order without hesitation. Not long after, his men brought over a sandalwood box. Upon opening it, one finds a Ganoderma lucidum brimming with spiritual energy, as large as a small person, truly a rare and precious herb. Young Master Su, many people want this, you must take good care of it after you get it. Shangwan Jingwa handed it to him directly. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask, and I will do my best to fulfill them. Su Hao was overjoyed. The last elixir has been obtained, the drunken sword immortal is saved. At my age, what more could I ask for? Didn't you just say you wanted me to have a house full of children and grandchildren? I only have one goal. I hope you will take Shangwan Shui away and have her give birth to a big, healthy son as soon as possible. Shangwan Jingwa burst into laughter. Grandpa, you're just playing matchmaker. I already have someone I love. How can I marry Xiaoxue? That would be so unfair to her. Su Hao sighed. Forcing things won't work, so he politely declined. Alright, it seems Xiaoxue's time hasn't come yet. Shangwan Jingwa said, since that's the case, I have no other requests. If the Shangwan family is ever in trouble, I hope you can lend a hand. No problem. Su Hao readily agreed. Because of the favor he owed the 9-turn spirit mushroom, he would definitely help anyone who asked in the future. Very good, you don't need to rush to leave today, we'll have a few drinks later. Shangwan Jingwa was in a good mood, he said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Su Hao was in a good mood and readily agreed. Master, a strange guest has arrived and wishes to see you. The old butler walked in through the door and delivered the message. Who goes there? Shangwan Jingwa asked calmly. He calls himself Kawashima Taro, from the Shadow Gate of the Eastern Island, and wants to ask for medicine for his father. The old butler said. The Kawashima family? Shangwan Jingwa's expression changed. The shadow sect was quite powerful, and they were probably here for the 9-turn spirit mushroom. He immediately said with a stern face, tell him that we don't have any spirit herbs in our mansion, and that what he heard was false information. Good. The old steward accepted the order and left. Shangwan Jingwa said disdainfully, the Eastern Island wants to get its hands on the 9-turn spirit mushroom, isn't that just wishful thinking? Grandpa, it seems your birthday celebration this year might be fraught with danger, Su Hao couldn't help but remind him. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, well, damn it, I am an old man, who have I ever been afraid of? Shangwan Jingwa said confidently. 615, Chapter 615. Using a borrowed knife to kill. Well said. Su Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising him earnestly. Master, the wine and dishes are ready. The old butler was outside giving reminders. Come on, have a couple of drinks with this old man. Shangwan Jingwa was in a good mood and led Su Hao to the dining room. Several delicate dishes had already been prepared there. Normally, the old man was too old to eat heavy salt and oil, but today an exception was made, and some braised dishes, roast duck, and pickled fish were prepared as appetizers. On either side of the table, there was a jar of fine daughter's red wine. Old man, you have very good taste, you even have daughter's red wine. Su Hao sighed. This was the wine that the sword immortal loved the most, and he thought it tasted even better than Mutai. Things brewed using traditional methods are still the best. Modern wines have too many industrial traces, and I don't like them. Young Master Su, I've treasured this wine for 60 years, so please don't get drunk. Shangwan Jingwa said proudly. Don't worry, sir, I can hold my liquor pretty well. I'll definitely drink with you tonight. Su Hao was eager to try. He rarely drank anymore. The last time was at the clinic, when he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, with Jean Tian by his side. Now that the old man thinks highly of him, he's decided to go all out. Come on, pour the wine. As soon as Shangwan Jingwa said that, two pretty young women came out and stood beside him to help pour the drinks. Wealthy families are particular about things. The first toast is to the old man, wishing you a long and healthy life. Su Hao raised his glass. Thank you. The old man said, taking a sip without hesitation. Su Hao downed the wine in one gulp. Sure enough, the wine was very authentic for a wine lover. This was the most valuable thing. Shangguan Jingwa drank with great gusto, the two of them taking turns drinking. When the wine jar was almost empty, the old man finally showed signs of drunkenness and said, "Young Master Su, you are truly a polymath, even your alcohol tolerance is so good." "Of course, although I am a disciple of the drunken sword immortal," Su Hao said proudly. "What, you're actually a disciple of the drunken sword immortal? That old guy is still alive?" Shangguan Jingwa asked in great surprise, as if he had heard of the old drunkard's name before. "He's barely alive. He has many old injuries. If it weren't for his powerful internal energy, he would have died long ago." Su Hao sighed. Shangguan Jingwa nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, "Could it be that you collected these spiritual herbs to save him? Ah, this old man is really lucky to have such a good disciple as you." "It's all fate," Su Hao said calmly. "Enough. How could I possibly outdrink the disciple of the drunken sword immortal? Let's call it a day. I am getting old. It's not good for me to get drunk. Young Master Su, I hope you'll remember your promise today. If the Shangguan family is in trouble, please do your best to help." Shangguan Jingwa stood up, somewhat unsteady, and with the help of the old steward, turned and went inside to rest. Su Hao checked the time. It was only 9 p.m. If he drove as fast as he could, he should be back at Anqing Clinic before midnight. Without further ado, he immediately left the Shangguan family residence and headed towards Dong Province. Almost simultaneously, Shangguan Chang received a visiting card. "Kawashima Taro? Isn't he from Dongdao? Why is he in our house?" Shangguan Chang muttered to himself, then said to the steward, "Let him in. I want to see what this man is up to." Soon, a middle-aged man walked in, bowing. When he saw Shangguan Chang, he immediately said loudly, "Patriarch Shangguan, I should have paid you a visit sooner. I have always admired you greatly, but only now have I had the opportunity to come to Dong Province." "Mr. Kawashima, please watch your words. I am no longer the head of the family." Shangguan Chang was pleased, as he had not been called the head of the family for some time. "To me, you are the most promising and strongest person in the Shangguan family at present. You will become the head of the family sooner or later." Kawashima Taro flattered, "I just happened to prepare a gift that is enough to increase the strength of the family head." As he spoke, a beautiful woman in a kimono appeared behind Kawashima Taro. Taking small, quick steps, she held a long sword in her hands and respectfully presented it to him. What's this?" Shangguan Chang held the weapon, feeling its weight. When he pulled it out, it flashed with a cold light, and a ghostly aura drifted by. "Patriarch Shangguan, this is the Ghost Cutter, one of the 10 most famous swords of our eastern island. It was forged from deep-sea black iron over 49 days, absorbing the life essence of 28 beautiful young women. This sword can see souls and absorb the strength of the injured, making it a truly divine weapon. I have long heard of the Shangguan family head's extraordinary strength. As the saying goes, a fine sword is a gift for a hero. This is the best gift I can think of," Kawashima Taro said respectfully. "Excellent. With this weapon, I'll be able to dominate the martial arts world sooner or later." Shangguan Chang became even more ambitious after obtaining the weapon. However, having seen many great things, he immediately put away his smile and said, "Mr. Kawashima, you didn't just come here to give me the sword, did you? Please tell me what you need." "The patriarch is truly a straightforward person. I won't hide it anymore. I have another purpose for coming here, which is to seek medicine. My father suddenly fell ill at home and needs the 9-turn spirit mushroom to prolong his life. I wonder if the patriarch could help me obtain this medicine?" Kawashima Taro said politely. "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Shangguan Chang revealed a confident smile. These past 2 days, Shangguan Jingwa has obtained the 9-turn spirit mushroom, which is temporarily of no use to the Shangguan family. If he were to ask, he could obtain the 9-turn spirit mushroom and give it to Kawashima Taro. He immediately summoned a servant and instructed him to go to Shangguan Jingwa to ask for the item. A few minutes later, the servant returned with a complicated expression and said, "Master, we're too late. The 9-turn spirit mushroom has already been given to someone else." "What?" Shangguan Chang was utterly astonished. These medicinal herbs were extremely rare. How could they have been given away so easily? "Who did you give it to?" Kawashima Taro asked, his face contorted with rage. "It's said to be young Master Su Hao, and he's already left," the servant said, returning to his corner. "So it was him. No wonder this person came to the Shangguan family. He didn't come for Xiaoxue, he came for the medicinal herb." Shangguan Chang immediately understood. Patriarch Shangguan, could it be that your family has a very good relationship with Su Hao? Kawashima Taro frowned. No, Su Hao must have used some despicable means to obtain the nine-turn spirit mushroom. Shangguan Chang's eyes flickered as he thought of using someone else to do his dirty work. Mr. Kawashima, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Su Hao is very young and his strength is limited. As long as you take action, you will definitely be able to take back the nine-turn spirit mushroom. Leave this to me. Kawashima Taro said excitedly, then turned and left. 616, Chapter 616 Hope for Survival. You surnamed Su, I'd like to see how you resist the attack of the experts from the Eastern Island. Shangguan Chang still harbored deep hatred for Su Hao. After calming himself down, he stared at the Onakiri demon sword in his hand, a fierce glint suddenly flashing in his eyes. He drew the sword and pierced the servant's throat with a single thrust. Master, why are you killing me? The man stared wide-eyed, dying with his eyes wide open. You know too much. Shangguan Chang said coldly that the news of his cooperation with the experts from Donggao Island must not be exposed casually, otherwise, it would attract controversy and bring trouble upon himself. Only the dead can keep secrets. Just as he was about to kill someone, Onakiri absorbed a soul, which seemed to make things even more bizarre. Excellent, truly a fine knife. I will definitely not let you become an unknown person. Overjoyed, Shangguan Chang immersed himself in cultivation. Instantly, streaks of crimson demonic energy emanated from his body, echoing throughout the room. His eyes grew increasingly bloodshot, and his aura became stronger and more eerie. Suddenly, his internal energy surged wildly, causing him to suffer a chi deviation and fall to the ground with a thud. Master! The other servants, hearing the commotion, opened the door and came in, exclaiming in horror. Los Angeles, Anshin Medical Clinic. The night was as still as water. Jin Tian, holding a long sword, was practicing his martial arts under the moonlight. His strength was growing stronger and stronger, and he was about to touch the threshold of becoming a grandmaster. Suddenly the long sword trembled and began to swing faster and faster. The glint of cold light enveloped the surroundings, expanding the range of the attack. The swordsmanship he practices now is completely different from what it used to be. He has long been determined to distance himself from the Vermilion Bird sect. His current swordsmanship was taught by the Drunken Sword Immortal. Compared to before, it has improved by more than one level. Excellent swordsmanship! Just then, someone lowered their voice and spoke from a distance. Who goes there? Jin Tian immediately revealed a cold look in his eyes and said warily. The one who will take your dog's life. After the man finished speaking, a silver needle suddenly floated out, striking him from the left and right. Jin Tian's expression changed as he realized the man's technique was very strong, and the silver needles seemed poised to encircle him. He had no choice but to try his luck and slash at the silver needles with his sword. He had just shattered one when another came hurtling towards his brow. His expression changed drastically. He used all his inner energy to deflect the silver needle with his left hand. That was close. Jin Tian said with lingering fear, if I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I'd probably be a corpse by now. He immediately realized something was wrong. Where in Luo City could there be such a powerful expert, especially one using silver needles? The answer was obvious, and he exclaimed with delight, Young Master Su, is it you who's back? Not bad, not bad, you do have some sense of vigilance. A figure floated in, landing silently. It was the handsome Su Hao. Young Master Su was just teasing me. You've already reached the Grandmaster level, how could I possibly be your match? Although Jin Tian was in Luoyang, he was very concerned about what was happening in Dong province. They would inquire about everything, especially regarding Su Hao. Don't underestimate yourself. You're already very strong. With guidance from a master, you'll definitely have a chance to surpass me. Su Hao encouraged him. I wouldn't dare. I only hope to reach 1/10 of young Master Su's strength. Jin Tian said, feigning modesty. 1/10, then you've got a long way to go. Su Hao said frankly. Jin Tian felt a little embarrassed. It seemed that young Master Su had been holding back his strength and was indeed teasing him. Ahem, I'll go wake Zhang Xiaoyi up, she'll be so happy. To defuse the awkward situation, Jin Tian immediately left the spot and entered the clinic. Before long, the first floor of the clinic was brightly lit. When Su Hao walked in, he saw a pretty figure rushing towards him. "Young master, you're finally back," Zhang Xiaoyi said excitedly. "Xiaoyi, are you mourning for me?" Su Hao said with a grin. That's not what I meant." Zhang Xiaoyi was momentarily dazed. The young master was still as approachable as ever. "Young master, are you hungry? Would you like me to make you some noodles?" No need, I have more important things to do back today." Su Hao's gaze darkened, and he headed straight for the second floor. When I pushed the door open, I found the sword immortal fast asleep, hugging a wine jar. Sleeping like a log. Su Hao muttered something to himself, then realized that the drunken sword immortal was in a bad state. His aura was dissipating, and he was practically becoming an ordinary person. Otherwise, if he had swaggered in, the old drunkard would definitely have reacted. "Grandpa Jiao, wake up, young master is back," Zhang Xiaoyi called out loudly from the doorway. Unfortunately, her calls went unanswered. The old man remained fast asleep. "Watch this." Su Hao smiled faintly, walked to the sword immortal's side, and shouted, "Fire, the wine cellar is on fire." "What? Put out the fire." The sword immortal immediately sat up halfway, looking around warily. He quickly found no source of fire and was about to complain when he saw Su Hao standing beside him. He said irritably, "You brat, you're finally back, you didn't die out there." "Die? I'm perfectly fine." As Su Hao spoke, he took out a sandalwood box. After opening it, a radiant light flowed out, revealing the 9-turn Lingji. "Wow! You finally finished collecting all the spiritual herbs?" The sword immortal immediately put down the wine jar, rummaged through the chests and cabinets, and quickly put all the other spiritual herbs together. Instantly, the entire room was filled with spiritual energy, which suppressed the smell of alcohol. Even an ordinary person like Zhang Xiaoyi would have her spirits lifted. "Jin Tian, go prepare the alchemy furnace." "Zhang Xiaoyi, I'll write you a prescription. Prepare all the herbs right away." Su Hao was more serious than ever before. "Yes, ma'am." The two immediately went downstairs to prepare. The day has finally come. "Su Hao, you did it. I thought I had reached the end of my life, but I never expected you fulfilled your promise and truly gathered all the ingredients for the 100 refined life-extending pill." The sword immortal sighed. "Don't be too happy yet. There are still some risks involved in refining this pill. If you fail, it will be a pipe dream to collect these spiritual herbs again." Su Hao, on the contrary, became nervous. His alchemy skills were exceptional, but the matter at hand was of utmost importance. He had no way to retreat. He could only charge forward. Headlong failure would mean the end of the drunken sword immortal's fate. Don't be afraid. Life and death are preordained, and wealth and status are determined by fate. I've already come to terms with it, so you don't need to feel too much pressure. The sword immortal smiled and said, "Young master, are you ready?" Zhang Xiaoyi said excitedly downstairs. "Very well, I'll go down now." Su Hao glanced around. It was exactly midnight, the dead of night, and no one would disturb them while they were refining pills. Even so, Zhang Xiaoyi and Jin Tian were on high alert. Zhang Xiaoyi, in particular, was more nervous than ever, holding a mop and staring at the back door like a female warrior. 617, Chapter 617 immediately agreed. Su Hao closed his eyes and recalled each step of the alchemy process. He then opened his eyes, his expression serious. He crushed all the auxiliary ingredients and placed them in the alchemy furnace, then added the various spiritual herbs in order. The most challenging part was that he needed to transform his true energy into alchemical fire. Otherwise, ordinary flames simply wouldn't meet the requirements. Even for a grandmaster, constantly burning true energy still consumes a great deal of energy. An hour later, his face turned somewhat pale. Jin Tian stood by, silently watching over him, his heart filled with horror. Take Su Hao's current inner fire as an example. Even if he exerts all his strength, he cannot resist it. The sword immortal, holding a jar of new wine, sat at the doorway, slowly sipping it. Even his bold face was filled with worry. He used to feel hopeless, so he treated each day as a bonus. Now it's different. With hope, he started to feel anxious. Deep down, he still longs to live. How could I bear to leave such a beautiful world? He also has a jar of daughter's red wine that he has treasured for 70 years. He originally planned to take it out and drink it before he died, but now he thinks he can use it as a celebratory wine. Su Hao, you can definitely do it. He had complete trust in Su Hao's alchemy abilities. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Su Hao was sweating profusely and his face was pale. Refining pills consumed a huge amount of true energy, no less than fighting a fierce battle with a grandmaster. Time flies, and it's already 3 a.m. Finally, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemy furnace. Jin Tian took a deep breath, his spirits lifted. The value of this pill was undoubtedly the highest. If one were to spend money to buy the 100 refined life-extending pill, it would probably be worth tens of billions. The Sword Immortal slowed down his drinking pace and became tense. The term 100 refinement implies that it involves hundreds of steps, and any mistake will result in failure. The greatest challenge, however, is the depletion of one's true energy. Refining this elixir will take at least 7 hours. For an ordinary person, maintaining the fire of alchemy for 7 minutes is already quite good, let alone 7 hours. Time passed slowly, and even Zhang Xiaoyi, who had no martial arts skills, forced herself to stay alert and dared not close her eyes. Finally, at 7 o'clock, Su Hao stopped. He was almost completely exhausted, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Xiaoyi, bring him a cup of tea. The Sword Immortal stopped drinking and said seriously. Okay. Zhang Xiaoyi hurriedly poured a cup of black tea, held it to Su Hao's lips, and said, "Young master, have some water." Su Hao opened his mouth and drank it all in one gulp, but his hand holding the teacup trembled and it fell to the ground. With a crack, the teacup shattered into 2 pieces. Could this be a sign of failure? Su Hao asked nervously. No way, young master's alchemy skills are unparalleled, he'll definitely succeed on the first try. Zhang Xiaoyi said. That's right, young master Su has put in so much effort, God will help you. Jin Tian also became nervous. You brat, stop keeping me in suspense and get the furnace open. The Sword Immortal said in a deep voice. Alright, let's all witness this miracle. Su Hao wiped away his sweat, suddenly perked up, and shouted, "Open." The instant the alchemy furnace was opened, a dazzling beam shot into the sky, illuminating the entire room immediately. A scorching heat swept in, forcing the weakened Zhang Xiaoyi to retreat. Success? Jin Tian was overjoyed. This didn't seem like a failure at all. It should have succeeded. Su Hao finally felt relieved at this moment. He knocked down the alchemy furnace, and finally a golden pill the size of a thumb appeared. This is the 100 refinement life-extending pill. After spending countless hours, money, and connections to gather 10 top-grade medicinal herbs, they were finally fused together to become a divine pill that could defy fate. Old drunkard, I succeeded, I have fulfilled my mission. Su Hao said with emotion. Congratulations, Grandpa Jiao, you've regained your vitality. Zhang Xiaoyi was also happy for him. Congratulations, senior, the martial arts world in the south will have another supermaster. Jin Tian was extremely excited. He was actually half a disciple of the drunken Sword Immortal, but the other party refused to accept him as a disciple, so he could only call him senior. Okay, wait a moment, I'll be right back. Overjoyed, the Sword Immortal immediately grabbed a hoe and excitedly went to the backyard. What is he going to do? Zhang Xiaoyi didn't understand. They must have gone to dig for wine. Jin Tian was both amused and exasperated. This top-grade pill was still lying on the ground, and the old senior, instead of putting it away, had gone out to find some wine. Su Hao shook his head. He got up, found some medicine for healing, crushed it, made a pill, swallowed it, and then sat on the ground to slowly regulate his breathing. Finally, the Sword Immortal, panting heavily, came in carrying a wine jar weighing over 10 kilograms. He said happily, Xiaoyi, go buy some bowls. You're in luck today, you'll get to taste the best wine in the world. Alright. Zhang Xiaoyi obeyed the order and brought over 4 bowls, placing them on the ground. She asked, Grandpa Wine, can you take pills while drinking wine? It's not cephalosporin, what's there to be afraid of? Traditional Chinese medicine is the safest. Drinking alcohol will only reduce the efficacy of the medicine. The 100 refined life-sustaining pill is very effective. A mere daughter's red wine cannot suppress it at all. As he spoke, he generously poured everyone a full glass of wine, then took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp, as if it were a candy. After that, he symbolically drank the daughter's red wine as well. It gives people the illusion that the elixir was administered with wine. Just as he took the pill, the sword immortal felt a surge of vitality within his body. His previously parched dantian was instantly revived, his damaged meridians were restored, and his strength increased and recovered. 5%, 10%, 30%, 70%. Most miraculously, the 100 refined life-extending pills seemed to also have beauty and anti-aging effects. The drunken sword immortal looked 10 years younger, and even the wrinkles on his face had faded with less something. The person is full of energy. "You brat, you gave me my life," the drunken sword immortal said with great emotion. "Don't be so sentimental. If you cry, I'll laugh at you for the rest of my life," Su Hao said calmly, disliking men's emotional displays. "All right, everything is understood without words," said the drunken sword immortal. "Three little ones, let's drink to our heart's content today." "Great," Jin Tian said happily. "No way, I'm going to get drunk," Zhang Shaohui said with a smug smile. "How about I go and prepare some snacks for you to go with your drinks?" "You're still listening to him. It's morning. Who gets drunk so early in the morning?" Su Hao shook his head and smiled bitterly. If he really followed the drunken sword immortal and acted recklessly, it wouldn't be a good thing. Just after he refused, Su Hao's phone rang. It was Shang Wanshui calling. "Brother Su, something terrible has happened. My father has gone mad with qi, please come and save him." "Okay, I'll be right there," Su Hao immediately agreed. 618, Chapter 618 Incompetence. "Young Master Su, I have a favor to ask," Jin Tian suddenly said. "Could you take me to the provincial capital to broaden my horizons?" "No need to ask him, I'll take you with me." The drunken sword immortal patted his shoulder and said, "Okay." Su Hao nodded in agreement. He turned to Zhang Shaohui and said, "You stay home and mind the shop. Be sure to call me if anything happens." "Yes, young master," Zhang Shaohui said, a little dizzy. "Let's go to the provincial capital," Su Hao called out. In a high-end private hospital in the eastern province, every expert doctor they could find rushed over to the VIP ward. "Madame Zhuge, I'm sorry, we are unable to cure Master Shangwan's strange illness." "I'm embarrassed," said a doctor in a white coat. "Where are the others?" "Whoever can cure Brother Cheng's illness will be richly rewarded by the Bai family," Zhuge Yufang said anxiously. "Since the incident yesterday, many renowned doctors have come, but the results have been similar, and they can't even figure out the cause of the illness. Madame Zhuge, healing the sick and saving lives is our medical principle, and we are not here for money. It's just that Master Shangwan's illness is really too strange. It seems to be related to martial arts practice. We are not martial arts masters, so of course we can't do anything about this kind of illness." "It's the same doctor from before," he said awkwardly. "Is there any news about the Medicine King?" Zhuge Yufang asked loudly. "Madam, the Medicine King is usually elusive and difficult to summon. We've already sent people over, but it said he's gone on a pilgrimage. However, Elder Yang will be arriving with his men soon." A servant sighed. "Alright, anyone from Medicine King Valley should have some ability." Zhuge Yufang frowned. As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Yan walked in with several people, his expression serious. He nodded to Zhuge Yufang and then went directly to check on Shangwan Cheng's situation. Before long, his expression grew increasingly grim. He clearly sensed that Shangwan Cheng's internal energy had been disrupted because he had practiced demonic techniques. This kind of illness was not easy to cure, and he wasn't confident he could recover. "Elder Yang, have you diagnosed the cause of the illness?" Zhuge Yufang asked worriedly. "Simply put, it's a case of qi deviation." Elder Yang couldn't explain it too clearly. Practicing demonic arts is not a respectable thing. If this gets exposed, it will damage the reputation of the Shangwan family. If not handled properly, it could even make one an enemy of the martial arts world. Medicine King Valley is a place for healing people. It doesn't want to get involved in martial arts conflicts, so let's just turn a blind eye to this kind of thing and avoid bringing it up if possible. "Elder Yang, you have already seen the cause of Cheng Ji's illness. Can you save him?" Zhuge Yufang pleaded. I'm afraid it will be very difficult. I left in a hurry and didn't bring any relevant medicines. Modern medical equipment is completely useless for this kind of disease. It requires a martial arts master in combination with powerful medical skills to have even a sliver of hope. At this moment, a person flashed through Elder Yang's mind, but he didn't get along with this person, so he didn't bother to mention him. What should we do? Is Brother Chung going to slowly walk into the gates of hell under the watchful eyes of so many medical experts? Zhuge Yufang said angrily. The doctors present all lowered their heads, looking extremely embarrassed. After all, we are all respectable people, and it is very embarrassing to be helpless in the face of a strange disease. Just then, Shangguan Yunfei walked in with a man dressed in strange clothes. He said directly to Zhuge Yufang, "Auntie, I found a miracle doctor who can definitely save Uncle." You mean this doctor from another region? Zhuge Yufang frowned, somewhat puzzled. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you. This is a legendary doctor from the Eastern Island named Yamada Ichiro. His medical skills are exceptionally high, reportedly surpassing even the most renowned doctors in China. Is currently in high demand, and his appearance fee is extremely high. We managed to bring him here today by leveraging a lot of connections. Shangguan Yunfei proudly introduced it. Yamada Ichiro, I think I've seen that name in the newspaper. Lu Qingqing, standing next to Shangguan Shui, exclaimed excitedly, "That's right, he's one of the top 10 divine doctors of the Eastern Island, famous all over the world. It's said that he has treated more than 1,000 kinds of strange diseases. If you ask me, Dr. Yamada is the #1 doctor in the world." Young Master Yunfei, it seems you really went to great lengths to find the divine doctor from the East Island. Chu Hua also spoke highly of him. He's just a doctor from the East Island, what skills could he possibly have? Elder Yang was somewhat displeased. Who would be happy to see people from Dongdao acting so arrogantly in Dong Province? Brother Chu Hua, Qingqing, how can the medical skills of Dongdao compare to those of our Dong Province? As long as Brother Su takes action, he will definitely be able to cure father's illness. Shangguan Shui said with full trust. Xiaoxua, this is the most dangerous time. How can you trust such an unknown person? If Uncle wants to get better, we can only rely on a renowned doctor. Shangguan Yunfei had a great deal of prejudice against Su Hao. No, I just believe in Brother Su. Shangguan Shui said briefly. Little beauty, it's good that you have faith, but don't be narrow-minded. You should look at famous doctors from all over the world with an open mind. Yamada Ichiro spoke. His voice was strange, as if he didn't open his mouth when he spoke, giving people a gloomy feeling. Can you really cure my father? Shangguan Shui asked in confusion. I can't guarantee anything with so many doctors unable to help. I can only conduct the examination first and then give you an answer. Yamada Ichiro said. Auntie, there's no time to lose, please allow Dr. Yamada to conduct the examination. Shangguan Yunfei shouted loudly. Mom, I think it's best to be careful. This person's background is unknown, Shangguan Shui said. Miss Shangguan, you're mistaken. Dr. Yamada is indeed very well known internationally. He is famous, but I don't think his medical skills are better than those of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, Elder Yang emphasized. Dr. Yamada, please help me. Zhuge Yufang pleaded, not daring to waste any more time. Oh, madam is really beautiful. Yamada Ichiro stared at Zhuge Yufang for a few moments, revealing a lewd smile, and even started to touch her inappropriately. Dr. Yamada, please examine me carefully. Shangguan Shui was furious. Was this person a doctor or a villain? Alright, I'll diagnose him right away, please everyone be quiet. Yamada Ichiro snapped out of his daze and became serious. He walked over to Shangguan Shang and took his pulse directly. His expression gradually turned solemn, and he blurted out, this gentleman's condition is not right. He has actually practiced demonic arts, which is completely incompatible with the aura of the righteous path. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Elder Yang had to admire him. This person was quite capable, at least his pulse diagnosis was correct. 619, Chapter 619 Nonsense. One family, hearing that someone had practiced demonic arts was generally quite unpleasant. A hint of helplessness flashed across Shangguan Shui's face. She hadn't expected her father to turn to the demonic path. It was truly disappointing. Zhuge Yufang sighed. Of course she knew the extent of Shangguan Shang's martial arts skills, but what could she do? Should she report him to the old man? After all, he was her husband, so she could only silently endure it. She just hadn't expected that demonic arts would be so terrifying, bringing all sorts of risks while increasing her strength. Someone, register everyone present if anyone reveals that they are practicing demonic arts, I will personally speak with them one-on-one. Shangguan Yunfei displayed his iron-fisted methods, coldly announcing the news. Young Master Yunfei, we are medical staff and would never disclose patient information. We are just ordinary people, we don't know anything about martial arts or anything. No matter what happens in this ward, I will never remember it once I leave. A group of doctors in white coats expressed their sentiments. Young Master Yunfei, Xiaoxue and I are friends no matter what, we will never expose this matter. Chu Hua also stated. Yes, I don't know anything, and I will never tell anyone. Lu Qingqing also began to play dumb. Very well, I understand your intentions for now. Shangguan Yunfei nodded, choosing to believe him for the time being. Dr. Yamada, do you have the ability to save Changgu? Zhuge Yufang asked nervously. Madam, please rest assured. Yamada Ichiro said solemnly as he walked over and patted the back of her hand. I am a renowned physician from the Eastern Island, and I will do my utmost. Dr. Yamada, what methods did you use to treat Master Shangguan? Elder Yang asked coldly. It's very simple. First, use acupuncture to stabilize his meridians. IVE noticed that acupuncture techniques in China seem to have been lost. Looking at the whole world, acupuncture is still best found in the East Island, other places simply can't do it. Secondly, I have a pill here, also made using an ancient secret method. This elixir combines hundreds of spiritual herbs, making it extremely precious. It's called the life-extending pill. As Yamada Ichiro spoke, he took out a wax pill from his pocket, inside which was a dark-colored pill. Elder Yang frowned, unable to find a reason to refute him at this moment. Madam Zhuge, this medicine of mine is extremely precious. I wonder what you're willing to sacrifice for this. Yamada Ichiro took her little hand again and said with a serious expression. Dr. Yamada, name your price. Shangguan Shui can definitely afford the consultation fee. Zhuge Yufang frowned, somewhat afraid to offend him, and didn't dare to pull her hand back. Seeing this, Shangguan Shui gritted her teeth in anger. This person was definitely suspicious. She sneered. This guy's medical skills are definitely not as good as Brother Su's. Xiaoxue, stop mentioning Su Hao as just a fame seeker. Shangguan Yunfei coldly said, right now, the strongest traditional Chinese medicine practitioner is the divine doctor from Donggao Island. Just one of them, Yamada Ichiro, is enough to crush all the famous doctors present. Young Master Yunfei, what do you mean? Isn't this just worshipping foreign things and fawning on foreigners? A man in a white coat said unhappily. That's right, that's exactly what I was thinking, but you guys are so useless, who can you blame? These days, many strange diseases in China can't be treated by you, so we can only rely on foreigners. Shangguan Yunfei said angrily. Yes, I think everyone here is a quack, they're all here to swindle money. Lu Qingqing also scoffed on. Blame others for looking down on you, blame yourselves for not being capable. I'm angry at their lack of ambition, and I pity their misfortune, but there's nothing I can do. Chu Hua sighed. The doctors present all lowered their heads, looking very frustrated, but their medical skills were lacking, and they had no way to refute it. Don't be fooled by him. The pills in this person's hand are definitely not life-extending pills. Giving Shangguan Chang random medicine will only accelerate his demonic transformation and will not help cure him at all. Suddenly, Su Hao and his two companions walked in through the door, and he said coldly. Hey Su, who do you think you are to dare mock Dr. Yamada? Shangguan Yunfei was displeased with him at the sight of him and shouted, Men, throw this man out. Wait. Elder Yang couldn't stand it any longer and shouted, It's fine if you look down on other doctors, because they're all useless, but looking down on Elder Su Hao is absolutely unacceptable. To be honest, this man is an honorary elder of our Medicine King Valley. His medical skills are second only to the Medicine King. Since he said that Yamada Ichiro's pills are problematic, then he's definitely right. Su Hao was slightly surprised that Elder Yang actually spoke up for him. It was truly a case of the sun rising in the west. What he didn't know was that before he arrived, these doctors had been humiliated, and Elder Yang wanted Su Hao to stand up for them. Is there a problem with my medication? Fine, since you don't believe me, I'll give the opportunity to this boastful young man. Madame Zhuge, if Mr. Shangguan loses his life because of his haphazard treatment, then you can't blame me. Yamada Ichiro was very displeased, shook off her hand, and turned to leave. Auntie, please think it over. Dr. Yamada is internationally renowned and could never be a quack. So what if Su Hao was an elder of Medicine King Valley? Elder Yang was still helpless. Apart from the Medicine King, the medical skills of the others in Medicine King Valley are not much different from those of ordinary doctors. They are good at alchemy, not healing. Shangguan Yunfei firmly supports Yamada Ichiro. Mom, you should still trust Brother Su. His medical skills are absolutely top-notch. Shangguan Shui said anxiously. You brat, I'm going out now. These people are such a nuisance. Not only could the sword immortal not stand it anymore, but his craving for alcohol kicked in, so he left the ward. All eyes were on Zhuge Yufeng. She glanced at Su Hao, then at Yamada Ichiro, and finally, trusting international reputation, said, Dr. Yamada, tell me, what do you want for me to take action? Since my wife and I are destined to meet, I'll offer a discount this time. The total cost for this consultation is 500 million. Not a single point less. Yamada Ichiro said coldly. 500 million? Everyone was stunned. It was so expensive. It was more profitable than robbing a bank. What, is Shangguan Chang's life not even worth this little bit of money? Yamada Ichiro said disdainfully. This is ridiculous. Upon seeing this, Su Hao frowned and left the ward. Xiaoxue, quick, go and stop young Master Su. Zhuge Yufeng, the blind monk, gave a wink. She was a smart woman and knew that Su Hao was a safety net, so why not let Yamada Ichiro try first? He was so famous, he shouldn't cause any medical accidents, right? 620, Chapter 620. Unable to refute. Outside the ward, the drunken sword immortal sat in a corner drinking. The passing medical staff kept frowning, but since the old drunkard was too old, they could only suppress their desire to persuade him. Jin Tian stood ramrod straight, carrying a long sword on his back, like a javelin. Su Hao sat in a chair with his eyes closed, meditating. When Shangguan Shui came out, she could clearly see that everyone looked exhausted, as if they hadn't rested much. She went straight to Su Hao's side and said in a pleading tone, Brother Su, I'm sorry, my mother has her own difficulty. She didn't mean to ignore you. Is that Dr. Yamada currently undergoing treatment? Su Hao asked with a hint of helplessness and disgust. Yes, he's already started. Brother Su, why did you say earlier that the pill wasn't a life-extending pill? Shangguan Shui asked curiously. Because the life-extending pill requires so many spiritual herbs. Besides the vermilion bird fruit there are nine other kinds, such as the nine-turn spirit mushroom that your grandfather obtained. Do you really think that pill has such precious medicinal materials? Su Hao said calmly. No, the spiritual energy extraction inside is too weak. Shangguan Shui immediately became anxious and said, Brother Su, shouldn't we rush in quickly and stop him from continuing the rescue? It's no use. You can't make any decisions this time. You can only clean up the mess after something goes wrong, Su Hao said calmly. Brother Su, I'm so sorry. Shangguan Shui apologized sincerely again. Don't worry, I promised old Master Shangguan that I would not leave and would do my best to save your father. Su Hao sighed silently. Why were Shangguan Gingwa, Zhuge Yufeng, and Shangguan Shui so kind, while Shangguan Cheng himself was such a scoundrel? After saying that, he closed his eyes and continued to regulate his breathing, trying to recover his condition. Shangguan Shui sat beside him, watching for a while, when suddenly a bold idea struck her. She rested her head on his shoulder. At that moment, her heart raced, and she felt incredibly nervous. If Su Hao disliked her and chased her away, it would be a terrible situation. Fortunately, Su Hao only frowned and did not show any disgust towards her, choosing to tacitly approve of her actions. Shangguan Shui smiled sweetly. Sure enough, taking this step bravely did bring some rewards. Jin Tian, see that brat is way more popular with women than you are. The sword immortal said with a touch of pride. Old man, let's not talk about it anymore. Jin Tian's face darkened as he thought of his former junior sister. He had been deeply hurt, and now women were more terrifying to him than tigers. Instead of wasting time on romance, he should focus on cultivation and improving his strength. Would you like a drink? The sword immortal raised his wine cup, only to find that Jin Tian was actually standing there asleep. The group hadn't slept all night and were definitely feeling the strain. The drunken sword immortal muttered a few words, noting that the two young men weren't as energetic as the old man, but after a couple of sips of wine, he couldn't take it anymore, so he clutched the bottle, lay down on the ground, and fell fast asleep. What exactly did they do yesterday? Why are they all asleep? Shang Wanshui was both surprised and deeply moved. Even though he was exhausted, Su Hao still chose to come to the hospital after receiving her call. This act of kindness moved her. Once again looking at his handsome face, she had an urge to kiss him, but in the end, she didn't dare to take that step. If she scared Su Hao away, it would really be a loss. Inside the ward, Yamada Ichiro, with a serious expression, said, "Please be quiet now, so as not to disturb my medical practice, and I must warn you all here that no one is allowed to steal my techniques. Doctors from your eastern provinces are all useless. If my acupuncture techniques are leaked, everyone here will be a suspect." Yamada Ichiro, don't go too far. Acupuncture originated in our Dragon Kingdom. What does it have to do with your eastern island? Elder Yang said angrily. What a joke. Do you know acupuncture? Does anyone else here know acupuncture? None of you do, so how can you claim it originated in China? Yamada Ichiro said coldly. Everyone, as you can see, this shows that the student has surpassed the master. The orthodox acupuncture still belongs to Dongdao. This is a fact, beyond doubt. Shangguan Yunfei firmly supported Yamada Ichiro. That's right, I think you just want to steal our knowledge, that's why you don't want to admit it. Alas, it's really pathetic that you can't even inherit the medical skills of your ancestors. You medical students are truly a disgrace. Xu Hua also seized the opportunity to say. That's right, acupuncture is such a simple technique, yet you can't even learn it. I really don't know what you're thinking about all day. Is it that all you think about is making money? Lu Qingqing spoke with a mocking tone, leaving the medical students present feeling both ashamed and angry. Everyone thought that Yamada Ichiro was talking complete nonsense, which was practically equivalent to stealing the reputation of acupuncture. Unfortunately, they either don't know how or aren't professional, so there's really no way to refute them. Elder Yang frowned. He had studied traditional Chinese medicine, but only the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. He wasn't skilled in acupuncture now. Being mocked to his face, he was somewhat powerless to refute. All right. I'm about to begin. Yamada Ichiro gave a cold laugh, then took out a packet of silver needles. He made a delicate gesture with his fingers, picked up a silver needle, and pierced it into the Qihai acupoint of the unconscious Shangguan Chang. The speed of needle insertion and the accuracy of acupoint identification were surprisingly impressive. The first stitch has been stitched, the second is already prepared, and then the third. Within just 10 minutes, Shangguan Chang had been pricked like a hedgehog. Next comes the most crucial part, which you can't learn even if you want to. Yamada Ichiro said disdainfully. He immediately crushed the wax pill, fed the black elixir to Shangguan Chang, and finally injected a stream of true energy into his Qihai acupoint, saying, "Mr. Shangguan, wake up." With this sound ending suddenly, Shangguan Chang opened his eyes and then slowly stood up. Did you see that? This shows the greatness of Eastern Island's medical skills. You famous doctors are all useless. Shangguan Yunfei unleashed his full power right in front of him, launching a barrage of sarcastic remarks. Madam Zhuge, I have already revived your husband. Would you do me the honor of having dinner with me tonight? Yamada Ichiro then leered at Zhuge Yufang, took her hand, and grinned in a lascivious manner. Dr. Yamada, is it necessary to eat? Zhuge Yufang frowned. Really, Mr. Shangguan's condition is not stable. We only woke him up today. He will need more treatment in the future. If you offend me, be careful, your husband's life is in danger. Yamada Ichiro made a direct threat. Zhuge Yufang's face darkened. Who knew what might happen if she dined with such a despicable person? Just as she was about to refuse, she suddenly saw Shangguan Chang move. 621, Chapter 621. Don't get it wrong. Be careful. Zhuge Yufang suddenly exclaimed, sounding extremely nervous. Be careful of what? Yamada Ichiro sensed something was wrong and turned around to see Shangguan Chang's eyes flashing with a crimson light, his entire being appearing utterly deranged. He frowned immediately and blurted out, could it be that my treatment plan is completely ineffective? Impossible, the entire process was flawless. Shangguan Chang suddenly walked towards him, his right hand reaching forward, looking incredibly stiff, somewhat like a zombie from a movie. Mr. Shangguan, don't move around, you need to rest. Yamada Ichiro immediately revealed a faint smile. At that moment, he had the idea of escaping. "Awah!" Shang Guancheng howled like a wild beast. His right hand continued to reach for Yamada Ichiro, who realized something was wrong, suddenly gathered some true energy, and with a bang, shook off Shang Guancheng's arm. Immediately, he quickly packed his things, backing away as he said, "Madame Zhuge, his illness is too strange, you should find someone else more capable." As he spoke, he turned to leave. Upon waking, Shang Guancheng was overwhelmed by demonic energy and became incredibly dull. He posed no immediate threat to the others, but seeing Yamada Ichiro running fast, he darted forward, blocked the man's path, grabbed him by the neck, and lifted him up. "Shang Guancheng, don't repay kindness with enmity." Yamada Ichiro grabbed a scalpel and stabbed it directly into his arm. "Ah!" Shang Guancheng continued to let out strange cries, and instantly a crimson demonic aura covered his arm, blocking the sharp scalpel. While Yamada Ichiro was surprised, he realized that his opponent had been directly disturbed and became even more frenzied. He suddenly swung his fan-sized hand and smashed Yamada Ichiro's head with a bang. Thump! Some people died directly. It was a horrific sight. "Ah!" Lu Qingqing screamed in fright upon seeing this. "Uncle Cheng, what's wrong with you?" Shangguan Yunfei's expression changed drastically as he sensed something was wrong and asked in a deep voice. "This is bad, this person is showing signs of demonic possession and has lost his mind, someone needs to subdue him." Elder Yang exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. "Ah!" Upon seeing blood, Shang Guancheng became enraged. He turned around abruptly, saw Zhuge Yufang, and immediately reached out to grab her neck. "Uncle Chang, you absolutely mustn't." Shangguan Yunfei struck him on the back with a palm strike. A powerful force instantly sent Shang Guancheng flying. At this moment, even Shangguan Yunfei was astonished. Uncle Cheng's strength far surpassed his own. How could he be sent flying with a single palm strike? But Shang Guancheng, who had recovered, acted as if nothing had happened and continued to wait for Zhuge Yufang to make his move again. "Dad, are you crazy? Why would you hurt Mom?" Hearing the commotion, Shang Guanshui came in and saw the scene, and shouted angrily. It was this sound that caught Shang Guancheng's attention. The man turned around, swung his fist, and slapped at her. At that moment, everyone else's expression changed drastically. The scene of Yamada Ichiro's skull shattering was still vivid in her mind. Shang Guanshui would surely suffer the same fate if she were to be hit like this. "Young Master Yunfei, please hurry and save Xiaoshui," Lu Qingqing said in a panic. "That's right, you're the only one who can save her now." Chu Hua only regretted that he didn't know martial arts. "Good." Shangguan Yunfei took a step forward and launched a fierce attack on Shang Guancheng's back, trying to force him to come to his aid. Unexpectedly, Shang Guancheng ignored him and continued his attack. Just as he was about to kill Shang Guanshui, a person walked in from the doorway, frowned, and sighed, "What a tragedy." The person who arrived was none other than Su Hao. He acted swiftly, flicking out 2 silver needles that struck Shang Guancheng's pressure points before he could move. "Ah!" The incapacitated Shang Guancheng suddenly roared and let out an angry shout. "What are you yelling for? It's so noisy." Su Hao went around behind him, slapped him unconscious, and then placed him on the hospital bed. "Brother Su, you've come just in time." Shang Guanshui finally snapped out of her shock. She still couldn't understand why her father, who had always doted on her, would actually try to kill her. If no one had helped her, she would be dead now. "Su Hao, what on earth are you doing? You didn't hold back at all, knocking Uncle Cheng unconscious. If you had hurt him, you would be held responsible." Shangguan Yunfei immediately put on airs. "Shut up." Su Hao said coldly. "Didn't you believe in Yamada Ichiro? Where is he now? Has he cured Shang Guancheng?" Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunfei blushed. At this moment, Yamada Ichiro has already gone to the underworld to report for duty, so how could he possibly save Uncle Cheng? "Brother Su, please help me." Shang Guanshui realized that her only hope now was the miracle doctor in front of her. "Yes, young Master Su, I was very rude just now. Please, out of compassion for a doctor, help Brother Cheng." Zhuge Yufang immediately pleaded. "Auntie, Xiaoshui, you've got it wrong. This man has a reputation but no ability to save Uncle Cheng," Shangguan Yunfei said immediately. "Yes, he doesn't know anything. Letting this person take action will only worsen the condition," Chu Hua immediately agreed. We must not place our hopes on him, otherwise the patient will not live much longer. Lu Qingqing also said. The three of you, how about we let you handle the patient? Su Hao said coldly. Shangguan Yunfei frowned. How could he possibly know any medical skills? Chu Hua and Lu Qingqing immediately fell silent. Letting them chatter on was fine, but treating the sick and saving lives was pointless. Young Master Su, name your terms. What do you want in order to save Brother Chang? Zhuge Yufang asked. Madam Zhuge, I would have intervened for Xiaoshua's sake and for the sake of the old man, but your previous actions were truly disheartening. You actually trusted the fake doctor from Dongdao. Su Hao said sorrowfully. The way. Young Master Su, it was indeed my fault for not being able to distinguish between truth and falsehood. Zhuge Yufang said again. Su Hao, if you're capable, then treat him. If you're not, don't waste everyone's time. Shangguan Yunfei said disdainfully. Madam Zhuge, get rid of all the irrelevant people first, they are so noisy. Su Hao was furious. If these people were around while he was treating patients, wouldn't they give him a headache? Yunfei, you can all leave now, Zhuge Yufang said, issuing a direct order to get rid of them. The young men looked angry, but there was nothing they could do. They didn't approach, wanting to see how Su Hao would handle the situation. Young Master Su, just name your price. Zhuge Yufang said solemnly, having already prepared herself mentally. Money, I don't need it. I just hope that no one will disturb me during the treatment. Su Hao said with a righteous and awe-inspiring air. Thank you very much, young Master Su. Zhuge Yufang was overjoyed. It seemed that Su Hao's medical ethics were convincing. 622, Chapter 622. The Old Man. Those remaining in the ward included renowned doctors from various provinces. They witnessed Su Hao take out some silver needles and insert one into Shangguan Cheng's Qihai acupoint, but the other needle insertion points were completely different. Su Hao's proficiency in acupuncture was far superior to Yamada Ichiro's. He could pinpoint acupoints with remarkable accuracy without even looking at them. Shangguan Cheng's condition is generally quite bad. His demonic energy has reached a certain level, and if he continues to cultivate, it will be very difficult to save him. Fortunately, this is the first time he has flared up, so the problem is not so easy to solve. Su Hao mainly focused on regulating his internal energy and repairing his damaged meridians, which was basically enough. Finally, he withdrew the silver needles and said to Zhuge Yufang, Shangguan Cheng's demonic arts have reached a critical point. He must not practice them again, otherwise, if he truly goes mad, the first to suffer will be Madam, and the second will be Xiaoshu. I hope Madam can persuade him to stay away from demonic arts. Okay, I will do my best. Zhuge Yufang said gratefully. Gratefully. This treatment is basically over. When Shangguan Cheng wakes up, tell him to abstain from spicy food, avoid arrogance and impatience, and cultivate his character. After giving his instructions, Su Hao left with Jin Tian and the sword immortal. The next moment, Shangguan Yunfei and the others came in saying that Shangguan Cheng was still unconscious. They said with great disdain, I thought he was so powerful, but he's just a simpleton. He still hasn't cured Uncle Chang. No one really believes him, right? Someone leaked that he's just a food delivery guy. Lu Qingqing said dismissively. Xiaoshui, Madam Zhuge, you've been fooled by him. I think he's the biggest swindler in Dong province, and he's only after the Shangguan family's money. Chu Hua offered his well-intentioned advice. Money, you're wrong, Brother Su didn't take a single penny, Shangguan Shui revealed. Xiaoshui, you don't understand, these quack doctors have many tricks up their sleeves, just not charging now. Once the illness recurs, the fees will be outrageously high. Do you really think he's that kind? Shangguan Yunfei said disdainfully. As they were talking, Shangguan Cheng slowly woke up. He smelled blood in the ward and immediately stood up, looking around warily. Has someone done something to Xiaoshui? Dad, the one who attacked me was none other than yourself. Don't you dare use the Crimson Demon technique again, you almost killed me just now. Shangguan Shui said, feeling very embarrassed. Such a thing really happened? Shangguan Cheng looked at the ground and found Yamada Ichiro lying there headless, seemingly dead. He learned from him that it was he who had dealt with him. But I have absolutely no recollection of these things. How could this happen? There's nothing wrong with the Crimson Demon technique itself, so how could I lose consciousness? Shangguan Cheng still refused to admit that he had made a mistake in his practice, and stubbornly insisted. Zhuge Yufang sighed. Sure enough, this man was impossible to persuade. Making him stop practicing demonic arts was worse than killing him. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Yunfei immediately had a wicked idea. He pretended to suddenly realize something and said, "Uncle Chang, I understand now. Have you met Su Hao before?" "Yes, I chatted with Su Hao for a bit after your horse race." Shangguan Chang nodded. "Then it all makes sense. No wonder he was willing to help for free. It turns out he secretly poisoned Uncle Chang, almost turning him into a demon's the real culprit. Uncle Chang, Xiaoxue, Auntie, we've all been fooled by him." Taking advantage of Su Hao's absence, Shangguan Yunfei frantically spread rumors and slander. "Brother Yunfei, how could you do this? Brother Su has been working so hard to get treatment, he's doing it out of pure kindness. You can't wrong him." Shangguan Shui defended him. "Swear, you're wrong. Think about it carefully, it really is his fault. After I talked to him, I went back to cultivate that night and something went wrong during my practice. If this person hadn't secretly poisoned me, this would never have happened." Shangguan Chang didn't want to admit the harm of the Crimson Demon art, so he could only stand firmly on Shangguan Yunfei's side. The uncle and nephew both chose to frame Su Hao without prior agreement. "I think your analysis is spot on. Su Hao is exactly that kind of person, otherwise how would he make money? 9 out of 10 quacks in the martial arts world are swindlers, and the other one is a big swindler," Lu Qingqing said with an air of seriousness. "Xiaoxue, stay away from Su Hao. His motives for getting close to him are not pure. He is definitely after the Shangguan family's wealth and status. Ordinary people can only choose to marry into a wealthy family to achieve upward social mobility." Chu Hua even brought up a conspiracy theory. "How could you do this? Brother Su is a good man. If he knew what you were saying, he would be very sad." Shangguan Shui felt powerless. Why was no one supporting her? She could only look at Zhuge Yufeng and say, "Mom, say something." "Yufeng, you don't need to say anything here." Shangguan Chang reprimanded her directly, displaying his masculine authority. "Xiaoxue, I told you long ago not to get too close to this person. Why didn't you listen to my advice?" "Dad, don't change the subject. You were wrong about what happened today. Brother Su saved your life and shouldn't be blamed by you," Shangguan Shui argued. "Xiaoxue, stop being so delusional. There's no future for you and Su Hao from today onwards. I forbid you from seeing each other again." Shangguan Chang, displaying the authority of a father, roared angrily. "I won't. Who I meet is my freedom, and no one can tell me what to do." "You're being unreasonable. I'm going to tell Grandpa," Shangguan Shui said willfully. "Unreasonable?" Enraged, Shangguan Chang suddenly raised his right hand and slapped him across the face. Snap! Shangguan Shui was knocked to the ground, her eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Was this still the kind father she knew? He had changed. He was not only cold-blooded but also cruel. "I hate you." Shangguan Shui covered her face and turned to leave. "Swear, wait for me." Zhuge Yufeng felt extremely distressed. Shangguan Shui had been pampered since childhood, and now she had 5 handprints left on her hands. She looked so pitiful. "Stop right there!" Shangguan Chang shouted. "It's because you always spoil her that she's become so disrespectful this time. Let her calm down and reflect on her actions." When Shangguan Shui saw the bustling traffic on the street after leaving the hospital, her mood became extremely bad. Why do her family members always prevent her from meeting Su Hao? Brother Su is not only handsome, but also a good person, a skilled doctor, and a martial arts expert. Clearly the ideal marriage partner. She likes him. What's wrong with that? That old geezer, he's just a stubborn old man. Shangguan Shui pouted, looking very unhappy. Suddenly, she noticed a man in black appearing in front of her and immediately realized something was wrong. 623, Chapter 623. Not giving him a chance. "Miss Shangguan, where are you going?" A short man wearing a ghost mask walked out in a sinister manner. "I need to find Brother Su, please make way." Shangguan Shui's first thought was Su Hao, feeling that with him around, she would definitely be safe. "Su Hao," the short man said calmly. "That's right. Since you know Brother Su's reputation, why aren't you moving aside? If he comes, you'll all die." Shangguan Shui said, "I'm just using someone else's power to bully me." "What's your relationship with Su Hao?" The short man's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. "He's my boyfriend. Are you scared now?" Shangguan Shui said this deliberately to protect herself. "Very good, then we haven't found the wrong person. Men, take her away." The short man was very happy and, after clarifying the situation, immediately gave the order. Shang Wanshui spotted an open space and took off running. However, she was too weak. The short man suddenly blocked her way, sprinkled some sleeping potion, and knocked her unconscious. Then a burly man came out, carrying a sack, and simply carried her away. That evening, Su Hao returned to Fengyun Manor. Jin Tian's appearance filled the last vacancy among the 5 hall masters after Yi Long's death. The position of the Red Dragon Hall Master had been vacant now that he had arrived. It was only natural for him to take office. He also had 2 trusted confidants, Zhang Dewang and Jin Tian. However, the most carefree one was the Sword Immortal of Fengyun Manor was many times larger than Anshin Medical Clinic, and with the Kuanping gang having many businesses, he could drink whatever he wanted without any pressure in the huge manor. He could just lie down on the spot when he got drunk, and no one would dare to disturb him. Wasn't that wonderful? After resting for a few hours, Su Hao was full of energy when he received a call from an unfamiliar place. Su Hao, your girlfriend is in my hands. An unfamiliar voice came directly from there. Su Hao frowned, thinking that Bai Jiruo was also fine, so this person must have made a mistake, and hung up the phone. However, the person persisted and finally got through on the 7th or 8th attempt. Hey Su, if you dare hang up the phone, believe me, I'll kill him right now. The stranger said angrily. What do you mean by killing the hostage? Su Hao was a little confused. Didn't I just say that your girlfriend is in my hands? The stranger was a little embarrassed. What was wrong with this guy? Did he not care whether his woman lived or died? You're wrong, I don't have a girlfriend. Su Hao thought it was a scam call. Hey, Shang Wanshui is in my hands. If you don't believe me, I'll send you a video right now. The man was getting anxious, and to prove that he had a hostage, he actually sent a short video. Su Hao clicked on the screen and saw Shang Wanshui tied to a beam in an abandoned factory, unconscious and with several wounds on her body, looking extremely dangerous. What is your purpose? Su Hao was furious. He never expected that he would implicate Shang Wanshui because of him. This was truly outrageous. Put on the 9-turn Lingji and come to the designated place immediately. The man hung up the phone with an air of arrogance. 9-turned Lingji? Su Hao found it somewhat amusing. The old drunkard had already eaten it, so where was he supposed to find it now? However, his expression was somewhat frightening. This person had offended him. He never lets anyone who threatens him with women get away with it easily. Court death. Su Hao revealed a murderous glint in his eyes and quickly left Fengyun Manor. In an abandoned factory, Kawashima Taro, accompanied by dozens of samurai, guarded the unconscious Shang Wanshui. Mr. Kawashima, isn't it a bit of a waste to keep such a beautiful woman tied up? The short man removed his ghost mask, revealing his true face. He had a thick neck, a large nose, and a bumpy, pus-filled face that made him look nauseating. We can't touch her for now. I need to get the 9-turn spirit mushroom first, no matter what. Kawashima Taro said seriously. It's said that Su Hao is a master here, seemingly with the strength of a grandmaster, but I don't know if it's true. Another warrior said. It's definitely fake. The martial arts world in Dong province loves to exaggerate. For example, their martial arts alliance leader is a villain from beginning to end. In their words, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be crooked too. If the alliance leader is a bad person, the people on the ground certainly have no credibility. They're all incredibly good at bragging. Another warrior said. How could Su Hao, who is so young, possibly be a grandmaster? The short warrior said disdainfully. When he arrives, I'll show him what a true master is. Oh. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the darkness. His eyes were piercing, and he exuded an extraordinary air. It was Su Hao. What strength could you despicable villains possibly possess? Su Hao, I admire your courage. You actually dared to keep the appointment alone. Do you not take the warriors of Dongdao seriously? Kawashima Taro gave him a disdainful look. Yes. Su Hao nodded. What do you mean? Kawashima Taro said angrily. I truly don't take you seriously. Do you understand now? Su Hao said calmly. Mr. Kawashima, please allow me to take action. I will kill him right now. The short samurai was furious. He thought Su Hao was just bragging. There wasn't a single martial artist this young in the entire Shadowgate. In his view, all the martial arts masters in the eastern province were just seeking fame and fortune, faking their strength and easily defeated. Don't rush. Kawashima Taro waved his hand to stop his impulsiveness, then said coldly, Su Hao, do you have any Ninetern spirit mushroom on you? Have. Su Hao nodded. Hand it over, or we'll kill Shangwan Shui. Kawashima Taro threatened. Are you stupid? How could I possibly give you the Ganoderma lucidum first? I'll only consider handing over the elixir if you release Shangwan Shui first. Su Hao said proudly. Hateful. Kawashima Taro's face darkened. Su Hao gave him no chance and couldn't control the man. He gave the short man a wink and said in a deep voice, You'd better keep your word, yes, or neither of you will leave here alive. Guards, release Miss Shangwan. The short man immediately took out a sharp samurai sword and slashed twice in Shangwan Shui's direction. The first cut ripped Shangwan Shui's top apart, revealing her white undergarments. The second cut severed the ropes, causing Shangwan Shui to fall. Hateful. Su Hao was filled with murderous intent. He flew over from his spot, reached out with his right hand, and pulled the unconscious Shangwan Shui into his arms. He then struck out with his left hand at the roof beam, but with a hissing sound, the entire beam shattered, and a rope descended from the sky. He immediately grabbed her firmly and used a rope to tie Shangwan Shui to his back. Su Hao, we have released him. Please keep your promise and hand over the Ninetern spirit mushroom, Kawashima Taro said coldly. What I said earlier was that I would consider whether or not to hand over the elixir after careful consideration. I have decided to keep the elixir and not give it to you monstrous things. Su Hao said calmly. 624, Chapter 624. A perfect solution. Kawashima Taro's expression changed drastically. This man was simply playing a trick on him. I'll say it again, hand over the Ninetern spirit mushroom, or you'll all die today, the man threatened once more. Idiot, such a fine spiritual herb as the Ninetern spirit mushroom, who would keep it after getting their hands on it? Of course, they would have eaten it long ago. Do you want me to take it out for you now? Su Hao said dismissively. Kawashima Taro was furious, yelling and screaming. This was the miraculous medicine he was using to go back and save his father, and it was gone. At this moment, he still held a skeptical attitude and ordered the short samurai, kill him, and then you can do whatever you want with the women. Good. The short warrior walked towards Su Hao, a cold smile on his face, and said, You brat, today I'll show you what the difference between East and East Island really is. My strength is equivalent to your Pekinate realm cultivator. Tell me, can you withstand even one strike from me? Idiot. Su Hao scoffed, Are innate masters this confident? It seems the strength of Dongdao is laughably weak. Damn it, you're asking for it. Enraged, the short samurai brandished his katana and charged forward fiercely. Su Hao coldly watched his actions, standing still without moving an inch. The man assumed Su Hao was completely terrified, so he immediately grabbed his katana with both hands and thrust it towards Su Hao's heart, thinking that a quick kill would end the fight. Unexpectedly, with a clang, the katana failed to pierce Su Hao's flesh. Blocked directly by the golden protective aura, he pinched the katana between two fingers and said indifferently, This is the expert from the Eastern Island, how laughable. Don't be so arrogant, I haven't even used my full strength yet. The short man was very unhappy and tried to pull his weapon back. Unexpectedly, the strength of Su Hao's two fingers was enough to resist his entire body's strength. You call yourself an expert from the Eastern Island? Normally, you'd be considered trash here. As Su Hao spoke, he lightly flicked his katana, and a series of cracking sounds were heard. The weapon in the short man's hand cracked open, leaving only the hilt. What kind of sorcery did you use? The short warrior asked in shock, unable to understand. Nothing more than pure true chi. Su Hao scoffed, picked up a fragment of a weapon, and threw it at the man. All anyone heard was a hissing sound as the powerful warrior's throat was pierced, and he died instantly. Could someone like this be considered a master in your area? Su Hao looked at Kawashima Taro and said disdainfully. Don't be so smug, just one of the warriors I brought. There are dozens more. I don't believe you can defeat them. Listen up, everyone, charge at once, show no mercy, take him down. Kawashima Taro said angrily, You injured my men, I don't want to leave them alive, I'll take revenge first. Clear. Dozens of warriors, wielding identical weapons, launched their strongest attack on Su Hao. No one showed mercy. One person specifically targeted Shangwan Shui, seemingly not wanting to spare even women. Su Hao smiled coldly and punched the fastest charging enemy with a bang. The man exploded. He seized the opportunity to snatch the samurai sword and began to wield it, sending streaks of cold sword light flying in all directions. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Under his powerful offensive, all enemies were cut in half. His attack was so fast and powerful that even Kawashima Taro didn't see it clearly. He only felt a flash of cold light before his eyes, and by the time he reacted, everyone was dead. You think you can get your hands on the 9-turn spirit mushroom? Su Hao shouted coldly, tearing apart the clothes of a dead man and conjuring a strong rope with icy eyes. He threatened, kneel down, or I'll cut you in half on the spot. Kawashima Taro dared not speak out in anger and had no choice but to kneel down as ordered. Su Hao immediately tied up his right hand and hung him up. Speak, who exactly leaked the secret of the 9-turn spirit mushroom? Su Hao didn't believe that this person could obtain these secrets out of thin air. Someone must have secretly informed him. Don't even dream about it. I will never betray my partners. Kawashima Taro said coldly. Yeah? Seeing this, Su Hao brandished his katana, ready to finish the man off. Unexpectedly, a group of people suddenly appeared at this moment. The leader was Shangguan Yunfei, along with Lu Qingqing, Xu Hua, and others. It turned out that they had learned of Shangguan Shue's disappearance and immediately sent people to search for her, finally finding her here. Su Hao, I didn't expect it to be you again. When Shangguan Yunfei saw him, a flash of anger crossed his face. Don't misunderstand, the person who captured Xiaoxue today is this East Island samurai. Su Hao immediately explained. Nonsense. So many eyes are watching. It was you who tied Xiaoxue up. Hey Su, Xiaoxue has been so good to you, why did you treat her like this? Shangguan Yunfei didn't believe it at all and shouted. You bastard, Su Hao, so you're a pervert. Look at what you've done. Why did you cut Xiaoxue's clothes open with a knife? Were you planning to do something indecent, and this East Island samurai just happened to catch you, so you're trying to kill him to cover it up? Upon seeing so many dead people at the scene, Lu Qingqing immediately became suspicious. Su Hao, you can know a person's face but not their heart, so you were so despicable. First, you stayed outside the hospital and took Xiaoxue away when she was alone, then you came to this deserted place to do something shameful. A shameless scoundrel like you is a disgrace to Dong province and deserves to be killed by everyone. Xu Hua said disdainfully. Su Hao frowned, not expecting such a big misunderstanding. He was a hero who saved lives, but in the eyes of these people, he became a sex fiend. Wrong. These people did it on purpose. Their conclusions are completely unfounded and purely speculative. I have evidence that the person who kidnapped Xiaoxue was that Kawashima Taro. Su Hao remembered the video on his phone and immediately took it out. To everyone's surprise, Shangguan Yunfei didn't even glance at it, threw it on the ground, and crushed it into powder with his right foot. Mr. Kawashima, I know you have been wrong. Please rest assured, I will definitely get you out of here today. Shangguan Yunfei said righteously. Kawashima Taro was completely bewildered. He didn't recognize Shangguan Yunfei at all. Why would this person save him? As his eyes darted around, he suddenly understood, it was all because of internal strife. Whether it was Shangguan Yunfei or anyone else, they couldn't stand to see Su Hao doing well. Relying on their connections, they framed him and turned him into a villain. Little did he know, he was only half right. On the other hand, Shangguan Yunfei was extremely loyal to Dongdao and believed that their strength was superior to that of the local martial artists. If he could use Kawashima Taro's connections to get closer to the Dongdao masters, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? 625, Chapter 625. What can you do? Su Hao, first of all, please put down Shangguan Shui. She is a member of the Shangguan family and you must not defile her. Shangguan Yunfei said coldly. Good. Su Hao merely frowned, but couldn't refuse. They were indeed cousins, while he was just an outsider. Su Hao, you deserve to die. How could you do this to Xiaoxue? Lu Qingqing immediately took Shangguan Shui from her. Seeing that her top was tattered, she found someone to give her a coat to cover her eyes. You, surnamed Su, you always pretended to be a good person, but now you've been exposed, haven't you? It seems you're the mastermind behind Xiaoxue's kidnapping. Xu Hua seized the opportunity to frame him. Nonsense, Xiaoxue and I are friends. How could you possibly kidnap her? Su Hao frowned. These people had come at a really bad time. Judging from the tone they set, it's clear that things aren't going to end well today. Enough talk, save them first. Shangguan Yunfei's words had two layers of meaning. First, they found a female guard and had her massaged to try and wake Shangguan Shui. Then, the Shangguan family guards rushed to the base of the beam and rescued Kawashima Taro. What do you mean? Colluding with Dong Dao? Shangguan Yunfei, Xiao Shui is your cousin, why did you save this villain? Don't tell me this has anything to do with you. Su Hao's expression was serious, with a hint of anger flashing across his face. This person's actions are truly baffling. Hey Su, don't make baseless accusations. I just admire Kawashima Taro's fearlessness in the face of powerful enemies. That kind of spirit is not something ordinary people can have. Shangguan Yunfei said. That's right, today's kidnapping was planned by Su Hao alone. He bribed my men to try to frame Dong Dao and provoke a conflict between the Shangguan family and the Shadow Gate. His methods are really despicable. Once Kawashima Taro regained his freedom, he immediately turned the tables and accused Kawashima Taro. So this is the truth, Su Hao, are you even human? Xiao Shui is innocent. You've ruined her life so badly, Lu Qingqing said in grief and indignation. I know you're after the Shangguan family's status. People like you, delivering food, running clinics, or running gangs, are all from the lowest rungs of society, with absolutely no status. Maybe you dream of becoming someone of high society every day, even in your bed. What wouldn't you do to change your status? Xu Hua said with disgust. Enough. Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Now that Xiao Shui is safe, I'm going back. Su Hao glanced at Kawashima Taro. Since Kawashima had already been rescued by Shangguan Yunfei, it wasn't convenient for him to intervene today. Besides, if the Shangguan family didn't care about this matter, why should he get involved? Trying to leave? No way. I'm going to teach you a lesson on behalf of Xiao Shui. Shangguan Yunfei drew a long sword and said angrily. You still dare to make a move? Save your breath. Even if you use weapons, you're no match for me. Su Hao looked disdainful. Wasn't yesterday's lesson enough? This is truly a case of forgetting the pain once the wound has healed. Enough with the nonsense. I was just unprepared yesterday. Today I'm at my best, so dealing with you shouldn't be too difficult, right? Shangguan Yunfei said confidently. Bring it on. Su Hao nodded dismissively. Prepare to die. As Shangguan Yunfei spoke, he displayed his family's sword technique. With flashing swords and light, agile steps, he seemed to come from a family with a strong martial arts background and possessed considerable skill. Young master, what excellent swordsmanship! This move is enough to deal with someone as insignificant as Su Hao. If he heals an ordinary person, could he withstand the young master's swordsmanship? The guards of the Shangguan family flattered him one by one. Su Hao frowned, thinking this person's strength was nothing special. He extended a finger and flicked it at the floating longsword with a clang. The sharp steel weapon instantly softened, fell to the ground, and turned into iron ash. Die, do you deserve it? Su Hao leaned forward and punched the man in the abdomen. The immense force sent him flying dozens of meters, slamming him hard against the wall. Boom! When everyone looked over, they discovered that the entire wall had collapsed. Countless bricks instantly buried Shangguan Yunfei. Young master, are you alright? Two guards immediately rushed over and dug with their bare hands. It took them a great deal of effort to rescue him. At this moment, Shangguan Yunfei's face was not good, his head was bleeding, and he had multiple fractures. Fortunately, all four limbs were intact, and he stood up and walked slowly. He suddenly shouted, You surnamed Su, I think you're preparing to become enemies with the Shangguan family? You don't represent the Shangguan family. Su Hao said disdainfully. Men, make your move. Shangguan Yunfei said angrily that he had brought out the elite of the Shangguan family to save people today, and he believed that if they attacked together, they could quickly end the battle. Immediately, all the guards, numbering 30 or 40 in total, grabbed their weapons and charged towards Su Hao. They were absolutely loyal to the Shangguan family, and would rush forward without hesitation at their young master's command. Hey Su, let's see what you do this time. You can defeat one person, but can you defeat dozens? Lu Qingqing was very smug, convinced that Su Hao was beyond saving. Hack him to death, don't let him live. Xu Hua was even more ruthless, wishing he knew martial arts himself and might even personally join the fight. Su Hao shook his head helplessly, feeling that the guards of the Shangguan family were nothing more than lackeys who obeyed their master's orders, but he had no intention of letting them go. His palms flew, each strike knocking someone unconscious. Dozens surrounded him, but only 7 or 8 attacked simultaneously. Not wanting to harm their own, Su Hao defeated them one by one, taking less than a minute to subdue them all. It was only then that everyone gasped in shock, realizing how terrifying Su Haoxiang truly was. The one surnamed Su. Su, consider yourself lucky I won't stoop to your level today. Let's go back. Shangguan Yunfei was starting to back down and wanted to run away. Trying to leave? Su Hao sneered, hitting someone and then just walking away. It's not that simple. He reappeared in front of Shangguan Yunfei and slapped him. The powerful internal energy made Shangguan's head buzz. At this moment, he appeared to be in immense pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his teeth slightly loose. He angrily said, "You, surnamed Su, you'd better kill me, or the Shangguan family's revenge will be no small matter." "You said it." Su Hao laughed. Even now, he still dared to threaten him. "Then so be it," he said, throwing another hard punch at the man's abdomen. With a loud bang, everyone felt as if they had seen the scene before. This time he crashed into the right side, collapsing another wall. Several guards who were not seriously injured then staggered over to help. "Brother Su, why did you hit Brother Yunfei?" 626, Chapter 626 Severe Injury. Shangguan Shui slowly woke up when she heard the sound of the wall collapsing. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a figure fly out quickly. Who else could it be but Shangguan Yunfei? I immediately felt that Su Hao was bullying the weak and taking advantage of his family and relatives. "Xiaoxue, wake up." Su Hao smiled with relief. "Xiaoxue, don't believe his sweet words. He's a wolf in sheep's clothing and does no good. Just look at your clothes and you'll understand immediately." Shangguan Yunfei returned covered in blood, like an unkillable cockroach, pointing at Su Hao and loudly reminding him. "Ah!" After examining her, Shangguan Shui cried out in horror. She was now worried that she had lost her chastity and was extremely angry. She said, "Who on earth would do such a despicable thing to me? Who else could it be but Su Hao? When you left the hospital, this man immediately set his sights on you. He bribed one of Mr. Kawashima's samurai to kidnap you all the way here, and then attempted to do something indecent. Just then, Mr. Kawashima caught him in the act, and this man ruthlessly killed all the samurai he had bribed, leaving no one to testify." Shangguan Yunfei spoke with righteous indignation, as if he were recounting something that aroused the wrath of both gods and men. "That's right, it's all Su Hao's fault. If we had arrived any later, you would have already been ruined by him." Lu Qingqing seized the opportunity to kick him while he was down. "Xiaoxue, you're right. Those who don't listen to their elders will suffer the consequences. No matter which elder in the Shangguan family it is, they all have good intentions and are only looking out for you," Chu Hua added. Shangguan Shui was a little confused, feeling that something was wrong. "Isn't Brother Su my savior? How did he suddenly become such a jerk?" This confused her, and she stood there stunned, muttering, "But I like Brother Su. If he put in a little effort, I would definitely be with him." "Xiaoxue, you are still too naive and do not know the wickedness of people's hearts. Some people don't like to give themselves away. Instead, they want to control women and do shady things. I guarantee that he has a very dark mind." Shangguan Yunfei rebuked him vehemently. "No. Brother Su is a good person. You must have misunderstood." Shangguan Shui refused to believe it. "Misunderstand? You saw him hit me with your own eyes, and it was to kill me to cover it up. If I die, no one else here today can survive. You were still unconscious at the time. Once this person moved to another location, could you still keep your innocence?" Shangguan Yunfei continued his false accusations. "That's right, that's the kind of person she is. She didn't even help me when I was in danger. Don't think that her kindness is all for ulterior motive." Xiaoxue, you have to believe one thing. What's free is often the most expensive. All her goodwill should be taken back tenfold. Lang Qingmei shouted. "Xiaoxue, the best marriage is one where the families are well matched. How could he possibly be good enough for you, if you don't resort to despicable means? Take the honest and upright path to gain your parents' approval," Chu Hua said firmly. "Brother Su, is that so?" Shangguan Shui wavered somewhat. "Xiaoxue, don't be misled by them. The kidnapping was orchestrated by Taro Kawashima in order to steal the elixir. I only came to rescue you, that's all." Su Hao frowned and explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanshui immediately smiled sweetly. If it was a misunderstanding, that would be wonderful. Seeing this, Shangguan Yunfei realized it wouldn't work. Shangguan Shui was too soft-hearted and might really be persuaded to switch sides by Su Hao. He hardened his heart, took out a dagger, and launched a sneak attack from behind. Hearing the rustling of the wind, Su Hao gave a faint, cold smile. This guy actually wanted to get revenge. Wasn't he courting death? He didn't move at all, remaining standing still. 1 second Shangguan Yunfei thought he had a chance this time. Could his physical body withstand a dagger? The next second, he was surprised to find that the dagger was blocked by his protective inner energy. When he realized something was wrong, he tried to retreat, but it was too late. You think you can escape after a sneak attack? Su Hao knocked his weapon away, then kicked him in the chest, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, smashing through the third wall. However, this time, his luck wasn't so good. His body reached its limit, and he collapsed among the bricks, completely unable to move. Shangguan Shui suddenly raised her head and rushed over to call the female guard who had just healed her. Together, the two of them struggled to rescue Shangguan Yunfei. Just then, a dagger flew right in front of Lu Qingqing. She immediately picked it up and hid it, then angrily said to Su Hao, "You, surnamed Su, why did you kill me for no reason? Are you trying to wipe out the Shangguan family line?" Su Hao, you're terrifying, your emotions are incredibly unstable, and you're a fan of violence. Someone like you doesn't deserve to have friends. Chu Hua shouted back. Shangguan Shui managed to rescue her cousin, only to witness a shocking scene. His body was riddled with hundreds of wounds, countless ribs were broken, and one rib had even pierced through his flesh and protruded directly outside his clothes. At this moment, Shangguan Yunfei was on the verge of death, clearly seriously injured. She stood up in grief and indignation, and said angrily, "Brother Su, why are you targeting my cousin like this? He attacked first, didn't you notice?" Su Hao frowned. A sneak attack, he was already injured, how could he possibly launch a sneak attack? Su Hao, I thought you were a good person, but after your cousin exposed your true colors, you actually killed someone to cover it up. I really misjudged you. Were all the previous treatments carried out with ulterior motives? No, you attacked because of the vermilion bird fruit. I was so naive, I thought you were a righteous and benevolent person. Perhaps father was right, so I should be your friend. Shangguan Shui was disappointed, and her voice trembled with regret as she spoke these words. I never expected you to think that way. There's no point in saying anything more, Miss Shangguan. I have no intention of explaining further. If we can't be friends, then let's be strangers. Su Hao sighed and walked outside. Stop, you injured young Master Yunfei, and you're just going to leave like this? Chu Hua blocked his way and said coldly. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Su Hao was displeased and said coldly. This, Chu Hua thought for a moment, then silently stepped aside. Seeing that he offered no explanation, Shangguan Shui felt a pang of sadness. This was the only person she had ever truly loved, and now things had turned out this way. Should she trust her family and friends, or Su Hao? She was conflicted, but seeing Shangguan Yunfei injured made her unable to hold back now. Driving Su Hao away felt incredibly painful. 627, Chapter 627 Birthday Celebration. Outside the operating room at a private hospital in Dong Province, Shangguan Shui was somewhat distraught. Her cousin was still in critical condition. Should Su Hao be blamed for this? Xiao Shui, how is Yunfei? Shangguan Shan rushed over in a hurry, covered in sweat. They're trying to save her. The doctor said the situation is serious, but not life-threatening, Shangguan Shui said with a forced smile. What sins has our Shangguan family committed? In just 2 or 3 days, 3 people have been seriously injured and hospitalized. Shangguan Shan sighed. First it was Shangguan Yunxiao, then Shangguan Chang, and now it's Shangguan Yunfei. Patriarch Shangguan, this whole thing was caused by Su Hao. Taking advantage of the situation, Lu Qingqing complained, pinning all the blame on this person. She spoke with righteous indignation, giving the impression that she wished she could take matters into her own hands. Patriarch, we cannot let young Master Yunfei's grudge go unavenged, Chu Hua urged. Shangguan Shan frowned. Was revenge really that simple? Judging from how Su Hao severely injured Yunfei with a single kick, this man was no pushover. Add to that the Kunpeng gang, and he'd have to think twice. Either you can't make a move easily, or you have to kill with one strike. The latter scenario also means that a large amount of manpower and resources are needed, which is currently impossible. Brother, I support taking action against Su Hao. Shang Wanshang, who happened to be hospitalized, rushed over upon hearing the news and said angrily. Second brother, don't get involved. Yunfei is my child, and I will definitely avenge him, but it's impossible right now. Tomorrow is father's birthday, and the family's main forces have already been mobilized. I have no one to command right now. Shang Wanshan sighed. I see. Brother, if you need any help, just let me know. Shang Wanshang solemnly promised that he would unconditionally support any effort to deal with Su Hao. Okay. Shang Wanshan smiled with satisfaction. His second brother was a master, and it would definitely be a good thing to get his help. The next morning, the Shangwan family's residence was bustling with activity. Thousands of luxury cars filled the entire parking lot, and those who arrived later had to queue up and park their cars some distance away. Shangguan Shui, Chu Hua, and Lu Qingqing stood at the door watching the commotion. However, the young lady didn't look well. She had heavy dark circles under her eyes, as if she hadn't slept well the day before. Xiao Shui, is something on your mind? Lu Qingqing asked with a smile. I'm wondering if I misunderstood Brother Su yesterday. Shangguan Shui was still pondering this question, which caused her to not get a good night's rest. There's no misunderstanding, all of us saw it clearly. You were just kept in the dark, Lu Qingqing said confidently. Xiao Shui, you are a distinguished young lady from a wealthy family. There's absolutely no need for you to get entangled with this man. I sent everything fine now. Look at all these young masters from wealthy families here today. None of them are inferior to Su Hao. After Chu Hua finished speaking, he revealed what he thought was a very handsome smile, as if to say that he was definitely the most handsome and suitable person here. Unfortunately, Shangguan Shui sighed heavily and didn't even glance at her. She murmured, I wonder if Brother Su will come. What is he doing here? On the old man's birthday, only prominent people attend. How could someone with no social standing be qualified to be there? Besides, he injured Shangguan Yunfei yesterday, and he still dares to come here today. I assent that a provocation? Chu Hua sneered, no one would provoke Shangguan Shan today unless they were a fool. Yes, such a clever person wouldn't do anything without a benefit. If they offend the patriarch and are hunted down by the Shangguan family, it would definitely not be worth it. Lu Qingqing analyzed confidently. However, they were quickly proven wrong when Su Hao swaggered over with Jin Tian in tow. He actually dares to come? Chu Hua's expression changed drastically. Xiao Shui, we must stop him. We can't let this person ruin the birthday party. Lu Qingqing shouted. All right. Shangguan Shui gave a helpless smile and walked over directly. She pretended to be indifferent and said, Su Hao, why are you here? Don't you know that you are now the enemy of the Shangguan family? Today is Grandpa's birthday, and no one wants to see you. Xiao Shui, what do you mean by that? Neither of your two friends are good people, as the saying goes. One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. Spending too much time with them will only bring trouble. Su Hao frowned and offered his advice. You're wrong, they don't want you to be so hypocritical, Shangguan Shui said with some heartache. Anyway, Uncle is in charge of today's banquet, and I don't think he'll welcome you in. Su Hao, have some decency and stop causing trouble. You've broken ties with the Shangguan family, and nobody wants to see you. Lu Qingqing said disdainfully. That's right. Chu Hua nodded. Jin Tian was unaware of the whole story. He had only come to broaden his horizons, but unexpectedly witnessed such an embarrassing scene, so he whispered, Young Master Su, why don't we go back? Go back? Today is the old man's 80th birthday, we definitely can't miss it. Su Hao shook his head and continued, let them be angry, my relationship with the old man won't be affected. Hey Su, don't flatter yourself. What is the old man's status? He's a pillar of the Jiangnan martial arts world, with a reputation on par with Senior Ouyang. How could he possibly know a nobody like you? Chu Hua said disdainfully, feeling that Su Hao had ulterior motives and was probably just trying to enhance the reputation of the Kunpeng gang. That's right, the younger generation has no chance to get to know the old man. Advise you to leave as soon as possible. Lu Qingqing said, pretending to be kind. Su Hao frowned, feeling that arguing with these people was pointless, and decided to just walk inside. He had just lifted his leg when he saw Shangguan Shui raise her foot again, blocking his path. Su Hao, the Shangguan family does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Shangguan Shui said coldly. Miss Shangwan, I'm here to offer my birthday wishes, not to cause trouble, please move aside. His face darkened, and seeing her indifference, he also became somewhat forceful. You're really not leaving? Don't blame me for turning my back on you. I'm warning you, there are plenty of guards today, more than enough to deal with you. Shangwan Shui threatened. Jin Tian felt increasingly uneasy. Weren't they perfectly fine at the hospital? Shangwan Shui was even leaning on young Master Su's arm. How could she have changed so much in just over a day? Could this be a case of a woman's heart being unfathomable? First of all, I don't want to cause trouble. Secondly, even if you're not human, I'm not afraid. Su Hao said proudly, in front of a strong person, no matter how many guards there are, isn't it all a joke? Su Hao, do you really want to break ties with me? Shangwan Shui asked with a hint of heartache. I was just offering my birthday wishes normally, you're the one being unreasonable. Su Hao shook his head and said dismissively. 628, Chapter 628 Suffering. Making trouble out of nothing? Su Hao sneered, Miss Shangwan, you're the one being unreasonable, stopping me from celebrating the old man's birthday for no reason. You're just being used as a pawn, doing what they wanted to do but couldn't. Su Hao, what do you mean by that? Don't make veiled accusations. We have no problem with you and have always been objective. Chu Hua immediately jumped out, trying to cover up his blunder. Hey, you surnamed Su, don't be so arrogant. You can't fight City Hall. You're not qualified to be a match for the Shangwan family. Lu Qingqing said. Just then, more and more people came to offer their birthday wishes. Many sect elders who rarely appeared showed up, bringing various precious gifts. An elder of the Diansong sect has gifted a century-old Ganoderma lucidum. Xian Fugue of Century Group presented a golden Buddha statue. The matriarch of the Lin family has gifted a 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. When a manager proudly announced everyone's gifts, applause erupted, and everyone felt that the old man was incredibly prestigious. Unbeknownst to Su Hao, the Shangwan brothers, Shangwan Chang and Shangwan Shan, had been secretly watching him from a corner. Brother, aren't you going to make a move? Shangwan Chang asked, somewhat surprised. I told you, today is my father's birthday banquet, so it's inconvenient for me to take action, but I've already contacted the Martial Alliance and asked them to handle this. I've spent a lot of money this time, so I refuse to believe I can't deal with this person. Shangwan Shan never intended to let Su Hao go, but for now, he chose to endure and decided to hire someone to kill him. The Martial Alliance? Shangwan Sheng frowned and said disdainfully, can they be trusted? Lei Wanyin is no good. Although Alliance leader Lei is inhuman, money talks, so this has no impact on us. Shangwan Shan smiled coldly. He stood at a distance and handed over the task of driving away Su Hao to his junior, Shangwan Shui. Shangwan Chang was also happy to see this scene. That's how it should be, breaking up with Su Hao and moving on to a new life. Su Hao, are you leaving or not? Shangwan Shui's tone grew increasingly intense. I'm not leaving. Su Hao stood proudly in place. Men, grab Su Hao and throw him out. Shangwan Shui gave the order, and several experts immediately stepped forward, glaring menacingly at Su Hao. At that moment, everyone realized something was wrong and gathered around. Isn't that Su Hao? What does he mean by trying to force his way in? It might have been to celebrate the old man's birthday, but we weren't invited. I remember he had a pretty good status, so why didn't the Shangwan family think much of him? Status? Status? What status does he have, compared to sects that have been passed down for hundreds of years? The Kuanping gang is too young and will not be taken seriously at all. Some people were discussing it, watching with a detached, spectator attitude, waiting for things to develop further. Shangwan Shui, are you ever going to stop? I've been tolerating you because you're a woman. If you keep acting recklessly, believe me, I'll slap you across the face. Su Hao was somewhat angry. He was merciful enough to Shangwan Shui. If it had been Shangwan Yunfei or Shangwan Yunxiao, they would have strongly retaliated against such provocation. Fine, so you want to hit me? I'll stand still, go ahead and make your move. The heavier the better, I definitely won't dodge or avoid it. Shangwan Shui said angrily. This commotion made Su Hao feel a little embarrassed. She probably didn't understand, everyone around her was a liar, and she couldn't see the truth at all. This statement even carries a hint of self-abandonment, making it all the more pitiful. Xiaoxue, you can't take this risk, you only have one life. If you offend this person, you could really be killed. Lu Qingqing immediately advised. Have you forgotten what happened to young Master Yunfei? If this man makes a move, it's either death or serious injury. Chu Hua's expression changed, fearing that Su Hao would actually make a move. Cousin, Shangguan Shui recalled Shangguan Yunfei's fate and felt a chill of fear. She immediately stepped back and said, Guards, listen to my command, throw this man out. At his command, a dozen or so experts walked towards Su Hao. Hey, you're all too weak. You're not worthy of young Master Su Hao's attention. If you want a spar, I'll gladly oblige. Jin Tian's eyes lit up with surprise. He had been practicing for so long but hadn't had a chance to make a move yet. Were these people about to start a fight? He held his long sword, but didn't draw it, watching them warily. The scene looked somewhat somber, and a major battle seemed imminent. Stop! Suddenly at this moment, Shangguan Jinghua, with a full head of white hair, walked out. His aloof demeanor drew admiring glances from many people. Grandpa, you finally arrived. Someone tried to force their way into the birthday banquet and create chaos. I think we should use the guards to drive him out. Chu Hua jumped out first, as if to curry favor and try to impress the old man. Oh, who dares to trespass on my banquet? They must have a death wish. Shangguan Jinghua exudes an imposing aura without anger. Even standing still, he commands immense pressure. That's the person. His surname is Su, his given name is Hao, and he is the most shameless person in Dong Province. Old Master, I share the same opinion as young Master Chu. We advocate throwing him out. We don't want to see this kind of scum at today's gathering. Lu Qingqing also flattered him. Oh? Are you saying Su Hao isn't qualified? Shangguan Jinghua said casually. That's right, he's absolutely not qualified. Chu Hua affirmed loudly. He has no status whatsoever, not even as high as the other participants, Lu Qingqing said. Yeah? Shangguan Jinghua walked over, his expression unfriendly. At this point, everyone else started to get excited, feeling that someone was about to suffer. Does the old man really dislike Chief Su? His status is still too low. If we make him sit on equal footing with everyone today, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? The Shangguan family holds such a high position, and the old master is currently the oldest martial artist. How could the younger generation possibly be qualified to build a relationship with them? Some people whispered among themselves, generally feeling that Su Hao lacked the qualifications grid. Unexpectedly, the old man made a move. Instead of dealing with Su Hao, he slapped Chu Hua and Lu Qingqing twice, knocking them to the ground. Grandpa, are you sure you're not mistaken? Chu Hua was stunned by the blow. Yes, we are Xiaoxue's friends, not bad people. Lu Qingqing said, feeling wronged. I don't care whose friends you are. You've been disrespectful to young Master Su today, so you deserve to be beaten. Shangguan Jinghua said calmly. Grandpa, you actually know Su Hao? Chu Hua was stunned. Nonsense, he and I are close friends despite our age difference. How could you slander him? Shangguan Jinghua said, glancing at Shangguan Shui and sighing silently. She could tell that her beloved granddaughter was not in a good mood, but there was no time to ask her in detail, so she looked at Su Hao and said, Young Master Su, are you satisfied with this handling? Grandpa, they're just two annoying stray dogs, ignore them. Su Hao said dismissively. 629, Chapter 629. That won't do. Did you hear me clearly? In young Master Su's eyes, you are nothing but barking wild dogs. Stop being so arrogant. Shangguan Jinghua laughed heartily, feeling that Su Hao's words had struck a chord with him. The others were dumbfounded. How could Su Hao, who was so young, receive such attention? Many people cast envious glances, thinking that if they could get on the good side of the old man, their future would be much easier. Grandpa, you can't listen to us slander this man. Even injured brother Yunfei, Shangguan Shui said with dissatisfaction. Swear, you're an adult now, and we can't protect you forever. Don't believe everything people say. You need to have your own sense of right and wrong. Young Master Su has saved you many times, and even saved your father yesterday. He is a benefactor of our Shangguan family. Stop talking nonsense. If Yunfei is really injured, it's his own fault. Shangguan Jinghua wasn't senile. He saw clearly that Su Hao was too outstanding, which often attracted jealousy. Such a person was worth getting to know deeply, and being his friend was the only right thing to do. But Shangguan Shui wanted to say something more. Shuai, father is right, young Master Su has indeed been kind to us. Now I order you to apologize to Su Hao. Shang Guanchang stepped forward and said solemnly. He understood that in this situation, Shang Guanjingwa's words were orders, and no one could question them. All right. Young Master Su, I was wrong today, I offended you. Sorry. Shang Guanshui apologized reluctantly. Su Hao frowned, thinking to himself that Shang Guanchang did have some tricks up his sleeve. Making Shang Guanshui apologize in public now would only deepen the misunderstanding. It doesn't matter. He had no choice but to accept it calmly. Young Master Su, come, have a few more drinks with this old man today. Shang Guanjingwa laughed heartily, completely covering up his earlier embarrassment, and led Su Hao directly to the first table, even sitting down next to him. This table was full of VIPs, and his presence made the others feel uncomfortable, as they felt the old man was being overly kind. Even if Su Hao had done the Shangguan family a favor, he lacked the seniority and shouldn't have been qualified to sit here. Boss, go and settle young Master Su's companions in. Shangguan Jingwa didn't forget Jin Tian either, and made the arrangements immediately. He poured 2 glasses of wine, and the 2 of them drank around, completely ignoring the others. Grandpa, I wish you a long and healthy life, living to be 100 years old. Su Hao said respectfully again. Very well, I gladly accept this blessing today. Shangguan Jingwa smiled. Dear friends and family, welcome everyone. The birthday banquet will now officially begin. Shangguan Shan stood up with his wineglass in hand, and suddenly his eyes lit up. A handsome middle-aged man walked in from the direction of the door, and his eyebrows looked somewhat like the old man's. Third brother? Shangguan Shan said with delight. The visitor was no stranger, he was Shangguan Hai, the third son of Shangguan Jingwa. This person looks most like the old man, and he has been intelligent since childhood, and his martial arts skills are also the best. Everyone felt that he was the most likely candidate to succeed as the head of the family. Unexpectedly, this man was ruthless. He once punished more than 50 officials from the Shangguan family in a single day, directly angering Shangguan Jingwa. The father and son had been enemies ever since. Shangguan Hai even publicly swore that he would never rely on his family's influence again. 10 years ago, Shangguan Hai left the family and has not been heard from since. He only reappeared today. Third brother, why didn't you say you were coming back? Shangguan Shang was also quite happy. After all, they were brothers, and he was very pleased to see him return safely. Second brother, you don't look well. Your forehead is dark. Have you been practicing some shady martial arts? Let me tell you, righteous martial arts are the best. They may be slow in the early stages, but they will far surpass demonic arts in the later stages. As soon as they met, Shangguan Hai pointed it out. Don't talk nonsense, I'm perfectly fine, how could I possibly practice any demonic arts? Shangguan Shang refused to admit it and laughed it off. Big brother, you're getting more and more energetic. Have you already taken over as the head of the family? Shangguan Hai turned around and gave his eldest brother a faint smile. There are only 2 people in the family. After the second brother stepped down, I had to take over. Third brother, if you had come back sooner, the position in the family would have been yours. Shangguan Shan said with a half-smile. Shangguan Hai immediately walked up to Shangguan Jingwa and knelt down with a thud. Your unfilial son has only returned today to celebrate your birthday. I finally understand father's teachings. The most important thing in being a person is benevolence and righteousness. If you cannot treat your subordinates kindly, who will be willing to risk their lives for you? Is that your understanding? Shangguan Jingwa frowned. He disliked the phrase risking his life, as it conveyed a sense of superiority. Father, I'm here today to celebrate your birthday, so let's not have any arguments, okay? Shangguan Hai then said with an awkward smile. Okay. Shangguan Jingwa pointed to the VIP table and said, go over there. Shangguan Hai glanced at me over the table and, seeing me as an outsider, was clearly displeased. He felt that someone like me didn't deserve to sit at the head table and was wasting a seat. Distinguished guests, as you have all seen, the 3 Shangguan brothers have finally reunited. Today is the day of our grand reunion with our father. Continuing from what I didn't finish earlier, today is my father's 80th birthday. We originally wanted to have a simple birthday cake and such, but we didn't expect so many people to come and support us. In conclusion, let's raise a glass and wish the old man a long and healthy life. Shangguan Shan said happily. May the old man live to be 100 years old. Others also stood up and spoke loudly. Dad, now it's your turn to say a few words. Shangguan Shan said with a smile. Okay. Shangguan Jinghua nodded, remaining seated. He said from his seat, thank you all for taking time out of your busy schedules to come and celebrate my birthday also. The food today is quite good. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. The old man is so funny. It's only right that I wish you a happy birthday. With you here, the martial arts world will be at peace. Others chimed in with their opinions. What the old man said wasn't important. What mattered was that he was in good spirits, which was enough to keep the situation under control. Dad, can I deliver a big gift first? Shangguan Hai stood at another table and shouted loudly. Higher, just come in person, you don't need to prepare a gift. Shangguan Jinghua smiled and said that he still felt that the third son was most like himself, and that if he could repent and start anew, that would be more important than anything else. That won't do. Coming back empty-handed is not in accordance with social etiquette. Shangguan Hai smiled faintly, took out a sandalwood box, walked over, raised his hands high, and said, this is a gift I have prepared for a long time, please accept it, father. 630, Chapter 630 Grandmaster. Third brother, I hope you've truly reformed all these years. Shangguan Jinghua smiled with satisfaction, but when he opened the box, he was stunned. Inside was not a precious gift, but a blood-stained dagger. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Today is father's birthday banquet, a joyous occasion. How can we have bloodshed? Take the item back quickly and replace it with something more festive before sending it back. Shangguan Shan said unhappily, and directly rebuked him. Oh, aren't we a martial arts family? What's wrong with giving something related to martial arts? The blood-stained dagger is my sincere blessing. I hope everyone will never have blood on their hands. Shangguan Hai stubbornly insisted. Third brother, let's not bring up those old, trivial matters anymore. Father did it for your own good back then, Shangguan Cheng said calmly, his expression shifting. The guests present were all dumbfounded, unable to understand what had happened. The words spoken by the two brothers gradually exceeded everyone's comprehension. Xiaoxue, do you know what they're saying? Chu Hua asked in surprise. Xiaoxue, tell me some inside information, let me see it. Lu Qingqing asked curiously. I don't know either. Shangguan Shui shook her head. Actually, I've been away from home most of the time because of my poor health. I've been recuperating until recently, only in the last 6 months. The others were also asking around, trying to find out what had happened to the Shangguan family. Outsiders were completely unaware of this, and everyone who was asked either shook their head or gave a wry smile, indicating that they knew nothing. You're telling me to let it go? Shangguan Hai looked at his eldest brother, then at his second brother, his face filled with a frightening anger. Third brother, father is already the de facto ruler of the Shangguan family. Your pursuit of him is not only dangerous, but also extremely risky. Shangguan Shan offered his earnest and heartfelt advice. Danger? With so many people present, does he think he can just attack me directly? Shangguan Hai's stubborn and unrepentant path. Third brother, don't be ridiculous. If you continue to be unable to hold on, don't blame your elder brother for turning against you. Now I am the head of the family. With one order, I can kick you out. Shangguan Shan said solemnly. What arrogance! Brother, you're becoming more and more impressive as the head of the family. Shangguan Hai said angrily. Su Hao frowned. What exactly was going on with this family? What should have been a joyous occasion has turned into a day of endless debate, leaving many bewildered. Shangguan Hai, this is your last warning. Put away all your random gifts, or I'll have to punish you according to family rules. Shangguan Shan roared. Everyone was somewhat apprehensive. That sound was rather frightening. He was, after all, the head of the family, and his aura was very strong. His previously joking expression vanished, replaced by a livid face, clearly indicating his anger. Shangguan Hai, listen to your older brother. Continuing to make a scene like this will not help at all. Today is a joyous occasion. Do you want everyone to feel embarrassed? Shangguan Hai, a wise man submits to circumstances. If you continue to act so rudely, you will only become everyone's enemy. Other guests either scolded or tried to persuade them, and the whole scene was in complete chaos. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, Shang Wanhai laughed loudly, revealing a disdainful smile, and said directly, Shang Wanshan, since you are so determined today, then don't blame me. As he spoke, he picked up the dagger. Shang Wanshan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that this person had given up just as he was about to continue teaching him a lesson. He suddenly saw a flash of white light. Shang Wanhai was actually holding the dagger and stabbed him in an instant. You beast, how dare you lay a hand on me? Shang Wanshan couldn't believe it. Wasn't this fratricide? The two had a good relationship since childhood, but who would have thought that Shang Wanhai would disregard their friendship and directly kill them? Big brother, you're in the way. That was enough to shut you up. Don't fucking say another word today. My target is Shangwan Jingwa. The man's eyes were filled with boundless anger. Third brother. Shangwan Cheng stepped out, his expression serious and devoid of any smile, and said, We acknowledge that you have suffered, but it was for your own good. Why can't you let go of this and continue to do things that shock the martial world? Second brother, you'd better step aside. You've seen what happened to eldest brother. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll definitely face the most severe punishment. Shang Wanhai seemed to be in a bloodthirsty frenzy, refusing to back down an inch. Third brother, since that's the case, let me ask you for some pointers and see if you've made any progress these past few years. Shangwan Cheng's face was grim, and his aura was constantly growing stronger. Everyone's expression changed drastically, realizing that his strength was far too great. Xiuxue, what is your father's current cultivation level? Chu Hua asked enviously. Uncle must be a master. He doesn't concern himself with trifles and is preparing to soar to great heights. Lu Qingqing tried to understand. How would I know anything about realms or anything like that? It's just Sai, better not to say. Shangwan Shui's face was grim. Her father was still injured and hadn't fully recovered. If they acted rashly this time, the situation would definitely turn out very badly. Second brother, your strength seems to have reached the half-step grandmaster level. Shang Guanhai revealed a hint of appreciation in his smile. That's right, below the grandmaster level, I am invincible, Shang Guancheng said proudly. Upon hearing this, many martial arts practitioners looked on with admiration. Many people yearn for this state of being, but very few actually achieve it. Shang Guancheng used to keep a low profile, but I never expected him to have such strength when he reappeared in public. Some people even wondered if anyone present could actually stop his attack. Dad, we'd better finish this quickly. Shangwan Shui said worriedly. If the backlash from the Crimson Demon Art were triggered again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Clear. As Shangwan Cheng spoke, he moved forward with a single step. His aura instantly surged, causing those around him who lacked the strength to stagger and fall. His strength as a half-step grandmaster is enough to inspire awe. However, Shang Wanhai just sneered and said, Second brother, you are truly a frog in a well. Do you really think that a half-step grandmaster is invincible? As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and several people walked in from outside. The one in the lead wore a ghost mask and, after revealing himself, said calmly, Young Master Shangguan, what are your orders? Take care of this person. Shangguan Cheng said coldly. Good. The man removed the ghost mask, revealing the face of an ordinary middle-aged man, but his gaze carried a cold murderous aura, making him look quite dangerous. Even Shangguan Cheng was startled, realizing a possibility, and asked in surprise, Who exactly are you, and why do you have the strength of a grandmaster? Is this person a grandmaster? Those who were watching the commotion immediately moved far away, otherwise, if a fight broke out, the aftershocks could crush him to pieces. 631, Chapter 631. It's hopeless. I am a master of the Shadowgate, Spectre. The man said arrogantly. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression darkened. The Shadow Sect is a sect on the Eastern Island, shrouded in mystery within the southern martial arts world. For Shangguan Hai to collude with external enemies is absolutely unacceptable to everyone. Third brother, how could you ask the Shadow Sect for help? Shangguan Cheng's eyes flickered, and he shouted. Wasn't it all because of you guys who forced us to this? Back then, my love and I were deeply in love. It was you who gradually tore us apart and ultimately drove her to her death. I've waited so many years for this revenge, and today I finally have the chance. Do you know how happy I am? Shang Wanhai trembled with excitement. At this moment, everyone was still completely confused. What was this about a loving wife and being forced to commit suicide? What exactly happened? Third brother, this is not our fault. Your wife is a spy from the Eastern Island. She has done many heinous things to disrupt the martial arts world in the South. You were originally a promising young man, but because of her influence, you ended up dealing with so many high-level executives. Do you want to deny everything from the past? Shang Wanchang roared angrily. Don't try to justify yourself. I don't care about her identity, I just know that she is devoted to me. Without you, we would absolutely, positively live a happy life. Shang Wanhai grinned maliciously. He seemed out of sorts, he was becoming increasingly frantic. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with endless hatred. Young Master Shangwan, why are you wasting so much breath on him? This man is no match for you. Just give the order, and I'll make sure he's down. The ghost said coldly. Very good, let's get started. Shang Wanhai nodded. His ultimate target was Shangwan Jinghua, whom he believed was the real culprit. Good. This person took a step forward, and instantly his aura was fully unleashed. The entire ground cracked open. Even a cold look is enough to terrify everyone. You're so arrogant. Shang Wanchang steeled his resolve and suddenly attacked the man. The weapon in his hand was none other than a sharp samurai sword. Oh dear, they actually dare to use weapons from our East Island, they're courting death. The ghost's expression changed drastically, and he swung his fist violently, instantly unleashing his grandmaster-level power. Poor Shang Wanchang, who claimed to be a half-step grandmaster, couldn't even withstand a single move from this person's powerful attack. He crashed into countless chairs and benches, and in just an instant, he became weak and unable to fight anymore. Dad! Shang Guanshui was heartbroken and rushed over to try to help him up. However, she was too weak and had no strength at all. After trying for a long time, she could not support Shang Wanchang's tall body. You unfilial son, are you determined to kill us all? Shang Wanjingwa's expression changed drastically. He sat down in his chair, his eyes filled with anger. You're wrong. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. My target is only you. If you hadn't exposed your deceased wife's identity back then, she would never have committed suicide. A life for a life, you old geezer, you've lived long enough, it's time for you to go to hell. As Shang Wanhai spoke, he suddenly drew a long sword and slashed down fiercely, aiming for Shang Wanjingwa's shoulder. This scene terrified everyone. Grandpa, get out of the way quickly. Shang Wanhai, you beast, how dare you lay a hand on your father? Is today really a birthday banquet? It's turned into this mess, it'll only make us a laughing stock. Several members of the Shangwan family tried to communicate loudly, but they could not persuade this person. As the final sword strike landed, just when everyone expected bloodshed, a clang was heard. The sound of metal clashing against metal emanated from the old man's body. When his clothes tore, the soft armor beneath was revealed. You old codger, you're such a coward, you always dress so conservatively every day. Shang Wanhai's expression became even more frenzied after his attack failed. Guards, seize this rebellious son. Shang Wanjingwa said in a deep voice. In an instant, hundreds of figures appeared. They were experts trained by the Shangwan family, each staring at Shang Wanhai with a chilling murderous aura. Even if this person is a direct descendant of the family, no one will let him off the hook for doing such a heinous thing. Stop. Stop if you don't want to die. Your strength is simply not enough with the wraith here. What can you do to me? Shang Wanhai said dismissively. You unfilial son, you need to be arrogant. Our Shangwan family has another expert, capable of eliminating any ghosts. Shangwan Jinghua said proudly. Are there more experts? The group exchanged bewildered glances. If that were the case, why hadn't they made a move yet? Upon hearing this, the Shangwan family members were overjoyed. It turns out they have an ancestor who was still alive 50 years ago. He had already reached the Grandmaster realm and has since enjoyed a lifespan of 200 years. He has been protecting the Shangwan family and is known as a living immortal. Shangwan Hai, you're at your wits' end now, aren't you? Once the patriarch makes a move, neither of you two will be a match for him. We all share the same roots. If you kneel down and admit your mistakes now, there is still room for redemption. Some of the family elders said indignantly. Outsiders who heard this were all shocked. I never imagined the Shangguan family was so well hidden, with a Grandmaster-level expert guarding their territory. No wonder they've remained standing for so many years. Ancestor, he's still alive? Shangguan Hai's expression changed, and he gave an awkward smile. Please, Ancestor, emerge from seclusion. A family elder greeted them loudly. Please, Ancestor, emerge from seclusion. The rest of the guards all shouted loudly. The sound was deafening, shaking the entire hall. To everyone's surprise, no one actually appeared. Shangguan Jinghua's expression changed. He thought of a possibility and said in horror, You unfilial son, you actually harmed the ancestor as well? Old man, at least you still have some sense, you're not completely senile. Only Sahi nodded, and immediately a guard came out, carrying the head of an old man with white hair, blood dripping from it, which looked very gruesome. Old man, your ancestor has arrived. He disdainfully grabbed the old man's hair and slammed him to the ground. With a sudden bang, the head of the Shangguan family patriarch, on whom so much hope had been placed, was severed from his body. You unfilial son, you're hopeless. Shangguan Jinghua said angrily. Unexpectedly, this person would do such a thing, secretly harming the ancestor and committing a heinous crime. No hope? That's perfect. Killing one person is the same as killing 10,000. None of you here today will leave. I am sending you all to hell. As he spoke, his expression became frenzied, and his guards, one by one, began to kill indiscriminately. Innocent people instantly fell into pools of blood. Su Hao glanced at one of them, a hint of surprise on his face. It turned out that there was a Grandmaster expert on their side. 632, Chapter 632 Unstoppable. As innocent people fell one by one, the entire birthday banquet turned into a living hell. Su Hao originally didn't want to make a move, but he saw Yu Gue getting carried away with the killing, a sinister smile on his face, looking like a demon. Unable to bear it any longer, he took a step forward, grabbed a handful of silver needles, and with a series of whooshing sounds, all the guards following Shangguan Hai were struck and fell unconscious. Who dares to step forward? Shangguan Hai roared. It's me. Su Hao said loudly. It's him. Is this kid courting death? The other party is a grandmaster, and he still dares to step forward rashly? Lu Qingqing couldn't understand when did Su Hao become so bold, not even putting a peerless master in his eyes. It's simply astonishing. What is his actual strength? Could he really have reached the grandmaster level? Chu Hua found it hard to believe. Brother Su, he still made a move. Shangguan Shui's face was a little ugly. The two of them used to have a good relationship, but now it was a bit awkward. I never expected that the one who made the final move would be him. Shangguan Shang had personally fought with Su Hao and knew that this person was no weakling at all, definitely on par with Yu Gue. Young Master Su, thank you for your trouble. Shangguan Jinghua sighed and said awkwardly. Old man, I promised to help the Shangguan family this once, have you forgotten? Su Hao turned around, smiling confidently. It was just a casual promise, who knew you'd take it seriously? Shangguan Jinghua gave a wry smile. In the past, everyone would keep their word, but times have changed, and more people are breaking their promises. Take today's situation as an example. Even their own family members are turning against each other, let alone an outsider. Old man, you're wrong. Whether others keep their promises is their business. As for me, once I've said something, I will absolutely keep it. Su Hao said proudly. Young man, you'd better be careful. The other side has a grandmaster-level expert among them. A guest kindly reminded him. A grandmaster? Of course not. They have a second grandmaster in their ranks. Su Hao announced. Upon hearing this, everyone present was plunged into despair. The fact that there was only one ghost was already giving them a huge headache. They hadn't expected that their opponent would have other powerful opponents as well. As everyone's eyes turned to him, another masked person stepped forward and said coldly, Kid, you're really tired of living. After speaking, the person also removed their mask. Look at the ghost. Then look at this person. They discovered that they looked exactly alike, except that one was slightly thinner and the other was slightly overweight. Who are you? Su Hao asked coldly. I am the younger brother of the ghost, the Crimson Ghost. The man said proudly. So they're all bastards from East Island. Su Hao frowned. His impression of the Shadowgate was gradually declining, and he felt that their actions were utterly despicable. Are these two people, who are so powerful, really willing to assist Shangguan Hai? Definitely not. They just want to disrupt the martial arts world in the south. Because of their well-planned strategy, they had already killed the Shangguan family's patriarch, so it was no loss for them at all. If it causes further killings, it will be a huge profit. To put it bluntly, the Shadowgate is despicable and shameless, willing to incite anyone with a weak will. Shangguan Hai became nothing more than a tool to lead them into the martial arts world of the South, which was undoubtedly a tragic situation. Even more tragically, Shangguan Hai was unaware that he had spent a few dollars to enslave a grandmaster, and he was grinning from ear to ear. You brat, you get the hell over here. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Let me show you just how powerful a grandmaster from the Eastern Island really is. The Red Demon has an impatient personality. How strong can a mere grandmaster from the Eastern Island be? In my opinion, he's not even as strong as some half-step grandmasters. Su Hao said dismissively. Yeah? Then I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 3 moves. I want to see just how capable these young people from the Eastern Province really are. Red Demon said arrogantly. Senior, please think it over. This person may have reached the Grandmaster realm and should not be underestimated. Shangguan Hai immediately reminded him. Oh, such a young Grandmaster, he certainly has some reason to be arrogant, but don't forget, this also means that he hasn't been a Grandmaster for very long. How can his strength compare to us old hands? The Red Demon showed no fear whatsoever, standing motionless in place. Are you really going to give me 3 moves? Su Hao said dismissively. Make your move, or I'm afraid you won't even be able to fight back if we start fighting. The Red Demon was extremely arrogant, not even bothering to adopt a fighting stance, his expression filled with deep contempt. Even ordinary people would feel uncomfortable looking at that gaze, and they would all be furious. How could Dongdao Island, with its small population and few sects, produce so many experts? There's something wrong with the cultivation method they practice. Their strength progresses very quickly in the early stages, but it slows down once they reach the Grandmaster level. I wonder if young Master Su can defeat this person. In that instant, more than 90% of the people stood on Su Hao's side. Only Lu Qingqing and Chu Hua were exceptions. The two were filled with jealousy towards Su Hao and did not want him to stand out, as that would widen the gap between them again. What are you waiting for? Get started now. Red Demon urged. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Hao suddenly appeared in front of him, clenched his fist, and delivered a stylish uppercut to his chin. Before Qi Gue could react, he crashed through the ceiling and passed out. Snap! When he finally landed, he fell flat on his face. As everyone saw, he asked me to make the first move. Unfortunately, it couldn't even withstand a single move. Su Hao said dismissively. Ha ha ha. The people of Dongdao are truly a bunch of frogs in a well. What makes them think that a young grandmaster is inferior to him? I'll give you 3 more moves. Root, he couldn't even block one of those punches. In truth, young Master Su has been merciful enough, only knocking him unconscious instead of killing him. Maybe this person is a scoundrel, stubborn and hard to talk, and not easy to kill. Laughter filled the entire hall. The ghost looked grim, wanting to stand up for his younger brother. Shangguan Hai shook his head and said, Your target is the old man. I'll take care of this kid. Can you do it? The ghost said disdainfully. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with him. After Shangguan Hai finished speaking, he threw a black ball directly at Su Hao. Su Hao subconsciously thought it was some kind of hidden weapon, so he reached out and slapped it. Sure enough, the black ball exploded, releasing countless plumes of black smoke. He took a deep breath and blew the smoke away. Shangguan Hai, what the hell are you up to? Su Hao said, extremely annoyed, as he hadn't smelled any poisonous gas. You brat, what are you being so arrogant about? Shang Wanhai said disdainfully. Su Hao immediately realized that his limbs had been bound by black ropes. 633, Chapter 633 Motivation. With just these ropes? Su Hao frowned and instinctively struggled. His true energy surged throughout his body. Theoretically, even steel cables should have shattered. However, strangely, the more he struggled, the tighter the black ropes became. Before long, he turned into a ball and lay on the ground. Young Master Su, stop struggling. This is the Shangwan family's immortal binding rope. Without outside help, you absolutely cannot escape. It is one of the strongest weapons. Shangwan Jingwei introduced. Can it be cut with a knife? As Su Hao spoke, he didn't stop. He reached out and summoned a sharp broadsword, which instantly slashed out. He was indeed using the dragon capturing technique, which had reached a level of unparalleled skill. He could summon the weapon he needed even from a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Surprisingly, after cutting for a long time, the binding rope remained intact without any gaps. Invulnerable to swords and spears, impervious to water and fire. Shangwan Jing sighed. I see. Su Hao suddenly stopped struggling. He stood there, muttering, I'll just watch the show from here on out. Ghost, kill the old man now, lest things get complicated. Shang Wanhai gave the order directly. Clear. With a hint of disdain, Yu Gue walked towards Shangwan Jingwu and said, Old man, I don't care if you're some kind of martial arts legend in front of the masters of Dongdao, you're nothing. Kid, if I were 10 years younger, would you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Shangwan Jingwu said calmly, his voice booming. Youth has its advantages, but as you get older, you have to accept it, otherwise, someone will take care of you sooner or later, Ghost said with a cat and mouse mentality, not wanting to act too quickly. Morning or evening, but it's noon now, Shangwan Jingwu even made a joke. Ghost, don't waste time talking to him, just make your move first to avoid any unforeseen complications. Shangwan Hai urged him again. Shut up, who do you think you are? I can kill him whenever I want, and outsiders have no right to speak. Ghost said disdainfully. I'm just reminding you, I don't mean anything else. Shangwan Hai was furious but dared not speak out. That's more like it. The ghost clapped his hands, then suddenly pointed at Shangwan Shui, grinning lewdly, Old man, I heard she's your favorite granddaughter. You go to hell first, I'll pamper her later. You ghost, what do you mean? Shangwan Jingwu's expression changed, and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. That's more like it. I admire that kind of gaze. What's the fun in just killing someone who doesn't know how to fight back? Ghost said arrogantly. All the martial arts practitioners present frowned deeply. No wonder the Shadowgate has a bad reputation, it's all because these people are too shameless. Even after reaching the Grandmaster level, he still lacked any magnanimity and displayed the true nature of a petty person. You're asking for it. Shangwan Jingwu said angrily. Alright, that's enough fun, you can die now. As Ghost spoke, he clenched his fist and smashed it down on the old man's head. A slight smile played on his lips as he imagined the man's skull shattering and the others utterly terrified. Once he dealt with this guy, he could take Shangwan Shui off to enjoy himself. Today's operation would be absolutely perfect. However, he soon stopped laughing. The fist that was thrown out was caught by Shangwan Jingwu. The other person suddenly exerted force, which actually made him wince in pain. You're actually a grandmaster? When Yu Gue realized what was happening, he looked at Shangwan Hai with some anger and said, Useless, how could you make such a big mistake? You couldn't even figure out this person's strength. Damn it, how would I know? He never even made a move at home, and martial arts practitioners keep their distance from him. Shangwan Hai was very unconvinced. He once thought that everyone was giving Shangwan Jingwu a break because of the patriarch. It wasn't until now that I realized how terrifyingly strong the old man was. Do you have any last words? As Shangwan Jingwu spoke, he exerted force suddenly, but with a loud bang, the ghost's right arm exploded, and blood mist scattered, a gruesome sight. Ah! The Grandmaster cried out in agony, horrified to discover that his right arm was gone. His martial arts techniques relied entirely on his right hand. Didn't this mean his strength was halved? You have one more chance to make a move, so I hope you cherish it. Shangwan Jingwu seemed like a completely different person. His eyes were cold and stern, sacred and unapproachable. Since we can't beat them, we might as well. Ghost didn't care about saving face. He gritted his teeth and flicked out a few drops of blood to create some interference. The next moment, he turned and ran. Ugh, you're such a disgrace. Shangguan Jingwu didn't even bother to follow up. Ghost subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he was safe, when suddenly a powerful thug appeared in front of him and lifted him up abruptly. The one who made the move was none other than Su Hao, who had just escaped and was easily subduing the Grandmaster of the Eastern Island. What do you want to do? Let me go. The ghost said instinctively. Grandpa, what should we do with these people? Su Hao asked calmly. Kill. Shangguan Jingwu made a domineering statement. Clear. Su Hao exerted force with his fingers, but heard a cracking sound. The man's neck broke, his head lolled to the side, and he died instantly. So this is referring to the experts from the Eastern Island? When he first appeared, he seemed very powerful, but it turns out he was just bullying the weak. When facing an opponent of the same level, he was completely helpless. Is he still arrogant? He clearly hasn't heard the saying, humility is the best policy. Others began to discuss it. Old man, why are you a Grandmaster? And you, how exactly did you escape? Shangguan Hai had gone somewhat mad. He was on the verge of a great victory, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he became a laughingstock. Someone just said it well, keeping a low profile is the key. After all these years of dominance, if I don't have the strength of a Grandmaster, will anyone else give me face? I had been keeping it hidden because I didn't want to put pressure on you. Unexpectedly, the most surprisingly, it had a remarkable effect. Shangguan Jingwu sighed. Even though he had turned the tide and won, he couldn't be happy. Of his 3 sons, the eldest was seriously injured, the second was seriously injured, and only the rebellious youngest was still acting crazy. Could this be considered a failure in education? You brat, you still haven't answered. How did you manage to cut the immortal binding rope? Shangguan Hai said angrily. It's simple, use a sword. In Su Hao's hand was a long sword that gleamed with cold light, the very same martial arts treasure he had obtained from the ancient tomb, the Tsanggu divine sword. Cutting the immortal binding rope is a piece of cake. You unfilial son, things have come to this, and you still refuse to confess your guilt? Shangguan Jingwu said angrily. Dream on, we've already broken up. You have no right to order me around. Shangguan Hai's expression was ferocious, filled with deep resentment. Oh well, it seems my parenting is seriously flawed. I can't find a single normal one among my 3 children. Shangguan Jingwu sighed, suddenly losing all motivation and looking like a little old man, instantly aging more than 10 years. 634, Chapter 634. Such formidable strength. Old man, do you think victory belongs to you? Shangguan Hai immediately grinned maliciously, a ruthless glint flashing across his face. Third brother, what are you doing? Don't do anything reckless, you're still young, and there are many possibilities in your life. As long as you sincerely repent, I have the ability to train you to become a Grandmaster. Ultimately, Shangguan Jingwu still doted on his youngest son, who resembled him the most. The saying goes, the deeper the love, the harsher the criticism, but he simply used the wrong methods, bringing too much hardship to Shangguan Hai. With so many people here today, of course I'm going to take a few down with me. Shangguan Hai went completely mad, tearing open his clothes, leaving everyone speechless. It turned out that the person was covered in explosives, which looked quite frightening. Shangguan Hai, you can't commit suicide, there are still many possibilities in the future. It's better to live a wretched life than to die a good death. Don't you understand this old saying? It's just a woman, isn't it? The Shangguan family is powerful and influential, what kind of woman can't you find? Immediately, some people, worried about their own lives, offered their advice. Farewell, this desolate world. Kawashima Yoshiko, I've come to keep you company. Shangguan Hai revealed a resolute expression and suddenly lit the fuse. Higher, don't be impulsive. Shangguan Jingwu was stunned, standing still as if he had forgotten to dodge. Those who are weaker have no way to avoid it either. With a deafening roar, a massive burst of energy swept across the surrounding area. In an instant, hundreds of lives vanished. Shangguan Jinghua, disoriented, was struck head-on. Although his protective inner energy was triggered directly, he hadn't taken any initiative to defend himself and was still unable to withstand the explosive force. He swayed unsteadily, appearing to be severely injured. God, why are you doing this to me? What sins did the Shangguan family commit? He stood there, looking at the ruins, and for a moment he was in a daze. Was this still the Shangguan family? Most importantly, the surrounding area was a bloody mess, and he couldn't even find Shangguan Hai's body. It's said that it's tragic for a parent to bury their child, but nothing is more tragic than not being able to find your son's body at all. Su Hao reacted quickly, taking Shangguan Chang and Shangguan Shui to a safe place. Brother Su, thank you for saving my life again. The shocked young woman said gratefully. No need to thank me, I just didn't want the old man to lose another beloved descendant. Su Hao sighed. Just then, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Before the smoke cleared, a figure stealthily rushed up behind Shangguan Jinghua. By the time Su Hao noticed, he had already used some silver needles, trying to force the person to come back and help. However, it was too late. The man attacked from behind, striking Shangguan Jinghua with a palm that caused him to vomit blood and fall into a pool of blood. Ha 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 ha. I've finally waited for this day. This man looked up at the sky and roared. Are you Takeo Kawashima? Shangguan Jinghua recognized the man and was greatly surprised. The newcomer was the patriarch of a powerful family on the eastern island. He had once greatly increased his cultivation level and confidently ventured into the martial arts world of the south, challenging various sects with his formidable strength. He started from a small sect and defeated 99 sects in a row. Just as he was about to break the record, Shangguan Jinghua made his move. The two fought fiercely for 3 days and 3 nights, until Shangguan Jinghua finally emerged victorious, successfully driving him back to Dongdao Island. I never expected that our reunion would be like this. That's right, you actually recognize me. Do you know how deep my hatred for you has been all these years? I am a peerless genius, yet I lost to you. This kind of blow is simply incomprehensible to outsiders. I said angrily. Kawashima Takeo said. Why are you here? What exactly is your relationship with the third brother? Shangguan Jinghua suddenly realized that his family seemed to have been set up. You're only realizing this now? Don't forget, Shangguan Hai's wife is named Kawashima Yoshiko. She is my own daughter. To get revenge on you, she willingly married into the Shangguan family to serve your good-for-nothing third son. And what was the result? Your rebellious son caused trouble everywhere, successfully angered you, and was successfully expelled. I am just letting him experience what it feels like to be kicked out of his home, just like I was when you kicked me out of the southern martial arts world. After my training, Shangguan Hai returned and, with the help of 2 grandmasters, turned the Shangguan family upside down. What is revenge? That's what revenge is. Now that you are severely injured, I will go on a killing spree and wipe out all the blood relatives of the Shangguan family. I will not even spare any of the guests present. Kawashima Takeo's expression was ferocious. If Shangguan Hai was already insane enough, then this man was an enhanced version of Shangguan Hai, whose hatred had been buried for even longer, and once it erupted, it would be even more terrifying. You're dreaming. When we were young, you were my defeated opponent. Even now, you are still no match for me. Shangguan Jinghua said angrily. Ridiculous, you're probably struggling to even stand up, let alone fight me. Takeo Kawashima burst into laughter. Shangguan Jinghua was already injured by the explosion, and with the added attack from behind, the 2 injuries combined meant that he was barely holding on thanks to the powerful internal energy of a grandmaster. Yeah? Do you perhaps think that I haven't made any progress all these years? Shangguan Jinghua staggered to his feet, his gaze darkening, and he said with a headache and murderous intent. Kawashima Takeo instinctively felt a flicker of fear. Could this person's strength have broken through and entered the Mahayana realm? If that were the case, he certainly couldn't defeat him. Prepare to die. Shangguan Jinghua took a breath, swung his palm, and appeared as if a god had descended to earth, unleashing his full power. Damn, you're this strong? Kawashima Takeo's expression changed drastically, and he immediately attacked with both hands, barely managing to block the attack. As a result, he stumbled back several meters and almost fell. In contrast, Shangguan Jinghua stood proudly in place, seemingly unaffected at first glance. Another boastful expert from the eastern island has arrived. Are you even capable? You can't even beat an old man of average or above average ability? No wonder they could only resort to sneak attacks, their strength is so weak. Go, old man, take him down and rid the martial arts world of this scourge. Everyone became excited, thinking they had seen the dawn of victory. Unexpectedly, blood began to trickle from the corner of Shangguan Jinggua's mouth. Although he forced himself to stay upright, his injuries were not as serious as he had imagined, and he was already at his last gasp. Mean. Trying to scare me away? Your wishful thinking won't work. Takeo Kawashima laughed heartily. This was definitely the best outcome. Shangguan Jinggua sighed. He had originally intended to finish off Kawashima Takeo with a swift and decisive blow. Unfortunately, his injuries were severe, greatly diminishing his strength. If he were in his prime, that attack would have either killed or seriously injured his opponent. 635, Chapter 635. It was you all along. Hateful. Shangguan Jinggua felt a pang of distress, not because of his injuries, but because he felt that if he lost to someone like this, he would die with regrets. He suddenly stopped attacking and, desperately needing strength, prepared to unleash a final, devastating attack, intending to take his opponent down with him. Although Kawashima Takeo held the advantage, seeing that his opponent was no longer acting impulsively, he dared not make a move rashly. Ultimately, he still held a degree of respect for this master. Brother Shangguan, next, I'll have to deal with your guests and family. His eyes lit up, and he thought of a good idea. He simply clapped his hands. Now, from all directions, a group of black-clad assassins rushed out, each wielding a strange weapon, completely different from the martial arts world of the South. Stop them. Shangguan Chang managed a weak reply. Good. The guards of the Shangguan family also rushed forward one after another. However, there were simply too many assassins from the eastern island. They separated a group of people and once again massacred the guests present. Many innocent people immediately fell into pools of blood. Some martial arts practitioners even drew their weapons and fought against the black-clad assassins. They were not standing up for the Shangguan family, but fighting to protect themselves. Chu Hua and Lu Qingqing ran fast and arrived directly at Shangguan Chang and the others, thinking that as long as they were there, they could hold them off for a while. Hey Su, why aren't you making a move? Chu Hua glanced around and saw Su Hao watching the show, and couldn't help but ask angrily. Yes, why did you just stand by and watch these guests die? Are you a spy from East Island? Lu Qingqing said disdainfully. First of all, these people's deaths have nothing to do with me. Even if I were to intervene, what would I gain? They probably wouldn't even say thank you. Secondly, if I were truly from East Island, the first person I would kill would be the two of you. Su Hao said coldly. You dare. Chu Hua's expression changed, and he shouted loudly. Don't you dare? Su Hao said, finding a long sword and placing it directly against the man's neck. Hey, I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. Chu Hua trembled with fear. The cold blade of the sword, carrying a chilling killing intent, greatly terrified him. Lu Qingqing didn't dare to speak at this moment, but secretly hoped that someone could suppress Su Hao. Seeing someone of such humble origins become so powerful was more painful than killing her. Waste. Su Hao said dismissively, then sheathed his long sword. Chu Hua breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized that his back was covered in cold sweat, and felt quite embarrassed. Careful. Just then, a weapon came from behind Su Hao. It was from the bloodthirsty assassin from Dongdao. Seeing Su Hao put away his sword, he thought he had an opportunity and immediately attacked. Su Hao frowned. He wouldn't offend others unless they offended him, but since this person was courting death, he wouldn't hold back. He directly swung his longsword and killed the attacker. Seeing other assassins rushing towards him, he frowned and counterattacked. He dispatched more than a dozen enemies as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Seeing how powerful he was, Chu Hua was slightly displeased and said, he's so arrogant, why can't the experts on the eastern island do anything about him? That's because Brother Su is amazing. Shangguan Shui blurted out. Xiaoxue, how dare you call me Brother Su? There's absolutely no way things could happen between you two. Shangguan Chang wasn't happy about Su Hao's intervention and remained vigilant. Dad, there was a misunderstanding between Brother Su and me before we talked it out, and we're still friends, Shangguan Shui said innocently. Don't be silly. If you betray his trust, it's impossible to become friends again. You used to be Xiaoxue, but now you'll be Miss Shangguan. Shang Wancheng explained directly. Is that really the case? Shang Wanshui was somewhat embarrassed. This was not the result she wanted. Xiaoxue, don't worry, we still have to look forward. Maybe in time you'll find that this person is just like that, a despicable villain. Xu Hua said provocatively again. Yes. Lu Qingqing wholeheartedly agreed. It's like some people who seem great at first glance, but once they get married, their true nature is revealed, and you realize they're not all that great after all. Many people break up because they didn't know each other well enough beforehand. Can you two talk less? I remember now, it was you two who colluded with others to keep saying bad things about Brother Su. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this situation. Shang Wanshui said. Xiaoxue, you've forgotten, he kidnapped you. This isn't a frame-up, it's the truth. Xu Hua immediately said. Yes. Lu Qingqing nodded. Shang Wanshui was stunned. Yes, there was still no reasonable explanation for what happened at the abandoned factory last time. Before she could say anything, a strong hand suddenly reached out from behind, hooked her neck, and pulled her away. Who launched the sneak attack? Shang Wancheng looked over angrily and was shocked to find that the person who made the move was Kawashima Taro, who was holding a long sword to Shang Wanshui's neck. He said angrily, Mr. Kawashima, aren't you my friend? Why did you hurt my daughter? Friend? You're really naive. I only mentioned the 9-turn spirit mushroom on purpose to stir up trouble. Do you really think that not having it would affect my father? Kawashima Taro's arrogance. Shang Wancheng's expression changed drastically as he considered a possibility, and he asked, you mean, Kawashima Takeo is your father? Nonsense, he is the Sword Emperor of our Eastern Island, and the one who was about to end your lives. I advise you to remember this well, lest you enter the underworld and not even know the identity of your powerful enemy. As Kawashima Taro spoke, he shouted, everyone, look over here, Shang Wanshui is now in my hands. I advise you to lay down your resistance, or I'll make this young lady bleed on the spot. After saying that, the man went straight. He then swung his sword, leaving a bloody gash on Shang Wanshui's neck. Stop! Shang Wanjing's expression changed drastically. He had already lost his most beloved son, and if he were to lose Shang Wanshui as well, it would be as if the sky had fallen. I'll say it again, tell the Shangwan family guards to stop resisting if they can't. I don't mind killing Shang Wanshui first, and then playing with her. Kawashima Taro grinned lewdly. Brute! Shang Wanjingwa was furious, but his extreme anger aggravated his injuries, causing him to vomit blood again. This scene shocked countless people, and everyone was in danger. If the old man also collapses, will he definitely die today? The Shangwan family's guards had no way to express their grievances. If they really gave up resisting, the enemy's assassins would definitely not give up attacking. In that case, they would only become lambs to the slaughter, their fate completely in the hands of the enemy. So it was you. Shang Wanshui's expression suddenly changed. 636, Chapter 636. Don't blame me. Shang Wanshui finally understood Kawashima Taro was present when she was kidnapped. Shangwan Yunfei had vouched for her, framing Su Hao. Furthermore, Lu Qingqing and Xu Hua's support greatly interfered with her judgment, leading to her misjudgment. That's right. Of course it's me. Our warriors of the Eastern Island have always been loyal and steadfast. How could we possibly be bribed? I had already been captured by Su Hao, but I didn't expect there to be an idiot among you. That guy named Yunfei actually helped me deal with Su Hao. I am overjoyed. Oh, and these two friends of yours, they also have ulterior motives. Kawashima Taro laughed excitedly. Brother Su, I misunderstood you. She sighed, somewhat embarrassed. Xu Hua and Lu Qingqing looked grim. They never expected things to escalate so badly. They had only intended to deal with Su Hao initially, and given their past grievances, reconciliation was impossible. Who would have thought that they would launch a full-scale attack on the Shangwan family? In doing so, they became the instigators. Xiaoxue, this isn't our fault, it's all young Master Yunfei's doing. Xu Hua decided to go all out. He definitely couldn't take the blame. He feigned anger and said, think about it, we're not martial arts practitioners, so our understanding of kidnapping is completely different. Shangwan Yunfei went to that factory and confidently stated that it was all Su Hao's fault. How are we supposed to distinguish between them? Yes, he's your cousin. It's been confirmed that Su Hao is the murderer, so we have no choice but to listen to his opinion. Otherwise, we could all be in mortal danger. Lu Qingqing also distanced herself from the situation. Yunfei, I never expected you to be the mole. Shangguan Chang said angrily. Uncle Chang, I was just confused for a moment. Who knew it would turn out like this? It was just a trivial matter at the time. Su Hao is of humble origin and is not qualified to be a friend of the official family. Shangguan Yunfei was still trying to explain himself. Brute. Unexpectedly, Shangguan Jinghua suddenly flew over and slapped him dozens of meters away, sending him crashing into the wall and spitting out blood. I told you long ago that Su Hao is a benefactor of our Shangguan family, but you all completely disregard it. Dad, don't make yourself angry. Shangguan Chang's expression changed. At this point, the others also noticed that Shangguan Jinghua was overcome with anger and his breathing was clearly abnormal. Sure enough, not long after, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his injuries appeared to be getting worse. Grandfather. Dad. Old man. Everyone present paled. They all thought, he can't fall down, or everyone will die here. Big brother, well done. Takeo Kawashima laughed heartily, eagerly anticipating this situation. Having taken another solid step closer to defeating Shangguan Jinghua, he encouraged her, keep the pressure on, or you can just kill her. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jinghua was furious and said, how dare you? If Xiaoxue loses her life, I will risk everything to drag you down to hell. An enraged grandmaster is still quite frightening. Kawashima Taro trembled, his hand holding the sword shaking slightly, but he quickly calmed down. He took out a dagger and ran the blade along Shangguan Shue's face, saying, TSK, this long face is really beautiful. If the Shangguan family doesn't surrender, I really will slash it. As he spoke, he used the dagger to cut open the clothes on Shangguan Shue's arm, and then continued to apply force, creating a gash. You bastard! Shangguan Jinghua was furious again and vomited blood again. His breathing became increasingly weak, and his condition worsened. Continue the attack. If we encounter anyone who resists, deal with them first. Takeo Kawashima said confidently. At that moment, some people died under the swords of the black-clad warriors. Meanwhile, some people continued their offensive against Su Hao, hoping that he might give up. Unexpectedly, Su Hao's methods gradually became more ruthless. The martial artists from Dongdao present today were all ruthless, and it was impossible for him to let them go with their blood on their hands. Kill. He had only one thought in his mind, and in the blink of an eye, he saw dozens of assassins. His body was also covered in blood, making him look like a god of death. His cold gaze, in particular, was unsettling. Could it be that young Master Su is our last hope? Some people couldn't help but sigh. Yes, he hasn't given up yet, we still have hope. Brothers, let's rise up and defeat these paper tigers. That's right, what right do the warriors of Dongdao have to step on our heads? Their strength is just so we will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory, just like young Master Su. Many people mustered their courage and launched a counterattack against the enemy. Many others looked at him with admiration, regarding him as a hero at that moment. Su Hao was completely unconcerned about this kind of worship. The masses blindly follow others, and if someone were to step forward and stir up trouble at this time, he would likely become a public enemy again. In any case, just stick to your principles. Su Hao, put down your weapon. Otherwise, this woman will disembowel herself in front of you. Kawashima Taro was extremely envious when he saw him. He placed the dagger on Shangguan Shue's lower abdomen. If he used a little force and slid it upwards, he would definitely be able to kill her. Brother Su, don't blame me, kill a few more enemies. Shangguan Shue suddenly shouted. Shut up. Kawashima Taro slapped her hard, making her cough up blood. He continued coldly, I'll only say 3 words, if you don't listen, Shangguan Shue will die. 3, he began the countdown. Su Hao, put down your weapon. Saving Xiaoxue's life is the most important thing. Chu Hua urged directly. You, surnamed Su, Xiaoxue's life is 100 times more important than yours. We can't afford any accidents. Lu Qingqing urged loudly. Kawashima Taro enjoyed the enemy's struggle. Instead of slowing down the countdown, Jia actually did. After all, he set the rules, and 3 counts didn't mean 3 seconds. How to use the time was up to him. Young Master Su, please save Miss. The members of the Shangguan family also offered their honest advice. 1. Immediately put down your weapons, or you will face the consequences. Kawashima Taro said. Clang! Su Hao threw the long sword directly to the ground. This was an ancient divine sword. It fell from his hand and sank into the ground, creating a large crater. This scene was originally enough to shock the martial arts world, but everyone clearly saw that the last 20 or 30 warriors of Dongdao all approached Su Hao, each wielding various weapons and attacking him. Now that Su Hao has lost his weapon, will he be hacked to pieces? Brother Su, I'm so sorry. Shangwan Shui burst into tears, unable to bear watching this scene. Shangwan Jinghua frowned. Could this young expert have perished? 637, Chapter 637 Friendship Gone. You, surnamed Su, actually care about a woman's safety. That's your biggest weakness. Now you're finished, aren't you? You're still too green to fight me. Kawashima Taro laughed smugly. What could Su Hao do now that he had lost his weapon? His fate was already sealed. By now, he's probably already been hacked to death. Bang! One of the black-clad assassins from the East Island was sent flying backward, his body exploding in mid-air. Then came the others, who, under Su Hao's thunderous attack, collapsed one by one, dying instantly. Many of them couldn't believe it before they died. So many weapons had struck them, yet had no effect whatsoever. This man seemed to have skin of copper and bones of iron, impervious to blades and spears. Su Hao's counterattack was even more forceful, showing no mercy in killing one by one, or two by two. Young Master Su is still alive? Those who were initially in despair were encouraged by this scene and regained some hope. Most importantly, all the assassins responsible for the attack were dead, leaving only Kawashima Taro and his father, Kawashima Takeo, as their opponents. Even so, no one dared to be careless, as Kawashima Takeo was a grandmaster, and with his strength, dealing with the others present would be no problem at all. I never expected him to still be alive. Chu Hua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Alright, this person does have some ability. Lu Qingqing reluctantly admitted. Kawashima Taro's face was grim. He had just created the best opportunity, but his men still failed to kill him. That's great, Brother Su is alright. Shangwan Shui opened her eyes and said with delight. What are you so happy about? However, this joy was a bitter irony to Kawashima Taro, as if someone were telling him to his face that he and his men were utterly useless. Put down your knife. If you stop first, there's still a chance for survival. Shangwan Shui advised instead. Are you kidding me? Has the situation not been clarified? Who has the advantage? With just a little effort, I can end your life. Kawashima Taro roared angrily. I'm not afraid of you. At worst, you can kill me, but this time I will definitely not let Brother Su be in danger. Shangwan Shui was going all out. She felt that Su Hao had it too hard, constantly being misunderstood. Now that they had finally gained the upper hand, she absolutely couldn't let him fall into danger again. You said it. I'll grant your wish. Kawashima Taro swung the dagger in his hand and plunged it into her heart. Stop. Lu Qingqing still cared about Shangwan Shui, and her voice trembled as she shouted. You're a beast. Chu Hua shouted angrily, wishing he knew martial arts. Otherwise he would have rushed up and fought him to the death. Xiao Shui, you can't get hurt. Shangwan Jinghua said angrily, then coughed violently. The other guests turned pale. If Shangwan Shui also died, it would mean that no one would be able to stand up, and everyone would fall into endless despair. Call out. Just then, an inconspicuous silver needle made a whistling sound, striking Kawashima Taro's pressure point directly, rendering him immobile. Shangwan Shui was terrified, her face pale just now. The dagger had almost pierced her heart, only barely grazing her skin. She had thought she was about to die. She never expected that the man would save her at her most dangerous moment. The next moment, Su Hao flew over forcefully and rescued Shangwan Shui. Finally, he released Kawashima Taro's pressure points, grabbed his neck with his hands, and lifted him into the air. Hey, you surnamed Su, let me go right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand my father's wrath. The person's legs were struggling helplessly in the air. Is he very strong? Su Hao's expression turned cold. Certainly. He is the Sword Emperor of the Eastern Island. Once he uses his full strength, none of you here can match him. Do you really want to rely on Shangwan Jinghua, who has one foot in the grave? You brat, I advise you to save your life. Kawashima Taro became more and more excited as he spoke. You talk too much nonsense. Su Hao coldly said something and exerted force directly. Bang! This person's neck was broken and his head was split open. The final burst of blood mist drew applause from many onlookers. Excellent, young Master Su has stepped forward once again, unafraid of any threat. The martial artists from the Eastern Island are all beasts, and they deserve to die. That last move was so cool. Many guests expressed their shock. Su Hao, you've done something good this time, ridding the martial arts world of a scourge. Chu Hua's face was grim. Even if he was stubborn, he had to admit it. You'll be facing the Sword Emperor's wrath soon, so you'd better watch yourself. Lu Qingqing immediately poured cold water on the situation, saying indifferently. Brother Su, it turns out it was all a misunderstanding. I was wrong last time. I hope you can forgive me. Shangguan Shui burst into tears and walked towards Su Hao, seemingly wanting a comforting hug. Miss Shangguan, please have some self-respect. Su Hao took half a step back and said coldly. Brother Su, is it really true that we can never go back? Shangguan Shui was stunned because of a misunderstanding. Their previous friendship was gone? Su Hao smiled coldly, not bothering to explain anything. This is not a misunderstanding. He had long been fed up with this kind of thing. I couldn't help but think of Lin Yao, and felt an unbearable headache. Regardless, he and Shangguan Shui were just ordinary friends. It was all one-sided on her part. There was no emotional foundation between them, so how could he possibly indulge a woman like that? Making a mistake once is enough. Young Master Su, I didn't misjudge you. You truly are the benefactor of the Shangguan family. Shangguan Jinghua was on his way, but Su Hao acted even faster, so he said with great admiration. Grandpa, your health isn't quite right. Su Hao glanced at him, thinking to himself. With a flick of her wrist, she took out a healing pill and fed it to him, saying, This is a pill I refined. I hope you recover soon. Thanks. After taking the pill, Shangguan Jinghua's eyes lit up with surprise. Su Hao's medicine was incredibly effective, immediately restoring a significant amount of his internal energy and nourishing his injured meridians. He immediately asked with delight, What's the name of this pill? The replenishing essence pill. Su Hao also obtained the name from an ancient book and has inherited it ever since. Anymore, I'm willing to pay a high price for a few. Shangguan Jinghua said with a smile. No. Su Hao shook his head. Ever since the incident, I've carried one with me every time I need it. This stuff is too difficult to refine. It's impossible to mass produce it. What a pity. Shangguan Jinghua smiled helplessly, but immediately felt that one should not be too greedy. Being able to obtain one that could help heal was already very good. Young Master Su, let me say thank you again. 638, Chapter 638. Full of confidence. Su Hao, I'm going to kill you. A sudden outburst of anger finally reminded everyone that there was a formidable enemy present. When Kawashima Taro died, Kawashima Takeo was completely stunned. He never expected that his identity as the Sword Emperor would be useless this time. If this were on the East Island, who wouldn't give it some face? Only Su Hao thought differently from ordinary people. He was not afraid of strong people at all and simply said too much nonsense to kill them instantly. You didn't run away? Su Hao took a step forward and stood in front of everyone. This action also shows that with him protecting everyone today, everyone can stay safe. Run? Have you forgotten something? I am a grandmaster. Do you think I would be afraid of a young man like you? Kawashima Takeo's face was dark, and he now held a samurai sword in his hand. For the people of Dongdao, there is no difference between a knife and a sword. Even if they use a knife, they can still be called the Sword Emperor. Grandmaster, who isn't one? Su Hao said proudly. These words caused an uproar in the audience. They were so reminiscent of Versailles. Young Master Su, you are showing disrespect to everyone present in an equal manner. Even so, I do not feel insulted. He was merely stating the facts. It's not his fault that he couldn't become a grandmaster, it's our incompetence. His domineering aura is off the charts. Young Master Su's reaction is absolutely brilliant. Everyone laughed, thinking that perhaps they really could escape with their lives today. When you're young, you have to be a little arrogant at the right time. Young Master Su, you were much more arrogant than I was when I was young. Shangguan Jingwa said with great satisfaction. What do you mean? Do young people know what the passage of time means? When it comes to martial arts, the older you get, the stronger you become. The gap between you and the real person is absolutely not something that your blind self-confidence can bridge. Kawashima Takeo said dismissively. Now I finally understand why your son is so long-winded. Su Hao sighed. Should this person seek revenge? If you're scared, just tuck your tail between your legs and run away. Grandmasters all have their own unique movement techniques, so if they escape, Su Haojin might not necessarily pursue them. You? Kawashima Takeo's eyes were bloodshot, but he didn't attack immediately. He was cunning by nature, and since he couldn't see through Su Hao's strength, he felt he had no chance of winning. Shangguan Jingwa was seriously injured before, and he didn't want to fight a lose-lose situation. Su Hao is currently at his peak, so of course he wouldn't dare to act rashly. What, you can't stand it if I say a few words to you? At your age, you've committed countless evils. God should have punished you long ago. Breaking into the southern martial arts world again is the biggest mistake of your life. Su Hao said coldly. Kid, I know you're gambling. Right now, you definitely have no chance of winning. You don't know my moves or my strength, so you can't be sure you'll win. Kawashima Takeo made a bold guess and tested the waters on the spot. Su Hao, don't provoke him. If we can't win, we'll all be dead. Chu Hua suddenly said nervously. You surname Su, everyone's life is precious. How can you take us all on such a dangerous journey? Lu Qingqing's voice trembled. Shangguan Jingwa's heart stirred. Was Su Hao's strength weak? He hadn't even fully displayed his abilities just now. Since he was so confident, he must have his reasons. The person who least wanted Takeo Kawashima to leave at that moment was Shangguan Jingwa. He pondered how to keep the enemy at bay. His eyes darted around, and an idea came to him. He said, Young Master Su, you're still young. I've heard that the women on the eastern island are all attracted to strength, and they're all quite beautiful. Beautiful. If you're interested, why not go there and tell everyone that your Sword Emperor is ashamed of himself as he is of me, and that you've become a man above the Sword Emperor. I'm sure many people will throw themselves at you. Really, they actually have such a custom. Old man, how about this? I'll go find the women of the Kawashima family and tell them about this man's glorious escape. See if I can sway them. Su Hao smiled knowingly and cooperated. It would be best to show off to Kawashima Taro's wife. She should be in her 30s, which is the most mature time of her life. Shangguan Jingwa said with a smile. This idea was to retaliate against Kawashima Taro for threatening Shangguan Shuan. Eye for an eye, today's grudge today, there is absolutely no problem. Shut up. Young man, you're playing with fire. Kawashima Takeo was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at his opponent. No way? Does your preference for your daughter-in-law preclude Mr. Su from interfering? If that's the case, then it would be a real loss for young Master Su. How about this? I'm already in my 70s or 80s anyway, so I'll go with young Master Su to the Kawashima family and have a good chat with your daughter-in-law. We're both old men, so neither of us would lose out, right? In his quest for revenge, Shangguan Jingwa provoked his enemy's rage, completely disregarding his image. These words, ironically, garnered the appreciation of many. I never expected that the old man, at his age, would still have such an interest. You just don't understand. There's a saying, a wife is not as good as a concubine, and a concubine is not as good as a stolen oni. Wife from someone else's family is always the best. In their words, this is called a widow. Tsk, incredibly tempting. Several men joined in the jeering. Kawashima Takeo was beyond furious. Just thinking about the scene they described made him nauseous. He was the head of a powerful family in the East Island. If such a thing really happened, it would be an absolute disgrace. He brandished his katana and roared angrily, You surnamed Su, come out and face your death. Mr. Kawashima, are you not planning to run away? Su Hao said disdainfully. When did I say I was going to run away? The hatred for killing my son must be avenged today. Kawashima Takeo said coldly. You can't win. Su Hao said coldly. Yeah? I don't believe it. Now it was Kawashima Takeo's turn to not delay any longer. He swung his katana and launched a fierce slash. With a tearing sound, as if time and space were being ripped apart, The sword cleaved the entire Shangguan family, and the guests, who were chatting and laughing, suddenly saw that their friends were now only half there. This terrifying scene caused everyone's expression to change drastically. So this is how terrifying the power of a grandmaster is. I didn't expect you to actually have some skill. Su Hao frowned. Brother Su, please be careful, don't underestimate the enemy. Shangguan Shui was very nervous. Yes, don't lead us astray. Xu Hua also became nervous. The move that Kawashima Takeo had just shown was quite intimidating. Sai, we shouldn't have trusted you. Lu Qingqing said, starting to back away and walking towards half of the gate. Young man, isn't this the result you wanted? Seeing the reactions of these people, Takeo Kawashima was immediately filled with confidence. 639, Chapter 639. Nobody can affect it. You actually believe them? These people have no judgment in terms of strength. You're no match for me. Su Hao said, feigning composure. Still dare to talk tough? Let's see how many moves you can withstand under my attack. Kawashima Takeo gripped his katana tightly with both hands. His inner energy was strange, appearing to be black. When he unleashed his full power, the shadow of a fierce tiger appeared behind him, making him look extremely eerie. Kawashima, have you already mastered the Tiger Soul Slash? Shangguan Jingwa suddenly asked seriously. That's right, last time we fought, my Tiger Soul Slash was only at the minor stage. Now it has finally reached its peak. Even if I were to encounter you at your peak, I would still have a fighting chance. As Kawashima Takeo spoke, he immediately unleashed a slash. In an instant, a blade of energy connecting heaven and earth transformed into a white tiger, roaring and tearing through space and time, arriving in front of Su Hao in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a strong wind arose. Those nearby were all pulverized by this attack. When a grandmaster intervenes, innocent bystanders suffer the consequences. Seeing this, the others retreated. When Lu Qingqing heard something was wrong, she turned around and saw a cloud of blood mist and many severed limbs. She felt a sense of relief that she had been given a second chance at life. Is that all the strength you have? Su Hao stood there, a disdainful smile on his face. I don't believe you can withstand this attack. Takeo Kawashima said confidently. Oh? Su Hao suddenly smiled faintly and said, sword, come. Kawashima Takeo was stunned. Had his weapon fallen into the ground? How could it be summoned again? The next moment, a black light suddenly emerged from the ground and appeared in front of Su Hao with lightning speed. With just one spin, it shattered the Tiger Soul Slash in an instant. Attack! Su Hao gave the order directly. The ancient divine sword struck again, still with lightning speed. With a hiss, it shattered the opponent's weapon and pierced directly into the man's chest, killing him instantly. Kawashima Takeo's face was pale, and large beads of sweat were dripping down his face at the same time. His life force was rapidly disappearing. He knelt on the ground with a thud, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and said in disbelief, "What kind of weapon is this? Why is it so powerful?" "You don't need to know." Su Hao coldly said something, and the ancient divine sword returned to his side and went back into its sheath. In contrast, Takeo Kawashima had already died. My God, is this the peerless divine weapon brought out from the ancient forest? I've heard that no one else can use it. The divine sword recognizes its master, and only young Master Su is its sole master. Even the mere sword emperor of Eastern Island couldn't withstand a single move from young Master Su. With his chi controlling his sword, young Master Su is a top expert even among grandmasters. Thunderous applause erupted from everyone. With the last enemy dead, everyone was finally safe. Brother Su, I didn't know you were this strong. Shangguan Shui walked up with a smile on her face. It's alright, I guess, Su Hao said coldly. Young Master Su, our family owes you too much today, and we cannot repay it in a short time. How about I make the decision and betroth Xiuxue to you? Shangguan Jingwu decided to try again. Grandpa, there's no need for that. Miss Shangguan and I are not destined for each other. Su Hao waved his hand and refused directly. Okay, it seems like there's little hope today. I'll try again in a while. Shangguan Jingwu said shamelessly. He highly approves of Suha, and as long as Shangguan Shui is not married, he will definitely continue to try to arrange a marriage. Old man, you should really give the Shangguan family a good talking to. Su Hao sighed. The Shangguan family had been severely weakened by today's battle. Of the guard Guards trained over many years, more than half have been killed or wounded. The most important thing was the tragic death of the third son, which was a huge blow to the old man. If he falls, this family will be completely wiped out. Distinguished guests, today's accident was not what our family wanted to see, and we are truly sorry for the disturbance caused. Once we have recovered, we will pay a generous compensation based on the severity of your injuries. We hope you will not hold a grudge. Shangguan Jinghua apologized in public. There were many casualties today, and their families bear some responsibility. Hey, you're victims too, we're all suffering. If you ask me, we should unite someday and take down the Shadow Gate together. Yes, this sect is too arrogant and has committed many sins. Many people responded directly, choosing to understand and forgive. The others were very dissatisfied with the Shangguan family, feeling that they were the source of trouble, but as long as the old man was not dead, no one dared to cause trouble. Being able to receive compensation was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. After Shangguan Jinghua apologized to everyone, he noticed that Shangguan Shui was in low spirits and realized that Su Hao had already left. He smiled and said, "Shuer, some things cannot be forced. Your fate has not yet arrived, otherwise it would have been a story of love at first sight." "Grandpa, I'm sorry, I listened to those two people's nonsense." Shangguan Shui pointed at Chu Hua and Lu Qingqing and complained. The two men were so frightened that their legs went weak. Although Shangguan Jinghua was injured, his strength as a grandmaster was still considerable, and he could probably kill them with a single finger. They are all external voices. The most important thing is to follow your heart. If your own heart is not pure, no one can help you. If you have your own correct principles, no one can influence you, understand? Shangguan Jinghua didn't blame them. Their family was the one who felt most guilty about the mess they made today. Will I ever be able to see Brother Su again? Shangguan Shui murmured to herself. If we're meant to be, we'll definitely meet again, Lu Qingqing said awkwardly, trying to comfort her. Yes, maybe Su Hao is just being stubborn. It's easy for a woman to pursue a man. There will always be a chance, Chu Hua said awkwardly, trying to comfort him. Really? Shangguan Shuesheng felt a glimmer of hope. After returning to Fengyun Manor, Su Hao took a long, hot bath, changed into clean clothes, and then went to hall. Young Master Su, why are you back? Just then, Zhang Duwang rushed in and, upon seeing him, immediately reported, something terrible has happened. Miss Zhao came to see you and met with Miss Bai. They met up? Su Hao had a bad feeling. He remembered how Bai Zhirua and Lin Yao had met before, and the atmosphere was tense. They couldn't stand each other. The current situation was even worse. Zhao Hongyu is a skilled and ruthless woman who never shows mercy to her enemies. If she treats Bai Zhirua as a rival in love, will things get out of hand? Where are they? Su Hao asked anxiously. The backyard. Zhang Duwang had barely finished speaking when he saw the figure in front of him vanish instantly. Su Hao had disappeared in a flash, his movement technique completely unfathomable. He was filled with envy and embarrassment, muttering to himself, is this the strength of a grandmaster? The gap between me and young Master Su is truly enormous. 640, Chapter 640. Agreeing quickly. Fengyun Manor, backyard. Bai Zhirua was dressed up in her finest attire today, sitting on a wooden chair with a sweet smile on her face. She recalled the various opportunities she and Su Hao had shared, and felt that the two were indeed destined for each other. She thought to herself, now that Lin Yao is no longer a big threat, how can I take him down? Just then, she heard light footsteps. Looking up, she saw a stunningly beautiful woman standing in front of her, holding a red-tasseled spear. Her piercing gaze exuded an extremely strong sense of oppression. Who are you? The two asked the question at the same time. My name is Bai Zhirua, and I am Su Hao's fiancée. May I ask what brings you here? Bai Zhirua introduced herself in a generous manner. Fiancé, how good's fiancé is me, it absolutely cannot be you. The person who came was of course Zhao Hongyu, and she said in an extremely assertive manner. Impossible, my husband and I have been through thick and thin together. He could never fall in love with another woman. Bai Zhirua didn't believe it at all. No matter how beautiful Zhao Hongyu was, there hadn't been much trace of her around Su Hao in the past 2 years, so she couldn't possibly be his real fiancé. Furthermore, Su Hao had previously divorced Lin Yao, and she hadn't appeared at the time, which further proves that the so-called fiancé was just wishful thinking on his part. Of course, the same principle applies to her own use of the fiancé, only with a much higher status. Woman, I advise you to leave Brother Hao if you don't listen. Don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Hongyu said, slightly releasing her Grandmaster-level power. A gust of wind immediately arose, causing Bai Jiruo's long hair to spread out and her clothes to flutter. Trying to threaten me? I'm not even afraid of death for Su Hao. Do you think this kind of threat will work? Woman, I advise you to be sensible and go to Su Hao's side immediately. I can compensate you with a sum of money. Bai Jiruo was sharp-tongued and completely unfazed. Are you really not afraid? Zhao Hongyu suddenly swung her red-tasseled spear, pointing it at Bai Jiruo's neck. The sharp weapon exuded a cold aura, as if the opponent could pierce her with the slightest force. You don't even dare to say your name. Do you think Su Hao would like a woman like that? Bai Jiruo smiled frankly. I almost forgot, my name is Zhao Hongyu. The beautiful woman holding the weapon introduced herself confidently. Could it be that you and Su Hao were childhood sweethearts? Bai Jiruo's gaze shifted, and seeing the woman's formidable strength, she immediately understood this person must also be a martial arts prodigy. The only possibility is that she was close to Su Hao when they were young, and is now searching for her former love interest. That's right. So I advise you to back down. You can't compete with me, Zhao Hongyu said confidently. You're wrong. Su Hao has his own principles and won't be swayed by anyone. No one can be sure who will stay with him until the end. Bai Jiruo said calmly. Are you really not afraid of death? Zhao Hongyu was a little surprised that such a powerful aura could not scare her away. Although Bai Jiruo was an ordinary person, her demeanor was better than that of many martial artists. I've already died for him once. What is this threat? Bai Jiruo said proudly. Really? Zhao Hongyu immediately put away her red-tasseled spear, sat down next to her, and said, Sister Jiruo, tell me about it. Zhao Hongyu and Su Hao had been separated for about 10 years, and she was very concerned about what had happened during that time, so she asked him questions with a seek-of-knowledge attitude. Bai Jiruo then proudly spoke of the resurrection grass, leaving Zhao Hongyu stunned. You are truly the chosen one. Zhao Hongyu exclaimed. If things had been different back then, she would definitely have been willing to exchange her life for Su Hao's, but she was very strong and might not have been able to achieve the same effect as Bai Jiruo. This person appeared in the right place at the right time, so it's easy to understand why he holds such an important place in Su Hao's heart. Yes, Bai Jiruo was very happy. This could be considered as gaining the respect of her rival in love. Love, right? This was quite an extraordinary thing. Even so, I will not give up. We will compete fairly and rely on our own abilities. Zhao Hongyu solemnly declared. I'll fight you to the end. Bai Jiruo frowned, but agreed defiantly. So you were here. Su Hao finally arrived and felt somewhat awkward seeing the two sitting together, their posture tense and ready to fight. Husband, I never imagined you had such a childhood sweetheart hidden away. You really fooled me. Bai Jiruo said coquettishly. Brother Hao, the beautiful girl you've met recently is quite nice, but she's not as good as me. You can't change your mind. Zhao Hongyu said coquettishly. Su Hao had a headache. He knew he couldn't let them meet, otherwise he would be the one to suffer in the end. Jiruo, let's talk in private. Su Hao said with a smile. Okay. Bai Jiruo stood up. The two came to the back of a tall willow tree, which blocked Zhao Hongyu's view. Hongyu and I did grow up together, but I only see her as a younger sister. Please believe me. Su Hao explained earnestly. But I said we were engaged, is that true? Bai Jiruo asked curiously. What kind of marriage agreement is that? It's just that our two mothers have been friends for many years. When Honyu's mother was pregnant with her second child, my mother went to visit her and casually mentioned that if the second child was a girl, why don't our two families arrange a marriage? This statement has now been confirmed because my mother passed away, so no one ever mentioned it. Don't believe anything she says. Su Hao sighed and explained the origin of the engagement. But this touched on his painful past, and his face immediately darkened. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have asked, Bai Jiruo said guiltily. It's alright if we go further, you'll find out about my family affairs sooner or later. Su Hao remained calm and answered truthfully. Bai Jiruo was overjoyed. She understood his feelings. They were prepared to walk together for the rest of their lives with this promise, which wasn't really a commitment, she thought. I shouldn't pressure you into marriage, let things take their course first. If someone else takes advantage of the situation, things will get really bad. Brother Hao, what are you whispering about? Zhao Hongyu followed along, peeking out and smiling. Hongyu, what brings you here today? Su Hao asked calmly. You came whenever you wanted. I was bored at home and there was no one to fight with, so I came here to play with you, Zhao Hongyu said with a smile. Fighting? There aren't that many experts here who can give you a fair fight. If you want to find someone to spar with, you should go back to the Shu Mountain sect, Su Hao sincerely suggested. You won't get rid of me this time. Zhao Hongyu refused to give up, patted her stomach and said, let's not talk about this anymore. I'm hungry, let's go out and get something to eat. Okay. I readily agreed. 641, Chapter 641, Kneeling Down to Admit Mistakes. The newly opened Lotus Pavilion is currently experiencing a surge in business, and despite its high prices, it hasn't dampened people's enthusiasm. For many people, high consumption is in line with their status. A Rolls-Royce pulled up in the distance outside the restaurant when the door opened. A handsome man, dressed simply, was accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women. He was Su Hao, who came with Bai Jiruo and Zhao Hongyu. Bai Jiruo recommended this restaurant and told the two of them on the way that she had already booked the top-tier private room, which would cost over 10,000 yuan just for the room fee. Zhao Hongyu smiled coldly at the time, knowing that Bai Jiruo was showing off her wealth, and felt that it was unnecessary. No matter how wealthy the powerful families in Dong province are, they cannot compare to the most prestigious families in Yanjing. She simply regarded Bai Jiruo as a frog in a well and did not take it to heart. Both Zhao Hongyu and Su Hao received a different upbringing than others. They were taught not to be ostentatious, especially not to reveal their family identities. They were instructed to resolve any trouble they caused themselves. One of the secrets to a family's continued success is to keep a low profile. Welcome. As they entered, a waitress dressed in a blue and white porcelain pattern Cheongsam politely greeted them. May I ask which private room you three distinguished guests have reserved? Number 1 in the heavenly class. Bai Jiruo said proudly. Hello, please provide your mobile phone number so we can confirm it. The waiter said with a smile. No problem. Bai Jiruo gave him her phone number. After confirming with the receptionist, she smiled even more brightly and said, distinguished guests, this way please. She led the three of them to the largest private room. Distinguished guests, please discuss your plans before I come back in to confirm your orders. The waiter left with a smile. Do you have braised beef here? Zhao Hongyu couldn't stop thinking about this delicious food. She picked up the menu, searched around, and finally found it. Just as she was about to place an order, she saw that one serving cost 10,000 yuan, so she asked with a smile, Brother Hao, is this your treat today, or is Sister Jiruo paying? Of course it's me. Bai Jiruo said directly, it's our first time meeting, so I'll treat you to a nice meal. Alright. Zhao Hongyu didn't hold back and ordered 10 servings of beef, which she quickly checked off. Bai Jiruo was secretly surprised. There were only 3 people in total, yet she had ordered so much. It wasn't that Bai Jiruo was stingy with money, she just found it strange that she had never seen such a big eater before. Xiao Wang, is anyone on Tiandi? No one? A beautiful woman walked in through the outer door, also wearing a cheongsam, but with a slit that went all the way up to her thigh, making her appear even more alluring. Her figure was also incredibly hot, with a curvaceous bust and buttocks, perfectly accentuating the cheongsam and proudly displaying her perfect body. 3 people have just entered. The waiter named Xiao Wang immediately said. Damn it, why did I open the top-tier order online? This beautiful woman is Minyu, the restaurant manager and the restaurant owner's girlfriend. She is practically the second in command and has a lot of influence. Manager, if new guests arrive, we can go to No 1D next door. The standards are similar, and it's even cheaper. Xiao Wang sincerely suggested. No, you don't understand the spending habits of the rich. The difference between heaven and earth is only 1 character, but the price can be several times higher, Minyu said with a headache. In fact, setting up Earth No 1 was just to highlight Heaven No 1. Imagine if wealthy people came here to dine and saw these 2 private rooms, they would definitely choose the top-tier room without hesitation. Do they really care about the money? They care about the prestige. Xiao Wang, go in and chase them away. Tell them that No 1 Tianzi restaurant is closed today and not open to the public. Minyu said firmly. Okay. Xiao Wang dared not disobey. She went in, and then quickly came out embarrassed. Having been slapped across the face, she cried, "Manager, they didn't fall for it at all, they even attacked us." "You're really asking for it." Minyu was furious. She walked straight in and demanded, "Who hit my waiter?" "It's me, do you have a problem with that?" Zhao Hongyu said angrily. She had finally placed an order and was ready to try the beef when Xiao Wang suddenly said that the private room was not available for guests. Was this acceptable to her? Of course, he slapped her. After entering, Minyu glanced around and immediately assessed the strength of the three people. Zhao Hongyu was dressed elegantly and was carrying a red tasseled spear. She looked like someone who wouldn't be easy to deal with. Bai Jiruo smiled calmly, probably because she was a local powerful figure. Looking at him from all angles, Su Hao seemed quite ordinary, perhaps the one who should be regularly rehabilitated. She said directly, "Sir, our restaurant needs to temporarily reclaim Room 1, Heavenly Class. Would you please move to Room 1, Earthly Class?" "No," Su Hao said firmly. "What?" Minyu's expression changed drastically, and she said bluntly, "I told you, the restaurant needs to take back the No 1 VIP room, and you actually refused? What, is it strange?" Su Hao said calmly, "We've already ordered and are waiting for the food to be served. Why do we need to change locations?" "Sir, do you want compensation? It's simple. Prices at No 1 Land are 10% cheaper if you move there now. I'll give you a 20% discount. How about that?" Minyu spoke with an air of superiority. In her eyes, Su Hao was just a gigolo who lived off a rich woman, and she would be overjoyed to hear about the discount. "No exchange," Su Hao said coldly again. "You're really asking for it, aren't you? This is Lotus Pavilion, we're in charge here. Who do you think you are, daring to refuse us again and again?" Minyu was a little annoyed and gave Xiao Wang a wink. Before long, dozens of security guards were standing behind him. Su Hao frowned. Was this a shady establishment? It only had 3 floors, yet they had so many security guards. "First, sir, I'll ask again, could we move to room number 1? Minyu said forcefully. "Woman, are you deaf? I've said it a million times, I'm not changing it, and that's final." Su Hao was originally a very easygoing person, but he was more responsive to gentle persuasion than force. The more rude the other party was, the more he wanted to prove them wrong. "You, state your name," Minyu said angrily. "My surname is Su, and my given name is Hao. If you want revenge, you should do it now, otherwise I may not have time to play with you," Su Hao said calmly. "Men, throw this Su guy out," Minyu Asian roared. "This is your business hours, and you're already making such a scene?" Su Hao laughed. This really is a case of a big store bullying its customers, not even putting its most important customers in its eyes. "Now you're scared?" Minyu laughed, "But it's too late. Just now we were just asking you to change locations, but now it's not that simple. You'll have to kneel down and admit your mistakes before we'll let you go." 642, Chapter 642 Hatred. "So, are you going to take action?" Su Hao smiled faintly. "Yes, what are you still standing there for? Don't you want your salary?" Minyu said angrily, revealing the ugly face of management. Before the security guard could even react, she saw a figure appear before her and slapped her, sending her crashing into the door. Snap! Because the person acted so quickly, Minyu even felt that the sound appeared later. She stood up and suddenly realized that her nose had been knocked crooked. "You bastard surnamed Su, how dare you hit someone?" Minyu said angrily. "I learned it from you," Su Hao said calmly. "Nonsense, none of my men laid a hand on you." Minyu blushed and retorted. "Whether you take action or not is irrelevant. You've given the order, so you deserve to be punished," Su Hao said disdainfully. "Get out of here. You'd better have the kitchen bring up the food we ordered, or I'll show you what it means to mess with the wrong person." "You just wait." Minyu stormed out, and all the security guards dared not linger, retreating to the corridor to guard the main gate. As Minyu was about to go downstairs to complain to her boyfriend, a waiter approached with 4 women. One of them was so beautiful that Minyu paled in comparison. The other person possessed a sophisticated beauty, while she radiated a vulgar glow. Isn't this manager Minyu? What happened to you? Did someone hit you? Of the four, Chen Chunhua, a high-level VIP at Lotus Pavilion, spoke first, her voice arrogant and haughty. The other three are Feng Changchun, Lin Yao, and Chen Hong. Since Lin Yao became Jinya's goddaughter, her status has risen accordingly, and Feng Changchun has been sticking around her, hoping to gain some benefits. It's just a bit of trouble. Thank you for your concern. Minyu was embarrassed to tell the truth. Her eyes flickered, and she suddenly said, I'm sorry you're late. Number 1 in the heavenly tier has already been taken. Now only number 1 in the earthly tier is left. If you don't mind, I'll arrange it immediately. The reason she wanted to take back the no-one room was because Chen Chunhua suddenly contacted the hotel and wanted to book a private room there to discuss work. Minyu secretly compared the two sides' identities and felt that Lin Yao and the others were more important after all. Even if Feng Chengcheng was a young lady from Yanjing, how could someone like Su Hao, who looked so poor, compare? Now that she has not gained any advantage, she wants to stir up trouble and incite a fight between the two groups of customers. This tactic is called using someone else's knife to kill someone. She believed that the customers she valued would definitely have an advantage. Okay. Lin Yao was pleased and didn't compete or fight for it, feeling that there was no problem with the no-one Earth-class number. The best private room, how can that be? Daughter, we're not what we used to be. If we're hosting guests here, of course we should choose the best private room. People who don't know us will think the Lin family is poor. Chen Chunhua was displeased and said angrily. That's right, room no one is really bad. Feng Chengcheng also looked down on this kind of private room. Just from the name, it was inferior. Cousin, don't have the mentality of a small family like before now. There aren't many families in the entire eastern province that can stand on equal footing with us. Why should we give up the number 1 spot? Chen Hong said with a smug look on her face, clearly unhappy. For distinguished guests, perhaps we should just call it a day. I think the top-ranked guests are quite arrogant right now. Not only did they snatch the private room reserved for you, but they also started a fight. Look at me. I've already been beaten up, and I can't let the 4 of you face their wrath again. Minyu was quick-witted and cleverly marketed herself as the one who was being bullied. How can someone be so arrogant? No. We absolutely cannot let outsiders have our private room. We must take it back. I refuse to believe that with our family background, we can't suppress them. When Chen Chunhua heard that the private room was reserved for them, she immediately objected and was about to step in. Mom, don't cause trouble. You'll only bring shame to the Jin family, Lin Yao said, looking troubled. Daughter, your timidity is disrespectful to the Jin family. They are a powerful family in Yanjing. How can they be afraid of some nouveau riche from Dong province? Chen Chunhua said unhappily. She winked at Chen Hong and said, Xiaohong, let's go. 2 of us can suppress them. Auntie, you're right. We absolutely cannot let Master Jin down. Xiaohong said excitedly. They were extremely rude, kicking the door open one after another and arrogantly walking inside. Hey, listen up, you blind fools in here, this private room is reserved for us. Get out of here now. Chen Chunhua said nonchalantly. Hey, it's you. Hey, you surnamed Su, since when did you become worthy of eating with us? Chen Hong recognized Su Hao and looked very disdainful. So it was you guys. No wonder the restaurant manager dared to be so arrogant. Su Hao said sarcastically. Su Hao, listen to my advice. My mom and cousin are in a bad mood today, so let's not go against them, Lin Yao said gently. Brother Hao, wow, how come this woman is so beautiful? Do you two know each other? When Zhao Hongyu noticed that Su Hao's expression was off, she immediately realized that the two might have a special relationship. You're wrong, we don't know each other. Lin Yao shook her head. You really don't recognize them? That makes things simple. These people are too noisy and are disturbing my meal. Brother Hao, just give the order, and I'll kill them all. A woman's intuition told her that Lin Yao might pose a greater threat to her than Bai Jiruo. Nonsense, we're in the city, not the martial arts world. How can we fight and kill each other for no reason? Su Hao's expression changed. Although he had broken ties with Lin Yao, he still couldn't bring himself to kill her. Humph, you're clearly better at it than I am. That's too much, it's not fair. Zhao Hongyu was a little unhappy, realizing that Su Hao was protecting her. I have my reasons for taking action, and yours are not enough. Su Hao said seriously, then looked at Lin Yao and the others, waving his hand to shoo them away. This private room is ours, don't be used as pawns. pawns. What do you mean you surnamed Su? This private room was deliberately reserved for us by manager Minyu. You lowly commoners, what right do you have to compare yourselves to us? Chen Chunhua said proudly. Upon hearing the words lowly commoner, Zhao Hongyu's eyes flashed with a cold light, her murderous aura so intense that it made it difficult for the man to breathe, almost suffocating him to death. You, surnamed Su, are clearly trying to talk your way out of this and get your cousin's attention who can't see through the thoughts of such a pathetic person. I'm warning you, your cousin is not someone you can get close to now. Chen Hong said disdainfully. You, surnamed Su, are not even comparable to our family. How can you compare to President Lin? Feng Chengcheng saw that Su Hao's eyes were also bloodshot and filled with hatred. 643, Chapter 643 Taking Action. Sister Zhiruo, what's the relationship between this President Lin and Brother Hao? Zhao Hongyu asked directly. It's a long story. Bai Zhiruo lowered her voice and explained that Lin Yao was her ex-wife and had temporarily lost her memory. Zhao Hongyu's face darkened. She was actually his ex-wife, so darkly that just one glance was enough to tell she was a formidable woman. Lin Yao's status was simply too powerful. Unless the two had irreconcilable conflicts, no one could replace her in Su Hao's heart. Don't let Su Hao's sometimes wooden demeanor fool you, he's actually quite devoted to his relationships. Further words are pointless, we are not changing locations. Su Hao emphasized this again. I get it, you just want to extort some money, right? Name your price, I'll pay in my own name, take the money and get lost. Chen Chunhua acted like a nouveau riche, wearing a gold necklace, gold ring, and gold bracelet as she spoke, blatantly displaying her wealth. You're so vulgar you don't even know that money is the most useless thing in the world, Su Hao said disdainfully. Money is useless, even if you're so poor you can't appreciate the benefits of having money, then you can really do whatever you want, Chen Hong said arrogantly. That's right, poor people are like that, they can't understand the happiness of high society. Feng Chengcheng sneered. Shut up. I've said my piece. If you dare to provoke me again, there are only 4 words for me, fists and feet have no eyes. Su Hao said coldly. Whether it was Chen Chunhua, Chen Hong, or Feng Chengcheng, they had all learned a lesson from him. After saying this, all 3 of them were somewhat apprehensive. Su Hao, stop being so stubborn. Take my compensation and go to another private room. There are only 3 of you, you don't need such a nice place, Lin Ya gently persuaded. You shut up too, or I'll beat you up for Brother Hao. Zhao Hongyu threatened. You are so vulgar. Since losing her memory, Lin Yao has become even gentler faced with such powerless words. She was so angry that her eyes turned red. Zhao Hongyu felt slightly embarrassed, not expecting Lin Yao to be so fragile. Her expression, combined with her looks, even made Zhao Hongyu feel a little sorry for her and secretly regret that she shouldn't have said such harsh words. Manager Minyu, you handle this yourself. Chen Chunhua said sullenly, clearly displeased. Mr. Su, are you really unwilling to change private rooms? What good will it do you to offend the Lin family? Minyu tried to sow discord again. Unfortunately, this time it happened in front of Su Hao, and he immediately retorted angrily, we paid a deposit of 10,000 yuan to room no one, so we are now qualified to use this private room. No amount of persuasion will change that. What? What? Lin Yao immediately realized the problem. Looked at Minyu coldly and said angrily, are you using us as pawns? Since they've already obtained the right to use the private room, why do you still dare to incite us to cause trouble? Manager Minyu, what evil intentions are you harboring? Mr. Lin, please listen to me, it's all a misunderstanding. The front desk made a mistake, they shouldn't have accepted the online reservation. In short, even if I had 1,000 more choices, I would still choose to serve these 4 VIPs. Minyu forced a smile and said obsequiously. No sooner had she finished speaking than a loud slap was heard, and Chen Chunhua slapped her. Are you using us as pawns? Who do you think you are? You're just a mere restaurant manager, yet you framed the Jin family. Can you bear the responsibility for that? Chen Chunhua said angrily. Minyu didn't dare to utter a sound after being slapped. She displayed her bullying attitude to the fullest extent, feeling that Lin Yao and the others were not to be trifled with, and could only silently endure this scolding. Just tell me, what should we do next? Chen Chunhua persisted. How about we move a few steps to room number 1, it's about the same size as this one, and it's one of the top 2 private rooms in our restaurant. Minyu said with a smile. However, the first response I received was a slap in the face. So you think our status is inferior to Su Hao's and the others? Chen Chunhua said unhappily. Minyu cried, what should we do now? Su Hao's side is too strong, and she can't beat him. Chen Chunhua was unforgiving, and Chen Chunhua couldn't win the argument. She almost subconsciously felt that no matter what she did today, it seemed to be wrong. Just then, she heard familiar footsteps turning around. She saw the hotel owner, Lu Jian, approaching with several guards. She immediately ran out crying, complaining, "Husband, you've come at the right time. A few troublemakers came today. They were completely uncooperative and even hit me." Lu Jian was a tall, thin middle-aged man who looked about 20 years older than Minyu. He immediately showed a pained expression and said angrily, "Who dares to bully my woman? Show yourself." Su Hao and the other two ignored him as if he were an idiot. "It's him." Minyu immediately pointed at Su Hao and said angrily, "Young man, come here, let's have a good talk." Lu Jian clenched his fists and said angrily, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get out of here." Su Hao said forcefully, "So you're the one who hit my woman?" Lu Jian said angrily, "That's right, she deserved it. I was just teaching her a lesson." Su Hao said coldly, "We reserved a private room here, why should she ask us to change it? On what grounds? Isn't it enough that I own this restaurant? Now I order you to apologize to Minyu immediately and come up with a reasonable compensation plan. Otherwise, you will all die." Lu Jianxiong said firmly. "Interesting, you're so weak. Who gave you the courage?" Su Hao glanced at him disdainfully. "Do you know the Nangong family?" "That's right, Nangong Mingyue is my boss behind the scenes. He is Nangong Yu's younger brother." Lu Jian said proudly. "Nangong Mingyue, never heard of her." Su Hao said dismissively. "Not having heard of it only proves your social class. That's enough, that's all. Young Master Mingyue holds a very high position in Dong province. He's not someone a lowly commoner like you can possibly have access to." Lu Jian said coldly. "Untouchables?" Zhao Hongyu frowned deeply. This was the second time she had heard this insulting term today. "That's right, you're all lowly commoners, not even worthy to carry young Master Nangong's shoes. Quickly kneel down and admit your mistakes, or we'll take your lives." Lu Jian straightened his back and bullied others. "Brother Hao, can I kill him?" Zhao Hongyu asked, her hands itching to do so. "Just teach them a lesson, don't kill them." This time, Su Hao did not stop him. "All right," Zhao Hongyu said, then flung out her red-tasseled spear with a clang. It pierced through the man's collarbone and embedded itself directly in the wall. Her move shocked everyone. Minyu led a few people to rush over to check on the injuries, but Lu Jian was pinned 2 meters high, and they were too short to reach him, so they could only watch helplessly. Lin Yao looked over with a horrified expression. If the two of them had clashed just now, would the other party have attacked in the same way? 644, Chapter 644 Compensation. Chen Chunhua turned pale with fright. If Su Hao had allowed Zhao Hongyu to act, she would be the one pinned to the wall right now. At this moment, Lu Jian was grimacing in pain, undoubtedly in excruciating agony. Chen Hong glanced at Su Hao with disdain. No wonder he'd become so assertive today. He'd hooked up with a new powerful woman. She still thought Su Hao was just a gigolo and that she herself had no real abilities. "You bunch of useless trash, why aren't you putting me down right now?" Lu Jian was sweating profusely from the pain, yet he was still cursing his guards. The guards were also in a dilemma, since he was quite high off the ground and they couldn't find suitable tools to help him get out of trouble. A bunch of useless trash. After Zhao Hongyu finished her punishment, she waved her hand, and an invisible force directly retrieved her red-tasseled spear. With a thud, Lu Jian fell from the sky, breaking his right leg upon hitting the ground, and immediately started yelling again. "What are you all standing there for? Take them down together." Lu Jian said angrily. "Yes, sir." Those people gritted their teeth and, in order to keep their jobs, had no choice but to take action. As soon as she took action, she saw a flash of red light in front of her. Zhao Hongyu finally found a legitimate reason to attack. She wielded her long spear with superb skill and, in the blink of an eye, knocked down all the security guards and bodyguards. She said dismissively, your hotel may have a lot of security guards, but they're not very strong. You need to hire some experts, otherwise, they won't be enough to handle the situation. You guys are incredibly arrogant. I need to report this to young Master Shangguan. Don't you dare leave. I'll show you right now what true power and influence look like. As Lu Jian spoke, he nervously took out his phone and began calling for help. Call for backup? Alright, I'll play with you guys. Su Hao became interested and made the same call. Before long, Zhang Duwang led several hundred men and charged up aggressively. Young Master Su, what are your orders? He asked curiously. Isn't the situation here already under control? Even when Kunpeng came over, it seemed he couldn't be of much help. The Lotus Pavilion is getting too arrogant. We need to teach them a lesson since so many people have come. Let's get started and demolish this building. Su Hao said calmly. Alright, brothers, grab your weapons and tear this place down. Remember, don't hurt the innocent, get the people out of here first. Zhang Duwang said, leading everyone to get to work. Lu Jian was stunned. The restaurant was his life's work, and he never expected to run into a tough opponent today. Watching the Kunpeng gang wreak havoc, his face turned pale, and he muttered to himself, young Master Mingyue, hurry up and come. The Kunpeng gang had too many members. Everyone focused on their cultivation, first smashing the second floor to pieces, and then clearing out the entire first floor. Finally, Zhang Duwang led his men to the third floor and said, Boss, we have contacted an excavator, and we will be able to destroy the load-bearing wall here soon and complete the final demolition. Very good. Good. Jiruo, Han Yu, let's go downstairs. I nodded and went to the entrance on the first floor. At that moment, people nearby heard the commotion and hid at a distance to watch. No one dared to stand up against the Kunpeng gang. Boom! With the first explosion, half of the Lotus Tower was destroyed. Then came another explosion, and the huge hotel was reduced to ruins in the blink of an eye. You surnamed Su, you're utterly ruthless. I'll never let you get away with this. Lu Jian, despite his injuries, said angrily. Don't you like to chase away guests? Aren't you snobs? Now we'll destroy your restaurant. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Su Hao said dismissively. Hey Su, killing someone is just a matter of beheading them. You're going to be so ruthless. I am sure the Nangong family will send someone over if you offend their family. Where do you think you'll run? Lu Jian continued his threats. Oh, I'd like to see if Nangong Mingyue is more assertive than his brother. Su Hao said disdainfully. You surname Su, you're provoking the most powerful family in Dong province. You'll definitely come to a bad end. Chen Hong said gleefully. Who do you think you are, daring to disregard Nangong Mingyue? Chen Chunhua laughed, sensing that someone was about to suffer. Su Hao, I think this is a misunderstanding. If you need someone to help mediate, feel free to come to me. My mother and cousin were wrong today, and I apologize to you on their behalf. Lin Yao said gently. Even now, she is still worried about Su Hao. They are them, and you are you. There's no need for this kind of apology. Even if I accept it, they won't change anything. Su Hao sighed. He suddenly realized that Lin Yao wasn't so bad after all. She's become more sensible than before. However, having lost his memories of him, and with no emotional foundation between them, things are somewhat difficult. Alright. Alright. Lin Yao smiled helplessly. President Lin, what exactly is your relationship with that guy surnamed Su? Feng Chengcheng felt that something was off. I just feel sorry for him, as he is about to bear the wrath of the Nangong family, Lin Yao said calmly. Really? Feng Chengcheng felt even more awkward. Given her status, why would she look up to a commoner? Su Hao, you're finished. Lu Jian suddenly saw the reinforcements arrive, so he rushed over despite his injuries and said, Young Master Mingyue, you've finally come. Holy crap, who smashed up the Lotus Pavilion? A young man with effeminate features arrived, accompanied by dozens of guards. He had received a call from Lu Jian saying there was trouble, but when he arrived, he found the magnificent Lotus Pavilion gone. This is their sphere of influence. Isn't this a slap in the face to the Nangong family? The man turned around, about to question them, when he suddenly noticed that Zhao Hongyu and Bai Zhirua were even more beautiful, and his eyes widened in surprise. He immediately smiled and said, "Ladies, did you have someone smash this? If you damage the restaurant, you'll have to pay compensation. How about this, you come back with me, and we'll discuss a compensation plan, okay?" Lu Jian looked embarrassed. He had invested his money in the restaurant, and Nangong Mingyue's attitude was disheartening. If he really agreed to let the two beautiful women accompany him, wouldn't he get no compensation at all? "You're the second young master of the Nangong family?" Su Hao frowned, immediately changed the subject, and said unhappily, "That's right, since you know me, why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake? My target is those two. I'm not interested in you." Nangong Mingyue said angrily. He felt that Su Hao was meddling in his business and interrupting his good time, and he was secretly annoyed. "Young Master Mingyue, you can't let him get away with this, he's the one who destroyed Lotus Pavilion." Lu Jian said angrily. "What, you're the culprit?" Nangong Mingyue's expression changed drastically. "So this was the brat who was so arrogant," he said in a sinister tone. "You brat, how do you plan to compensate me?" 645, Chapter 645. Full of confidence. Compensation. The restaurant owner is blind and bullies his customers. He deserves what he got today. Su Hao said arrogantly. "You brat, you've got quite the nerve. Do you even know who I am?" Nangong Mingyue said coldly. "Since I've personally intervened, even if you're not wrong, you still have to apologize. How about this? Immediately hand over the two beauties behind you. If they serve me well, we can call it even. Otherwise, when my people make their move, they'll definitely kill you and feed you to the fish." "You?" Su Hao glanced at him indifferently, his expression full of disdain. "You're too weak. Even if you send your brother, we're not afraid." Upon hearing this, the Nangong family burst into laughter, feeling they had heard the biggest joke in the world. The Nangong family is the most powerful family in Dong province, with great influence and high status, second only to the Shangwan family and even stronger than the current Ouyang family. Their eldest young master is a master among masters, so how could he be any less than this person? Bragging is tax-free, so go ahead and say whatever you want and see if anyone believes you. Does the mere Kunping gang dare to compare itself to the Nangong family? Are you a frog in a well, unaware that there are always people more capable than you, and that there's always something beyond your understanding? Several young disciples of the Nangong family revealed disdainful smiles. "Young Master Mingyue, don't waste your breath on him. His destruction of Lotus Pavilion is a slap in the face to the Nangong family. We can't let this precedent be set. If no one respects the Nangong family in the future, things will fall apart." Lu Jian only wanted to see Su Hao get beaten up and did not want to seek peace. "Young Master Mingyue, this kind of trend should not be encouraged. Even if you think his two companions are nice, you can kill them first and then take them away," Mingyu said, fanning the flames. "Shut up, I never use force. I always make women come to me willingly. Manager Lu, it's just a restaurant, right? When I'm in a better mood, I'll invest in rebuilding one for you. I might even give it to you as a reward when I'm tired of them. Do you still think negotiating with him isn't important?" Nangong Mingyue laughed heartily. "Young Master Nangong, you've thought of everything." Lu Jian was overjoyed. "Honey, have you forgotten that I'm still here?" Mingyu twisted her body, trying to show off her charm. In return, she received a hard slap that knocked out two of her teeth. Lu Jian roared, "It's all because of you, you useless woman, that you caused such a huge mess. You'll have to sell yourself to me from now on to pay off your debts." Mingyu's expression changed drastically. She never expected that she would choose such a scumbag who was even willing to give up his own woman. "Two cowards." Su Hao spat out a mouthful of phlegm and said with utter contempt, "Who the hell are you talking about?" Nangong Mingyue's smile vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. "Who's the coward? I'm talking about them," Su Hao said calmly. "You brat, you're asking for it." Nangong Mingyue didn't want to waste any more words with him, so she clenched her fist and punched him hard. At that moment, he looked majestic. Even if their strength isn't that great, their aura is second to none. This one move alone perfectly showcased the demeanor of the young master of the Nangong family. Behind him, many people cheered and fawned. Su Hao smiled coldly and punched the man squarely in the face, instantly shattering his nose and sending blood gushing out just as Nangong Mingyue cried out. Su Hao launched a flying kick, striking the man directly in the groin. If you listen closely, you could hear a cracking sound. He immediately squatted down, staring at Su Hao in horror, and said angrily, "You're already a dead man. Really, are you going to turn into a mad dog and come bite me to death?" Su Hao looked disdainful. A defeated opponent dared to spout nonsense. "Men, make your move." Nangong Mingyue suddenly shouted, her angry voice reaching everyone's ears. Immediately, several young disciples of the Nangong family, along with their bodyguards, charged forward aggressively. A contest of numbers? Zhang Duwang revealed a disdainful smile, nodded, and said, "Kunpeng gang disciples, listen to my command and play with them." Good. Everyone exclaimed excitedly, "Finally, we have a chance to face off against the families of the three upper echelons." These people, as if they had taken stimulants, charged forward one after another. When the fight actually broke out, the Kunpeng gang disciples were experienced and carried a fearless spirit, instantly defeating the Nangong family's followers and leaving them in a sorry state. "Are you really from the Nangong family? Are you all useless like your master?" "Too weak, a bunch of cowards, yet they dare to act tough. Teaching you a lesson is easier than crushing ants." The disciples of the Kunpeng gang expressed their joy after the victory. Nangong Mingyue's face was extremely ugly. He was supposed to be here to establish his authority, but he didn't expect everyone to perform so poorly, not even able to beat the disciples of the Kunpeng gang. Lu Jian's face darkened. Did the Nangong family also have to admit defeat? Isn't the Nangong family supposed to be very strong? Why are they so weak in a direct confrontation? Chen Hong muttered to herself. Are all the people who came young? The real experts haven't come out yet. I don't believe that the Kunpeng gang is stronger than the powerful families. Chen Chunhua was unwilling to admit the strength of Su Hao's side and couldn't help but mutter. Just wait and see, everyone, the real show is yet to come. I think young Master Mingyue won't let this go so easily. He's a local strongman, and he'll definitely have ways to retaliate. Feng Changcheng chose to believe him. Lin Yao frowned. Although Su Hao had the advantage, she felt a vague aversion to it, thinking that fighting and killing were not a good thing. Mingyue, it seems you're still too inexperienced. You can't even handle these people. Suddenly, a person came out. This man had thick eyebrows and large ears, was easily 19 meters tall, and had well-developed muscles, making him look incredibly strong. Just standing there, he was a head taller than Shangguan Mingyue, and his aura was much stronger. Thunder, young master, would you be willing to lend a hand? Nangong Mingyue was overjoyed. This man is no ordinary person. His name is Lei Ming. He is a master who returned from Yanjing for a vacation. He is a disciple of the Tianxia gang, one of the three major sects in Yanjing, and also Lei Wanyan's nephew. If he were willing to take action, dealing with the Kunpeng gang members would be no problem at all. I'm just here to uphold justice. When did the East Province become a place where these kinds of shady characters can act so arrogantly? Lei Ming and Nangong Mingyue were just drinking buddies who came to watch the show, but they didn't expect their friend to be so incompetent. This made him feel ashamed, so he wanted to show off his skills and give the other party a shock. At the same time, it would be worthwhile to gain the appreciation of one of the three, Zhou Hongyu, Bai Jiruo, or Lin Yao. Young man, you are not qualified to challenge young Master Su. Zhang Duwang stepped forward, his expression showing a hint of disdain. Ha, I didn't expect to find a loyal dog to stand up. That's good, I'll start with you. Lei Ming said confidently. 646, Chapter 646, The sky is high and the earth is high. Bring it on. Zhang Duwang was not afraid and revealed a disdainful smile. Court death. Lei Ming took a breath and rushed towards his opponent like a cannonball, throwing a powerful punch. This punch carried a thunderous sound and was full of momentum. As soon as he made his move, he earned Shangguan Mingyue's approval, who proudly said, "See, this is Brother Lei, a master of the great perfection of the innate realm, one of the best among the younger generation. Dealing with this loyal dog is absolutely no problem for him." No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Duwang unleashed a punch. The two men clashed fist to fist, a true clash of masculinity. Powerful fluctuations of true energy scattered in all directions from where the two were fighting. Zhang Duwang took 2 steps back, then stopped steadily, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. It turned out this person wasn't some spoiled brat, he did indeed possess some real skills. Lei Ming took 2.5 steps back, and it was this extra half step that greatly displeased him. He stared at his opponent, falling silent, seemingly pondering what move to use next. Shangguan Mingyue's face was rather unpleasant. She had just been praising him for being strong, but it turned out that this was how it was. There was no overwhelming victory at all. Is this really a master? I think he looks just average, Chen Hong said dismissively. Xiao Hong, you can't say that. Perhaps this young master is gathering his strength so that he can win the next attack. Chen Chunhua said with a hint of anticipation. The disciples of the Tianxia gang can't be that weak, right? He definitely didn't use his full strength. Feng Chengchun, who was also from Yanjing, felt that this was not true. No one in Yanjing dared to provoke the Tianxia gang. Would it be a case of subverting the norm to come to Dong province? It's simply unbelievable that they couldn't defeat a vice leader of the Kunpeng gang. What, scared? Zhang Dewang said provocatively. Nonsense, why would I be afraid of you? I'm just worried that the next attack might kill you. Lei Ming said arrogantly. Really, you really have that kind of strength? Zhang Dewang clearly didn't believe him. His earlier probing had revealed that this person was slightly weaker than him. This person was just unwilling to admit it and was incredibly stubborn. You don't believe me? My attack will leave you scrambling for your teeth. After speaking, Lei Ming charged towards Zhang Dewang again. His speed didn't slow down, nor did his punches weaken. The only thing that remained unchanged was that he always attacked first with his left hand. Just as Zhang Dewang was about to face the enemy head-on, he suddenly felt something was wrong. A white powder appeared before my eyes, and upon closer inspection, it smelled of a sleeping potion. His face changed drastically, and when he tried to retreat, it was too late. He inhaled the sleeping drug, and his limbs went weak at the same time. Lei Ming's fist struck him instantly, breaking Zhang Dewang's ribs and causing him to cough up blood. You think you're worthy to fight me? He spat out a mouthful of phlegm disdainfully, speaking with the air of a victor. You're really despicable. Zhang Dewang couldn't believe it was this still a disciple of a prestigious school. Even in a fight of this level, he was resorting to dirty tricks. Su Hao, do you see that? Your men are utterly useless. Kneel down right now and make young Master Mingyue admit his mistake, or it will be too late. Chen Hong laughed heartily. Well said. If you admit your mistake now, they still have a chance to forgive you. If you wait any longer, they will take direct action and wipe out the Kunpeng gang. Chen Chunhua said gloatingly. You've offended the Tianxia gang and the Nangong family. You're already a dead man. No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. Feng Chengcheng was equally pleased. The happiest person at this moment was none other than Nangong Mingyue. He beckoned to Su Hao with his finger, as if calling a dog, and said coldly, You dog, why don't you kneel down and admit your mistake? You don't really think there's still a chance to turn things around, do you? With young Master Lei Ming taking action, dealing with you is far too easy. Su Hao sneered. These people are selectively blind, completely denying that Lei Ming cheated. Once they gain the upper hand, they start lip-reading retaliation, which is absolutely hilarious. A bunch of shameless scoundrels. Su Hao said coldly. Hey Su, don't be so arrogant. Young Master Lei has already made his move. How could you possibly defeat him? Nangong Mingyue said coldly. Lei Ming kicked Zhang Dewang away, sending him crashing into the rubble and sustaining serious injuries. Su Hao slowly walked over, examined the area, and frowned. Zhang Dewang's bones were shattered and his vital energy was scattered. He didn't look well. Lei Ming's attack was indeed quite heavy-handed, and he showed no mercy. Old Zhang, you were a bit impulsive today. You shouldn't have acted that way, Su Hao said, feeding him a healing pill. Who would have thought he would use a sleeping potion? Zhang Dewang retorted. The world is a dangerous place. You're underestimating people. Su Hao shook his head. Yes. Zhang Dewang nodded, saying helplessly. Focus on healing your wounds. Leave the rest to me. Su Hao turned around, his icy gaze falling on Lei Ming, and said indifferently, You have successfully angered me. Ha ha ha. Lei Ming sneered, So what? What change can the anger of the weak bring? If you make a move, you'll be trapped in a dead end. Oh, you're that confident? Su Hao said coldly. It's not confidence, it's called foundation. Don't you know the prestige of the Tianxia gang? Lei Ming said arrogantly. Even the Diansong sect has to give way to the World Clan, only the Poison Gu sect and the Shu Mountain sect can truly rival them. As one of the strongest sects of the righteous path, dealing with a young man like this is incredibly easy for them. In Lei Ming's eyes, Su Hao was like a pretty boy, looking weak and powerless, with no ability to fight against him at all. I do know about the Tianxia gang. Su Hao nodded. He was a local from Yanjing, so of course he knew how powerful this gang was. If the Kunping gang is the underground emperor of Dong province, then the Tianxia gang is the king of all gangs. This is an example, even more powerful than the beggars sect. The fact that they were able to establish a firm foothold in Yanjing and grow stronger already demonstrates that this sect is extremely powerful and has a deep background. Since you know that, why do you still dare to provoke me? I order you to bring out the beautiful woman behind you. Lei Ming said arrogantly. As far as I know, the Tianxia gang is a prestigious sect. I never imagined it would be such a den of iniquity. Having a disciple like you was a misfortune for the sect. Su Hao sighed, looking extremely disdainful. You're asking for death. How dare you slander the Tianxia gang? Even a god couldn't save you. The man said angrily. You surname Su, you're going further and further down the path of courting death. Chen Hong laughed heartily. You really don't know your place. You always had someone protecting you before. Let's see who can help you this time. Chen Chunhua was very disdainful, always thinking that Su Hao was just lucky and had benefactors to help him to survive until now. You're the first to offend the entire Tianxia gang. Feng Chengcheng grinned from ear to ear. 647, Chapter 647. Last words. How could it have turned out like this? Lin Yao was somewhat anxious, feeling that things in the martial arts world were still too dangerous. They had originally just been eating, but it had unexpectedly turned into this now. Su Hao was completely at odds with the Tianxia gang, which didn't seem like a good thing at all. She couldn't understand why she kept paying attention to this person. Is it because the other person is handsome? Hey Su, I'll ask you one last time, do you want to go against the unparalleled genius of the Tianxia gang? Lei Ming said confidently. Bring it on. Su Hao sneered. Fine, if you're going to court death, I'll grant your wish. Lei Ming smiled and charged forward again. This time it seemed like it was going to launch an attack with its left hand, but when it got close, it switched to its right hand to strike, still using white powder, and surrounded Su Hao. Using this trick again? Zhang Dewang, who was recovering from his injuries, appeared extremely angry. Again? Su Hao gave a cold laugh and blew a breath directly at the target. With its superior internal energy, it instantly gained the upper hand. Lei Ming was grinning, thinking that the same attack would yield the same result. However, to his surprise, Su Hao reacted much faster than Zhang Dewang. He suddenly realized something was wrong, because he had also absorbed a lot of the drug, and he stopped abruptly, frozen in place. His drug was a bone-softening powder, which could rapidly dissipate the body's true energy, preventing the injured from gathering their full strength in a short period of time. Slap! Suddenly, he was slapped by Su Hao, instantly snapping him back to reality and causing him to fall to the ground. He struggled, pulled out a dagger, and prepared to launch another frenzied attack. Court death! Su Hao simply said 2 words and immediately broke the arm holding the weapon with a punch. He then kicked out and shattered the man's ribs. In the blink of an eye, Lei Ming collapsed to the ground, covered in dust and seriously injured. You surnamed Su, how dare you hit me? He came to his senses and revealed a look of grief and indignation. You brought this on yourself, so you can't blame anyone else. Su Hao sneered. He was only given a slight punishment, merely to avenge Zhang Dewang. Young Master Lei, don't listen to his nonsense, he's provoking the Tianxia gang. Nangong Mingyue added fuel to the fire. That's right, we can all testify that this person still chose to attack you even though he knew you were a disciple of the Tianxia gang. It's the greatest contempt for your sect. Feng Chengcheng said coldly. I believe the Tianxia gang would never allow such a thing to happen. If they can't even handle the Kunping gang, how can they become the #1 gang in the world? Chen Chunhua didn't know that the Tianxia gang was already the strongest gang in the martial arts world. She thought that the name was just something to look forward to. Young Master Lei, immediately call for reinforcements and take him down. Chen Hong couldn't stand it anymore. How could this pretty boy gain the upper hand? This was absolutely unacceptable. Hearing everyone's support, Lei Ming, despite his pain, continued to press the issue, saying, "You brat, I order you to provide medicine, or I will issue a kill order against you. Asking for help, and you still have this attitude? I have to say, you have really good upbringing. Did you grow up without parents and have to rely on the kindness of others?" Su Hao was annoyed by the women's nagging and said coldly, "How dare you insult me?" Lei Ming was quite unhappy. Su Hao said dismissively, "We've already fought. This guy's thought process is a bit abnormal." "Do you know who I am?" he asked angrily when Su Hao did not answer. "Isn't he just a disciple of the World Gang?" Su Hao said calmly. "That's all you know? What a frog in a well. I'll reveal my identity, and you'll be scared to death. I am also the nephew of Lei Wanyan, the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance. I am considered the biggest local tyrant in the Eastern Province. Are you scared now?" Lei Ming announced loudly. Upon hearing this, everyone except Nangong Mingyue was stunned. It turns out that Lei Ming has a dual identity. Besides being a member of the Tianxia gang, he is also a relative of the alliance leader. This status is simply unbeatable in Dong Province. I can't even imagine what kind of pressure Su Hao will face next. Even though Chen Hong wasn't a martial arts practitioner, she understood the prestige of being the leader of the alliance. Wasn't this the top dog in the martial arts world? How could he allow anyone to harm his family? This is outrageous. I refuse to believe Su Hao will survive this. Chen Chunhua said viciously. She noticed that Lin Yao's behavior had started to look strange again recently. Although the memories are sealed away, if I have too much contact with Su Hao, I might recall all those past events one day. This is something Chen Chunhua cannot accept. Lin Yao's status is different now. She is the goddaughter of a wealthy family in Yanjing, and her future husband will definitely be of noble status. Under no circumstances should they be allowed to remarry. It's hopeless, it's really hopeless. Feng Chengcheng said happily. She felt that Lei Wanyan must be a protective person and would not accept his nephew being beaten. Young Master Lei, your identity seems to have terrified him. Nangong Mingyue laughed heartily. Su Hao was indeed stunned for a few seconds. He never expected that such a good thing would happen. The events that occurred in the ancient forest are still vivid in my memory. Lei Wanyan's various schemes and betrayals made him hate him to the core. Now that his family has appeared, isn't this exactly what he wanted? Are you really Lei Wanyan's nephew? Su Hao asked coldly. That's right. Is there anyone in Dong Province who would dare to impersonate someone else? Lei Ming said proudly. Very well, do you have any last words? As Su Hao spoke, he lifted him up, grabbed his neck, and said coldly. Hey Su, are you out of your mind? You know my noble status, yet you still dare to be arrogant? Lei Ming said disdainfully. Fine, that's your regret. After Su Hao finished speaking, he punched him in the head and smashed it open. Everyone was shocked. Lei Ming's identity carried no weight whatsoever, on the contrary, and it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Zhang Dewang smiled, feeling that young Master Su had done the right thing this time. This was the reward he deserved, as Lei Ming's identity meant he was doomed to die today. Su Hao, are you crazy? Didn't we already know his identity? If you just kill someone, how will you clean up the mess later? Lin Yao panicked, and this time they completely broke off all pretense of civility. President Lin, are you worried about me? Su Hao frowned, and it was that familiar complaint again. He actually felt a warmth in his heart, and could feel the other person's concern. Don't flatter yourself, I just think what you're doing is wrong, that's all. Lin Yao subconsciously denied it, then said, anyway, if you need help, I'll ask my godfather for help. After all, we've known each other for a while, and I don't want to see you lose your life. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin, but there's no need. I am not afraid of the Tianxia gang, nor am I afraid of Lei Wanyan. Su Hao said confidently. Sigh, you're such a worry. Lin Yao sighed. 648, Chapter 648 Anger. The two looked at each other for a moment, then looked away. Su Hao didn't say anything, only a hint of helplessness. This kind of complaint was both familiar and annoying. He both loved and hated it. This woman is a bit troublesome. Zhao Hongyu frowned, sensing Su Hao's deep concern. Su Hao! You're insane, how dare you kill Lei Ming, I don't think you'll live past tomorrow. Nangong Mingyue said directly. Reminded by these words, Su Hao revealed a cold smile and slowly walked towards the person. What are you up to? My brother is Nangong Yu if you do anything reckless. Nangong Mingyue said in a fierce but cowardly tone. So what if you act recklessly? Su Hao approached, kicked him over, and said coldly. Not very good. I'm scared of you, okay? Nangong Mingyue remembered that Lei Ming was already dead, so the current threat would definitely be useless. The best course of action now was to find a way to survive and then seek revenge later. Being afraid won't help, aren't you very arrogant? Su Hao kicked him twice more. Nangong Mingyue could only groan and endure the pain, not daring to utter a word. Alright, if you're not looking for death, I'll let you go today. However, I must send a message to Nangong Yu when I return. I've got the Bai family under my protection, so it's best not to provoke them again, or I'll personally pay them a visit and have a good talk with them. When Su Hao mentioned having a chat, Nangong Mingyue felt a strong sense of threat. He dared not speak out against his anger, and meekly replied, Alright, I will definitely pass on the message. Alright, you can get out of here now. Su Hao coldly replied. Nangong Mingyue dared not linger any longer and scrambled away as fast as she could. Lu Jian also crawled away using both feet. Seeing their disheveled appearance, the Kuanping gang burst into laughter, feeling that they had chosen the right leader and were now truly powerful. Su Hao, you'd better watch yourself. Lin Yao left with a complicated expression. Brother Hao, you were amazing just now, let's go back to the restaurant we went to before and get something to eat. Zhao Hongyu had just enjoyed the show, but she was also starving. Oh, do you guys have any other restaurants you've eaten at together? Bai Zhirua blinked and asked with a smile. Old Zhang, you take everyone back, I'll go get something to eat with them. Su Hao immediately felt the pressure, he hoped these two old ladies wouldn't start arguing again. Relatively speaking, he is better at dealing with enemies, but he is somewhat helpless when it comes to women. Neither Zhao Hongyu nor Bai Zhirua are easy to deal with, and their clash will definitely not be easy to resolve. Martial Alliance Headquarters. When Lei Ming's body was brought back, everyone was stunned. Is this really young Master Lei Ming? An elder asked, his face grim. Such a big thing has happened, should we inform the Alliance leader? Another elder asked, somewhat troubled. Perhaps we should keep it a secret. The Alliance leader has instructed that no one is allowed to disturb us during this seclusion. Another elder said calmly. Just then, hurried footsteps came from the doorway. A person rushed over, saying as he walked, impossible, Xiao Ming will definitely not be in any danger. No disciple of the Martial Alliance dared to obstruct this person. Only when he stood before Lei Ming's corpse did tears stream down his face as he cried out in grief and indignation, Xiao Ming, you were the future hope of our Lei family, and I never imagined you would die such a tragic death. Who on earth dared to kill my son? This man was Lei Ming's father, Lei Wenyan's younger brother, named Lei Qianshan, who was also an elder of the Martial Alliance. Elder Lei, the one who made the move, is none other than Su Hao, the leader of the Kuanping gang. One person said directly. Su Hao. The Kuanping gang, what are we waiting for? Gather our forces immediately and wipe them out today. Lei Qianshan said with immense anger. Elder Lei, please calm down. An elder shouted. Calm down, old Wu, is it because it wasn't your son who died that you're gloating? How could Lei Qianshan's anger possibly subside? Elder Lei, do you know who Su Hao is? Even if we gather all our forces, we still can't defeat him. Elder Wu sighed. He's actually that strong? Lei Qianshan was stunned. That's right, this person is the youngest genius in the southern martial arts world who defeated Master Zhou, and he even had a direct conflict with Alliance leader Lei in the Canggu forests. Not even afraid of the Alliance leader, so why would he take us seriously? Elder Wu sighed. Lei Qianshan finally remembered that Su Hao had become famous in one battle. However, because it offended Lei Wenyan, the matter was overshadowed. As a result, although Su Hao was powerful, not many people knew of his existence, and many still thought he wasn't that formidable. However, the elders of the Martial Alliance knew him well and dared not easily become his enemy. The opponent is a grandmaster. If he were truly enraged, annihilating them would be far too easy. Does this mean we are truly helpless? Overwhelmed with grief and indignation, Lei Qianshan roared to the sky. If we want revenge, there is only one way, to ask the alliance leader to come out of seclusion. Elder Wu said. This. Lei Qianshan hesitated. Lei Wanyan was of high status, and even his own younger brother dared not disobey him. Since the order had been given that he should not be disturbed during his seclusion, he dared not disobey it. How about we issue a bounty and issue a warrant for Su Hao's arrest? Elder Wu said with a forced smile. Is it useful? We have gathered many masters from the southern martial arts world here, and even we can't do anything about it. What use are other assassins? Lei Qianshan sighed. Money makes the world go round. Perhaps some assassins will find an opportunity and successfully carry out the assassination. As long as they fail, no one will get the money, and there will be no loss. Elder Wu encouraged. No, he's offended the Lei family, such as if we issue a bounty, wouldn't it make the Lei family look like they have no one to rely on? Lei Qianshan dared not agree. If this got out, they would become a laughing stock. That makes sense. Elder Wu thought there was some truth to it. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Even though everyone knew Su Hao had killed Lei Ming, no one knew how to react. The entire martial alliance felt aggrieved. Fortunately, at that moment, someone rushed in, carrying something in a panic, and said, Elders, something terrible has happened. Speak. Lei Qianshan frowned. Was the martial alliance also having one bad day after another? Just now, the Kunpeng gang delivered a challenge letter. The man took out what he was holding. Such a thing is true. Lei Qianshan immediately checked and found that Su Hao had actually agreed to challenge Lei Wanyan at the Martial Alliance at 10 a.m. tomorrow. He breathed a sigh of relief. Wasn't this the perfect excuse? Holding the challenge letter, he rushed straight to Lei Wanyan's secluded cultivation place. What? He actually challenged the alliance leader. The other elders exchanged bewildered glances. This young man was truly courting death. 649, Chapter 649. You dare to insult me. Feng Yun Manor. Su Hao sat in the darkness, slowly poured 2 glasses of wine, handed one to Jin Tian, and said, It seems like it's been a while since we had a proper drink together. Yes, the last time we drank, we were just complaining to each other. Jin Tian remembered it vividly, but today was different. There was good news today. Just now, the people from the Crimson Dragon Hall sent over the challenge letter. After Zhang Dewang was injured, Jin Tian became the person Su Hao trusted most. He smiled and said, Young Master Su, do you really want to challenge the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance? Doesn't it sound like you're courting death? Su Hao smiled faintly. Not at all. Think young Master Su is still confident. Forget about the Martial Arts Alliance leader. We'll just bring him down and let everyone know who the Southern Martial Arts world belongs to from now on. Jin Tian had a somewhat blind admiration for him. Hold on, it's not as exaggerated as you say. Lei Wanyan is still very strong, and I'm not entirely confident of victory either, but this challenge is unavoidable. This person has already obtained the Spirit Gathering Pearl, and we can't give him more time to cultivate, otherwise a peerless demon will appear in the martial world. Su Hao did not acknowledge Lei Wanyan's status as the number 1 righteous person. On the contrary, he felt that Lei Wanyan was utterly wicked and that his myth should be shattered. Spirit Gathering Pearl? Jin Tian had just arrived in Dong Province and was unaware of these things. You can think of it as a cheat code in a game, which can increase your cultivation speed. Su Hao explained simply. Really? Jin Tian was immediately filled with envy and said, Since the Spirit Gathering Pearl is such a treasure, there must have been bloodshed and fierce battles fought over it, right? Right. Su Hao recounted what had happened in the Tsangu forest. What a pity about Senior Huang Shihu. Jin Tian sighed, and the Poison Gu cult is also a force to be reckoned with. They will cause us a lot of trouble in the future. Yes. Su Hao nodded. He was actually a little worried about Huang Niu, who had been out of contact with him for some time since she left that day. Now she's practicing under her grandmother's guidance, who knows what she'll become. If he eventually becomes a major villain who harms the martial arts world and opposes the righteous path, then he'll be in trouble. Young Master Su, let's keep drinking. Jean Tian couldn't help but get excited after hearing so much about the martial arts world. Sure enough, this place was much more lively than Luo City. Alright, let's drink a lot today, maybe tomorrow will be my last battle? Su Hao suddenly said. Young Master Su, don't scare me. Jean Tian was taken aback, he certainly didn't want such a thing to actually happen. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore, let's just enjoy the moment. Su Hao smiled. They drank until midnight before finally stopping. After Jean Tian left, Su Hao took out the ancient divine sword and said calmly, tomorrow will be your time to display your divine power. I hope you won't disappoint me. There are 2 martial arts treasures in total. He and Lei Wanyan each obtained one. It remains to be seen who will have the last laugh. At 10th next day, the Martial Alliance was surrounded by people from all over the martial arts world. Last night, news of Su Hao challenging Lei Wanyan spread like wildfire. This is so explosive, it can't be hidden at all. When everyone heard about this challenge, they thought they were dreaming. How could someone dare to challenge Lei Wanyan? Isn't he hailed as the most talented grandmaster after Huang Shihu? But some people felt relieved when they heard about the challenger. It was Su Hao. After asking around, everyone realized the man's strength. He was someone who had defeated several grandmasters. Regardless, given the master-level strength of these 2 individuals, everyone will understand that today's competition will undoubtedly have a far-reaching impact. Representatives from various sects, including the Diansong sect and the Tianxia gang, came to watch the battle. Even forces with grudges against Su Hao, such as the Divine Sword sect and the Black Dragon gang, were present. Their purpose was simple, to witness Su Hao's death. Now that they cannot take revenge themselves, they can only hope that Alliance leader Lei will take action in anger. Wow, so many people? This is absolutely a grand event for the martial arts world. It's even more exciting than the last showdown between the martial arts worlds of the North and South. A battle between 2 grandmasters, that alone is enough to make people look forward to it. Ugh, I didn't sleep all night, and I still can't squeeze in. Tens of thousands of martial artists were directly stopped outside by the Martial Alliance's guards. Only a few prominent figures were allowed to enter the Martial Alliance. Even so, the Martial Alliance is now overcrowded, with tens of thousands of people squeezing in. If you include the tens of thousands of spectators outside, this event truly surpasses all previous ones. Hey, why can't we go in? Suddenly, a young, beautiful woman spoke up, somewhat angrily. If you go in alone, it's fine, but you brought so many people with you, how can I allow that? The security captain in charge of the guards originally wanted to make an exception for her because she was good-looking, but since she had more than a dozen fellow disciples with her, there was nothing he could do. We are disciples of the Aoxian Palace, a major sect in the martial arts world. Why can't we go in? The beautiful woman argued. Aoxian Palace? I've never even heard of it. Judging from the few of you, your strength isn't that great. It's clear that this sect isn't even third-rate. The captain of the guards said dismissively. Hateful. The beautiful woman was so anxious she was about to cry. With such a grand spectacle today, wouldn't it be a wasted trip if we couldn't witness a duel between unparalleled masters? They were quite far from here, and after traveling all night to find out the news, they were still late. Could you please make an exception for me? Suddenly, a handsome and sunny-looking man secretly took out a bank card and tried to bribe the captain of the guard. Are you kidding me? We are the guards of the Martial Alliance, how could we possibly care about your little bit of money? The captain was stunned. His responsibility was to maintain order, not to let people in by bribing them. Hey, you're looking down on people. I, Tao, will one day become a grandmaster, and then you will worship me. This man was Tauda, the senior disciple of Aoxian Palace. He was usually quite arrogant, and he was immediately displeased with the treatment he received today, so he directly rebuked him. You dare to insult me? The guard captain's expression changed, and he slapped the man away, saying, with your meager strength, you think you can become a grandmaster? Watchdog, don't be so arrogant. After Todd was injured, he stood up again and said angrily. Men, seize him. The guard captain was furious at his command. 2 guards came out and dragged the man over. He immediately swung his hand and began to beat the man, striking him dozens of times in an instant. Todd was immediately beaten until his head was swollen, and he also had some injuries. If there weren't so many people present today, the captain would definitely have sent him to meet the King of Hell. How could you do this? Are all the people in the Martial Alliance evil? The girl was stunned. Yes, there are hardly any good people in the Martial Alliance. At this moment, someone behind him spoke up in support. 650, Chapter 650 Domineering. The girl turned her head and saw that behind her, at some point, stood a handsome man and another young man carrying a long sword. Handsome, I am Lin Mei from Aoshan Palace. May I ask how you two are addressed? The girl seemed very happy to receive recognition and said with a smile. My surname is Su, and this is Jean. The newcomers were Su Hao and Jean Tian, who spoke in a very low-key manner. Hey, brat, what did you just say? The captain of the guards looked over with a sinister gaze, appearing extremely angry. Didn't you already hear it? There are hardly any good people in the Martial Alliance. Seeing this, Su Hao emphasized it again. Upon hearing this, everyone around gasped and felt a chill run down their spines. This is a direct provocation against the Martial Alliance. No one can think of any other reason besides going crazy. Young people shouldn't be obsessed with beauty. It's pointless to fight for a woman. My God, someone is actually causing trouble at the Martial Alliance. Isn't that like lighting a lamp in a toilet asking for death? This is going to be interesting. Some people will not only be unable to enter the Martial Alliance, but they will also get beaten up. Many people expressed schadenfreude, speaking with a mocking tone. You brat, get over here right now. Your surname is Su, right? Don't you think it's a great surname? I'll show you what the Martial Alliance's guards are all about. The captain of the guards beckoned with a somewhat arrogant and contemptuous attitude. Oh, a mere watchdog is this arrogant? Su Hao took a few steps forward, looking as if he were about to run into a gun. Young Master Su, why are you doing this? Lin Mei also started to break out in a cold sweat. Prepare to die. The captain of the guard clenched his iron fist, let out a loud shout, and charged forward fiercely. The fist, swirling with wind, was aimed directly at Su Hao's head. This time, they really went all out. Lin Mei frowned. This was bad. If no one helped her, would she collapse and die? Su Hao stood still, motionless. With a loud thud, the guard captain's fist felt like it had struck a steel plate, causing him to howl in pain. He angrily shouted, You brat, how dare you resist? Resist? You're just lying through your teeth. Su Hao said disdainfully. You brat, you're finished. You dare to defy the captain? Today, we're all going to take you down together. Brothers, stop wasting your breath on him. We outnumber him. What are we afraid of? Kill him and let everyone see the might of the Martial Alliance. In an instant, 17 or 18 guards, including their captain, launched a fierce attack. They strike quickly, but they fly out even faster. Su Hao suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending everyone flying. He didn't need to lift a finger. He used his own strength to strike back, and all the guards fainted. Miss Lin, please come in. Su Hao said very politely. Young Master Su, who are you? You are so strong. Lin Mei's beautiful eyes were full of surprise. She felt that Dong Province was truly full of hidden talents. She had just met a random audience member who was so strong. Hey, why did you stick your neck out? Just then, Todd, who had fallen to the ground, stood up and said aggressively. Ha! Su Hao was a little surprised. What happened to this guy? Did he get his head smashed? I am more than capable of dealing with these guards. Don't you know that I was injured by their internal force just now, while you only got lucky? Todd said confidently. Seeing that Su Hao hadn't made a move, he decided to take credit and establish a powerful image in front of his junior sister and other junior brothers. That's right, you're stealing the credit. So it was the senior brother who put in the effort, allowing this kid to get the advantage. No one really believes him, right? He's just a pretty boy. How could he possibly have any real strength? The others from Aoshan Palace sided with Tao De, revealing disdainful smiles. A bunch of good-for-nothings, good for nothing but always trying to steal credit. Jean Tian couldn't stand it anymore and rebuked them sternly. Young man, loose lips sink ships, you'd better watch your mouth. I am not even afraid of your young master Su, so why would I be afraid of you? Despite his injuries, Todd spoke forcefully. What, you want to make a move? Come on, let's see how I kill you with one sword. Jean Tian sneered, thinking that this kind of person was simply unreasonable. Come on then, I'm not afraid of you. Todd, when you draw your iron sword, you're about to charge. Enough. Senior brother, can you please stop embarrassing yourself? Our Aoxian Palace did have its glorious past, but by our generation, it is far inferior to other sects. Lin Mei's mind was still very clear today. When she came out of the mountain, hardly anyone had heard of Aoxian Palace, which showed that their sect had indeed fallen into decline. People should recognize reality and not be arrogant. Junior sister, how can you say that? Watch me deal with him. Todd said, skeptical. I've said enough. If you dare to cause trouble again, don't blame me for telling Master everything when I get back. Lin Mei's face darkened, and she appeared very displeased. Junior sister, I just wanted to test this person's strength. I didn't mean to be forceful or offensive. Since you object, I'll let him pass. Todd really didn't want to anger his pretty junior sister, so he immediately smiled apologetically. That's more like it. Lin Mei nodded. Jean Tian gave a cold laugh, his opinion of this person lowering further. Not only was he weak, but he was also incredibly cowardly. At this moment, the others saw the guard fall and were about to rush inside. Get out of the way. Su Hao shouted coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped. They weren't Todd, of course they understood Su Hao's strength. He just defeated so many guards with his strength, someone like that is simply not someone to mess with. Everyone automatically made way for each other and dared not rush ahead. Let's go. Su Hao was satisfied. He nodded and led Lin Mei inside. The martial alliance was packed with people. Even after a few people went in, they were still squeezed together and moved slowly. Young Master Su, what should we do? We can't get in. Lin Mei was a little anxious. All she wanted to do was watch a competition, but it was proving to be so difficult. Despite their best efforts, Todd and his companions were unable to squeeze even one step inside. Follow me. Su Hao smiled confidently. Good. For some reason, Lin Mei found this smile unusually reassuring. All they could see was Su Hao walking ahead, an invisible aura emanating from him that immediately swept over the crowd in front of him in an instant. These people felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy, and their legs went weak with fear. Thump. Thump, thump, thump. Thousands of people lay sprawled on the ground, and a path was forcibly cleared for them. Who the hell is this guy, acting so domineeringly? A young master from a second-rate sect shouted angrily, but when he saw that it was Su Hao, he immediately fell silent in fear. He had witnessed Su Hao's prowess in the Tsungu forest and knew that he was the other protagonist of the day. 651, Chapter 651 Sneak Attack. Finally, Su Hao and his group arrived near the Martial Alliance's arena, which was filled with people from various martial arts sects. The disciples of Aoxian Palace were like country bumpkins visiting the city, looking around and searching for disciples from other martial arts sects they recognized. I don't see any disciples from the Shu Mountain sect. Do they look down on this kind of competition? Is that senior brother Zhuge from the Diansung sect? He's truly a handsome man, and the junior sister next to him is beautiful too. It seems that all the talented disciples end up in the big sects. There are also many disciples from various sects whom I don't even recognize. The group of people whispered among themselves. Jean Tian shook his head, thinking that these people were like frogs in a well, both inferior and arrogant. These people just have better cultivation resources. In terms of talent, they're definitely not as good as me. Give me another 2.5 years, and I'll definitely be able to reach the Grandmaster realm and make everyone bow down to me. Todd said confidently. That's right, in the end, the senior brother is still stronger. These people are just famous, they may not have real skills. Senior brother, hurry up and break through, then we junior brothers will be able to roam freely in the martial world. In my opinion, the martial arts world will definitely belong to our senior brother in the future. That so-called Grandmaster Su will soon be trampled underfoot by our senior brother. The disciples of Aoxian Palace began to praise him again. Jin Tian sneered and said disdainfully, "You think you can advance from the early stage of the innate realm to the Grandmaster realm in just over 2 years? Are you still dreaming and having a pipe dream? You brat, don't be so skeptical from now on. I will be the #1 martial arts master in the south. All other prodigies will be nothing but defeated opponents. As for those beauties, I can gladly accept them all." Todd chuckled. Lin Mei looked utterly helpless. She hadn't expected that her senior brother's boastful nature wouldn't be tempered in front of a crowd. Instead, it had become even more blatant as soon as he said this. Some people frowned, clearly displeased. "What, you're not convinced? Come and fight me if you dare." Todd looked around fiercely and said provocatively, "Who the hell would lower themselves to your level? You're a mad dog. Isn't it better to wait quietly for the competition to begin?" Ordinary people really didn't dare to act rashly, and they all glared angrily. Todd, instead of backing down, became even more arrogant, declaring, "I'm putting my words here today. I am the #1 person below the Grandmaster level. Anyone who disagrees can stand up and face their death." Upon hearing this, Lin Mei's expression changed drastically. Who would be so reckless? Just as she was about to stop her senior brother, she saw a group of people walk out. The leader was actually a beautiful woman in white, who said disdainfully to Tauta, "What's your name? State your name." "I am Todd, from the Aoxian Palace. Beautiful lady, how about a friendly spar?" Todd looked her up and down with a lewd gaze, as if he wished he could have X-ray vision to see her naked. The woman in white flew into a rage. "Aoxian Palace? What kind of trash sect dares to be so arrogant? I'll give you a chance. Either kneel down and apologize now, or I'll teach you a lesson." "An apology? That's impossible, beautiful lady. If you're going to make a move, I'll let you in on this. If you lose the match, you'll have to come back to Aoxian Palace with me." Todd was smugly spouting nonsense. "Very well, I hope you can keep your stubbornness." The white-clad beauty said coldly, "I am Zuodanshue, the chief disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sect's Wind and Cloud Hall, and I now issue a challenge to you." This statement greatly surprised everyone. The disciples of the Vermilion Bird Sect have reappeared. They are one of the top 10 sects in the southern martial arts world, with numerous branch halls, and now they have produced a chief disciple who was at least at the great perfection of the innate realm. This kid is finished. Zuodanshue hates evil and will definitely not tolerate his arrogant words. The Aoxian Palace is truly astonishing. Are they trying to piggyback on the fame of major sects to gain attention? Accepting Zuodanshue's challenge will leave you badly injured, if not dead. The others laughed. Everyone knew that the real show was about to begin. Upon hearing this, the disciples of Aoxian Palace trembled with fear and dared not utter a sound. Even if they didn't know Zuodanshue, they had heard of the Vermilion Bird Sect, which was indeed a very powerful sect. Facing them head-on, they probably wouldn't stand a chance. "Senior brother, why don't you just apologize? It's not shameful." Lin Mei frowned and advised directly. "Impossible. With my extraordinary talent, how could I possibly bow down to a woman?" Tauta steadied himself, took a step forward, and said, "Beautiful Zua, just you wait, I'm about to defeat you. You have such a foul mouth. I'd like to see what kind of strength you really have." Zuodanshue was furious and shouted. Tauta's eyes flickered, and not daring to be too careless, he made his move immediately. He preemptively unleashed the cloud-dispelling palm, and a powerful surge of true energy shot out, actually attacking Zuodanshue's chest. At this moment, Zuodanshue's face darkened, clearly indicating that she had murderous intent. She didn't even bother to use her fists or feet, and instead thrust out her sword. With a hiss, Zuodanshue, somewhat annoyed by Tauta's flippant remarks, suddenly swung her longsword, slashing open a wound on his shoulder bone, causing blood to gush out instantly. "You shameless woman, you don't follow the rules of the martial world, you actually used a weapon." Todd was indignant, feeling that he had lost unfairly. "Who told you not to use weapons? Still dare to talk back, huh? I'm going to knock all your teeth out." Zuodanshue was furious. She drew her sword again, sweeping it horizontally and striking Tauta in the mouth with a loud crack. This time it was a horizontal strike, and the powerful force instantly knocked out 2 of his teeth. She followed suit and acted swiftly. She made more than 10 moves in less than a minute, which shows how fast her swordsmanship was. Todd, on the other hand, was in a terrible state, all his teeth were knocked out, and his lips were swollen and red, making it almost impossible for him to speak. Miss Zhua, didn't you go too far? Seeing her senior brother in such a miserable state, Lin Mei couldn't bear it and immediately questioned him. Ruthless? He deserved it. The Miraoxian Palace dares to provoke the entire martial arts world, isn't that a huge joke? Zhuo Danxue said in a cold voice. That's right. What level is Aoxian Palace? How can it compare to Zhuke sect? Since he dared to say that, he has to bear the consequences. If you don't have any strength, isn't it better to keep a low profile? Everyone mocked and ridiculed them, showing extreme disdain. Todd's face grew increasingly grim. He felt that losing to a woman was humiliating enough, but being insulted to his face only fueled his anger and frustration. He instantly pulled out a dagger and charged at Zhuo Danxue as she turned away. Senior brother, what are you going to do? Lin Mei's expression changed drastically. Could they really resort to a sneak attack when they couldn't win? 652, Chapter 652 Chief Disciple. The next moment, all that could be seen was a splatter of blood, and an arm fell to the ground with a thud after tracing a smooth curve through its mouth. Ah! Todd immediately screamed in pain. You still dare to launch a sneak attack? I think you're courting death. Enraged, Zhuo Danxue swung her longsword once more, launching a deadly attack on the wounded man. Stop! Lin Mei stepped in front of him, attempting to block the attack. Birds of a feather flock together, their deaths are no loss. Zhuo Danxue didn't care about any of that. She was furious and felt that anyone who stood in her way had to die. Junior sister, no. The others from Aoxian Palace turned pale with fright upon seeing this. They wanted to help, but their strength was too weak. Todd's face was grim. He had only just realized that boasting had consequences, and he was finally receiving the harshest punishment now. He was even implicated with his junior sister, which filled him with immense guilt. Just as Zhuo Danxue's longsword was about to kill Lin Mei, a sudden whooshing sound appeared. It turned out that Todd's dropped dagger had somehow flown out and struck Zhuo Danxue's longsword with a clang, narrowly saving Lin Mei. I'm not dead? Lin Mei recalled what had just happened and felt a lingering fear. Who's trying to be the hero? Show yourself. Zhuo Danxue said angrily. Woman, you've already severed someone's arm. That punishment is enough. Why go to such extremes? Su Hao stepped forward. He didn't want to intervene, but he felt that Lin Mei was loyal and righteous, and such people were rare in the martial arts world today. He couldn't bear to see her die on the spot. The other party who made the move was from the Vermilion Bird sect, so of course he had to come out and teach them a lesson. His feud with this sect has lasted for a long time. You're also a disciple of the Aoxian Palace? Seeing that Su Hao's temperament was completely different, Zhuo Danxue immediately became more cautious. No. Su Hao shook his head. I don't care if you are or not. Since you dare to step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhuo Danxue picked up her longsword again and looked at Su Hao with a cold, murderous aura. What, you want to challenge me? Don't blame me for not warning you beforehand. The chief disciples of the Vermilion Bird sect are all useless, not even worth a fight. Su Hao said calmly. Everyone was stunned by these words. Who exactly is this newcomer? He's so arrogant. He didn't just look down on Zhuo Danxue, he completely despised the entire Vermilion Bird sect. This kind of contempt gives one the feeling of an upgraded version of Todd. Hey, you're crazy, even more arrogant than me. Todd blurted out. Arrogant? When capable people do things, it's not arrogance, it's just stating the facts. Su Hao said confidently. Zhuo Danxue's face was grim. Anyone would find it impossible to hold back at this moment. Very well, I'm about to launch my strongest offensive. I hope you can survive. She said hypocritically. Bring it on. Su Hao nodded, showing absolutely no fear. Drink. Zhuo Danxue's face darkened, and she suddenly unleashed her strongest sword technique. Boundless winds and clouds. The powerful swordplay carried a chilling killing intent. At this moment, some spectators instinctively moved away, feeling that the two were using increasingly fierce moves and fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Su Hao faced the man's moves with a faint smile on his face. standing still, seemingly unafraid. Could he have been scared out of his wits? Todd wondered in astonishment. The next moment, Su Hao slowly raised his hand, directly facing the tip of the enemy's sword with his palm. Ding! Zhuo Danxue hit Su Hao, but did not gain any advantage. Her long sword was unable to pierce the other's flesh, making it all a waste of effort. Iron shirt? Zhuo Danxue blurted out. No! Su Hao shook his head, then flicked his finger, aiming at the tip of the other's sword. In an instant, Zhuo Danxue felt as if she had been electrocuted, unable to hold onto her long sword, and she staggered backward the next second. Su Hao lightly patted her long sword, and with a hiss, the sharp blade successfully struck her shoulder bone. Blood splattered everywhere. You brat, how could you actually kill me? Zhuo Danxue's expression changed drastically. Strange, isn't this the same method you used to deal with Todd? I had a backup plan. Su Hao said with a double meaning. If he hadn't held back, that sword strike could have severed her right arm. I'm going to fight you to the death. Zhuo Danxue couldn't accept this reality. The other party's disdain drove her crazy. She is the chief of Feng Yun Hall, how could she lose to such an unknown person? Isn't the Vermilion Bird sect one of the top 10 sects? How come their disciples aren't very strong? The title of top 10 sects is largely undeserved. Even the Divine Sword sect claims to be one of the top 10 sects, and no one is willing to concede to anyone else. Her strength is not bad, perhaps her opponent was too strong. Some people were whispering among themselves. I'm always ready. Su Hao wasn't afraid at all, and said calmly. Young Master Su, you are truly amazing in my opinion, you definitely have the potential to become a grandmaster. Lin Mei said admiringly. Why do you say that? Su Hao asked with a smile. You are kind-hearted, which is the most important quality of a grandmaster. Lin Mei praised. Miss Lin, thank you for the compliment. Su Hao shook his head. Kind-hearted, that was completely absurd. The only person he could acknowledge as kind-hearted was Huang Shihu. With the help of her fellow disciples, Zhuo Danxue removed the long sword and quickly applied medicine to her wounds. When she looked at Su Hao, she felt a sense of familiarity, but for a moment she couldn't remember who he was. Damn it! Although she was annoyed, she was helpless because she couldn't beat them. Junior Sister Zhuo, how did you get hurt? Suddenly, a tall and imposing young man emerged with a group of disciples, smiling ingratiatingly. Senior Brother Yang, I just got into a fight, but I lost. Zhuo Danxue saw the person who came. A faint smile appeared on his face. Oh, someone actually dares to harm Junior Sister Zhuo. I'd like to see if this person has 3 heads and 6 arms. The man said arrogantly. After he finished speaking, the people around him subconsciously took a step back, and in the end only Su Hao and Lin Mei were left standing in place. This person first ruled out Lin Mei, then stared at Su Hao and said, It was you who hurt my junior sister Zhuo? Your junior sister Zhuo? Are you also a member of the Vermilion Bird sect? Su Hao found it strange, their auras were different, and they didn't seem to belong to the same sect. No. I am Yang Feipeng, the chief disciple of the Divine Sword sect and the eldest disciple of the Divine Sword Master. The man said proudly. What, his master is actually a grandmaster? Everyone knows the name of the Divine Sword Master. He is definitely one of the top figures in the martial arts world. There are more and more experts here today, things are getting more and more interesting. Now that he's ready to make his move, the fight here should be coming to an end. Everyone subconsciously felt that the disciple of the Divine Sword Master should be able to win. 653, Chapter 653 Benefiting. Are you a disciple of the Divine Sword Master? Su Hao said with a half-smile. What, scared? Yang Feipeng said coldly. Fear? It does not exist. I'll just ask you one question. How has the Divine Sword Master been feeling lately? Su Hao said calmly. Upon hearing this, Yang Feipeng and the disciples of the Divine Sword sect all revealed grief and indignation in their eyes. In the last major battle in the Tsangu forest, their master was killed. This is a wound that the Divine Sword sect will never forget. Now, this person is saying such things. Is he trying to provoke them? You brat, Are you doing this on purpose? Yang Feipeng roared. Deliberately? I think it's more like you deliberately trying to embarrass yourselves by not staying in the sect to keep vigil for your master. Su Hao said dismissively. Yang Feipeng's face turned ashen with rage. He roared, "Today I will fight you to the death. Save your breath, even your master isn't a match for me, so what are you?" Su Hao shook his head, offering his well-intentioned advice. Even after he said that, everyone still thought he was bragging. Is this guy really not from the Aocean Palace? Yeah, he's even better at bragging than that senior brother from before. What is he anyway? How could he possibly defeat the Divine Sword Master? His repeated mention of the Divine Sword Master is like rubbing salt into Yang Feipeng's wounds. If he had any conscience, he would definitely stand up for his master. Hurry up and defeat this person. Don't let such a scoundrel disrupt the order of the martial arts world. The surrounding martial artists had no trust in Su Hao whatsoever, instead believing that the powerful Divine Sword Sect disciple was stronger. Young Master Su, you'd better not say anything more. You saw what happened to my senior brother. Words can be dangerous, please remember this. Lin Mei kindly offered her advice. Zhuo Danxue was still somewhat pleased. After all, Yang Feipeng's strength was above hers. He was already a half-step grandmaster. As long as he went all out, dealing with this guy surnamed Su would be no problem at all. Humph, they both have the surname Su, but that Grandmaster Su is 10,000 times stronger than him, and much more low-key. Zhuo Danxue couldn't help but think to herself. You brat, I'll give you one chance for a fair fight. I hope you won't waste it. Yang Feipeng stood still, assumed a horse stance, and prepared to fight. You're not using a weapon? Su Hao said calmly. It's completely useless against you. Yang Feipeng said proudly. That would be a real shame. As Su Hao spoke, he vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yang Feipeng, and he slapped him across the face. When Yang Feipeng saw him make his move and tried to resist, he found that he couldn't keep up with the speed. He took the hit and tumbled to the ground, landing face first in the dirt. You actually launched a sneak attack? Yang Feipeng said indignantly. A sneak attack? Is this the demeanor of the chief disciple of the Divine Sword Sect? Su Hao said dismissively. The others were stunned. Did that count as a sneak attack? It shouldn't count. Yang Feipeng was ready, and the other side launched a frontal attack. It's just that they acted quickly, giving Yang Feipeng no time to react. Don't try to confuse us. You attacked us by surprise. My senior brother wasn't even prepared. Otherwise, how could he have lost to you? You brat, you're doomed as soon as your senior brother uses his weapon. Go ahead and try to die, you'll regret it in the underworld. The disciples of the Divine Sword Sect rallied in support of Yang Feipeng and challenged Su Hao. Someone come here. Bring out my weapon. Yang Feipeng shouted. Immediately, a young disciple took out a long sword made of black iron, walked respectfully to his side, and presented it with both hands. You brat, don't blame me for not warning you. My sword is called Heavenly Mirror. It can cut through iron like mud and enhances the power of my moves by 50%. Use your strongest measures to deal with this, or you will surely die. Yang Feipeng said proudly. He looked at Su Hao with a disdainful smile, as if he already had victory in his grasp. The Xian Tai sword? Todd looked at the weapon with a hint of greed, thinking how many he could have if he could obtain them. This weapon was incredibly hard, several levels higher than a fine steel longsword. Only a powerful sect can forge such a top-quality weapon. The Xian Tai sword itself is a symbol of status. Looks like we're getting serious. It is said that Tianjian once killed a half-step grandmaster of the Poison Gu sect. The fact that he has fallen into Yang Feipeng's hands shows that he has a high status in the Divine Sword Sect. Young Master Su is doomed now. His opponent is a half-step grandmaster, and with such a powerful weapon, he can't withstand a single blow. For young Master Su, his only chance of winning was to strike with deadly precision right from the start. Unfortunately, he missed that one crucial opportunity, and now he's facing a crushing defeat. Everyone started discussing it. When Yang Feipeng gently activated the Heavenly Mirror, chilling auras, carrying an aura of destruction, shocked everyone. His confidence reached its peak at this moment. It's a blessing that you died by the heavenly mirror sword. Yang Feiping's gaze darkened, and he immediately launched an attack. The sword thrust out with a force that shook heaven and earth, twice as powerful as Zuodanshu's aura. The strength of a half-step grandmaster is terrifying. It's over, that kid is already dead. Zuodanshu nodded secretly as expected of the disciple of the divine sword master. Very few people present could remember this move. As for young people like Su Hao, there is absolutely no hope for them. Young Master Su, you can't get hurt. Lin Mei clenched her hands, filled with anxiety. I have to say, this move looks pretty good. Su Hao stood still, not moving once again. When his opponent attacked, he suddenly extended 2 fingers and confidently pinched the heavenly mirror sword. Laugh. However, the opponent's sword energy still shot out and instantly rushed towards Su Hao's face. You're dead. Yang Feiping laughed arrogantly, expecting to see someone get their head blown off soon. However, this scene never occurred. A wave of true energy rippled from Su Hao's body, easily blocking the attack. Is this weapon really that tough? As Su Hao chatted and laughed, he slightly tightened his fingers, but a shocking scene unfolded with a loud bang. The tip of the heavenly mirror sword was snapped off. His finger strength was incredibly powerful. Who exactly are you? Why do you have such strength? Yang Feiping immediately sensed something was wrong and exclaimed in alarm. The next moment, Su Hao gently flicked the tip of his sword, and the familiar scene appeared once again. Yang Feiping's right shoulder was also pierced, and blood gushed out. What? Senior brother Yang couldn't beat him? Zuodanshu couldn't believe it. Ah, so young Master Su wasn't bragging at all. The chief of the Divine Sword sect is indeed no match for you. Lin Mei's sorrow turned to joy, and she burst into laughter. Did you all hear that? We're not just bragging, we have real strength. Todd said, seizing the opportunity as if he could also benefit from it. 654, Chapter 654 Identity Exposed. The martial arts world is truly teeming with talent these days. Yang Feiping is already very strong, but I never expected that young Master Su, among his peers, would be even stronger. Destroyed the heavenly mirror sword with one hand, this skill definitely ranks him among the top 10 of the younger generation in the southern martial arts world. Is this person really unknown, with such strength? How come he hasn't joined any sect? The Divine Sword sect has truly fallen on hard times. They can't even defeat someone like this. The situation took a sharp turn for the worse, with everyone clearly favoring Su Hao and expressing more doubt and ridicule towards Yang Feiping. You brat, who are you anyway? Yang Feiping said angrily. You defeated opponent have no right to know my name. Su Hao said dismissively. Yang Feiping's face was grim. He looked at Su Hao, suddenly feeling angry but unable to speak out. What is the only rule in the martial arts world? Might makes right. Su Hao's strength was enough to shut him up. Call. Lin Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the crisis had been averted. Young Master Su, you are my idol. Todd was immediately shocked. Don't praise me yet. I have important things to do. Su Hao suddenly walked forward, and both Zuodanshu and Yang Feiping's expressions changed drastically. They thought he was going to make another move, in which case they would have no way to resist. Who would have thought that Su Hao simply bent down and picked up Todd's severed arm? Young Master Su, what are you going to do? Lin Mei's heart skipped a beat, and she was overjoyed. Could it be that you're going to help my senior brother reattach his severed arm? That's right. Right, there's still a chance, but if it takes too long, then there's nothing we can do. Su Hao immediately said to Tauda, don't get excited, keep a calm mind, and don't let your blood rush. Good. Todd became serious. He wasn't entirely sure if the severed arm could be repaired, but since young Master Su was willing to try, why would he give up? Su Hao reached out and pressed on the severed arm a few times to stop the bleeding. Then he quickly took the silver needles and inserted them into several important acupoints. In that instant, Todd felt a strange energy rising within him, and then he saw Su Hao take the severed arm back. At that moment, everyone held their breath, and no one dared to disturb them. Is it really possible to succeed? Su Hao took out some more pills and applied them to the injured area. Tauda suddenly frowned. At the broken spot, it seemed as if countless ants were crawling all over it. All right. Su Hao finally withdrew the silver needles and smiled faintly. Really? Todd tried to move his injured hand and was able to bend his fingers and then make a fist. The sensation in my arm gradually returned. Although it is not as flexible as before, there are at least signs of recovery. Young Master Su, you are truly a miracle doctor. Lin Mei exclaimed. It's nothing, just a small favor. Todd, you'd better get rid of your bragging habit. It's not a big deal if you die, but if you lose the lives of your fellow disciples, then it's not worth it. Su Hao reprimanded him sternly. Young Master Su, you gave me my life. From now on, I will listen to you, cultivate diligently, and stop bragging. Todd said gratefully. That's good. Su Hao smiled faintly. Smack. At that moment, many people started to applaud. This is truly a miracle, a severed arm has grown back, such medical skill is truly admirable. Young Master Su, could you please leave your contact information? I'll contact you immediately if I ever fall ill in the future. Yes, I may not have much else, but my family has some money, so I can definitely afford the medical fees. Many people looked at him with admiration and a hint of expectation. Who wouldn't want to be friends with a miracle doctor? Su Hao smiled faintly and did not respond. He doesn't have many opportunities to help, and he's generally unwilling to treat people who aren't close to him. Sometimes, they even offer astonishing prices. When it comes to legendary doctors, the most famous in the martial arts world is still the Medicine King. He can only be considered half a doctor, and he has performed his medical work far less often than Xiao Guowen. Just then, a group of fully armed people suddenly walked out. The person walking at the front was the guard captain who had been beaten by Su Hao. Elder Han, it's him. This person is extremely arrogant, he actually attacked us. The captain immediately rebuked him. Behind him stood an elder from the Martial Alliance's discipline hall, whose expression as he looked at Su Hao was one of extreme anger. You brat, by attacking the Martial Alliance's guard, are you challenging the entire Martial Alliance? Elder Han angrily rebuked. Don't get the logic wrong, it was this captain who injured someone for no reason. I was just helping out because I saw injustice. Su Hao said calmly. The Martial Alliance has never done anything wrong, you brat, no matter what, you're the one who provoked the Martial Alliance today. This is a cardinal sin in the martial arts world. We're going to arrest you and put you on a public trial. Elder Han said forcefully. Elder Han, does your Martial Alliance act without reason? Su Hao said helplessly. What a joke, the Martial Alliance's decision is the only reasonable one. Distinguished martial arts heroes present, you be the judge. Judge, is this the fault of the Martial Alliance, or the fault of this brat? Elder Han turned to the crowd and asked for their opinions. Elder Han, is there even a need to say it? Of course it's this kid's fault. No one, regardless of who they are, has the right to provoke the Martial Alliance. He is making an enemy of the entire martial arts world. This kid is incredibly arrogant, he doesn't even respect the Divine Sword Master. We must teach him a lesson and show him that there are always people more powerful than you. Immediately, many people stood on Elder Han's side, expressing their indignation. The other group who wanted to befriend Su Hao also chose to remain silent. Given the current situation, it's best for everyone to avoid getting involved with Su Hao. Brother Su, what should we do now? Should you leave first? Lin Mei asked worriedly the way. There's no need for that. I have important things to do today, and there's absolutely no way I'm going to run away. Su Hao remained very calm and showed no fear in the face of Elder Han's accusations. Guards, arrest him. Elder Han called out directly. Stop. Suddenly, an elder of the Martial Alliance stepped forward, approached Elder Han, slapped him across the face, and angrily said, You blind fool, do you think you can catch him? Elder, who exactly is this person? Elder Han asked. The Martial Alliance has a strict hierarchy. The leader is in charge, the elders are equivalent to counselors, and the senior members are just heads of various departments, one level below the elders. You're so foolish. And some of you martial artists here are just here to see the Martial Alliance make a fool of itself. None of you know this person? This is Su Hao, the young grandmaster who challenged the alliance leader today. The elder made the announcement with no other choice. Is he Su Hao? Everyone's expression changed drastically. 655, Chapter 655 Mask. The entire audience was shocked he was Su Hao. Yang Feiping suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if he had survived a disaster. Who would have thought that he had actually challenged a grandmaster just now? This explained why he had lost so badly. At the same time, a feeling of anger arose in his heart. The Divine Sword Master was killed by this person. Is he seeking revenge? It is every disciple's duty to avenge their master, but is it really possible to do so? The gap between the two is simply too great. He stood there, cold sweat pouring down his face, worried that Su Hao would find out his identity and eliminate him. Is he Su Hao? A faint blush appeared on Zhuo Danshua's face when she first heard that someone had successfully challenged the Nine Yang Master. She felt a certain admiration for him and thought that this young master was the ideal person for her. I never expected to actually challenge Su Hao today. It's truly shameful. No wonder his surname is Su, it turns out he's Su Hao. Now it seems his arrogance was justified.